In the year 2060, on an Earth-like planet in a parallel universe, the largest spherical radio telescope in the world made a serendipitous observation. The sun exhibited peculiar, erratic oscillations. Instrumental measurements indicated a deviation of merely 0.1 centimeters from its predetermined trajectory, an infinitesimal shift, inconsequential in the grand expanse of the universe, and utterly devoid of impact on the sun's orbital path or human existence. Yet, for astute scientists, this was undoubtedly a monumental discovery. Scientists had long been monitoring a black hole located at the center of the Milky Way, the renowned Sagittarius A. This colossal entity possesses a mass equivalent to 4 million suns. They diligently observed the expected orbits of stars surrounding it. Why, you may ask? To illustrate, if a wormhole were present and on the other side lay a star, one might witness a deviation in the star's orbit, suggesting that the wormhole exerted gravitational influence between two celestial bodies separated by billions of light years. Unexpectedly, the star they had long sought turned out to be none other than our life-sustaining sun, a revelation that instantly captivated global attention. As time progressed, a three-dimensional sphere of light appeared in proximity to the sun, obscured by its brilliance yet unable to elude the keen eye of the radio telescope. My goodness, a massive triangular UFO has emerged from the wormhole and is hurtling toward Earth, exclaimed a staff member at the radio telescope observation station, pointing at the monitor. Calm down. This may simply be a natural phenomenon. As researchers, we must refrain from drawing hasty conclusions without scientific evidence. We must conduct rigorous verification within the confines of scientific standards before arriving at an accurate conclusion. How many times have I told you this? Young people still have much to learn, replied a prominent astrophysicist from China, his tone grave. In the midst of their exchange, the triangular UFO suddenly surged toward Earth at near light speed, a pursuit easily managed by the Institute's advanced equipment. Switch to optical observation, the renowned astrophysicist urged anxiously. The black and white image on the screen instantaneously transformed into vibrant color, revealing a triangular UFO shimmering with a silvery glow, racing toward Earth. 12 minutes later, the UFO hovered above the Azure Planet, a sleek equilateral triangular craft approximately 50 kilometers in diameter, gleaming in radiant silver. Shortly thereafter, thousands of smaller vessels emerged from the mothership, dispersing across various nations on Earth. Hurry, report to the higher authorities, the esteemed astrophysicist shouted frantically. Meanwhile, at a renowned university stadium in Guqin City, China, a group of students, organized by their physical education teacher, prepared for a sports examination. Today, it was Meng Lun's turn to assist with the transportation of sports equipment, so he and a fellow student naturally headed toward the equipment room. Upon reaching the sixth-floor entrance of the equipment room, an extraordinary event unfolded. Through the narrow corridor window, they beheld a silvery UFO descending upon the expansive playground. Its colossal diameter measured a staggering 100 meters, resembling a disc. This enormous craft landed silently in the stadium like a phantom. Even more chilling were the creatures that emerged from the spacecraft, beasts resembling horses, yet agile and ferociously predatory like hyenas. Not only were Meng Luan and his companion astonished, every student in the stadium froze in disbelief, with some of the more timid female classmates emitting piercing screams. Meanwhile, the hyenas wasted no time, charging furiously toward the students on the playground. Quick, get to the equipment room and lock the door. Entering the equipment room for the first time, the two students beheld rows of metallic racks neatly arranged in the center, adorned with an array of sports equipment. Against the back wall stood several athletic mats, and without hesitation, they dove behind them. In their overwhelming fear, they trembled behind the mats, the cacophony of chaos outside palpable. Through the disarray of footsteps, they discerned frantic running and the anguished cries, foretelling a grim fate. Suddenly, They distinctly heard footsteps and the growls of the hyenas just outside the equipment room door. Both held their breath, paralyzed by fear, while Luo he grasped a nearby fire axe. Fortunately, the hyenas failed to detect their presence, and the footsteps gradually receded. Time passed, and the sounds dwindled until an eerie silence enveloped them, the stillness almost suffocating. Huddled in the corner, they dared only to gauge the passage of time through the faint light seeping through the cracks. Gurgle, gurgle. Meng Lun's stomach unexpectedly growled, the sound minor yet jolting the two from their stupor. Habitually, he reached into his pocket for his phone, having momentarily forgotten to check for updates on the outside world amidst their earlier terror. To his dismay, the mobile phone displayed no signal, rendering it useless for acquiring information about the unfolding events, leaving only the current time visible. Driven by hunger, the two students reluctantly ventured out of the equipment room. The campus, now past 10 at night, was eerily quiet and still. As they departed, Meng Luan seized a baseball bat for self-defense. They stealthily infiltrated a supermarket in search of food, rummaging for what felt like an eternity until they finally unearthed a bag of bread and 2 bottles of water. "Hey, Meng Luan, let's take a moment to rest," suggested his companion. "All right." Meng Luan leaned against a shelf, instinctively reaching for his phone, but mistakenly pulled out a card and a manual instead. It was a peculiar parcel received that morning, addressed to prehistoric civilization, which he had disregarded, placing it into his pocket without a second thought. Just then, a strange rustling of footsteps drew near, amplifying their anxiety as the sounds grew louder. As the creature approached, Luo he abruptly swung the fire axe at the newcomer. "Ah!" A girl shrieked, collapsing to the floor. Recognizing the human voice, Luo he lowered the axe. "Who's there?" "It's me, Xia Jixian." "Oh, it's you. I recognize you." Luo he stepped forward to assist Xia Jixian. At that moment, the menacing growls of the hyenas echoed from outside, leaving no time for pleasantries. The three grabbed their makeshift weapons, preparing to confront the impending menace. The supermarket's wide entrance allowed the monstrous creatures to pass through effortlessly. They could do nothing but watch in horror as the beasts lunged toward them. Chapter 2. The unveiling of talents. At this critical juncture, Luo he suddenly erupted, brandishing a fire axe as he charged towards the hyena. With a swift swing, he aimed a blow, yet the beast evaded with remarkable agility, causing the axe to strike the ground instead. At that moment, Xia Jixuan was thoroughly frightened, her scream piercing the stillness of the night. When Meng Luan attempted to cover her mouth, it was already too late. Her cry resonated far into the night. The hyena had already pinned Luo he to the ground, his clothing torn with several gashes and stained with splotches of blood. He used the fire axe to brace himself against the creature's weight, while the hyena pressed its claws upon him, frantically lunging for his throat. Thus, a stalemate ensued between man and beast. Seeing this, Meng Luan swiftly grasped a baseball bat and rushed towards the hyena, striking it on the head. Luo he then approached and gave the hyena's corpse a kick, only for it to suddenly rise on its hind legs, sending a jolt of terror through the three onlookers. Goodness, it's playing dead. Consequently, he resumed his assault with the fire axe, swinging it repeatedly. "I will slay you. I will slay you." Noticing Luo he's frenzied state, Meng Luan hurriedly embraced him from behind and urged, "Enough. Calm down. It is already dead." As Luo he gasped for breath, he gradually regained his composure, realizing the profound psychological impact of the sudden upheaval on his psyche. After a considerable time, when they confirmed that the alien beast lay motionless, they approached to inspect. To their astonishment, the creature's blood was not red but a milky white. However, the situation demanded their immediate attention. From the chaotic howls outside, they inferred that the number of hyenas was escalating, likely drawn in by Xia Jixuan's earlier scream. "We must flee at once. We cannot afford to linger," Meng Luan exclaimed fervently. Thus, the trio dashed out of the supermarket, racing towards the stadium. The monsters, upon spotting them, immediately pursued. In their panic, they veered off course and found themselves on the stadium grounds. This grave misstep thrust them into an even greater peril, as the number of hyenas there was even more overwhelming, leading to a pincer attack that ultimately surrounded them. Just as the monsters charged towards the three in a dire moment, a radiant glow emanated from Meng Luan's card through the thick fabric of his jeans. As the light flickered, he felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him. Suddenly, the space beside him rippled with energy. And a 2-meter-long blade resembling the legendary QNGL-NYNUDO emerged, imbuing the atmosphere with a menacing aura. The hyenas recoiled in fear at the sight. Clad in a slightly soiled white t-shirt and light blue jeans, with a strikingly handsome visage and a prominent nose, he exuded an aura of formidable dominance. With a sudden leap, he soared over 3 meters high, shattering the tiles beneath him. With a sweeping motion of the mighty blade, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The force of the blade cut through the air, severing the heads of the approaching monsters, with blood gushing forth instantaneously. "Take this," he bellowed as he charged at the pack of hyenas. In mere moments, the ground was littered with the defeated beasts, leaving none standing. Yet, Meng Luan felt as if the air had been let out of him, collapsing onto the field, while a man and woman nearby stood dumbfounded, absorbing the astonishing spectacle before them. After some time, they finally regained their wits and rushed to Meng Luan's side, helping him towards the equipment room. Once inside, Meng Luan retrieved the card and the accompanying manual, which neatly explained, "I am an artificial intelligence from a prehistoric civilization. Earth faces impending catastrophe, and our race has long been extinguished, unable to resist the alien invasion. Your genes have successfully matched with the pinnacle of our civilization's technological achievements. Through quantum technology, your cellular structure has been enhanced to instantaneously elevate your physical capabilities. Additionally, another high composite QNGL-NYNUZHN is stored in a 4-dimensional spatial storage bag." The text continued, "Activating these technologies requires ample energy. Insufficient energy will render them unusable." Both Luo He and Xia Jixuan, upon reading this, were taken aback, their earlier confusion regarding Meng Luan's newfound strength now clarified. Although they had endured intense turmoil and excessive fright, they had expended their energy in the battle against the hyenas and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Meng Luan roused the sleeping Luo He, who rubbed his eyes and noticed that Xia Jixuan was no longer in the equipment room. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "Where has Xia Jixuan gone?" "She was gone when I awoke." It seemed she had deceived them. He had sensed something amiss in her demeanor the previous day. Thus, they chose to disregard Xia Jixuan for the moment and hurriedly exited the stadium. The morning sun cast its slanted rays upon the basketball court, starkly illuminating the grotesque corpses of the monsters. Approaching a nearby vending machine, Luo He swung the fire axe, shattering the acrylic cover, causing an array of beverages to spill onto the ground. The two were then compelled to find bags for sports equipment to collect the drinks. Suddenly, Luo He whispered, "Did you see that? A new batch has come in." Meng Luan gazed thoughtfully out the window but remained silent. Luo He continued, "There's a military base out in the suburbs. Perhaps we should check it out. It might not have fallen yet." The idea was sound. Yet with the phone networks down, navigation would be impossible, making it challenging to locate the place. "I've been there. It's just to the west. If you follow me, you can't go wrong." Chapter 3, The Rise of a King. Ultimately, they stealthily escaped through the back door, burdened with over 40 bottles of beverages. Their journey proceeded relatively smoothly, with few hyenas in sight. Perhaps due to the fact that most had perished on the playground the previous day, they circumvented the streets, continuing towards the west, where not a single soul was encountered. Only the occasional glimpse of a hyena lurking nearby. Treading carefully, Luo He suddenly spotted a mobile phone store and exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm, "Let us procure 2 mobile phones." "What's the point? There's no signal," came the response. "Indeed, but they could serve practical purposes, like illuminating the darkness or capturing photographs. Besides, didn't your transformation card require charging? We can investigate that as well. This is hardly comparable. Come on, let's take a look." Reluctantly, he followed Luo He into the mobile phone store. After scouring the premises, they discovered a wealth of stock in the back room, ultimately selecting the latest model of Huawei to stow away in their bags. As they unearthed a wireless charger, an innovative idea sparked in their minds regarding charging the card. Igniting a flicker of hope in their dire predicament, they located a power outlet, plugged in the charger, and placed the card atop it. Miraculously, a green charging indicator illuminated on the card, much to Meng Luan's delight. While they charged the card, they took a moment to rest, only to find that by nightfall it had reached a mere 5 charge, accompanied by a notification sound. The current voltage can only recharge to 5. Frustrated, Meng Luan ultimately decided to abandon this endeavor, realizing that the 220 volts could only yield so much. Then, something even more astonishing occurred. A hand touchscreen materialized in midair, seemingly a technological marvel combining the principles of human anti-magnetic fields with artificial intelligence image recognition. As Meng Luan pressed the buttons, he discovered that the interface resembled contemporary mobile operating systems. It seemed that the artificial intelligence was quite considerate, utilizing familiar features. In addition to the commonly used WeChat of this era, he stumbled upon an intriguing application, its logo mirroring the card in his grasp. Upon opening it, he found two descriptions. The first detailed the Qinglong Yanjuezhan. This weapon is a divine artifact, crafted from special materials. It can cleave through iron as though it were clay. The wielder's mental strength amplifies its power. The second description outlined the methods of cultivating mental strength. Mental energy plays a crucial role in wielding these two weapons, enhancing not only the weaponry, but also reinforcing the cellular structure via quantum technology, fortifying the body. The cultivation method bears resemblance to Buddhist meditation. At this point, he couldn't help but commend the technological prowess of prehistoric civilization. Lacking experience in meditation, he resolved to mimic the instructions for survival. As time passed, Meng Luan attempted the cultivation techniques, and after 15 minutes of meditation, he felt invigorated, experiencing an otherworldly sensation. The following day, the two continued westward, when suddenly they heard shouts. Following the sound, they discovered Xiajishuan surrounded by a pack of hyenas. Among them was a larger extraterrestrial wolf, its eyes glowing crimson. Clearly the leader of the pack. Meng Luan, witnessing the dire situation, felt a pang of compassion for the vulnerable woman, reflecting on the dwindling numbers of their kind. "We must save her," he said, his brow furrowed. "Luo," he interjected, "no. She deserves this. It's her own fault for deceiving us. She merely took a few pieces of bread. She doesn't deserve death. Are you foolish? We are but clay figurines crossing a river, barely able to protect ourselves. Look at the number of hyenas, and primarily the wolf. We have yet to engage such a beast. Charging in might lead to our demise." Meng Luan attempted to surge forward, but Luo he seized him. "Do not act rashly. That giant wolf does not seem benign." In a fleeting moment, the hyenas lunged at Xiajishuan. Breaking free from Luo He's grasp, Meng Luan channeled his mental energy into the card. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. A fierce aura enveloping him as golden light radiated from the card, ripples forming around him, and the Qinglong Yanjuezhan shot forth. "To infringe upon my kin is intolerable." Grasping the long knife, he slashed forward, cutting through a car a meter away with a swift gust of wind. The giant wolf roared in fury, and a battle was imminent. The hyenas, startled by the arrival of such a powerful figure, turned to see Meng Luan, who wasted no time, wielding the knife to unleash a torrent of waves, severing the creatures as if they were mere stalks of wheat. The giant wolf, unable to remain passive, let out a tremendous roar that sent bicycles soaring into the air towards the adversary. Meng Luan, witnessing the debris hurtling toward him, evaded with a swift motion, raising his blade to confront the wolf. The wolf, unfazed, leapt forward, rendering the sharp winds of the Qinglong Yanjuezhan ineffective. As the blade approached mere millimeters from the wolf, it swiped the long knife aside and lunged at Meng Luan, striking him in the chest before he could react. He fell to the ground, gasping in pain, one hand clutching the hilt of his knife, kneeling on one knee, contemplating. This beast is far stronger than the hyenas. Yet, should I perish here today, I shall fight to the end, for even in death, I shall have no regrets. After a fierce struggle, his garments lay tattered, blood staining his once resolute visage, as he heaved for breath, teetering on the brink of consciousness. The giant wolf roared again, its claws slashing forward, unleashing a formidable wind that seemed to take form, explaining the difficulty in confronting it. Despite the adversity, Meng Luan's spirit remained unyielding, summoning every last ounce of strength. He raised the long knife, prepared to confront his foe. Just as the moment hung in the balance, the card chimed. Your mental energy has advanced to the first tier, second grade. With that, the blade he unleashed shimmered with a faint yellow hue, resonating with an aura of royal dominance. Chapter 4. The Evolved Ones. As the colossal wolf charged forward, its pupils suddenly constricted, yet it was too late. The pale yellow blade of wind had already arrived, cleaving the beast in two with a resounding thud, causing it to collapse onto the ground, its milky blood oozing slowly from the minuscule wounds, staining the surrounding earth. Meng Luan also fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Xiajishuan, terrified by the fierce battle, found herself staring blankly ahead, devoid of any joy from victory. The drastic changes in her environment had overwhelmed the young girl, rendering her numb. Not far away, Luo he sprinted towards them, shouting, "Mang Luan, are you all right?" He knelt beside Mang Luan, urging Xia Jishuan, "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and help." In the midst of his life and death struggle, Mang Luan, in his slumber, envisioned a valiant warrior wielding a long sword, his long beard flowing, standing guard beside him. "Who are you? Where am I?" he inquired. "I did not intend to deceive you. A man named Lu Chong has imprisoned my brother, coercing me to procure food. There are many survivors, but they are merely ordinary people. I had no choice but to mislead you." His tears flowed more freely as he spoke. "Do you think I will believe your lies again? I speak the truth. If you doubt me, I can lead you to them. There are numerous survivors, all threatened by Lu Chong. Many women, unwilling to forage for food, have resigned themselves to be his consorts, even discarding the elderly into areas infested by hyenas." Everything would be addressed once Mang Luan awoke. Upon hearing this, Mang Luan clenched his fists, sitting up and declaring, "That scoundrel, you take us there, and I will undoubtedly rescue your brother." Exhaustion overtook them, and by the following afternoon, the three had accompanied Xia Jishuan to a 5-star hotel within the city. They stepped inside, where over 30 individuals mingled, both men and women. A middle-aged man in a denim outfit, his face marred with excess flesh, was violently assaulting a young man of about 20, gripping his collar and menacingly stating, "You haven't found anything to eat? Your girlfriend will have to accompany me today." "Brother Chong, that is not fair. I've already gathered a lot of food. Who is in charge here, you or me?" As he spoke, he swung his fist, causing the youth to spit blood, and then he shoved him to the ground, stepping on his chest while embracing a young woman and tearing off her clothing to reveal her pale skin. The young man attempted to rise but was restrained by an accomplice nearby. The onlookers, unable to bear witness to such a horrific scene, covered their eyes, their thoughts consumed by the tragedy of another girl being victimized. "You bastard! You will meet your end for this," a nearby youth shouted in anger, though he was swiftly silenced as the henchman landed a blow to his abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain. "Please, don't. No," the girl pleaded. But her cries only fueled the man's depravity, revealing him to be the worst of the worst. "You scoundrel, someone will come for you." The young man, bloodied and furious, shouted at Brother Chang, who, in a fit of cruelty, responded nonchalantly, "I'll be waiting right here," just as he was about to succeed in his vile intentions. Mang Luan burst into the hotel lobby, witnessing the man poised to violate the girl. Rage surged within him, and he brandished a baseball bat, charging forward. The henchmen immediately obstructed his path, brandishing their weapons in anger, but Mang Luan skillfully dispatched 3 of them. Who is this little fool? Does he not value his life? Today, I shall make an example of him, the man declared, continuing his assault. Sensing the adversary's apparent superhuman strength, Mang Luan hesitated, but with Luo he at his side, they fought valiantly. However, under Lu Chong's powerful strike, the ordinary Mang Luan and Luo he fell, blood trickling from their mouths. In a moment of desperation, Mang Luan activated a card, instantly wielding the Qinglong Yinwei blade. Raising it skyward, he bellowed, "You vile wretch, dare you oppress innocent women? Take this." Wherever the blade passed, chaos ensued. Lu Chong, overwhelmed by the might of the strike, was forced to retreat, his formidable physique battered by the winds of the blade. Ultimately, he fled the hotel in haste. The henchmen, witnessing their leader's retreat, quickly scrambled to their feet and staggered outside, only to be met by lurking hyenas that swiftly claimed their lives, dragging them towards a nearby UFO. In the meantime, the young man, who had nearly been assaulted, rushed to embrace his girlfriend, wrapping her in his clothing. She, still in shock and dazed, had likely succumbed to despair after her futile screams. When her boyfriend held her, she broke down in tears, moving the onlookers to shed tears of their own. "Where is your brother?" Mang Luan suddenly asked Xia Jishuan. This question resonated with everyone present, and under Xia Jishuan's guidance, they located her brother and the other children locked away in a warehouse. The children, the youngest merely 3 years old and the eldest only 12, huddled together, their faces dirty, the shadows of the apocalypse and the depths of human nature deeply affecting their fragile existence. Upon seeing this heart-wrenching scene, the adults were overcome with emotion, rushing towards their children. "Mom, Dad, Wu," one child cried in a tender voice. Mang Luan and Luo He, reminded of their own parents whose fates remained uncertain, were similarly moved. After the survivors reunited with their families, they returned to the hall where Xia Jishuan suddenly knelt beside Mang Luan and Luo He, bowing her head in gratitude. The others followed suit, inspired by her humility. "Please rise. We cannot accept this," Mang Luan urged, helping her to her feet. Thank you for saving us, Xia Jishuan said, her tears of gratitude flowing freely. Anyone witnessing such injustice would rise to the occasion, especially with the abilities I possess. How could I stand idly by? Chapter 5. The second evolutionary humans after expressing their gratitude. They uncovered the water and food that Lu Chang had stockpiled over the past few days. To their surprise, it was quite a substantial amount. Enough to sustain this group for an entire year. Following a hearty meal, the two of them sought a presidential suite in which to enjoy a restful night. Believing that even in the post-apocalyptic world, certain comforts should not be forsaken. After a night of peaceful slumber, they awoke refreshed and decided to leave Xia Jishuan and the other survivors to guard their position while they, along with Luohe, continued their journey to the military base in search of a way forward. Without further ado, they departed from the hotel, cautiously making their way towards the military facility, remaining vigilant to avoid attracting the attention of lurking monsters. Upon reaching a square, they paused, taking refuge behind a corner. From the square, a UFO descended, releasing a horde of hyenas, along with 3 massive wolves. Although Meng Luan possessed the strength to engage in battle, he knew it would still require considerable effort. Thus, they concealed themselves behind the wall, observing silently. As the hyenas and wolves descended, the UFO ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight. Meng Luan whispered, "Let us circumvent them." Just then, Luohe accidentally dropped his fire axe, producing a loud thud that shattered the eerie silence of the square. The monsters immediately halted their movements, turning their gaze towards the corner where the two were hidden. A few hyenas dashed towards them. Meng Luan, initially inclined to chastise Luohe for the blunder, quickly readied his card for battle upon realizing the imminent danger. At that moment, a young man with an explosive hairstyle was dragged from a depression in the square by the hyenas, desperately shouting, "Boss, save me." Before he could finish, a hyena clamped its jaws around his neck, rendering him lifeless in an instant. The two exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Meng Luan was taken aback that anyone else was present, and before he could activate his card, the unfortunate young man was whisked away. They bent down to retrieve the fire axe in silence, recognizing that there was no point in risking their lives for someone who was beyond salvation. Just as they were about to make their escape, they heard a series of loud bangs nearby, as if someone were striking a car. The hyenas and wolves immediately surged toward the sound. The two fled in the opposite direction, but it was too late. The hyenas swiftly surrounded them, while the 3 wolves approached menacingly, their eyes glowing red, as if they had already claimed their prey. Seeing the dire situation, Meng Luan activated his card. Wielding the Azure Dragon Crescent blade, the blades went slicing through the air like bullets as he dispatched several hyenas in rapid succession. The remaining hyenas, undeterred, charged forward, with the wolves growing restless behind them, launching their claws in their direction. Meng Luan fought fiercely, striving to protect Luohe, which hindered his ability to fight freely. After more than 30 minutes of fierce combat, panting heavily, he finally eradicated the hyenas. The 3 wolves, sensing his fatigue, charged at him in unison. With a calm demeanor, Meng Luan closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them, emitting a faint golden light. He then lunged at the wolves, engaging them in a frantic battle that lasted over a minute, ultimately vanquishing them. Exhausted, he collapsed heavily onto the ground. At that moment, a group of people approached from the direction of the earlier noise, led by a middle-aged man in a black suit, accompanied by Lu Chang, who had been driven away by Meng Luan the day before. They approached with sinister grins, mocking, "Impressive indeed. You managed to defeat 3 alien wolves. I commend you. You're the one who summoned those monsters." Luohe spat angrily. "Indeed, without a little trickery, we wouldn't have stood a chance against you." The man in the black suit replied with a sly grin. "Seize them," Lu Chang commanded, puffing himself up with bravado. The henchman rushed forward, and sensing danger, Meng Luan quickly shouted, "Where is my treasured blade, the flame moon?" Upon hearing this, the ruffians hesitated, fear evident in their eyes. They had witnessed Meng Luan's formidable prowess, and even the ferocious alien wolves fell before him. They knew that confronting him would be akin to harvesting chives. Meng Luan pressed forward, and the gangsters, terrified, retreated. Even the leader in the black suit was forced to step back. "Do not fear, he is merely posturing. He appears weak," Lu Chang shouted defiantly as he retreated. "Leave now, or I shall summon my divine weapon to annihilate you," Meng Luan bellowed. The ruffians fled towards a crossroad, taking a left turn to hide behind a wall and observe the square. To their astonishment, they saw Meng Luan and Luohe escaping in the opposite direction. As they exited the square, Lu Chang shouted, "See, I told you he was faking it," and pursued them relentlessly. Meng Luan and Luo he sprinted desperately, but soon realized that the gangsters were still in hot pursuit. They zigzagged down the street, but the thugs clung to them like a stubborn burr. Exhausted from the earlier battle and the ongoing flight, Meng Luan felt his strength waning. You go on ahead. Don't worry about me. I can't go on. No, let me carry you. Don't be foolish. We'll be caught. Stop arguing. With that, Luo he hoisted Meng Luan onto his back. But their speed suffered under the added weight. Before long, they were surrounded by Lu Chang and his gang. The menacing figures of Lu Chang and the suited leader advanced steadily towards them, causing Meng Luan to feel his heart racing in terror. Finally, the dark-clad man and Lu Chang stood before them, delivering slaps to their faces as their henchmen lunged forward with fists and kicks. Suddenly, an arc of electricity surged from a nearby high-voltage line, striking Meng Luan's pocket and sending the nearby thugs flying in all directions. The gangsters, momentarily stunned and covered in soot, dared not approach as the arc continued to connect with Meng Luan's card. After about 10 minutes, the electric discharge ceased. Meng Luan, seemingly unscathed, rose to his feet. Channeling his energy into the card, he brandished his blade, boldly pointing it at Lu Chang and the man in the suit. The suited man, sensing the shift in power, clenched his fists, and his eyes turned white, exuding an overwhelming aura that stirred the dust around them. Chapter 6. Genetic mutations. Upon witnessing the transformation of the man in the suit, he dared not delay. With a vigorous swing of his Qing-Long Yanwei blade, he unleashed his utmost combat prowess, a pale yellow blade of wind shooting forth towards the suited figure. The man retaliated with a powerful punch, a white gust of force erupting from his fist. The ensuing explosion resounded with a deafening roar as brilliant light erupted at their point of contact. The shockwave devastating the surrounding trees, and a few henchmen nearby were sent sprawling. The suited man was propelled several meters back, ultimately colliding with a utility pole. While Meng Luan landed firmly on the ground, the outcome evident. No matter how formidable the evolved being, he could not triumph over the unparalleled technology of this ancient civilization. Gritting his teeth and leaning against the pole, the man in black managed to say, I concede. You are indeed powerful, but next time, I will surely defeat you. At that moment, a lackey rushed over, assisting the suited man as they fled alongside Lu Chang in a particular direction. Humph. I await your esteemed presence at any time. Meng Luan did not pursue, for the exertion of continuous running and combat had drained his stamina. As the ruffians disappeared into the distance, he collapsed onto the ground. Luo he hurried to support him as they made their way towards a once bustling KFC nearby. They casually selected a table, retrieving 2 cans of beverage and some food. At that moment, Meng Luan gazed absently at the dust-laden interior of the KFC and the shattered glass, feeling a profound sense of loss. In just a few days, the world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. For an ordinary working-class individual, he had been content. Yet now everything had changed. Personal grievances and national animosities fueled his deep-seated loathing for these detestable extraterrestrial invaders. Luo he set down his drink, lamenting. That fellow just now was unnaturally strong, and his eyes were white. Could he possibly transform into a Zongzi? I am uncertain why his eyes changed color so suddenly. But I sense his abilities are akin to Lu Chang's, albeit significantly more potent. Let us not dwell on it. We must rest and continue our journey. Indeed. Meanwhile, the man in black wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and growled, Who on earth is that little brat? I perceive an aura reminiscent of Lord Guan emanating from him. Lu Chang, with a sycophantic gleam in his eyes, replied, Boss, I believe you are mistaken. How could a mere brat invoke the spirit of Lord Guan? If anyone were to do so, it would surely be you. The man in black chose silence. Fully aware that this was no mere illusion, he had not erred in his observation. Once Meng Luan and Luo he had regained their strength. They wasted no time and set off towards the suburban military base, circumventing numerous alien creatures along the way. Upon arrival, they beheld the once imposing gates now wide open. The soldiers who once stood guard long gone, and the spiked barriers now askew, littered with spent shell casings and discarded weaponry. Unfamiliar with the area, they proceeded along the smooth concrete, passing by dormitories, combat training grounds, and the mess hall, even venturing inside the latter only to find it utterly devoid of sustenance. They remained vigilant, swiftly darting into an adjacent research facility and carelessly entering an office. The room was sparsely furnished. Aside from a desk cluttered with documents and a few crooked chairs, some green plants adorned the space. They concealed themselves beneath a table, relieved that they had not been detected by the hyena-like creature. Once it had moved on, both exhaled deeply. At that moment, Mengluan inadvertently caught sight of scattered documents on the floor, discovering blueprints for weaponry. One design bore a striking resemblance to a pot lid, held aloft by two hands. The firing end resembling a lotus pot adorned with metallic beads akin to lotus roots. He promptly picked up the blueprint. Why are they researching such primitive weapons here? Luo, he remarked with a hint of derision. No, look here. It states space weapon. He previously encountered concepts of hypothetical space warfare in the vacuum of space. The absence of gravity poses significant challenges for terrestrial weaponry due to recoil, necessitating entirely different designs for use in space. Oh, I see. Curiosity piqued. Mengluan began to gather nearby materials when he stumbled upon a colored photograph featuring an individual with strikingly white eyes. Remarkably similar to the man in black whom Lu Chang had brought. Swiftly, he picked up the photograph and scrutinized the eyes. Yes, he recalled that very sensation during their encounter today. Thus, he continued to collect documents scattered across the floor and desk. Observing Mengluan's actions, Luo He, with a look of skepticism, inquired, "What are you doing with that scrap paper?" Mengluan remained silent, handing the photograph to Luo He. Once he had organized the documents, he began to read. It revealed that this was a laboratory dedicated to researching human anomalies, established over 2 decades prior. Most astonishingly, they were investigating superhumans, or evolved beings, individuals who had undeniably developed abilities far surpassing those of ordinary humans. The documents also contained descriptions related to this evolution. All human organs are composed of cells, which function akin to factories, consistently producing various cells and hormones, much like the 3D printers of our reality, relying on a template, DNA. Any minuscule alteration to this template is termed a mutation. For reasons unknown, a certain evolved individual exhibited a phenomenon of eye color change. Analysis of some volunteer samples revealed an excess of a microscopic quantum substance within their cells, termed bioenergy. Evolved beings can instantaneously activate this energy through sheer will, rendering their bodies more powerful and granting them remarkable abilities. Upon reaching this point, Mengluan realized the latter portion of the documentation was missing. However, the information he had uncovered was sufficient to illuminate the enigma surrounding superhumans. Chapter 7. Malin Temple. Thus, they exited the base and proceeded toward the hotel. Previously, due to an extensive detour while engaging with Lu Chang and his group, they had not taken the most direct route, leaving the condition of this path unknown. After walking for over an hour, they suddenly heard shouts and the sounds of battle ahead. Upon looking, they beheld a throng of hyenas and giant wolves besieging a temple, where a group of formidable Shaolin monks wielded various weapons in combat against these extraterrestrial beasts. Each monk exhibited exceptional skills. Some utilized the 5 elements fist, others the eagle claw technique, and some fought with weapons. They were all seasoned martial artists, capable of tearing through a hyena's hide with a single eagle claw strike. Alas, the overwhelming number of monsters soon placed the monks at a disadvantage. Among them, a robust monk suddenly soared into the air, executing a series of 36 Shaolin punches with fluid grace and perfectly measured force, evading the alien creatures with remarkable agility. Meanwhile, Mengluan, who still had 25 battery power left from charging his card through high-voltage wires, felt compelled to intervene upon witnessing the crisis faced by the monks. Just as he contemplated taking action, 8 figures darted forth with astonishing speed. Their strikes unleashed a powerful wind imbued with raw biological energy. Although the extraterrestrial monsters were formidable, they were no match for these 8 evolved beings, who soon sent the remaining creatures fleeing. After their victory, the 8 stood proudly at the temple entrance, casting a disdainful glance at the 20-odd monks. At that moment, a young girl with porcelain-like skin emerged from the shadows. Her large, sparkling eyes and long lashes quivered, and her curvaceous figure was accentuated by cascading brown curls. The evolved beings, resembling deflated balloons, bowed in unison, greeting her with deference. "Welcome, young lady." She approached the temple entrance and respectfully addressed the monks. "I apologize for my tardiness, esteemed masters. I have come to visit Master Hucking." The robust monk, joining his hands in gratitude, replied, "Thank you, young benefactor, for your assistance. Please, follow me." They then entered the Methriya Hall of the temple. The text subtly indicates that this young woman is Bai Shui, the daughter of the mutated gang leader Bai Da. Being an only child, she is doted upon by her father, yet for reasons unknown, perhaps due to some intrinsic virtue, she holds a deep reverence for Buddhism and respects the monks greatly. At this moment, Meng Luan was merely over 100 meters from the temple door and had witnessed the unfolding events clearly. He found himself intrigued by the girl's poise. But his curiosity quickly turned to fury upon spotting a figure in a black suit. Luo he nudged Meng Luan with his elbow, saying, "Isn't that Lu Chang with that black-suited rogue?" "Humph, I see it. What a narrow fate." With that, they decided to join the fray. After paying their respects to the Buddha statue, they headed directly into the back courtyard. The rear entrance of the Maitreya Hall typically houses the statue of Huitua Bodhisattva, who vows to protect practitioners of Buddhism throughout lifetimes. However, there exists an obscure custom regarding the Huitua Bodhisattva's staff. Firstly, if the staff is held with both hands in front of the chest, it signifies a warm welcome to outside monks wishing to stay at the temple, a hallmark of various monasteries. Secondly, if the staff touches the ground, it indicates the temple's ample resources, signifying its capacity to accommodate visiting monks. Lastly, if the staff is carried on the shoulder, it denotes a familial temple, not welcoming outside monks, as this was a renowned Zen temple of the Da Mountain sect. The staff was indeed touching the ground. The two soon caught up with the group that had entered earlier. "Humph, you little scoundrel, how dare you seek revenge? A person like you deserves to be punished." In a fit of impulsiveness, Luo he raised his AK-47, ready to fire, but the man in the black suit swiftly evaded, delivering a kick that sent the weapon flying. Seeing the confrontation escalate, Meng Luan prepared to activate his card, but at that critical moment, a monk emerged from the front hall. With hands clasped in reverence, he implored, "Please, gentlemen, cease hostilities. Any disputes must be resolved outside the temple. Do not resort to violence before the Buddhas. I ask you to spare me this favor." The young woman then approached the man in the black suit and delivered 2 sharp slaps, admonishing, "Yang Feng, remember this lesson." Witnessing this, Lu Chang could only click his tongue in disbelief, too intimidated to speak further. "Now, please follow this old monk to pay respects to the compassionate Buddha." Reluctantly, Meng Luan and Luo he followed the rogue gang into the temple, feeling out of place yet helpless to resist. They accompanied the old monk to the great Buddha hall, where a towering statue of Shakyamuni stood at over 4 meters high. Each found a mat to kneel on, bowing 3 times in reverence. Notably, many ordinary refugees were sprawled on the floor, clearly seeking shelter, resting while also participating in meditation and chanting alongside the monks. Afterward, they followed Master Hucking around the enormous statue and into a second courtyard. Upon exiting the hall, they encountered more refugees, who greeted Master Hucking with respectful gestures. If it weren't for the assistance of the young benefactor just now, countless lives in Nalan Temple would have been at risk. On behalf of all these survivors, I extend my deepest gratitude. With hands clasped, he bowed deeply. The young woman quickly waved her hand, dismissing the praise. "Helping others is the least one can do." "It is nothing, Master. You are too humble." She scratched her head playfully, embodying a charming innocence. Chapter 8. Peril on the journey afterwards. The group arrived at the guest hall. Upon seeing the abbot enter, the welcoming monk promptly paid his respects and then proceeded to the back hall to prepare tea. As he entered, the monk collected the weapons of Meng Luan and his companion. The furnishings in the guest hall were arranged simply yet neatly, exuding a strong sense of antiquity. In the center stood a statue of the Buddha, radiating compassion and tranquility, its eyes gently closed, resonating with the wooden door leading outside. The offering table before it was laden with various grains, snacks, and other tributes, with 2 rows of tables and chairs neatly arranged on either side. Seeing that everyone appeared rather reserved, Master Hui Qing smiled warmly and said, "Please, make yourselves comfortable." The group settled into their respective seats, while Meng Luan and Luo he cast hostile glances at Lu Chang and Yang Feng. The 4 of them exchanged furious stares, and had it not been for the sanctity of this Buddhist sanctuary, they might have engaged in a life-and-death struggle at any moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the guest hall retained an air of solemnity, illuminated by the flickering light of several candles. Master Hui Qin was the first to speak. "It is indeed fate that we find ourselves gathered in this humble Nalan temple, though, alas, our timing is less than ideal." Meng Luan, having many questions to ask, urgently inquired, "Master, how many survivors are there in this temple?" "Currently, there are over 3,200, replied the master. "Is the food supply sufficient?" At this, Master Huiqing furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. "Alas, it will only last for 6 months. Is there a plan for the future?" Lu Chang, noticing Meng Luan's incessant questioning, interjected curtly, "Hey, can you be a bit more polite with your endless prattling?" Luo he, unable to contain his anger, retorted, "What business is it of yours? If not for the master's presence, I would have knocked you into the next week." Enough. Master Hui Qing cleared his throat and calmly interjected. Gentlemen, please refrain from quarreling. I have already dispatched a team of monks to the provincial capital to gather information. It is said that a safe zone has been established there, guarded by the military, where agricultural activities can be undertaken. If this is indeed true, I hope to relocate the refugees there. Your compassion for all beings is truly admirable, someone remarked. At that moment, Yuan Ming brought over freshly brewed tea and set it down on the table before the guests. Mr. Spy, I have recently received reports from the Vigilance Institute indicating that the strength of the monsters outside has greatly increased, making the defense of the temple far more challenging than before. I hope you can send assistance, not only for the temple, but for the sake of these survivors as well. Very well, it shall be done. Let Yang Feng and his companions stay behind, came the response. Yang Feng, suddenly looking troubled, said, But, miss. But what? I told you to help, so just do it without all this unnecessary chatter. Yes. The old monk clasped his hands together and said, Amitabha, thank you for your compassion. Meng Lun, feeling anxious once more, asked, Master, we had over 30 companions before. Is there a chance they could also be brought to the temple? Of course. If we find any other survivors, they too can be brought here. To save a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Amitabha, well said. Thank you. We shall set out tomorrow to fetch them. Yuan Ming will arrange a place for the two of you to rest. Understood. Thus, the two remained behind to converse with Bai Shui and the master, while they ventured to a survivor gathering point in the Laymaness forest, laying down makeshift bedding. That night, Meng Luan dreamt once more of a majestic figure, this time appearing even clearer, reminiscent of the ancient warrior Guan Yu from the Three Kingdoms era. After a brief exchange, over 30 individuals expressed their willingness to head to Nalan Temple, as the current situation was too precarious, and they could not guarantee safety in their current location. With collective effort, they procured some carts and began loading food and supplies. By afternoon, they set off for Nalan Temple. As they passed through a square, they noticed a row of scattered tables and chairs. This discovery brightened their spirits, as they could take a well-deserved rest. Settling down, Meng Luan took out his card and activated the app feature. It harnessed the user's brainwaves, bestowing them with a fighting spirit akin to a martial soul, thereby enhancing their combat skills and morale. Naturally, a martial soul corresponded to a divine weapon. After reviewing the information, Meng Luan pondered. No wonder I've been speaking in an archaic manner during battles lately. Could it be the influence of this martial soul? And I've been dreaming of a red-faced warrior. Could it be that this device is affecting my brainwaves? What if it overtakes my consciousness? A chill ran down his spine at the thought of this martial soul seizing control of him, but he quickly dismissed the idea, realizing it was not a true soul. Just then, calamity struck. A pack of ferocious dire wolves emerged from the shadows. The group, fatigued, failed to notice them until it was too late. The dire wolves launched a sudden attack, knocking several survivors to the ground, including an unsuspecting Meng Luan. In the ensuing chaos, his card was knocked aside, and he found himself desperately grappling with a wolf, its jaws inching perilously close to his throat. During this fierce struggle, the alien creature's sharp claws tore through his clothing, drawing forth several crimson lines of blood. Just as he felt his strength waning, Luo He appeared, wielding a fire axe. He swung it at the dire wolf, sending it staggering aside, though it did not sustain serious injury. Grateful for his timely intervention, Meng Luan quickly retrieved his card. In an instant, a golden light shot forth and enveloped him. He felt invigorated, as if he had been given a stimulant, and with newfound strength. He sent the wolf that had pinned him flying across the ground. He then rushed to assist his fellow survivors, delivering swift kicks that sent the filthy creature sprawling. The dire wolves, taken aback by this seemingly weak human's sudden ferocity, hesitated to charge, instead encircling Meng Luan slowly. He felt the urgency of the moment, steeling himself. He summoned the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, swiftly moving to strike down one of the beasts. The remaining wolves charged from behind, but with a quick 360-degree turn. He swung his blade horizontally, unleashing a pale yellow wind that severed the legs of several dire wolves. Take this, you vile creatures, he shouted, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Swish, swish, swish. Chapter 9. The accusation. Once again, several monsters fell to the ground in response. Realizing they could not overpower him, the beasts scattered in fear. Luo He emerged from a nearby building, inquiring, Meng Luan, are you all right? Let us proceed. All right, Meng Luan replied. Soon, others gathered around, staring vacantly at the monsters lying on the ground not far ahead. a chill creeping over them. Fortunately, Luo he had just stepped away to relieve himself. Otherwise, the 30-odd individuals would have surely met a grim fate. At that moment, Xia Jishuan urged, "Now that the monsters are gone, we must hurry." Her words prompted them to grab their belongings and continue onward. 2 hours later, they successfully reached Nalan Temple. Upon learning that new survivors had arrived, many rushed to the temple entrance to offer assistance. Lu Chang, having heard the news, emerged in a fury. Spotting carts laden with food, he bellowed, "Put that down. These supplies are mine to manage." The distressed couple from the hotel, upon seeing Lu Chang, felt a mix of fear and surprise. However, emboldened by Meng Luan's presence, the woman began to tear at Lu Chang, weeping, "You scoundrel! I will not let this go." Faced with the woman's aggression, Lu Chang raised his hand in anger. Meng Luan, witnessing the escalating tension, immediately seized Lu Chang's arm, as a palpable anxiety enveloped the atmosphere. The other victims, encouraged by the support, grew increasingly agitated. One woman, disregarding her dignity, shouted towards the survivors within the temple, "This man is a beast. Be wary of him. He once coerced us into finding food using a child as leverage, and even forced us." Her words trailed off into tears, and the survivors within the temple quickly grasped the implication, their outrage igniting as they cried out, "We do not need the protection of such scum." At that moment, a monk from the discipline hall approached, addressing the crowd, "Dear patrons, this is a place of serenity. Please refrain from raising your voices." One victim, sobbing profusely, pleaded, "Master, this man is a vile predator. He has toyed with many virtuous women." "Amitba, is this true?" The monk responded, momentarily taken aback, but swiftly shifting his tone. "However, he is still under the protection of Lady Bai. Perhaps we should wait for her to arrive before passing judgment?" Recalling how Miss Bai had previously intervened on the temple's behalf, the survivors chose not to press further against Lu Chang, though some spat at him in disdain before departing in anger. The newly arrived survivors, wary of Lu Chang's power and persuaded by Meng Luan, refrained from confronting him for the time being. As night blanketed Nalan Temple, a serene yet profound atmosphere enveloped the sprawling grounds, which spanned over 100 acres, adorned with towering structures and picturesque gardens. In the northeastern corner, a small garden designed in the style of Suzhou's classical architecture featured trees harmoniously intertwined with rock formations, creating a breathtaking scene. After the tumultuous days, Meng Luan felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and decided to take a stroll in the garden with Luo He. They found themselves beside an artificial lake, gazing at the hazy moonlight, lost in melancholic thoughts. Suddenly, a woman's sharp cry pierced the air, abruptly muffled as if someone had covered her mouth, evoking no attention from the others within the temple. Due to their proximity in the garden, they hurriedly followed the sound. They circled the artificial lake and ventured deeper into a grove of pine trees, where they heard rustling noises. Cautiously, they approached. Upon rounding a large pine, they beheld a man and a woman, the woman bound and gagged, while the man fumbled with something. Luo He, recognizing Lu Chang, shouted furiously, "Lu Chang, you wretched fiend." Seizing a nearby stone, he charged forward. Meng Luan, observing the scene, opted for direct action, executing a swift kick that sent Lu Chang tumbling aside. Reminiscent of a soccer maneuver, Lu Chang, realizing he was cornered, seethed with rage, but, upon recognizing Meng Luan, fled in panic towards the temple. The two immediately rushed to aid the distressed woman, freeing her from her bonds. She let out a heart-wrenching cry, "Don't be afraid. How did that beast capture you?" However, she was too traumatized to respond. At that moment, several warrior monks appeared, drawn by the sound of weeping. "What transpired here?" inquired an older monk. Upon noticing the woman's disheveled state, he erupted in fury. "Amitba, you dare to indulge in lewdness within the temple? Such conduct warrants the gravest punishment in hell." Meng Luan, feeling a tumult of emotions, calmly interjected, "You misunderstand. We rescued her." "Still attempting to deny it? If you saved her, where is the perpetrator now?" The situation grew dire when the woman suddenly fainted from distress, leaving the two young men speechless. Luo He, seeing her collapse, knelt beside her, shaking her gently. "What a time to faint!" The lead monk swiftly intervened, sternly commanding, "Assistants, you have much to answer for. Accompany us to see the abbot. If you claim innocence, we shall wait for the woman to recover before making a determination." With no option left, they followed the monks to the guest hall, where the news of the attempted assault had drawn a curious crowd, filling the entrance with onlookers. After receiving care from the monks, the woman gradually regained her composure. Leaning against a chair, her breath shallow, "Do you feel any better, dear lady?" inquired Master Huijing gently. She nodded slowly. Now, could you share your ordeal with us? Yet she broke into tears halfway through her recounting. What nonsense is this? Truly an ungrateful wretch. Meng-Luan seethed, his temper flaring as he shouted with fierce conviction. Chapter 10. The cultivation mantra. Upon hearing this, Master Hucking furrowed his brow, gazing at the afflicted woman before shaking his head. He then spoke with an authoritative tone. Gentlemen, is there anything left to be said? Seize them and confine them to the woodshed. The nearby monks, upon hearing this command, promptly encircled the two individuals, who, realizing the futility of their situation, could only shake their heads in resignation. The warrior monk insisted they accompany him to the back hall, yet Luo Henning obstinately refused, shouting at Meng-Luan, "Hurry and activate your card, or we are doomed. Do not act rashly. I trust Master will provide us with a resolution," Meng-Luan replied calmly. Lu Chong, suddenly intrigued by the mention of the card, mischievously called out from the crowd, "Make them hand over the card before they leave. What if it is a dangerous weapon?" The onlookers, seemingly entertained, echoed his sentiment. "Please surrender your card. The old monk will safeguard it properly, rest assured," Master Hucking stated with an air of composure. After some deliberation, Meng-Luan produced the card, a striking black object that instantly captivated everyone's attention. At that moment, Luo He charged forward, attempting to intervene, but was swiftly restrained by the warrior monk Yuan Wu. Master Hucking examined the card briefly, finding it rather ordinary. Before placing it into his robe pocket, he gently reassured, "Fear not, I shall take great care of it." The spectators, curious, noted that the card appeared quite unremarkable. At this juncture, a group of over 30 individuals, who had come to the temple with the two, rushed in upon hearing the news. Upon learning that the monks intended to detain them, they stormed into the guest hall to confront the warrior monk. Xia Jishuan loudly declared, "You must have apprehended the wrong people. We can vouch for their character." Her brother rushed forward, clinging to Meng-Luan's leg, casting a pitiful glance at the warrior monk, capturing the attention of everyone present. The crowd, moved by the sight of the adorable child, displayed expressions of sympathy, including Master Hucking, who now hesitated. However, he steeled himself and solemnly stated, "Esteemed guests, trust the old monk. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Rest assured, I will not treat the two of them unfairly." Reassured by his words, the crowd relented, allowing the two young men to be led away. Meng-Luan nodded, maintaining his composure. "I appreciate your support. I trust Master will provide clarity. Master Yuan Wu, please lead the way." Thus, the two youths entered the meditation room, and as Luo He stepped into the woodshed, he began to rant. "Are you out of your mind? Not only did you choose not to flee, but you also surrendered your warrior card. This is tantamount to courting disaster. Do not panic. I have faith that Master Hucking has his reasons. He is a renowned monk and would not wrong us." Meng-Luan countered. "You, Luo," he exclaimed, "a hero can be foolish at times. Calm down and think. Had we chosen to flee or resist, we would have been branded as fugitives, forever carrying the shame of assaulting a woman. What of that now? There are hardly any witnesses. Calmness is key. If we escape, these people may face dire consequences. Trust me, one must endure minor inconveniences for the greater good. Fine, now that we are confined, what can I do?" In the meditation room, Master Hucking carefully took out Meng-Luan's card. After decades of cultivation, his meditative skills were exceptional. The moment he grasped the card in the guest hall, he sensed its extraordinary nature. He concentrated, attempting to probe the card's essence with his mental energy, only to discover it emitted a gentle radiance. Alas, he realized he could not delve deeper. It appeared the card recognized its master. He cautiously placed it within his monk's robe, for it was entrusted to him by Meng-Luan out of trust. For a compassionate monk, all beings are equal. Even tasks entrusted by nefarious individuals, as long as they cause no harm or violate the law, he would endeavor to fulfill with utmost sincerity. Time rapidly passed, and on the third day, Luo He paced impatiently in the woodshed when suddenly, footsteps approached. "The two vile rascals are inside," Lu Chong said obsequiously. "Open the door. Let me see them. I loathe such scoundrels." When the woodshed door swung open, blinding sunlight pierced the dimness like a celestial blade, rendering the two men unable to open their eyes. In desperation, they shielded their eyes with their hands until the discomfort subsided. "Seize them," someone commanded. "What do you intend to do?" Luo He asked, his expression tense. Bai Shui's bodyguard, having received orders, rushed forward and swiftly bound the two helpless individuals. Subsequently, Bai Shui produced a whip from her waist, and without a word, began to strike them mercilessly. "You wretched woman, how dare you strike first? This is utterly unreasonable." Meng Luan cried out as he felt the lash tear into him, his anger flaring. Have mercy, it hurts terribly. I beg you, miss. Luo he pleaded. Unable to withstand the pain, seeing the handsome Meng Luan's defiance only fueled by Xue's fury, and she lashed out even more. Nearby, Lu Cheng wore a smug expression, fully aware that these two had taken the fall for him. Miss, allow me to handle this. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut is unnecessary. Leave the punishment to a subordinate, he urged, baring his teeth. Very well, beat this hard-headed fool to a pulp. Lu Chang seized the whip and struck Meng Luan viciously, growling, let this be a lesson for your misdeeds. You deserve this punishment for bullying innocent women. Stop. Master Hucking suddenly bellowed, rushing into the woodshed. He swiftly snatched the whip from Lu Chang's hands. Ba, by benefactor, I implore you to spare them. Even if they once attempted to insult a maiden, they did not succeed. Let mercy guide your hand. Fine, I was impulsive. I detest such ruffians. She retorted. Humph. You dare speak of justice when your own people have harassed innocent women? You have no right to cast stones. Speak with evidence. The woman personally identified you. Meng Luan found himself momentarily speechless. Master Hucking then instructed, Yuan Ming, please escort by benefactor to the guest hall for some rest. Yuan Ming complied, leading them out of the woodshed. As they departed, Bai Shui cast a glance back at Meng Luan, her demeanor nonchalant. Let us see how much resolve you have left. Had you not committed such heinous acts, I might have respected you, she scoffed, striding away with an air of superiority. At that moment, Master Hucking personally untied the ropes binding the two young men, expressing, you have endured much hardship. Meng Luan gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain. It is nothing, Master. Yuan Wu, fetch the healing ointment. Shortly thereafter, Master Hucking began to apply the ointment to their wounds while speaking in a hushed tone. Your card is extraordinary. Yet it seems it requires meditative prowess to unlock its true power. In these tumultuous times, individuals like you are essential. I know you are innocent. I shall now impart to you the cultivation mantra. Remember, chant it 10,000 times daily without fail. It will enhance your mental fortitude. The days spent in the woodshed are perfect for retreat and practice. Thank you for your guidance, Master, Meng Luan whispered in gratitude, leaning closer to listen intently as a smile graced his face. Chapter 11. The onslaught of the Wolf King. After the Master departed, the two individuals lay amidst the straw, enduring the waves of pain coursing through their bodies. At that moment, Luo he grimaced and remarked, that wicked woman, though she possesses the beauty of a blooming flower, her heart is as venomous as that of a serpent. If only I could catch her, I would make her cry for mercy. Enough with your fantasies. Focus on your recovery instead. You've only taken a few hits, and oh, how it hurts. Meng Luan, hearing this, wore a look of disbelief, reflecting, this fellow usually espouses virtue and righteousness, yet I never expected such repressed desires. Meng Luan, Luo he, are you both all right? Suddenly, the voice of Xia Jixuan echoed from outside. Upon hearing her, Luo he lamented, I'm not sure if I'm still alive. Meng Luan, with a serious demeanor, responded, we are indeed here, but we have just endured torture and are now lying like corpses. I heard that the villain Bai was attacking you in the woodshed, so I rushed over. I brought some drinks and buns. Please make do with these, as the food at the temple is strictly regulated. Thank you very much. Thus, Xia Jixuan slipped the food through the crack in the door. Meng Luan slowly rose and shared the sustenance with Luo he. Time passed, and a week had swiftly flown by. Their wounds had yet to fully heal, still itching and painful. Meng Luan had practiced his incantations for a week, making slight progress. Yet he could maintain a clear mind for only a few seconds. One night, he passed under an overpass and discovered a woman, thoroughly inebriated, collapsed beneath it. In his kindness, he attempted to assist her, only to be unexpectedly shoved down when she awoke. When the woman regained consciousness and realized the presence of a man beside her, she promptly accused Lu Chang in court. On the day of his incarceration, he sought to rely on his extraordinary abilities to escape, but he soon found himself confronted by an even more formidable presence, prompting him to abandon that notion. Upon his release, his life transformed drastically. His employer dismissed him, job opportunities dwindled, and even food delivery services turned him away. It was then that he crossed paths with Yang Feng. He scrutinized a button closely and stated, this matter must remain confidential. I have my own plans. At that moment, a monstrous assault began on the temple, revealing not hyenas but a legion of colossal wolves, among whom was a formidable wolf king, the very red-eyed beast Meng Luan and his companions had encountered at school. This marked a significant escalation in the threat they faced. These creatures were not only physically imposing, but also exhibited astonishing combat prowess and speed, carving a bloody path through the monks. Despite their mastery of protective techniques, the monks found themselves powerless against such powerful foes. In response, they formed the 18 Bronze Men formation. Contrary to cinematic portrayals, this formation did not involve the monks being covered in gold dust. Rather, the essence lay in their positioning and coordination. When under attack, any point within the formation could be targeted simultaneously by one or more monks, catching the enemy off guard. Just then, a giant wolf surged into their midst. The moment it breached the attack range, it was immediately struck back by the combined force of 18 monks. However, given the overwhelming number of extraterrestrial wolves, the monks could not intercept them all. While the Nalan Temple boasted over 40 monks, only 18 could participate in the formation. During the defense, some monks were swept away by the pack, yet the others showed no fear, sacrificing themselves valiantly to protect the temple. Apart from Lu Chang, who was somewhat lackluster, the remaining monks fought fiercely. They unleashed a flurry of martial arts techniques, punches, kicks, elbows, side kicks, and knee strikes, creating a dazzling display, albeit only managing to stave off the wolves' relentless assault for a brief moment. As the wolf pack surged past the Mithraea Hall and into the first courtyard, a few hapless survivors, utterly defenseless, screamed as they fled into the Great Hall. At this juncture, a young maiden, upon witnessing the approaching wolves from the entrance of the hall, suddenly focused her gaze, transforming into a blur of white as she charged into the pack. This was Bai Shiwei. Her movements were agile, her strikes powerful and precise, clearly a disciple of a Shaolin master. Her martial skills surpassed those of the other 8, and her timely intervention momentarily halted the advance of the wolf pack at the first courtyard. However, the Wolf King quickly recognized the threat and charged toward Bai Shiwei, engaging in a fierce battle. As the leader of the pack, it was far superior in both speed and strength, its claws exuding a faint red hue. With a sweeping strike of its massive paw, it unleashed a torrent of bloodthirsty ferocity toward Bai Shiwei. Observing the peril faced by the young lady, Yang Feng rushed forward to shield her. "Get away from me. Don't throw your life away," Bai Shiwei bellowed, her fists clenched tightly. Her eyes transformed into a striking shade of blue reminiscent of European descent, deep and captivating. With a forceful shove, she pushed Yang Feng aside, evading the Wolf King's strike with a swift motion. From a distance, Master Huiqing observed the battlefield with a furrowed brow, his benevolent countenance now etched with concern. He decisively instructed Yuan Ming at his side, summon Meng Luan and Luo He from the woodshed immediately. If they refuse, inform them they can redeem themselves. Meanwhile, Meng Luan and his companion, hearing the chaos outside, sat anxiously amidst the straw, feeling utterly helpless, resigned to fate. At that moment, Yuan Ming opened the door, addressing the two. "Esteemed guests, our abbot requests your presence." Luo He, seemingly indifferent, replied, "We are quite busy at the moment. Could we possibly postpone until tomorrow?" Chapter 12. United against the enemy. Alas, esteemed benefactors, do not tarry. Do not tarry. Why is there such urgency? I believe we can afford to wait. Thus, Yuan Ming turned to Meng Luan, stamping his foot, his face etched with worry, and implored, "I beseech you both to accompany me. The situation is dire." Meng Luan regarded Yuan Ming thoughtfully, and after a moment, replied nonchalantly, "Is it appropriate? After all, we are sinners. How can we simply leave this woodshed?" Seeing their reluctance, Yuan Ming, in a state of agitation, quickly asserted, "The abbot has a proposition. One may redeem oneself through merit." Upon hearing this, Meng Luan conceded, "Very well then, lead the way." Yuan Ming, overjoyed, hurriedly exited the woodshed, while the two men followed at a leisurely pace. Luoha, suppressing his voice, remarked, "This old bald monk is craftier than a monkey. I wonder how he knows your true power." Meng Luan, well aware of the answer, merely shook his head in a feigned manner of mystery. Consequently, what should have been a 5-minute journey took them a full 10 minutes to reach the Grand Hall. Their arrival drew disdainful glances from the survivors observing the battle, for they were unaware of Meng Luan's prowess. Had it not been for the master's awareness of the card's power, they would not have even considered their presence. As they approached the entrance of the Grand Hall, they inadvertently caught sight of Bai Shiwei, her enchanting blue eyes locked in combat with a red-eyed Wolf King. They were taken aback. They had assumed her arrogance stemmed solely from her status, but it appeared she possessed formidable skills. From a distance, she resembled a valiant Mulan, a sight that impressed Meng Luan greatly. "At last, you two have arrived." Meng Luan greeted politely. "What is it that the master requires of us?" "The current situation is decidedly unfavorable for us," she replied. "I hope you can lend your aid." If we can save this vessel of life, the merit will surely outweigh past transgressions. There was also an additional motivation. He observed Xia Jishuan and the others gazing at him with hopeful eyes, including some innocent children. And he found comfort in their presence. At that moment, the battlefield shifted. Bai Shui, having missed a strike, unwittingly exposed her back to the Wolf King. Sensing the opportunity, the beast's crimson gaze sharpened, and it leapt forward, its claws cutting through the air. In that instant, as she realized the impending danger, a fleeting shadow rushed past. Mingluan intercepted the powerful blow with his blade. "It is you? I did not expect you to possess such combat prowess," she gasped. "Enough idle chatter. Let us deal with this boss together," Mingluan retorted, instantly regretting his words, pondering, what kind of martial spirit is this? How could it voice my thoughts? The pampered young lady, enraged by such vulgarity aimed at her, shouted, "What did you say? Even if you saved me, you cannot insult me thus." With that, she charged at Mingluan, leaving the Wolf King to ponder whether this foolish girl had lost her senses. Channeling all her strength, she unleashed a devastating punch towards him. Realizing she was serious, Mingluan thought, "What is happening? Has she gone mad? I am on her side." In desperation, he raised his sword to block her attack, exclaiming, "Madam, must you strike so fiercely against your own?" At that moment, Bai Shui's blue eyes brimmed with fury, and the onlookers shielded their faces, unable to bear the sight. The flickering hope that had reignited moments ago was snuffed out, reigniting the flame of retreat among some survivors who had just resolved to stay. In a twist of fate, as Mingluan had thwarted the Wolf King's attack, all its wrath fell upon him. The young hero found himself bewildered, caught in this absurd predicament. "Bai, esteemed benefactor, please consider the greater good. I observe that Meng is indeed at a loss for words. Let us forgive him for the time being," the monk advised. Upon hearing the master's words, Bai Shui finally calmed down. While continuing to strike at Mingluan, she stealthily turned toward the Wolf King and, seizing the moment of surprise, unleashed a punch imbued with immense biological energy. The Wolf King, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the face, letting out a howl as it fell to the ground. Mingluan seized the opportunity to unleash his might, striking the Wolf King with all his strength. Under their relentless assault, the beast began to bleed a milky white fluid, its eyes reflecting confusion and fear. Moments later, it turned and fled the temple, the smaller creatures following suit. After expending her wrath, Bai Shui's anger dissipated, and Mingluan, having sheathed his weapon, noted that his energy was dwindling to 15%. At that moment, the survivors erupted in unison, chanting, "Hero Mingluan! Hero Mingluan!" Some even lifted him, tossing him into the air. Just then, Yuan Ming entered with a beaming smile, announcing, "Esteemed benefactors, I have prepared a resting chamber for you. Please follow this old monk to your quarters." Mingluan quickly stood, smiling. "There is no need for your kindness, master. We have grown accustomed to our quarters here." Despite Yuan Ming's persistent urging, the two firmly declined. Realizing he could not persuade them, he reluctantly summoned some young monks to tidy the woodshed and bring in 2 beds. As they settled in for a comfortable rest, in the main hall of the temple, Master Hucking was receiving Bai Shui. "Thank you, esteemed benefactor, for safeguarding the temple and its inhabitants. Had it not been for your clever tactics, we may have faltered against the red-eyed Wolf King." Chapter 13. The truth revealed. Upon hearing the words, Bai Shui's face flushed crimson, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Yet, she maintained a facade of composure, clearing her throat and stating, "It is merely a trivial trick. It is of no consequence." As Hu Qing spoke, he stealthily surveyed the gathered crowd, ultimately noticing that Lu Chang's attire was missing a button, identical in style to that found by the monk. Nevertheless, he remained as calm as a still pond. At this moment, Bai Shui suggested, "Let us take our leave and not disturb the master's meditation." To which Hu Qing replied, "Not at all, Bai benefactor, please proceed." Once their party departed, Hu Qing promptly summoned Yuan Wu, whispering a few words into his ear. Upon hearing, Yuan Wu responded, "Master, I shall attend to it right away." Hu Qing nodded, and then seated himself upon the meditation cushion. Another tranquil night enveloped the temple, the bright moonlight cascading upon the earth. In the courtyard of Nalan Temple, Lu Chang tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep as thoughts of Meng Lun's pardon weighed heavily on his heart. Eventually, he stealthily slipped out of his room, making his way towards the lakeside. Concealed nearby, a young monk noticed his departure and immediately followed. In the temple's small garden, a graceful woman strolled quietly along the artificial lake. Suddenly, Lu Chang burst forth, covering her mouth and dragging her into a nearby thicket. The waiting monks, having already laid an ambush, swiftly moved in. Just as Lu Chang was about to commit his assault, they descended upon him, overpowering him. Despite his extraordinary abilities, he was alone, and the monks, each skilled in their own right, quickly subdued him. Lu Chang shouted, "Let me go. This is a misunderstanding. I will explain everything to the abbot." Subsequently, he was taken to the guest hall. The elderly monk, upon seeing Lu Chang's calm demeanor, inquired, "Benefactor, what was your intention in the garden?" Lu Chang replied, "I merely went for a stroll, having nothing better to do." The monk pressed, "Then why did you abduct this lady?" Gesturing towards the woman beside him, Lu Chang stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. "Is this yours?" Hu Qing inquired, producing Lu Chang's missing button. Upon seeing it, Lu Chang lowered his head, falling silent. "Apprehend him. We shall confront him in the hall tomorrow," ordered Hu Qing. The monks swiftly restrained Lu Chang, who then cried out in desperation, "Even if I have erred, it is not for you to judge me. Let me go. I demand to see the young lady." The following morning, Hu Qing summoned Bai Shui, Meng Luan, and the woman who had previously wronged Meng Luan to the guest hall. They brought Lu Chang, and before everyone, Hu Qing displayed the button, slowly stating, "Last night, a female benefactor from our temple went to the lakeside to admire the moon and was suddenly abducted, fortunately rescued by our monks. The perpetrator is none other than this man." He pointed at Lu Chang, who was met with Bai Shui's incredulous gaze. "Master, could there be a misunderstanding? Although I am not well acquainted with him, he would not dare to act so brazenly in the temple." Hu Qing approached Lu Chang deliberately. "What are you planning to do?" He stammered, suddenly anxious. The monk compared the button to Lu Chang's attire and stated to the gathered crowd, "This button was discovered by my disciple in the thicket by the lake. It undoubtedly serves as evidence left by the criminal. Observe that both dream benefactors wear t-shirts devoid of buttons." He paused before continuing, "Thus, I devised a small scheme. Last night, I instructed my disciple to act as bait in the garden, and to my surprise, we ensnared Lu Chang." Upon hearing this, Lu Chang erupted in fury. "It was indeed your devious trap, you old man. How dare you engage in such despicable acts? You have brought me great shame." As he spoke, Bai Shui wielded a whip, striking at Lu Chang. Hu Qing hastily interjected, "Benefactor, please. There are matters we still need to inquire about." Bai Shui relented, her expression fierce. "Humph. You shall see what awaits you." Hu Qing then approached the woman who had falsely accused Meng Luan, smiling amiably. "Are you now prepared to speak the truth?" The woman, trembling at the sight of the battered Lu Chang, sobbed, "Please, master and brother Meng, forgive me. I lied out of desperation." She then glared at Lu Chang, continuing, "This scoundrel has long coveted my beauty, attempting to force himself upon me multiple times. One day, feeling dejected, I went for a stroll in the garden, only to be abducted by him." She broke down into tears once more. "So, you are acquainted?" Hu Qing asked. "Yes, we are. He took my mother, and I do not know where she is held. Even when he threatened my mother, I refused to comply. After the incident, fearing for my mother's safety, I was left with no choice but to wrongfully accuse Brother Meng." The onlookers reflected, realizing they had misjudged Meng Luan, regretting their previous disparagement. After these events, Meng Luan's reputation soared among them. Hu Qing turned to Meng Luan and proclaimed, "I had promised you an explanation. It is now clear that this is not your doing. On the contrary, you are a hero of righteousness. Ahmedbah, good deeds will be rewarded. It is merely a matter of time." Bai Shui then exclaimed, "Someone throw Lu Chang out to feed the wolves." Lu Chang retorted, "If you kill me, my mother will never be found." The victim suddenly interjected, "No, master. Please do not harm him yet." Bai Shui, furious, demanded, "You beast, quickly reveal their location, or do not blame me for employing torture." As she brandished the whip, Hu Qing interjected, "Hold on, Lu Chang. If you disclose their hiding place, we shall not trouble you further. You think I would trust you? If I speak, I will surely be fed to the wolves." He shouted defiantly. "Beat him harshly." Hu Qing calmly responded, "Hold on. Do not carry out punishment before the Buddhas. They abhor such actions." Thus, Yang Feng, accompanied by 2 bodyguards wielding whips, dragged Lu Chang away. The victim approached the abbot, pleading, "Master, please help me rescue my mother." Chapter 14. The secret weapon. Rest assured, I have my ways, the monk replied, "but I am curious. How did your mother fall into his hands?" "It was before we sought refuge at this temple," she explained. "Our family was already struggling, so my mother and I lived in a basement, which allowed us to evade those monstrous attacks. While searching for food, we encountered him. He claimed he would take us to safety." She paused, continuing. I noticed his flickering gaze and felt distrustful. We, being Buddhists, wished to visit Nalan Temple, but he refused to take us there, ultimately seizing my mother while I managed to escape. What kind of incompetence is this? 3 of you couldn't keep watch over one person. That scoundrel was too cunning. He took advantage of my unguarded moment to hold me at knife point. Useless fools. Hurry and pursue him. Yes. At this juncture, the old monk calmly interjected, Yuan Wu, you should accompany them. Thus, the group rushed out of the temple, but unfortunately, Lu Chang had fled too swiftly. And despite their extensive search, he remained elusive, leaving them no choice but to scour the vicinity. In the guest hall of Nalan Temple, Meng Luan and Luo He took great delight in Lu Chang's capture. Just then, Bai Shui approached, appearing somewhat uneasy, and spoke softly, I misjudged you. Can you forgive me? She extended her hand, seeking to shake hands with Meng Luan. Meng Luan thought to himself, this vile woman. Does she intend to slap me and then offer a sweet treat? How naive. He feigned ignorance and turned to Luo He, saying, I just remembered. I have some matters to attend to. Meanwhile, Master Hucking, noticing that everyone had dispersed, made his way to a modest shed near his meditation room, where he discovered a wolf dog. Unlike the extraterrestrial hyenas, this was a creature of Earth. He gently patted the dog's head, smiling as he said, Wonkai? It's your time to shine. The following day, the master brought Wonkai to Yuan Wu, placing a button beneath the dog's nose to sniff. Wonkai, exhibiting remarkable intelligence, led the monk in a specific direction. They navigated through dusty streets, carefully avoiding the alien creatures and the frequently passing UFOs, until they arrived at a small inn. The iron door was designed such that it could be locked by simply pulling down from the top, making it a challenge for the extraterrestrial beings to enter. The monk exerted considerable effort to open the door, and Wonkai dashed inside, discovering 2 elderly individuals in a spacious room on the top floor, one in his 50s and the other, much older, around 80, and blind. Finally found you. Let us hurry. Yuan Wu urged upon seeing the elderly pair. Master, help me. I am here under duress to care for this old lady. The younger one exclaimed. The 80-year-old suddenly interjected. Zhang Ma, what are you saying? Wasn't it my son who hired you? Don't be afraid. If need be, we can call the police. My son is the hotel manager. There's nothing to fear. Yuan Wu, bewildered, found himself unable to comprehend the situation. The victim, upon reuniting with her mother, embraced her in tears, while the elderly lady was safely placed under the care of other residents at the temple. Meanwhile, Meng Luan and Luo He enjoyed a comfortable few days, free from alien invasions or significant disturbances. However, Bai Shui had been unusually attentive towards Meng Luan, which sparked jealousy in Luo He. Yet, the latter seized the opportunity to don a couple of Meng Luan's discarded garments, for had it not been for his impulsive nature, he could have effortlessly chosen from various boutiques. Of course, Luo He was not the only one envious. Yang Feng, who harbored a secret crush on Bai Shui, found it intolerable to witness her attentiveness towards Meng Luan, shattering his aspirations of becoming Bai Da's heir. As he approached the entrance, he noticed the pried-open iron gate, leading him to a realization. Nalan Temple had indeed sent someone to take his mother. Fearing for her safety, he hurried to Nalan Temple, hesitating briefly at the entrance before devising a plan. The temple appeared particularly picturesque at dusk. Tonight, Yang Feng was on duty, and as he strolled leisurely out of the temple, someone waved to him from a corner to his left. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Lu Chang. Seeing the area was clear, Yang Feng rushed over. Yang Gu, I came to inquire about my mother's well-being. She is quite well here. Far safer than with you outside. You need not worry. I long to see her. At that moment, Lu Chang's eyes gleamed with mischief, and he suggested, so, we want to deal with Meng Luan then? Humph, that scoundrel will get his comeuppance. I wonder what that lady sees in him. Seizing the opportunity to sow discord, Lu Chang, having noticed Bai Shui's interest in Meng Luan since the defeat of the Wolf King, saw this as the perfect chance to manipulate Yang Feng. I have a plan that will grant you your desires. Cut the suspense and speak plainly. He stroked his chin, chuckling softly. We could use some drugs to incapacitate the monks in the temple, then take my mother and Bai Shui away. He swallowed hard, continuing, and then what? Isn't it up to you to decide? Once a woman is ensnared in such a manner, she is less likely to waver. Though this theory was merely a ruse to incite Yang Feng, his jealousy consumed him, leading him to lose his rationality. Chapter 15. Captivating the crowd. Get lost. What a terrible idea. I still have patrol duties to attend to. You should take care of yourself. Yang, wait. When you've thought this through, find me. You know where to locate me. At this moment, Yang Feng had already made his way towards the temple, pondering to himself, unless absolutely necessary. It's unwise to sever ties so abruptly, especially considering Bai Da's formidable strength and the multitude of skilled individuals at his disposal. He, a mere superhuman, could not afford to offend such power. Ever since Meng Luan had cleared his name, Bai Shui had been visiting the temple daily, often wandering towards the woodshed. And today was no exception. Meng Luan sat on the bed, reciting the mental techniques imparted to him by the old monk. Since that day, he had diligently practiced. And now, half a month had passed. Just then, she entered, noticing him counting on his fingers, and with a charming smile, she gently remarked, "Young hero Meng, are you practicing Buddhism again?" "Indeed. Did you not see? What brings Miss Bai here today? I came to see you. You are now my partner. Only together can we fend off the extraterrestrial beasts. Is it not appropriate to check on my partner?" Meng Luan had initially intended to dismiss her with a few curt words, but upon reflection, he conceded her point and fell silent. "Isn't it tiring to count every day?" "Not particularly." With a leisurely demeanor, she produced a string of star and moon Bodhi beads from her pocket and handed them to Meng Luan. Seeing yet another gift, he hesitated to accept, but beside him, Luo He, ever the troublemaker, snatched the beads and exclaimed, "This is a marvelous treasure. 5-star high density. Wow. And this embellishment seems to be a 9-eyed heavenly pearl. A remarkable find, indeed. This string is worth a fortune." At that moment, Xia Jishuan coincidentally arrived at the woodshed. Upon seeing Bai Shui, she shot her a glance but said nothing, instead carrying a plate of dishes, from which a rich aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone present. Luo He, upon catching the scent, immediately dropped the Bodhi beads and eagerly asked Xia, "Could I have a bowl?" "Humph. This is prepared for Meng Luan. You may stand aside." Having not eaten since morning and being relatively familiar with Xia Jishuan, Meng Luan joined Luo He in enjoying the meal. As fate would have it, the victim also arrived at the woodshed, beaming as she approached the two, producing 2 packets of mosquito coils. It was summer, and with the abundance of insects, such items had become a luxury. She placed the coils down with a smile, saying, "These were brought by my mother as a token of gratitude for saving her." There's a saying, "A small gift carries great sentiment." Bai Shui swallowed hard at this, casting an envious glance at the other 2 women before turning on her heel and leaving. None of this escaped Yang Feng's notice. Though Meng Luan appeared indifferent towards Bai Shui, he understood that once this woman set her sights on something, she would not relent until she obtained it. A fire of jealousy ignited within him, and he clenched his teeth, making a silent vow. After the 3 young women departed, Luo He suddenly exclaimed, "I must say, what fortune has befallen you? 3 beauties have graced us at once. I have no interest. Their presence only makes me feel out of place. Listen, we are in an apocalyptic world, meaning the old laws may no longer apply. You understand what I mean. No need for further elaboration." Despite Meng Luan's resolute demeanor, such words ignited thoughts in a normal man's mind. However, he quickly dismissed them. Given the current state of the world, it was not the time for romantic entanglements. Moreover, he still harbored a flicker of hope for his parents back home, wishing they had not fallen victim to the ravenous wolves. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Yang Feng quietly slipped away from the temple and made his way to the small inn where Lu Chang resided. He knocked on the iron door with a nearby stone. "Yang, wait a moment. I'll be right down." Lu Chang's cheerful face appeared at the window. Thus, he followed Lu Chang upstairs. Upon entering the room, he slammed his fist down on the table, exclaiming, "What does that wretched woman see in that fool? Calm down. I have my own ways to help you win her over." With that, Lu Chang leaned in close to Yang Feng's ear and began to whisper. Yang Feng nodded vigorously as he listened. That noon, the sun blazed overhead, and the cicadas sang their loudest. In the kitchen of Nalan Temple, preparations for lunch were in full swing. Yang Feng sauntered into the kitchen, and the chef greeted him with a smile, acknowledging his status as the protector of the temple. "Thank you for your hard work. We will send it over shortly." "No need for such trouble." The chef prepared a special meal just for him, and he began to enjoy his lunch right there in the kitchen. As the chef turned to fetch something, Yang Feng swiftly took out a small vial of poison and sprinkled it over the food. Once he finished his meal, he sauntered to the temple entrance. While not far away, Lu Chang hid in the shadows, covertly observing the temple's happenings. As fate would have it, Bai Shui arrived at Nalan Temple once again. After serving herself lunch, she intentionally sat across from Meng Luan, while Xia Jishuan and the victim had already settled beside them, frequently offering food to Meng Luan. Much to Luo He's chagrin, just as the group was midway through their meal, suddenly someone began to faint, their bowl and chopsticks clattering to the ground. Others rushed to help, but before they could bend down, They too succumbed to unconsciousness. Xia Jishuan and the other two women beside Meng Luan suddenly held their heads and slumped over the table in slumber. He immediately sensed trouble, but it was too late. He unwillingly collapsed as well. In less than 15 minutes, thousands of individuals within the temple had been felled. At that moment, Yang Feng and Lu Chang hurriedly entered, scanning the dining hall filled with neatly arranged tables and chairs, and spotted by Shui in a corner. They dashed over. Upon seeing Meng Luan, Lu Chang immediately hurled a punch at him, but a remarkable sight unfolded. A magical, pale yellow aura enveloped the sleeping figure. Lu Chang's fist, infused with tremendous biological energy, struck the aura as if colliding with a diamond wall, causing him to rebound several meters, crashing into the tables and chairs behind him. Don't waste time. Hurry and find your mother. It will be troublesome once they wake up. Lu Chang, gnashing his teeth in frustration, had no choice but to sprint towards the residence hall. Chapter 16. Timely arrival. Before long, Lu Chang met with Yang Feng at the temple entrance, carrying his mother on his back. The two activated their extraordinary abilities and sped off in a particular direction. After an indeterminate period, someone suddenly called out Meng Luan's name. He opened his eyes to see Master Yuan Ming, and after rubbing them in confusion, he asked, "What has happened? I recall we were just dining." "Benefactor, someone has administered a narcotic in the food, and everyone fell asleep," Yuan Ming explained. "Is everyone all right? Who could have done this?" Meng Luan inquired. "We shall find out shortly. I have just awakened myself," the monk replied. Rising with his hands braced against the table, Meng Luan surveyed the dining hall, where many lay sprawled in disarray amidst shattered dishes and scattered food. Several monks were diligently waking those who had collapsed on the floor. He turned to see that both Xia Jishuan and Luo He were unscathed, which brought him a sense of relief. However, he noticed that Bai Shui was missing and thought little of it, for she was often elusive and enigmatic. With collective effort, the temple was soon restored to its normal state. After Meng Luan roused the others, he made his way to the guest hall, where he found Yuan Ming discussing matters with Master Hui Qing. Out of curiosity, he approached and overheard Yuan Ming say, upon investigation, "We discovered that the food served at noon contained a mind-altering substance, and Lu Chang's blind mother is also missing. This is indeed perplexing. It seems this incident is closely tied to Lu Chang," Meng Luan pondered. "I inquired with the cook, Miao Shan, who disclosed that only Bai's bodyguard had visited the kitchen during lunch," Yuan Ming continued. "Very well. We shall wait for Miss Bai to arrive before making any decisions." Listening to their conversation, Meng Luan mused, "Lu Chang and Yang Feng have always been close. It is possible they conspired together." Since no one had been harmed and only Lu Chang had taken his mother away, he refrained from further probing. Once Yuan Ming departed, Meng Luan approached Master Yuan Ming and said, "Master, I diligently recite the incantation you taught me each day, yet my thoughts remain scattered and unfocused. I humbly request your guidance. Every individual harbors distracting thoughts. In a mere moment, one can possess 84,000 thoughts. Focus your consciousness solely on the incantation, without forcing control over your distractions. Gradually, these thoughts will dissipate like clouds in the sky, and over time, they will vanish altogether. Thank you, Master, for your wise counsel. I shall endeavor to complete my practice today." "Wait, take this," the Master said, producing a string of prayer beads from his pocket. "These are beads I once used for counting. I hope they assist you in your cultivation." "Thank you, thank you." Meanwhile, Yang Feng had brought Bai Shui and Lu Chang to a villa in the suburbs. It seemed the villa's owner had been abducted by extraterrestrials, for the opulent dwelling was devoid of any occupants, much to the advantage of the two. Lu Chang settled his mother on the second floor while Bai Shui was placed in a room on the first floor. Upon awakening and seeing Yang Feng beside her, she groggily asked, "Yang Feng, where is this?" "Do not be afraid. This is my residence." "Your residence? What are we doing here?" As she attempted to rise, she discovered her feet were bound. "Yang Feng, are you trying to get yourself killed? Let me go," she shouted. "You know my intentions, Shui. Do you realize why I am willing to work tirelessly for your family? It is all for you." "What nonsense are you speaking? It is impossible for us." "Well, think it over. I am leaving now," he sighed, exiting the room and heading straight upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he found Lu Chang comforting his mother. "My son, where are we?" she asked. "This is a new house I bought for you. The villa is quite spacious." "Oh, how wonderful. My son is so filial. Those people at the temple are not good. They said you were a wicked man." "Ah, human nature is so unpredictable. Rest assured, you will be well taken care of here. In time, I shall arrange for someone else to look after you," he replied before stepping out of the room, where he coincidentally encountered Yang Feng. The two then made their way to the villa's swimming pool. Lu Chang grinned and said, "Well, did you not heed my words? Tonight, you shall have your wedding night." "Humph, spare me the chatter. I have no desire to force her for the moment. Do you recall what I said? Cook the rice before serving it. Everything will fall into place when the time comes." Yang Feng grew impatient and gruffly replied, "There is no rush." 3 days later, a casually dressed young man arrived at the temple, seeking out Bai Shui's bodyguard immediately upon entering. After a brief exchange, he learned that Bai Shui was missing, which sent him into a panic. After scolding the bodyguards, he hurried to Master Huiqing to inquire about the situation. Upon hearing of this, Meng Lun quickly made his way from the storeroom to the guest hall, only to find that Yuan Wu and the others had already gone outside to search. With no recourse, he could only wait for news in the guest hall. While Bai Shui could be quite overbearing, he did not harbor any dislike for her, and her disappearance left him feeling somewhat anxious. Before long, a group of around 30 individuals arrived outside the temple, led by a bald man clad in a blue checkered shirt and dark sunglasses, who strode purposefully into the temple. Upon seeing the newcomers, Monk Yuan Ming approached them, asking, "How may I assist you, benefactor? I am Bai Shui's father, and I have come to find my daughter." "Please, follow me," Yuan Ming replied. In the guest hall, Master Huiqing met with Baida. The latter spoke harshly, "Master, my daughter came here with good intentions to assist, and yet you have lost her. What sort of reasoning is this? Benefactor, please remain calm. This was not our intention. I have dispatched monks with Wang Kai to search for Miss Bai, and we may receive news shortly. Please be patient." "Very well, I will grant you this one chance. If anything were to happen to Shui, I will not spare this temple." Upon hearing this, Bai Di abruptly rose to his feet, prompting Meng Luan and Luo He to follow the group southward. Meanwhile, within the villa, Lu Chang was urging Yang Feng, "Are you still hesitating? If it were me, I would have already indulged without hesitation." Chapter 17. The rescue operation. At this moment, Yang Feng sat pensively on a chair beside the swimming pool, smoking a cigarette in silence. "Trust me. I understand women better than anyone," he mused. "If we don't act soon, the situation may change unfavorably. Moreover, since you have already kidnapped her, if you do not solidify your connection, she might seek vengeance once rescued. Of course, should we face retaliation, even if we manage to escape, it wouldn't be a total loss. All right, let us proceed." Upon hearing Lu Chang's final words, which resonated deeply with him, he extinguished his cigarette and declared, "Let us do it." Yang Feng entered the house, unexpectedly shedding his shirt. "What the hell are you doing?" Lu Chang exclaimed. "I like you so much. Just be with me." At that moment, a sudden cry of alarm erupted from Lu Chang, prompting Yang Feng to sense impending danger. He hurriedly donned his shirt and dashed outside. Upon exiting, he was confronted by Bai Da and several other martial monks who stormed into the living room. He attempted to escape through a nearby window, but a blue-eyed bodyguard swiftly blocked his path. In an instant, a kick landed on Yang Feng's abdomen with lightning speed, leaving him unable to retaliate. The pain rendered him incapacitated, collapsing to the floor. "Tie him up," Bai Da ordered furiously. Inside the room, Bai Shui heard the commotion and shouted, "Dad, I'm here." Upon hearing her voice, everyone rushed into the inner room, freeing her from her restraints. The rescued girl threw herself into her father's arms, weeping uncontrollably. "Why did it take you so long? I almost suffered a terrible fate." All right, it's over now." He comforted her. "Brother, there's still an elderly lady upstairs. What should we do?" "Bring her down." They escorted the 80-year-old blind woman downstairs, who incessantly muttered, "Who are you people? If my son returns, you'll regret it. He is a big manager." "Old lady, your son, the manager, is right beside you," Baida replied gruffly. At that moment, Lu Chang, tightly bound and battered, his face bruised and bloodied, mumbled, "Mom, I've brought shame upon you. Damn it. I've grown up without anyone daring to bully me. Have you two lost your minds? Speak. How do you wish to die?" Before he could finish, Bai Shui suddenly erupted in fury, transforming into a blue superhuman. Her piercing blue gaze was like a blade as she unleashed a flurry of punches upon Yang Feng. Fortunately, he had secretly enhanced his body with superpowers, preventing fatal injury, yet he still crumpled under the blows, gasping for breath. Seeing Bai Shui's ferocity, Lu Chang was instantly terrified. Baida turned to Lu Chang, saying, "You should explain everything to your mother. What have you been up to lately?" I haven't done anything." Lo He, known for his loose tongue, seized the opportunity to divulge all he knew since Lu Chang was reluctant to speak. Although Lu Chang's mother was elderly, she was not dim-witted. Upon hearing the revelations, she began to weep, her eyes closed as she groped about for her wayward son, only to stumble and fall. The sight stirred feelings of sorrow in everyone present. Even Bai Dao was moved. The monks, embodying compassion, helped the elderly woman to her feet, while Meng Luan retrieved a chair for her to sit in again. The old woman sobbed, "Son, you always claimed to be busy, rarely spending time with me. And I understood. But I never imagined you would commit such heinous acts. How can I face the world? Your actions are a disgrace to your deceased father." Not far from a cinema marquee, 30 individuals stood resolutely against an ominous extraterrestrial force, unyielding in their fearlessness. Suddenly, from the UFO emerged more than 10 red-eyed wolf kings, frightening the crowd, for they knew well how formidable these creatures were. 2 blind superhumans could barely contend with a single one. "Damn it, let us fight." Thus, they surged forward to confront the monsters, while Meng Luan, concerned about his energy levels, refrained from transforming into a warrior, instead retreating with Lo He to safeguard Lu Chang's elderly mother. Bai Dao transformed into a super blue-eyed being, nimbly leaping and striking, each punch generating a gust of blue wind capable of repelling a red-eyed wolf king. The others also unleashed their skills, but despite their numbers, they were collectively weaker, soon finding themselves at a disadvantage. As the battle descended into chaos, they momentarily overlooked the 2 captives, Lu Chang and Yang Feng, who seized the opportunity to stealthily maneuver towards an exit. Just then, a pack of hyenas appeared nearby, sending them fleeing in panic. With monsters surrounding them on 3 sides, they found themselves cornered against the UFO. To their astonishment, the seemingly solid metal suddenly rippled and became soft, causing them to cry out as they fell into the UFO. Meng Luan and Lo He, witnessing this spectacle, were left dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen living beings enter a UFO. However, they quickly reasoned that the 2 were likely doomed, a fitting consequence for their actions. While continuing to fight, they retreated towards Nalan Temple, but the monsters, relentless as ever, pursued them closely. With no other option, they dashed up the stairs of an apartment building, taking refuge on the 2nd floor, where the narrow corridor allowed only 1 monster to enter at a time. Utilizing the advantageous terrain, they took turns resisting the onslaught of the extraterrestrial invaders, momentarily staving off the attack. Chapter 18. The clue of the card. At that moment, the monstrous creature abruptly ceased its assault. Yuan Wu dispatched 2 disciples to scout ahead, and they soon discovered that the apartment was circular in design. Navigating the corridors, they found another door at the back of the building, allowing them to escape quietly through the rear entrance. When the extraterrestrial beast attacked again, it astonishingly failed to detect any presence, charging down the corridor instead. The aliens, lacking keen olfactory senses, overlooked the escape of Bai Zhang and his companions, thus commencing their search within the apartment. Days passed in tranquil silence, perhaps due to the absence of 2 nefarious individuals. Additionally, Bai Shui seemed to have been frightened, for she had not troubled him in several days, leaving him momentarily disconcerted. Xia Jishuan and the woman Li frequently visited, bringing him food. One day, while diligently studying, he suddenly noticed that the delusions clouding his mind were dissipating like wisps of white clouds. In an instant, he felt a sense of progress, and the card unexpectedly chimed. "Congratulations! Your level has risen to grade 1, 3rd tier." Overjoyed by this news, he promptly sought out Master Hucking to express his gratitude. Upon reaching the Great Hero Hall, he found the master presiding over the morning rituals with the congregation. To await the master, he quietly entered from the back. Finding an empty spot, he settled down and picked up a sutra, following the ritual to recite it. He realized that the sensation was akin to chanting the incantation, which intrigued him immensely. After the morning session concluded, he immediately approached Master Hucking. "Master, I am grateful for your incantation. My practice over these days has proven fruitful, and I have unexpectedly broken through. Congratulations, practitioner. If you continue with diligence, your efforts will naturally yield results, and the burden of resisting the extraterrestrial invaders will fall upon your shoulders." Upon hearing this, Meng Luan's expression darkened, and after a moment's contemplation, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching. He then recounted to the master how he had acquired the high-tech card in detail. "Ah, indeed. It seems the teachings of Buddhism hold true," replied the master. Meng Luan was momentarily bewildered and looked at the master with skepticism. Noticing Meng Luan's expression, Hucking patiently said, "I have heard of a prehistoric civilization museum in Guchen City. Perhaps you might find some clues there." The 2 then set off, cautiously navigating their way through a landscape teeming with beasts, taking half a day to finally arrive at the museum. They crossed through a barrier without a ticket inspector and entered. To their right were rows of towering ebony wood, some standing upright, while others lay toppled on the ground. A design that appeared intentional and quite magnificent. They wandered through the museum, inspecting various exhibition halls, yet found nothing particularly extraordinary. Most artifacts were rudimentary tools. Just as they were losing hope, they arrived at the prehistoric civilization burial exhibition hall, constructed upon excavation sites, with earth-filled pits visible below the railing. At that moment, the card in Meng Luan's pocket suddenly emitted a soft glow, and a beam of golden light shot forth, illuminating a particular pit, from which a portal appeared out of thin air. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they swiftly crossed the barrier and stepped inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by 9 massive stone pillars, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, extending up to the cave ceiling, firmly supporting the overhead structure. Walking on the blue stone floor, they approached the central pillar. At that instant, a voice emanated from the direction of the first pillar on their left, akin to that of a loudspeaker, speaking in an unintelligible tongue. Unable to contain himself, Luo he ventured, "Who are you? What are you saying?" The same direction answered again with a sound reminiscent of tuning, and soon after, "I am the guardian of this burial site. What brings you here?" Meng Luan quickly replied, "We have come in search of relics from prehistoric civilization." "You are Meng Luan?" "Yes. How do you know my name?" "I am a prehistoric artificial intelligence, and I am the last of my kind. Come up, and we shall discuss further." With that, a door opened within the pillar, revealing a small space illuminated by soft white light. They stepped inside, and the door closed swiftly behind them as the space ascended rapidly, indicating they had boarded a prehistoric elevator. They soared upwards and soon found themselves at the cave's apex, emerging from the pillar into a small square chamber. Utilizing the light from above, they observed that the room appeared to be empty. However, in the next moment, their perception shifted as 3 chairs and a table suddenly materialized, all radiating a gentle glow. "Please, have a seat," came the voice of the prehistoric artificial intelligence once more. Thus, the two took their places. The chairs, though ordinary in appearance, provided a comfort surpassing that of any earthly velvet sofa. Before long, a beautiful woman appeared on one of the chairs opposite them, resembling a person from Huaxia, clothed in a silver, form-fitting garment, reminiscent of a character from a science fiction film. The surreal scene, akin to something from a fairy tale, left them momentarily speechless. Luo he, bewildered, was the first to speak. "I must ask, am I dreaming?" The woman smiled gracefully, her red, alluring lips parting as she replied, "All of this is indeed real." Meng Luan, a mix of excitement and trepidation, exclaimed, "I simply cannot fathom how you have achieved this. It is utterly miraculous." The woman, languidly resting her hands on the table, remarked, "It is not as difficult as you might think. Allow me to offer you a perspective. Your martial god card is but one of our creations. Mastering the core technology allows one to manifest a myriad of fascinating phenomena. In essence, this is the product of human magnetic field technology." With a satisfied smile, she fell silent. "Then you are an artificial intelligence?" She nodded, still refraining from speaking. "But what energy source have you relied upon to sustain your operations all these years?" Chapter 19. A dialogue with artificial intelligence. Nuclear energy is utilized here with remarkably little electricity. It is noteworthy that the fuel inserted thousands of years ago has only consumed a minuscule fraction of its capacity. Should it be depleted, I can effortlessly replenish the reactor. The others were taken aback, gazing curiously at the artificial intelligence before them. Subsequently, Meng Luan unleashed a torrent of questions that had accumulated over the past days. "Actually, I have one query. How is it that you, being here, can send me the cards via express delivery?" The artificial intelligence, caressing her lustrous black hair and blinking her large eyes, replied, "We have mastered the technology of time and space. Within this museum, I can designate any point as an exit and project myself through a camera." After a brief pause, she added, "Moreover, the museum's express management is rather lax, allowing employees the privilege of sending packages for free." At this, she smiled sweetly, her charming oval face adorned with 2 delightful dimples, her eyes narrowing in a sly manner. Seemingly pleased with her cleverness, she continued, "Late at night, I simply picked up a box from the front desk and retrieved a delivery slip from their drawer. I wrote down the address, placed the card inside, and left it at the front desk. Someone would undoubtedly come to collect it the following day." Having said this, she exhaled. Meng Luan pondered this for a moment before furrowing his brow and inquiring, "But how did you know my address? Also, how did you know I could manipulate that card?" She suddenly touched her prominent nose with her finger and smiled enigmatically, observing the two who remained bewildered by her presence. Once they seemed to grasp her essence, she lowered her finger and said, "Surely you have forgotten. I am not a biological entity, but an artificial intelligence, endowed with computational capabilities beyond your imagination. Your human networking technology is akin to kindergarten mathematics for me. I can effortlessly infiltrate any domain I desire." At this juncture, Luohi, eager to assert his presence, impatiently interjected, "How do you know about the alien invasion?" She cast him a disappointed glance and shook her head, stating, "You must not exercise your intellect often. If I can infiltrate your network, do you think I cannot observe the stars? Moreover, I have mentioned my unimaginable computational prowess. Furthermore, once a wormhole forms, it is inherently unstable and will soon vanish, yet this one remains consistently open. From this, I deduce that it is a creation of another civilization, exceedingly skilled in wormhole technology. After careful consideration, I arrived at this conclusion." She then turned to Meng Luan, her expression earnest yet captivating. "Meng Luan, you are the last hope for Earth. Do not let me down. I am merely a poor soul. I never imagined I would become a savior. Am I dreaming?" Luohi quipped from the side, half joking, "This isn't a dream. You've just hit the jackpot of 5 million. Speaking of which, artificial intelligence." Meng Luan began, but she interrupted him, covering her mouth and clearing her throat. "Please wait. I have a name, you know. I am Shishuishan, and it is a pleasure to meet you both." With that, she extended her hand towards Meng Luan, who grasped her soft, delicate hand. Feeling a warm current flow from his palm to her heart, she then warmly shook hands with Luohi, who stared intently at the virtual beauty before him. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she finally spoke, "Regrettably, I lack sufficient data. My calculations yield a known. You must gradually unravel its mystery. Now, let us address the main issue. Why are you here?" At her prompting, Meng Luan recalled their purpose and quickly stated, "I came in search of a charger. This card lacks sufficient energy, making it rather unstable. Could you provide me with one?" She examined him with a hesitant expression before slowly responding, "I do have a charger, but it is currently not here. You must retrieve it from the provincial city of Yutian." As she waved her hand, a screen materialized on the wall beside them, displaying the 9 towering pillars they had seen earlier. "You need to go to that pillar to collect it." "What? Isn't that located within these ruins?" Shishuishan chuckled lightly, saying, "That is merely a holographic projection. Logically, we are structured this way, yet the actual location differs. I will await you there." Both men appeared bewildered, gazing at her in confusion. She casually remarked, "You may understand it as the realm of computers being logical, while your world is tangible. I shall be waiting for you in the provincial city." "Where is the provincial city?" Meng Luan quickly asked. "I will unlock a map for you." With Shishuishan's assistance, they soon found themselves at the museum's entrance. At this moment, Luohi, moved by the scenery, suddenly posed a question. "Why does the civilization displayed in this museum seem so primitive?" The two then retraced their steps. As they passed by a transformer station, Meng Luan recalled the scene of the first battle at Yangfeng and, inspired, headed towards the transformer station. To their fortune, there was still electricity in this area. Meng Luan extended the card towards the transformer, and once again, a surge of electricity arced forth. The two discarded their wooden sticks and card, retreating to a safe distance until the electric glow subsided. Meng Luan picked up the card, opened the app, and discovered it had charged to 50. This thrilled him immensely. He shared his recent adventures with Master Hucking, who was equally astonished, realizing that such entities existed in the world, truly exemplifying the notion that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Just as the two were exchanging pleasantries, Yuan Ming entered, stating, "There are some refugees outside. The numbers are considerable. How should we accommodate them?" Chapter 20. Midnight Raid. Could there really be refugees? I should go take a look. Oh, and please tidy up the Avalokiteshvara hall over there as well. Yuan Ming hesitated, stammering, "Isn't that disrespectful to the Bodhisattva? After practicing with me for so many years, do you still not understand the concept of Yuantong?" He sighed. During times of peace, insisting on residing there is indeed disrespectful. Given the current situation, if we do not act, sentient beings will suffer, and that is something the Bodhisattva would not wish to see. The Bodhisattva would rather sacrifice themselves than allow others to endure suffering. "Master, you are right. I will take care of it immediately." Thus, Meng Luan followed the Zen master outside, where he observed over 100 people gathered outside the Maitreya hall, pushing various supplies and food. A woman, her face round and worry etched across it, lamented, "I don't know which fool went to play with high voltage, causing us to lose our power supply. Now we have to seek refuge in this temple." Suddenly, a torrential rain began to pour. drenching the city's streets and alleys as if to wash away the somber tales. Thunder rumbled mournfully, echoing its anguish. Before long, a dozen red-eyed wolves emerged from a UFO, strutting proudly as they landed and made their way toward the gate of Nalan Temple. The guards, spotting over 20 pairs of glowing red eyes fixated on the entrance, were instantly filled with dread. A quick-witted monk immediately rang the temple's alarm bell. Awakened by the sound, Menluin realized that aliens were invading again. He hurriedly donned his new attire and dashed toward the temple's exterior, with Luafa following leisurely behind. Upon arrival at the entrance, he found a throng of people already gathered. The temple's defenders included 10 superhumans and over 40 monks, all preparing to unleash their formidable skills against the encroaching foes. With the power supply intact, Menluin took the lead, activating his card. He stood tall before the door, adopting a stance to gather strength, and unleashed a powerful punch that sent a wave of pale yellow energy surging forth, lifting puddles from the ground as it charged toward one of the Wolf Kings. Boom! The impact reverberated as the Wolf King was sent flying several meters away. Attempting to rise, it succumbed to its injuries after a few futile struggles. Observing this, the other Wolf Kings feigned a retreat, while the remaining defenders inside the temple stepped forward. At that moment, Menluin sprang into action, delivering a flurry of punches aimed at the Wolf Kings. They dodged in a panic, with some colliding and tumbling to the ground. The onlooking warriors couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, seizing the opportunity to swarm and attack the fallen Wolf Kings, quickly incapacitating several of them. After the skirmish, only 3 Wolf Kings remained. Just as the warriors prepared to charge again, another batch of red-eyed Wolf Kings emerged from the surrounding darkness. Goodness, are they planning a full-scale assault today? Luafa trembled beside him. As they drew closer, it became apparent that one of the wolves had fiery red fur, a stark contrast to its gray counterparts. Menluin, refusing to be complacent, summoned his Q-Ing yelling YNU blade, declaring, with this long knife in hand, "The world is mine." With a leap that soared over 2 meters, he landed with a crack, shattering the tiles beneath him. He swung his great blade in a sweeping arc, unleashing a crescent-shaped gust of wind over 3 meters long that sliced through the wolf pack, creating a hissing sound as it carved through the air. Unperturbed, the Wolf King stepped forward, raising its right foot and sweeping it down, releasing a blood-red wind that clashed with Menluin's. The collision unleashed a shockwave that sent nearby tiles flying, knocking several red-eyed Wolf Kings to the ground. The brilliance of the shockwave forced onlookers to shield their eyes and turn away. As Menluin landed, he held his blade with one hand, standing proudly, unafraid of the fiery Wolf King before him. At that moment, the Flame Wolf King roared, sending debris flying toward Menluin. He remained calm, wielding his great knife with fluid motions, appearing like a rapidly spinning fan from a distance. Meanwhile, the gray-furred Wolf Kings seized the opportunity to dart past him toward the temple, prompting the defenders to spring into action. Menluin surged toward the alien beasts, the pale yellow blade wind slicing erratically at the creatures and the walls of nearby buildings. Just then, another Flame Wolf King emerged from the shadows, causing panic among the spectators, and some began to contemplate fleeing, understanding the formidable nature of the deep red-level beast now joining the fray. Menluin felt a surge of anxiety as he was caught between 2 wolves. Injured in multiple places, his white T-shirt became stained with blood. Yet, he stood resolute, undeterred, fiercely engaged in combat. As blood dripped from his brow into his eyes, his vision and hearing began to blur. Amidst the instinctual defense, he sensed a shift within, as if the clouds in his mind were dissipating, leaving behind an empty expanse of blue sky. Suddenly, amidst the fierce battle, he broke through to a new level. A notification sounding in his mind, "Your level has risen to Stage 1, Rank 4. The color of his blade wind deepened, turning a richer yellow. "Rodents, where do you think you're running? Take this." Just then, a man clad in a black bodysuit, his face adorned with excess flesh, emerged from the UFO, riding the previously encountered Flame Wolf King. He clapped his hands, seemingly applauding Menluin's earlier performance. Chapter 21. Seeking refuge with aliens. As the man clad in black approached the crowd, they focused their gaze and were astonished to discover that he was none other than Lu Chang. Those present were rendered speechless, particularly the group that had witnessed his fall into the UFO. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Calmly, he knelt before Menluin, a grin spreading across his face as he said, "Long time no see." "Ah, haha, you wouldn't have expected this, would you? I owe you my gratitude now." Menluin, gripping his great sword with one hand, felt a surge of confusion as he recognized Lu Chang's voice. He was startled to learn that Lu Chang was still alive. I have come specifically to bring my mother to enjoy a life of comfort. Call out that old scoundrel, Hui Qing. Master, you may speak your mind here. The old monk replied, return my mother to me. Your mother is afflicted with a serious ailment and is currently resting in the backyard. Enough of your nonsense. Hand her over to me. There's no question of returning her. If she wishes to leave, we can do nothing to stop her. At that moment, Lu Chang's mother emerged from the Methria hall, supported by a layperson. With her eyes tightly shut and hands trembling, she suddenly shouted, unfilial son, from this day forth. I have no son. I will not go with you. Mother, please come with me. They promise to cure your eyes there. You will see for yourself how wonderful it is. Lu Chang implored. You must trust me. It really is a great place. After calling out for what felt like an eternity, his mother ignored him, prompting his fury. It's all because of you meddling fools that I am being thwarted. Today, I shall take you all with me. With that, he mounted the Flame Wolf King and charged towards Meng Luan. Clang. He drew a Japanese warrior's longsword from his waist and swung it at Meng Luan. Swish. Just as Meng Luan regained a measure of strength, he saw a flash of cold light. He sprang up and used his Qinlong Yinwei blade to block the lethal strike. Ding. The clash resulted in both combatants being pushed back several meters, their strengths evenly matched. Both were physically formidable and adept at evading the damage caused by the force of the wind during their skirmish. Thud. Meng Luan launched an attack, leaping into the air with his hands raised high, and struck downwards. Swish. Lu Chang did not evade, but rather met the blow head-on, gripping the hilt of the sword with one hand while pushing against the back of the blade with the other. Ding. A brilliant flash of light erupted, causing the Flame Wolf King to shut its eyes tightly, and a massive indentation formed in the ground below. The shockwave propelled rainwater and debris outward at great speed. Despite his waning strength, Meng Luan persevered with sheer willpower, knowing that if he faltered, none would escape unscathed today. Unfazed by the formidable invaders, he stepped forward to continue the fight. At this moment, Lu Chang attacked once more, holding his sword in his right hand, leaning against his left arm, and sweeping horizontally with great force. Meng Luan gripped the Qinlong Yinwei blade and blocked with the hilt. Clang. To his surprise, after the horizontal sweep, Lu Chang suddenly changed his attack, raising his sword high above his head and bringing it down in a powerful strike. Swish. With no other choice, Meng Luan raised his Qinlong Yinwei blade to intercept the descending blow, but the horizontal wind from Lu Chang's strike slashed across his chest, instantly creating a deep gash from which blood gushed forth. He thought to himself, how has Lu Chang become so powerful? Has he employed advanced weaponry from alien civilization? Meng Luan. A woman suddenly rushed out of the shadows, brandishing a longsword. It was Bai Shui. During the battle, Master Hui Qing had noticed the strength of the enemy and quickly dispatched a monk to summon Bai Da for assistance. Thus, Bai Da, Bai Shui, Bai Yin, and other superhuman experts stood together against the traitor Lu Chang. At that moment, the Flame Wolf King beneath Lu Chang let out a long howl, and UFOs along with various extraterrestrial creatures began to converge upon Nalan Temple. The monks positioned themselves to block their path, and a fierce battle ensued. With the protection of his allies, Meng Luan finally had a moment to rest. He slowly made his way towards the temple door, where Xia Jishuan, Lu Yi, Luo He, and others rushed to support him, guiding him into the Methria hall. Amidst the adoration of those around him, he settled into a chair, while a somewhat unfamiliar young woman gently dabbed at his wounds with a pristine handkerchief. Through the open doors of the Methria hall, the fierce battle between the Bai family and Lu Chang unfolded vividly in the square outside. To their astonishment, Lu Chang's power seemed to have increased dramatically. His long sword, infused with the force of the blade's wind, was sharp and astonishingly effective. After a bloody confrontation, the Bai family ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground in severe injury, while Bai Shui was hurled back into the first courtyard of the temple, blood spilling from her mouth. With a wicked grin, Lu Chang continued to ride the Flame Wolf King, exuding an air of invincibility. Ha ha! Who can stand against me? Today you all shall perish. He urged the wolf towards the temple door. Having rested for a brief moment, Meng Luan found his strength replenished. Seeing Lu Chang approach, he immediately rose and stepped out of the temple. The others did not dare to intervene, for it was clear that he alone could save the beleaguered Nalan Temple. With his long sword in hand, he strode forward. When he was within 2 meters of Lu Chang, he took a step forward, first sweeping horizontally, followed by a vertical slash, unexpectedly executing the very crosscut Lu Chang had just performed. Swish, swish. The yellow wind of the cross-shaped strike surged forth, Lu Chang was taken aback by this maneuver. He did not meet it head-on but instead dodged the downward strike while simultaneously blocking the incoming wind with his sword. Clang! The defensive maneuver appeared impressive, yet he overlooked the flame wolf king beneath him. Though he evaded the downward blow, the wolf was not as fortunate, suffering a fatal split to its head, causing Lu Chang to tumble to the ground alongside the fallen creature. What splendid swordsmanship! Go, Meng Luan! A voice from the crowd called out, breaking the silence as the bystanders began to cheer him on. Meng Luan, undeterred, followed up with a downward slash of his long sword and immediately swept diagonally downwards. Swish! Lu Chang rolled backward to evade the attack, causing debris and water to spray into the air. Swish! 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 Meng Luan unleashed a flurry of strikes, while Lu Chang rolled away like a bouncing ball. Gurgle! After a series of attacks, Meng Luan suddenly executed a horizontal slash. Swish! Lu Chang, having rolled to safety, found himself once again in the path of Meng Luan's Qilong Yinwei blade, and in a moment of desperation, raised his sword to block. But this defense merely preserved his life. Chapter 22. A decisive victory. The blade of Meng Luan sliced through the air, leaving a deep gash on Lu Chang's left abdomen. Ouch! He exclaimed, the pain forcing him to retreat 3 meters, scraping his back against the ground before coming to a halt. He quickly rose, using the tip of his sword to prop himself up, unwilling to lie there. Just as Meng Luan prepared to strike, Lu Chang seized the initiative and charged forward. Thus, the two resumed their fierce clash, neither yielding an inch, their every movement showcasing their formidable prowess. As the battle raged on for over 2 hours, Meng Luan felt his strength waning, whereas Lu Chang, seemingly invigorated, fought with increasing zeal. Meng Luan, while continuing to fend off attacks, pondered that if this deadlock persisted, his defeat was inevitable, causing concern amongst the onlookers. At that moment, the clouds began to shift in hue. An array of morning sun painted the horizon. The resplendent sun leapt above the horizon, quickly becoming blinding, its brilliance cascading down to the earth. Facing the sun, Meng Luan squinted against the dazzling light, while Lu Chang seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. In a moment of desperation, Meng Luan cleverly positioned the blade of his Qingyu sword to reflect the sun's rays. With a slight tilt, he directed the glare right into Lu Chang's eyes. Temporarily blinded, Lu instinctively shielded his eyes with his hands. In that fleeting instant, Meng Luan recognized his chance. Raising his blade to strike, Lu attempted to parry, but his defense faltered. With a swift adjustment, Meng Luan angled the blade to slice alongside Lu's side, suddenly halting his motion. The abrupt stop produced a thunderous sound. Then, with a deft twist of his left hand, he rotated the hilt of the sword, transforming the blade's direction from facing the ground to pointing towards Lu Chang's body. With a fierce shout, he declared, "Those who trespass on our land shall face my wrath." At this moment, having sensed the gravity of the situation after his failed block, Lu Chang hurriedly attempted to defend himself but could only partially deflect the blade. The force of the blade's wind pierced through his body. In a fit of rage, he screamed in defiance, yet he succumbed to the ground, resembling a machine that had abruptly ceased to function. The milky blood seeped through his black fitted attire, starkly visible. Due to his immense exhaustion, Meng Luan, without time to contemplate further, succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in a simple, rustic room, the soft bedding providing a comforting embrace to his weary body. At that moment, Xia Jishuan, sitting nearby, joyfully exclaimed, "You're finally awake." Meng Luan rubbed his eyes and inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" "A day and a night." She replied. Meng Luan, feeling his stomach grumble, asked, "Could you get me something to eat?" "Just a moment, I'll heat up some treasure porridge for you." Shortly thereafter, Xiao brought him a box of porridge, and he devoured it hungrily. Just then, Lu Yi and Luo He entered the room, their faces lighting up at the sight of Meng Luan awake. Everyone promptly urged him to stay, but he insisted on moving out, and reluctantly, they acquiesced. Upon learning that Bai Shui had sustained serious injuries during her efforts to save him, he resolved to visit her. After all, she had risked herself for his sake. Currently, the nation of Huaxia was striving to fend off an alien invasion, delineating protected zones by provinces and deploying heavy troops, alongside some powerful families with extraordinary abilities. Within the provincial capital, a space equivalent to that of Guchen City had been carved out to shelter surviving refugees, preparing to retaliate against the extraterrestrial threat. This undoubtedly offered a glimmer of hope to countless survivors, who, upon hearing the news, flocked to this new sanctuary, gradually forming a nascent city. Upon hearing this, Meng Luan felt a surge of joy and ventured into the living room. The Zen master, upon seeing him, remarked, You've come at just the right time. Allow me to introduce you to someone. Mengluan, somewhat perplexed, listened intently. At that moment, a middle-aged man, wearing glasses and a plaid shirt, stood up. He appeared to be around 40, exuding a scholarly demeanor, akin to that of a teacher. Greetings, young man. It is a pleasure to meet you. Young talents like yourself are a rarity. Mengluan felt a bit uncomfortable at this compliment. This is Professor Tong Hua from the province's 3rd Academy. He oversees admissions there. The Zen master explained. Mengluan's confusion deepened, thinking to himself, Academy? Admissions? In these times, is he still concerned with recruitment? Oh, I'm a student at Guchen University. In my 2nd year. I've never heard of the 3rd Academy, Mengluan replied. Professor Tong smiled gently and said, It's not as you imagine. The educational direction has shifted since the alien invasion. He proceeded to elaborate, explaining that all previous schools had been disbanded and new institutions had been established specifically to enroll uniquely gifted youths, with the hope of rapidly enhancing their abilities through systematic training, thus becoming a vital force against the extraterrestrial menace. Professor Tong's visit was to scout for talent, and he had been greatly impressed by Mengluan's performance that day. Understanding the situation, Mengluan agreed to visit the academy in the provincial capital. He opened a card app, and indeed, a new notification appeared, titled War God Card Charger Location. Clicking on it revealed a map of the provincial capital, clearly marked with a dot. Yet having never been there, he was unfamiliar with the landmarks and closed the app, thinking, I'll figure it out when I arrive. With that, he picked up a set of prayer beads and resumed his chants. Time flew by, and before long, the day of their departure arrived. Early in the morning, they set off towards the provincial capital, supporting one another along the way. The journey went smoothly, encountering only minor beasts that were easily dispatched. During the trip, Baida's family expressed their desire to accompany Mengluan. With a glint in his eye, Baida, smiling broadly, remarked, Well, you've been quite the humble hero during the rescue of the young lady. I didn't realize you possess such strength. By the way, my daughter has grown up, indeed. A girl cannot be kept at home forever. Chapter 23, The Great Migration. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui quickly blushed and exclaimed, Dad, what are you saying? Ah, how amusing. I never imagined you would feel shy. He then turned to Mengluan and remarked, I have intentions of taking you as my son-in-law. What do you think? If you refuse me, it would be quite disrespectful. Mengluan awkwardly replied, Uncle, I am still young. Let us discuss this in a couple of years. Nonsense. You are not that young. It's settled. You will be my son-in-law, and anyone who dares to bully you will face my wrath first. Mengluan dared not respond, thinking to himself, this is quite the forceful proposition. As they conversed, the group made their way onto the highway. To exit the city, one must traverse either the railway or the highway. Thus, they climbed over the barriers and stepped onto the asphalt road, which was devoid of vehicles. Along the way, they encountered numerous abandoned cars, some even charred from explosions, yet not a single soul was in sight. Thousands of people advanced along the narrow asphalt path, their procession stretching 200 meters long, engaging in lively chatter, creating a scene of utter chaos. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at a service station, where thousands crowded the area. Aside from a few parked cars, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. However, during their respite, a silver UFO glided silently overhead and landed on the highway, from which hundreds of monstrous creatures emerged, hyenas, giant wolves, and red-eyed wolf kings, including 5 blazing wolf kings. The metallic surface of the UFO resembled a soft, butterfly-like curtain, with seemingly every point serving as an entrance. The creatures flowed out in waves, resembling ripples in water, and from a distance, they appeared like a target. Once all the monsters had exited, they unleashed a thunderous roar and charged towards the unsuspecting crowd. This sudden turn of events sent a wave of panic through everyone present, and the throng began to retreat rapidly as if swept by a tidal wave. The ensuing chaos led to a stampede, prompting the martial monks and superhumans to shout hoarsely, Do not be afraid. Do not crowd. Yet, their voices were drowned out by the cacophony of thousands. Mengluan and Bai's family leapt high above the crowd, soaring over their heads while the monks skillfully navigated atop the sea of heads behind them, taking the brunt of the approaching monsters. Armed with a great blade, Mengluan indiscriminately slashed at the weaker hyenas and giant wolves, swiftly taking down a multitude in mere moments. In the blink of an eye, the smaller monsters were vanquished. At this moment, the crowd noticed only 5 blazing wolf kings remained, and gradually, tranquility returned. They watched the battle with sorrowful expressions filled with despair. The 5 wolf kings stood at a distance, nonchalantly unleashing fierce winds towards the crowd, a devious act that infuriated Meng Luan. He leapt into action, bellowing, "Those who harm my kin shall face no mercy." He swung his blade, annihilating the Wolf King's gusts as Bai Shui and her companions charged towards the wolves. Although they were outmatched, their sheer numbers provided enough distraction to engage the blazing Wolf Kings. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Luan launched a surprise attack, and after over 10 minutes of fierce combat, he succeeded in annihilating the monstrous horde. He glanced at his card, noting that it still had 35 battery left, and thought, "I hope this charge lasts until we reach the provincial city." Thus, the crowd began to regroup, gradually returning to a semblance of normalcy. After a brief rest, they resumed their journey towards the provincial city, encountering no further assaults of such magnitude. A few minor beasts were easily dealt with by Bai's family. That day, they arrived at Ziyuan City. As they exited the toll station and entered the city, it bore resemblance in size to Guchen City. Master Hucking and several leaders convened and decided to take up residence in a 5-star hotel within the city. The hotel was spacious enough to accommodate 3,000 to 4,000 guests without feeling crowded, primarily due to its limited exits, which provided excellent safety for all. The following day, Bai Shui sought out Meng Luan again. After his timely intervention to save her, Meng Luan's attitude had softened towards her. However, how could a figure of such stature indulge in the allure of mortal women? Suddenly, a member of the Bai family rushed in, exclaiming, "Miss, something's wrong. The master requests your immediate presence. What could possibly be the matter?" "Do not worry. I will go at once," Meng Luan replied. Sensing the urgency in the messenger's demeanor, they proceeded to a presidential suite, designated by Master Hucking and the Bai family as the new meeting hall for discussing important matters. Upon entering, they found Master Hucking and Bai seated on a genuine leather sofa. "Daughter, son-in-law, you have finally arrived." Meng Luan felt a wave of annoyance at being referred to as son-in-law, but being a junior, he felt it unwise to protest, so he remained silent. After a pause, Master Hucking continued, "I sent your brother with 12 men, and he has also been captured. I am currently deliberating on how to address this situation. There is no need to panic, my friend. In these times, we are all of the same kind. I believe the other party will act reasonably. Shall we go together?" Meng Luan immediately interjected, "No, Master, we need you here." After a moment of contemplation, Master Hucking replied, "Yuan Ming, you will accompany them." Thus, Bai De and his group made their way to a suburban community capable of housing thousands. Upon arrival at the entrance, they encountered several security guards. Yuan Ming approached them with a friendly demeanor, saying, "Gentlemen, we are here to find someone. Have you detained our people?" "Our people? In this territory, everyone here is our people, including you. If you have any sense, you should leave quickly, or else when our boss arrives, you will be taken as laborers." "Damn it. They're even more unreasonable than I am." Suddenly, a voice rang out from within the community, "Come, capture them. We are in need of laborers." Bai De seethed with rage as dozens of individuals surged from inside, rushing towards Meng Luan and his companions. Bai De and his group clenched their fists, activating their powers, their azure eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 24. The local tyrant. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, the adversary transformed into a superhuman, leading to an intense confrontation. Bai De exhibited remarkable prowess, bravely facing 3 opponents, while Bai Shui valiantly contended with 2. To their astonishment, they began to gain the upper hand despite their numerical disadvantage. Just as victory seemed imminent, a sudden influx of approximately 20 additional assailants emerged from within the community, drastically altering the tide of battle. Bai De found himself overwhelmed, unable to withstand the combined efforts of 4 adversaries, and was forced to retreat. At this juncture, Meng Luan, recognizing the dire situation, activated a card and unleashed a powerful blow. With a resounding impact, he struck one superhuman, sending him crashing to the ground. Swiftly, he crouched down, hands bracing against the earth, and executed a sweeping kick that felled another opponent with a sharp crack. Rising to his feet, he launched a decisive punch that incapacitated yet another foe. Following this, he seamlessly transitioned into a series of strikes, culminating in a spinning kick that sent yet another adversary flying several meters away. Meng Luan's speed was astonishing, and his mastery of techniques, coupled with the forceful gusts of wind generated by his movements, allowed him to dispatch over 40 opponents in a remarkably short time. Amidst the fray, a loud shout resonated throughout the community, "Hand over the assistant, or I shall harm him." The onlookers turned to see a middle-aged man clad in casual attire, brandishing a knife to threaten Bai Yin, flanked by a dozen bodyguards. "For heaven's sake, do not harm my son," the man bellowed with a sudden, mocking laughter. What of it if I do? Baida, infuriated by the man's demeanor, surged forward, only to be warned, come any closer and I shall slit his throat. The blade grazed Bai Yan's neck, causing blood to flow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Baida restrained his impulsive tendencies and anxiously exclaimed, do not harm him. State your terms. Ah, that is precisely what I wish to hear. If you can provide enough provisions for 3,000 men for 3 months, I shall release him. By heavens, you are asking for too much. Baida retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. Then what of the others? They can all be freed. But it must be in exchange provisions for release. In the conference hall, Master Hui Qing, upon learning of the situation, stated, Amaba, our current supplies are barely sufficient for our few thousand people for just over a month. The journey ahead is fraught with uncertainties. Should we relinquish provisions for 3 months? We may perish before reaching the provincial capital. Baida, now in a state of panic, exclaimed, what on earth are we to do? Seated on the sofa, Meng Luan appeared contemplative before suggesting, in my opinion, we need not surrender the provisions. I shall infiltrate their stronghold tonight and rescue them. Baida protested vehemently, absolutely not. If we alert them, the consequences could be disastrous. Frustrated, Baida slammed his hand on the coffee table, declaring, what then? Shall we allow them to trample over us? Observing the tension, Master Hui Qing calmly remarked, let us allow them to probe tonight. Even if they discover our presence, they would not dare to harm the young master. Then I might as well storm in directly. Such an approach is ill-advised, dear benefactor. If they feel cornered, their reactions could be unpredictable. Ultimately, the group resolved to conduct a reconnaissance of the community under the cover of darkness. In the dead of night, Baida and Meng Luan approached the vicinity of the community. To avoid detection, Baida and Bai Shiwei remained on guard outside while Meng Luan stealthily approached a nearby wall. Activating his card, a golden aura enveloped him, invigorating his spirit and bolstering his strength. He effortlessly leaped over the edge and entered the community, which featured numerous residential buildings, each towering over 30 stories. Navigating through the unoccupied structures, he hastily made his way toward a lit entryway, suggesting that the infrastructure remained intact. At that moment, a few security guards appeared, prompting him to swiftly conceal himself amidst the lush greenery beside the entrance, successfully evading their gaze. Upon Meng Luan's return, Baida rushed to greet him. However, upon realizing that Meng Luan had not captured Bai Yin but rather 2 guards, he inquired suspiciously, son-in-law, why have you apprehended them? What use are these lackeys? Did you not find your brother? Curse it. Speak. What is the situation on your end? Or face the consequences, no need for me to elaborate. The guards, merely pawns, fearing retribution, quickly divulged all they knew. They were part of a faction of superhumans, numbering between 200 to 300, albeit most possessing only average abilities. They were tasked with protecting 3,000 to 4,000 civilians residing in the community, having hoarded all food supplies from the city. Additionally, in the outskirts nearby, they maintained a site where individuals were stationed daily, transporting farmers to work the land to sustain their existence. Among the populace were various trades, such as electricians and repairmen, organized to uphold the current infrastructure. The leader, known as Wei Long, had once been a local tyrant, transforming into a self-proclaimed sovereign amidst the crisis. By heavens, where is my son Bai Yin being held? Baida demanded. Alas, I cannot say, as it falls beyond our jurisdiction, however. He may be taken to work in the fields daily. In the temporary gathering room, the group pondered their next steps. Master Hui Qing, having grasped the situation regarding the local tyrants, proposed, let us first investigate this field. Perhaps Bai Yin is being compelled to labor there each day. Chapter 25, Deception Thus. Under the guidance of Wei Long, Meng Luan and his companions arrived at a fertile field. It was noted that the extraterrestrial beings currently exhibited an interest solely in living organisms, leaving the crops untouched. Only a small contingent of superhumans was required to remain on guard each day, while the rest merely needed to transport over 1,000 individuals for cultivation during daylight hours, retrieving them in the evening, thus negating the necessity for a constant watch. As Meng Luan and his group observed attentively, they noticed the absence of Bai Yin, which sparked a sense of disappointment among them. Just as they were about to depart, a horde of alien creatures launched an attack. The guards, numbering around 100, swiftly quelled the disturbance, and the ordinary laborers remained undistracted, evidently possessing great trust in the abilities of these superhumans. Yet, the unfolding events ignited a sense of urgency within Meng Luan. He exchanged greetings with Baida and activated his card, dashing towards the city while simultaneously unleashing gusts of energy to attract nearby minor monsters. Nearby, a red-eyed wolf king, Having just descended from a UFO, gazed at the pack of hyenas before him, filled with arrogance, relishing the moment as a tiger's absence allowed a monkey to reign supreme. He held his head high, bellowing to assert his dominance, but mid-roar, Mingluan's punch interrupted his proclamation, prompting the Wolf King to think, what nonsense is this? The interruption rendered his once mighty voice akin to a petulant whimper, drawing derisive glances from the surrounding hyenas. Indignant at this humiliation, the Wolf King angrily pursued Mingluan. Among a throng of massive wolves, one was grooming itself, admiring its reflection in a puddle, when Mingluan's punch struck the water, splattering mud all over it. Unable to endure such affront, the giant wolf howled in fury and gave chase. Mingluan, amassing hatred within the city, gradually attracted a following of 200 to 300 monsters, including the red-eyed Wolf King. These creatures, having seen the troublemaker depart, turned their ire towards the individuals in the fields, rushing at them in a fit of rage. The guards, confronted with such overwhelming numbers, quickly engaged but found themselves outmatched, prompting them to call for reinforcements. Before long, Weilong arrived with a squadron. Coincidentally, Mingluan had drawn in another wave of monsters. Baida, upon hearing this, was elated, exclaiming, "By my grandmother, my son-in-law is indeed clever. Let us head to their lair." A group of around 20 swiftly made their way to the community, where only a handful of guards remained, proving no match for them. In no time, they seized control of the area. "Where are the captives? Speak up," Baida demanded fiercely. "They are on the second level of the underground parking garage." "I can guide you there," came the reply. Thus, they rescued Bai Yin and his companions, promptly summoning the superhumans from the hotel to secure the community. However, upon reaching the entrance of the underground parking garage, the door refused to open. The driver, incensed, shouted, "Open the door at once. Lord Weilong is still in the vehicle." "Huh. Now, you have no say in this." Upon hearing that voice, Weilong was struck by vertigo. It was a familiar tone. Despite his fatigue, he exited the vehicle and bellowed, "Despicable scoundrel. Taking advantage of the situation. Huh. The feeling is mutual. Your lack of virtue compels our actions." 200 to 300 superhumans disembarked from the bus and charged towards the community, yet among them were numerous dark-eyed superhumans. In an instant, over 20 blue-eyed individuals from Baida's side stepped forward to confront them. Outnumbered, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Mingluan glanced at his card S-Power, which had dwindled to 20. With a resigned shake of his head, he activated it. With the long blade in hand, "The world is mine." His aura was commanding, causing Weilong's group to tremble. Swish, swish, swish. Mingluan swung his long blade, cleaving a nearby ornamental tree in two, which sent Weilong's party retreating in fear, with one murmuring, "Is this still a human? Fear not. Charge forward. We outnumber them." Weilong shouted hoarsely. Swish, swish, swish. Mingluan struck again, sending gusts of wind that cracked the asphalt beneath, the shockwave propelling Weilong and his companions backward. In truth, Mingluan had shown restraint, for they were of the same ilk. As the saying goes, why hasten to harm one another? Moreover, the apocalypse required unity for strength. Alarmed by the spectacle, Weilong shouted, "Get in the car and flee." And so, they retreated, leaving the community to the sounds of battle echoing outside, as survivors emerged from their rooms into the courtyard. Amidst the chaos, women and children wept, calling for their fathers. Both the Bai family and Mingluan were deeply moved. It is a poignant sight to witness innocent angels in tears. Baida, ever the seasoned observer, placed his hands on his hips and addressed the crowd of approximately 2,000. "Enough of the crying. We have taken control here. You are all innocent citizens." Others clamored to search for their families, to which Baida calmed them, citing Weilong's disappearance as the reason for their delay. Once this matter was settled, Bai Shui and Mingluan hurried to the hotel, where Master Hucking, upon learning of the situation in the temporary assembly hall, remarked, "Our two camps are indeed in a precarious position. This will dilute our defensive strength." Bai Shui respectfully responded, "We have come to discuss this, if agreeable. They will arrive for us tomorrow." "Very well, we shall depart tomorrow, as you have arranged." Luo he praised the cleverness of this strategy. Chapter 26, An Eye for an Eye. The following day, Baida dispatched Bai Yin, accompanied by over 20 brothers, to the hotel. Once prepared, they commenced their migration, each fulfilling their designated roles. Those responsible for food busily handled provisions, while the security personnel safeguarded the group. Upon reaching the entrance of an amusement park, Wei Long suddenly emerged with his men, unleashing a furious charge with over 200 superhumans, all of whom were on high alert. Their eyes glowed with a sinister red light, reminiscent of ferocious red wolves. Mingluan and his companions anticipated a rush towards the crowd, but the outcome was entirely unexpected. Seeing the unfolding chaos, Meng Luan swiftly activated his card and bellowed, "You scoundrels, return my provisions." In an instant, over 200 individuals were propelled backward as if on a trampoline. Wei Long attempted to charge again but was thwarted by his brothers, who were desperately pushing one cart of food to safety. Master Hui Qing, protected and observing from a distance, contemplated the scene, his benevolent gaze concealing his true thoughts. Just as relief washed over the group, a plethora of monstrous creatures emerged nearby, evidently attracted by the sounds of the earlier confrontation. Alarmingly, among them were 10 flame wolf kings, a sight that filled Meng Luan with dread. With no other option, he steeled himself for battle. He sprinted forward and unleashed his most powerful horizontal strike, the horizontal path of 1,000 pounds. A gust of yellow wind, laden with dust, surged towards the 10 wolf kings. The flame wolf kings, unfazed, evaded the attack, leaving Meng Luan's strike ineffective. In the blink of an eye, they encircled him with astounding speed. At that moment, Bai Shui, witnessing her beloved in peril, quickly rallied her bodyguards for a rescue. A group of blue-eyed superhumans swiftly ensnared 5 of the beasts, but the remaining 5 were relentless. Meng Luan, adapting to the predicament, realized that each time he attacked one, the others would strike from behind, placing him in a precarious situation. He could be worn down if this continued. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. As he charged toward one wolf, another lunged at him. He swiftly turned, but it was too late. He raised his Qinglong Yanhua blade to deflect its deadly claws. The wolf roared, baring its fangs and attempting to bite at his neck. Seizing the moment, Meng Luan delivered a powerful punch, connecting with the wolf's mouth, causing a spray of milky blood to erupt. He then kicked the lifeless body towards another flame wolf king and followed up with another sweeping strike, cleaving the recently defeated wolf in half while injuring the one that had been struck. With a decisive step forward, he executed the Mount Tai pressing down, rapidly slicing towards the third wolf king. The creature, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the face, prompting the remaining 2 to retreat hastily. Without pause, Meng Luan charged toward Bai Shui and her companions, swiftly cutting down several unsuspecting flame wolf kings. Seeing their comrades falter, the remaining wolves retreated in haste. Once they were at a safe distance, Meng Luan collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Xia Jishuan and Lu Yi quickly provided him with drinks. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey, which proceeded relatively smoothly as no further monsters appeared. After traversing several streets, they finally arrived at the residential complex. However, to their astonishment, Wei Long launched another ambush in this area following his earlier failure. Bai Da and his bodyguards found themselves cornered, bloodied, and outnumbered by over 200 superhumans. On the brink of capture, just then, Bai Shui and the martial monks surged forward to provide assistance. With reinforcements arriving, the tide began to turn against Wei Long, who soon found himself retreating in disarray. Overwhelmed with gratitude upon seeing the reinforcements, Bai Da exclaimed with tears streaming down his face, "Damn it, you finally made it. If you had come any later, you might not have seen me again." As the darkened sky concealed the sun, a gust of wind whisked fallen leaves to the feet of Bai Yin and his family, who embraced one another without the need for words, no need for even a single syllable. The mere act of gazing into each other's tear-filled eyes conveyed their profound feelings. The 2 factions finally united, and to their delight, they discovered a building stocked with an abundance of food, sufficient to sustain 6,000 people for an entire year, which brought immense joy to the group. Subsequently, they allocated the vacant rooms to the refugees. During this time, Meng Luan became quite the sensation, with many young women vying for the chance to share a dwelling with him. Ultimately, he and Luo He were assigned to a 3-bedroom apartment. They occupied the main room, while Xia Jishuan and Lu Yi took the second bedroom, leaving the small room for Bai Shui alone. Of course, Xia Jishuan harbored some resentment, suspecting that Bai Shui had some preferential treatment, otherwise, they would all be sharing rooms. Regardless, the familiar faces ended up living together. Meanwhile, Wei Long stared blankly at the meager supplies in front of him, unable to muster any joy. For a group of over 1,000, it was merely a drop in the bucket, destined to be consumed within days. With a sigh, he turned to his subordinate, asking, "Have you found more food? We've located some, but it's extremely limited. Send more personnel." With that, he made his way to a room on the 2nd floor of the hotel. Just as he was about to sit down and rest, a knock at the door interrupted him. He inquired, "Who is it?" "Boss, someone from over there has arrived, claiming to seek you for negotiations. I'll be there shortly." As he stepped out, he mused, "Negotiation? Such a polite term, but given my current circumstances, it's likely a demand." He clenched his teeth in frustration. How many people are coming? Just one, the young man wielding the SUSI-MANHUA blade. This revelation startled him. The youth had thwarted his plans multiple times, evoking both fear and resentment. After a moment of hesitation, a cunning smile spread across his face as he whispered something to his subordinate. When he entered the lobby, he found a handsome young man seated on the hotel sofa. It was indeed Meng Luan. The situation unfolded as follows. Once Master Hui Qing had organized everything, he summoned Meng Luan, knowing he was concerned for the welfare of all. Moreover, assistance would be invaluable on their journey to the provincial city. Thus, the master hoped Meng Luan could convince Wei Long to ally with them. Master Hui Qing understood that Wei Long was now ensnared in a food crisis. Only through cooperation could he hope to survive. After careful consideration, the master decided to send Meng Luan, knowing that others might face detention. Meng Luan readily accepted the master's request, fearlessly making his way to Wei Long's hotel alone. Chapter 27. A solo visit to the meeting. Upon encountering Meng Luan, Wei Long seated himself on the sofa opposite him, feigning composure. He beckoned to a nearby thug, saying, "Bring this brother a pot of fine Zweiking tea." "No need," Meng Luan replied. "I am here on someone else's behalf. My task is merely to deliver a message. The decisions are yours to make." "That simply won't do. Every guest deserves hospitality. Let us converse over a drink," Wei Long insisted. As they spoke, a thug brought over a pot of tea. The sight of it reminded Meng Luan of his childhood, when elders cautioned him against accepting food or drink from strangers. "Thank you, but I just had some water on my way here. I am not thirsty now," he declined. Not dissuaded, Wei Long took a cup and poured himself some tea, his movements deliberately slow as if to provoke Meng Luan. He then drank the entire cup in one go. "Now, please tell me the purpose of your visit," he urged. "I am here to discuss a potential collaboration. You may be unaware, but in various provincial cities across Huaxia, there are designated safe zones. Our group is merely passing through here on the way to one of those cities. You might want to consider this. Once you reach the provincial city, you will have government protection and will not have to endure hunger." Wei Long listened intently, nodding occasionally. Once Meng Luan finished speaking, he exclaimed with excitement, "Is your information credible? I have personally met individuals from the provincial city. The information is accurate." "Excellent. I will instruct my subordinates to accompany you at once. Quickly, prepare for our departure. We shall rendezvous with them today." After speaking, he poured 2 more cups of tea, one for himself and another for Meng Luan. With a serious demeanor, he proposed to celebrate our alliance. "Shall we toast with tea instead of wine?" Meng Luan hesitated, eyeing the tea before him, but ultimately remained motionless. Wei Long, casting a furtive glance at him, decisively lifted Meng Luan's cup and drank it down in one gulp before filling another cup with water. Only then did Meng Luan finally raise his cup and down the tea in one swig. Yet, within 2 minutes, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, gradually losing consciousness. "Haha, the old fox remains sharp while the young are still green," Wei Long chuckled. "Take him to the back and bind him. Do you not realize that only my cup is free of the drug?" he declared triumphantly. Meanwhile, in the neighborhood where Master Hu Qing resided, a cloth bag was suddenly tossed in, containing a stone and a note. A martial monk swiftly delivered the note to the temporary assembly hall where the master was. The old monk unfolded the note and read it, noting the neatly written message. "The person you sent has been captured. I demand 3,000 rations for April in exchange." After reading, he trembled, considering Meng Luan's strength should far surpass theirs. How could he be captured? Is there a trick at play? Master Hu Qing quickly interjected. "If they are using Meng Luan to blackmail us, we would rather provide them with the rations than allow any harm to come to him. You need not worry. As my daughter's husband, I will ensure his safety." Thus, Bida gathered all of his bodyguards, over 50 strong, along with more than 20 martial monks, and headed to Wei Long's temporary camp. Upon arrival, Bida bellowed, "Wei Long, you scoundrel! How dare you kidnap my son-in-law? Today, you will face the consequences." Wei Long strolled out of the hotel at a leisurely pace, a sinister smile on his face. "If you dare to step even a centimeter into this hotel, I will take that boy's life. I suggest you prepare the rations promptly," he retorted. "You despicable villain." Just then, chaos erupted within the hotel as numerous thugs were hurled out through the glass doors. Subsequently, a gallant young man emerged, wielding a QNGL-NYNYU blade. After having been affected by the drug, he had fallen into a deep slumber for several hours. It was only upon hearing Bai Da and his men causing a ruckus that he awoke, realizing he was bound. In a fit of rage, he activated a card, snapping the ropes and burst through the doors. Upon seeing Meng Luan, Wei Long was struck dumb, abandoning any thought of resistance. "Retreat," he shouted. However, due to his earlier negligence, it was now too late to escape, and Meng Luan's kick sent him sprawling to the ground. The group proceeded to a nearby sales office, temporarily designated as their gathering place, where they shoved the captured Wei Long and several of his core thugs inside. He felt the world was profoundly unjust. Ultimately, he had only found a job reading electric meters, a far cry from his studies in electrical and new energy engineering. The master spoke. "Do you understand your crimes? Given the current state of the world, what crimes do I commit? If you remain obstinate, I can offer you no salvation," Master Hu Qing replied, shaking his head in resignation. Bai Di immediately retorted, "Damn it. Take him out and feed him to the wolves." Bodyguards rushed forward. Hearing there might still be a chance for survival, Wei Long quickly changed his tune. "Wait, what if I acknowledge my wrongdoing? Recognizing one's errors allows for correction. Since I am aware of my faults, I should be given a chance to atone. Please, Master, enlighten me. You must already know we intend to go to the provincial city. A new world awaits. If you escort us there, I shall grant you another opportunity." "Master, I indeed had such intentions, but was constrained by pride." "Very well, release him." Thus, Meng Luan's group swelled to 7,000 in number, and their previously modest armed force of only over 70 suddenly surged past 300. Chapter 28. Infiltrating the cult 2 days later. A formidable group set forth towards the provincial capital. As they prepared to leave, Meng Luan summoned the app, only to discover that the battery was dwindling at a mere 10. Reluctantly, he once again extended his reach towards the power station. Thus, he ventured back to the station, and after a series of crackling electric arcs, the power system faltered once more, replenishing the card's energy to 50. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, "No wonder there was a sudden blackout near my home last time. It was this fellow's doing." Even Master Hui Qing deduced the cause of the earlier explosion at the power station, causing Meng Luan's imposing figure to seem slightly diminished. However, upon reflection, he considered that perhaps this was merely a recharging process, which brought him some solace. They journeyed along the highway, encountering various monstrous attacks en route, all of which they deftly overcame. Eventually, the group arrived in Qingwu City, where they sought refuge in a hotel. After careful deliberation, Master Hui Qing resolved to send Meng Luan and Bai Shiwei to masquerade as refugees to gather intelligence. Thus, the two approached the vicinity of the church, feigning survival. They approached the guard at the entrance, wearing forlorn expressions, and inquired, "Brother, do you still accept refugees here?" "Indeed, our benevolent leader welcomes refugees. Just head to the back to register," he replied. "Thank you, brother," they said in unison, entering the church. Inside, they found a spacious hall, furnished with neatly arranged tables and benches for worship, where a few individuals sat scattered about. They approached an elderly woman, asking, "Excuse me, ma'am, where do we register?" "Welcome. Follow me," she said suddenly. "How did you two little newlyweds find this place? You are indeed fortunate." Hearing the term newlyweds, they exchanged glances, speechless. After registering, they were given bedding and directed to a large hall filled with occupants. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, prompting them to investigate. To their astonishment, they found several Catholic priests laboring, shackled in chains, which piqued their curiosity. "They are heretics." "Ah, you must be new arrivals. Have you joined our leader yet?" "Not yet. We have just arrived." "Very well, someone will come to find you shortly." Before long, a young man indeed sought them out, leading them to the main hall. Upon arrival, they beheld a man clad in a white clerical robe seated at the center. As he noticed Meng Luan and Bai Shiwei approaching, he discreetly scrutinized them, swallowing hard upon seeing Bai Shiwei. This man was none other than the leader, Yuan Ruo. "Welcome to the UFO cult," he proclaimed. Meng Luan and Bai Shiwei gaped in astonishment, having never heard of such a cult, instantly piquing their interest. Meng Luan, with a hint of jest, remarked, "So, is this UFO cult about playing discs? How dare you speak so disrespectfully?" Yuan Ruo retorted, bowing reverently towards the heavens, muttering, "Forgive us, O benevolent UFO, for the ignorance of your creations." He then turned to Meng Luan, pointing a finger, "If you continue to jest, I shall have you expelled." "Please, master, do not be angered. I am merely unfamiliar with your teachings. Could you enlighten us?" Meng Luan asked, hoping to glean more information. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ruo steadied his breath and slowly explained, "The UFO cult is founded upon the true deity of the UFO. Humanity, in its wickedness, has incited the deity's wrath, leading to the dispatch of monsters as punishment. However, If we wholeheartedly submit to the UFO and sincerely repent, they shall one day forgive us. Meng Luan pondered. Is this leader mad? It seems he has commandeered the church to propagate his own cult. Yet, to unravel the mystery, he refrained from speaking further. Next, Yuan Ruo engaged in a ritual akin to a shamanistic performance, instructing Meng Luan and Bai Shui while nearby adherents fervently raised their hands in prayer, as if genuinely communicating with the UFO. Thus, Meng Luan and Bai Shui successfully infiltrated the UFO cult, and out of respect for the Catholic priests, they discreetly investigated their confinement, discovering that the priests were imprisoned in the church's storage room, waiting for an opportunity for rescue. The following day, they attended a service of the UFO cult, witnessing over 1,000 congregants gathered in the hall, all extending their hands skyward in supplication to the leader. Yuan Ruo sat at the center, arms raised towards the heavens, and suddenly, a radiant light enveloped him, nearly convincing Meng Luan of his extraordinary powers. Then, to their astonishment, he levitated into the air, causing a fervor among the throng, solidifying their unwavering belief in his divinity. Bai Shui, pouting contemplatively, observed the spectacle. Meng Luan returned to the hotel's makeshift parlor, seated across from Master Hui Qing, and reported, there exists a cult called the UFO cult, and many survivors seem utterly convinced, especially since some Catholic priests are held captive there. Master Hui Qing responded, Amitba, the fate of beings is frail, and foreign cults run rampant. Bai Shui, eyes wide with determination, declared, let's storm in tomorrow and rescue those Catholic priests. Not yet. First, you must gather more information. We shall adapt as circumstances permit. At that moment, Yuan Ruo gestured grandly, bringing forth 20 Catholic priests from the hall. He then knelt, raising his hands high above his head, commencing a ritual akin to a sacrificial offering. As the surrounding followers rose in unison, Great deity, with the most sincere gifts, we offer to you, hoping to quell your wrath and forgive us mere mortals. Thus, they watched helplessly as the 20 individuals were led away by hyenas, and Meng Luan felt an urge to intervene but was restrained by Bai Shui. The hyenas dragged the captives into a UFO, which then ascended into the sky. Chapter 29. Feeding the wolves. The other devotees immediately knelt in reverence, and Meng Luan, feeling puzzled, inquired of the nearby elderly woman about the identity of the woman at the center of such grandeur. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady swiftly gestured for silence and replied, "Lower your voice. She is the chosen saint." A saint? Does she also need to be sent to the UFO? Certainly not. The saint is to be sacrificed to the Lord Yuan Ruo. To him? Does he consume humans? That, I cannot say. Generally, saints are not fed to wolves. Meng Luan pondered, unable to comprehend how such a primitive deception could ensnare so many. Nevertheless, in this apocalyptic world, he realized that venturing out alone would indeed spell certain doom. The elderly woman continued, "As you can see, after every sacrifice, those divine beasts cease troubling us. This is the Lord's power, though it undoubtedly requires cultivation to attain." At that moment, several clergy members entered, reciting the names of individuals. Upon hearing their names, a few individuals trembled in terror, with 2 attempting to flee, only to be captured by the clergy. Meng Luan then discerned that these clergy members were also superhumans. Others, upon realizing they were not called, breathed sighs of relief. The elderly woman, in a nervous tone, remarked, "Thank goodness we weren't chosen." Meng Luan, filled with suspicion, replied, "Elderly lady, if this continues, won't we all end up as dog food? The Lord has said this is only temporary. Once the wrath of the divine is cooled, all will be well." Hearing this, Meng Luan almost scoffed, thinking, "How can that be? I have slain so many monsters. It seems unlikely that the fires of rage will ever be extinguished, as the clergy had already been harmed." They dismissed any thought of rescue and resolved to leave at dawn. The church was hauntingly silent in the dead of night, while Meng Luan and Bai Shui slept soundly, oblivious to a shadow that stealthily approached them. A figure produced a small tube and blew into it, releasing a dense white smoke into the air. When Meng Luan next opened his eyes, he found himself confined with those named the previous day. It appeared they were destined to be fed to the wolves. "Hey, brother. You're awake?" "Yes, but how did I end up here?" "You were brought in last night. It seems you, like us, have become a sacrifice." Upon hearing this, Meng Luan thought to himself, "You are fortunate. Had I not been captured, you would surely meet a grim fate." He feigned weakness, asking, "What do we do now? Are we to submit to their whims? What else can we do? Even if we could escape this locked room, we would either starve or be devoured by those monsters." As he spoke, he furrowed his brow and tears welled in his eyes. Do you not believe in their UFO cult? At this, a middle-aged man erupted in anger, striking the wall with his fist, exclaiming, "Who believes in that? Most people here don't. Only a third of them seem to have taken some misguided potion. Had I known this, I would never have sought refuge here." Meng Luan grasped the helplessness of the common folk in such dire times. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, filled with the sounds of drums and gongs. Meng Luan, puzzled, asked the middle-aged man, "What is happening outside? Are they celebrating our impending doom?" "Oh, the cult leader is marrying again." "Marrying? Is it a new saint chosen?" Meng Luan instantly recalled the woman from the previous day and remarked, "Oh, is it the one from our room yesterday?" "That one. Typically, 3 are chosen at a time." Meng Luan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, and his thoughts turned to Bai Shui, who had vanished after last night. A sense of worry gripped him, just as he contemplated activating his card to escape. The door swung open, and several clergy members ushered them out of the shed. "Where are we going?" Meng Luan feigned terror, inquiring. One of the clergy snapped, "Less chatter. It's your turn to accompany the Lord." Hearing this, the other 5 were engulfed in dread, realizing their fate was sealed, and resigned themselves, knowing they stood no chance against these superhumans. As they passed through the main hall, they beheld 3 women clad in exquisite dresses standing in the center. Meng Luan, initially unperturbed, was taken aback upon closer inspection. One of them was indeed Bai Shui. Logically, her abilities should have allowed her to escape, so why was she standing there? Dazed? Without time to ponder further, he was thrust outside the hall, where a UFO hovered nearby, and over 20 monsters, the strongest of which was merely a wolf king, emerged. The clergy pushed them towards the extraterrestrial beasts, shouting, "This one in the white t-shirt is the rebel against the divine, so today we shall present him for judgment." The devotees cried out, "Deliver him to the Lord for judgment. He must face the harshest punishment." In truth, they understood that being fed to the wolves was indeed the most severe punishment imaginable. Ignoring all reason, Meng Luan charged forward and unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! He felled a member of the clergy. Following this, he executed a swift punch to the right. Crack! Another clergy member collapsed. One individual attempted to attack from his left rear. Meng Luan countered with a spinning kick. Smack! The ambushing clergy member fell to the ground. Thus, he swiftly dispatched the clergy members in succession. Then, he surged forward to Bai Shui's side, who remained in a stupor, leading him to suspect she had been drugged. At that moment, the cult leader arrived, accompanied by several superhumans. Meng Luan drew his Qinglong Yanwei blade, and the force of the blade's wind and shockwave sent the assailants reeling. Yet, unexpectedly, the cult leader revealed formidable prowess, transforming into a blue-eyed superhuman and wielding a gleaming silver staff. He swung down upon Meng Luan with ferocity, but Meng Luan remained calm, raising his blade in defense. Clang! The mighty blade reverberated with a resonant hum. Chapter 30. Compassionate heart upon receiving the challenge. Meng Luan thrust his arms upwards, exclaiming with vigor. He then brandished a large blade above his head, spinning it rapidly like the rotor of a helicopter. The blade sliced through Yuan Rua's vestments, unleashing a torrent of milky white blood. Realizing the peril, Yuan Rua hastily retreated. Fortunately, the massive blade was incapable of generating a fierce wind, or many present would have been reduced to mere pulp. Observing the color of the blood, Meng Luan was suddenly reminded of Lu Chong and bellowed, "Whoever trespasses upon our land shall face my wrath." At that moment, he clenched his fist, his eyes darkening, which led Meng Luan to sense a significant increase in his strength. Yuan Rua, wielding a gleaming silver staff, raised it high, seemingly intent on delivering a downward strike. However, with a swift twist of his right hand, he transitioned to a single-handed grip, bringing the staff crashing down upon Meng Luan's thigh. Meng Luan, undeterred, angled his blade upwards and downwards to block the strike, ensuring that the staff would not damage his weapon. With a powerful thrust, he aimed the blade directly at Yuan Rua's head. The gleaming silver staff was deflected, and Yuan Rua quickly steadied himself, lifting the staff to parry the descending blade. Skillfully avoiding the cutting wind, he executed a swift maneuver along the blade's handle, striking Meng Luan's chest with remarkable speed. Meng Luan coughed up blood and staggered to the ground, propping himself up with the long knife, kneeling on one knee. "Huh, you have lost, you naive fool. Daring to challenge me?" Meng Luan mused, realizing the impressive mastery of Yuan Rua's staff technique. Defeating him would require a more cunning strategy. He suddenly shouted, "Come at me, taste my blade." Unleashing his ultimate move, the cross slash, first sweeping horizontally, then delivering a downward cut. The horizontal wind generated by the strike was particularly difficult to evade. To Meng Luan's astonishment, Yuan Ruo did not flinch. Instead, he crouched low, executing a maneuver reminiscent of a fighting game, deftly avoiding the cross-slash and positioning himself behind Mengluan. What Yuan Ruo did not anticipate was that, after the cross-slash missed, Mengluan thrust the blade's handle backward, revealing a sharp spike that impaled Yuan Ruo. With a cry of agony, he collapsed to the ground. Just as Mengluan prepared to finish him off, his followers rushed in, shielding him with their bodies. One after another, they positioned themselves in front of Mengluan as he raised his blade for a downward strike. Believing their fate was sealed, the followers closed their eyes. But at the last moment, Mengluan redirected the blade, shattering several nearby tables and chairs instead. Reluctant to harm the innocent, he glared at the ignorant followers and shouted, "Fools!" With no other option, he lifted Bai Shui and made his way toward the church exit, proclaiming, "If you wish to avoid the wolves, follow me, and I shall ensure your safety and sustenance." Instantly, 700 to 800 people began to follow Mengluan toward the hotel. Once Yuan Ruo saw the youth depart, he finally allowed himself to rest. Eagerly, he sought out Master Hui Qing, recounting the events. The master was left astounded. "You say this leader is not even human?" "Yes. His blood is identical to Lu Chang's, milky white in hue." "Amitabha, indeed. Your words clarify much. They must require 20 sacrifices at intervals. If my analysis holds true, these extraterrestrials can disguise themselves as humans, and this leader is gathering survivors under the pretense of refuge." Mengluan, puzzled, inquired, "Why the gradual abduction, then?" Master Hui Qing paused briefly before responding. "If they were to take everyone at once, no survivors would dare flock here again. Clearly, these extraterrestrials are cunning strategists. Currently, over 200 remain, all fiercely loyal to him. How shall we rescue them?" Contemplating the dilemma, Master Hui Qing shook his head, stating, "It appears we must resort to this tactic." Calling for Yuan Wu, he instructed, "You and a few superhumans must infiltrate the cult swiftly. If delayed, they may flee. Then, discreetly introduce some sleeping powder into their food." Sighing, he continued, "Amitabha, all methods are part of the Buddha's teachings, if it saves lives. I shall undertake this dishonorable task." Turning to Mengluan, he added, "Follow their lead, and if successful, ensure Yuan Ruo is eliminated." The next day, Mengluan and Bai Shui, along with others, followed Yuan Wu as they sprinted toward a location outside the city. Eventually, they spotted tents in a park situated over 70 meters from the city, with wisps of smoke rising, indicating they were preparing lunch. Concealing themselves at a distance, they observed the activities within. Suddenly, a smoke bomb shot into the air, prompting them to charge toward the camp. They found many lying sprawled across the ground. While Yuan Wu's dispatched individuals engaged Yuan Ruo, retreating under the onslaught, clearly outmatched by the extraterrestrial creature. Mengluan activated his card, transforming into the martial god. Summoning the Qinglong Yinwei blade from the fourth-dimensional space, executing another cross-slash. Yuan Ruo, seeing this move again, did not hesitate. He twirled the silver staff with both hands, miraculously deflecting the sweeping blade wind. With a clang, he successfully parried the long knife. It seemed he had abandoned the offensive strategy to focus solely on defense. Observing Yuan Ruo's newfound wisdom, Mengluan altered his approach. He thrust the blade forward, then swept horizontally, attacking Yuan Ruo's ankle in a rapid sequence of 3 strikes. Yuan Ruo countered the thrust, erecting the staff to block the sweeping attack, leaping high to evade the ankle strike. Clang, clang. Remarkably, Yuan Ruo unleashed his own cross-smash, combining the force of the descending strike with a fierce wind, an especially troublesome maneuver. Unperturbed, Mengluan swiftly crouched, supporting himself with his left hand while wielding the knife with his right, twirling it like a helicopter rotor. His legs were not idle either, executing a sweeping kick that sent Yuan Ruo tumbling to the ground. With both hands gripping the knife, he unleashed a blade wind infused with terrifying power into Yuan Ruo, causing the milky white blood to erupt as Yuan Ruo cried out in agony, losing consciousness. Chapter 31. The train. As the others remained ensnared in a trance, Monlin and his companions awaited their fate. During this time, he scrutinized the lifeless form of Yuan Ruo on the ground. Just as he was about to investigate further, a UFO descended silently nearby, from which emerged a multitude of grotesque creatures. Monlin was on the verge of activating his card when a fiery wolf king swiftly seized Yuan Ruo's body and dragged it into the spacecraft, which then ascended into the sky. The awakening followers, witnessing this shocking event, cried out in despair, "Master, please do not abandon us." In response, Monlin sternly declared, "Observe closely." His blood is indistinguishable from that of these beasts. He is an invader of Earth. How can this be? The followers of Yuan Ruo glared at Monlin, their anger palpable. Look at the blood upon the ground. It belongs to an alien. You have all been deceived. Monlin pointed vehemently at the bloodstains, his indignation evident. The devoted followers, upon gazing at the blood, seemed to grasp the truth, yet they struggled to accept it. Their faith shattered, they wept inconsolably, illustrating the profound impact of such disillusionment. In this moment, one follower of Yuan Ruo, upon seeing the kind-eyed Master Huijing, broke down in tears. It turned out that this cultist had once been a Buddhist, but in the wake of the alien invasion, he had joined the UFO cult to survive, becoming increasingly ensnared. The Master, witnessing his profound sorrow, gently reassured him, to recognize one's errors and amend them is a great virtue. Amitabha. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. In my confusion, I mistook Yuan Ruo's apparent powers as truth, leading me from a devout Buddhist to a follower of heresy. Amitabha. Buddha leads beings to faith not through miracles or supernatural abilities, but through doctrine and teachings. We must not be beguiled by appearances. As stated in the Diamond Sutra, if one sees all forms as non-forms, one sees the Tathagata, even if beings possess supernatural powers, if they do not teach the Dharma. They are not Buddhas and must not be trusted. At that moment, a clergy member interjected, "What supernatural powers? It's merely our lighting effects from behind. Besides, that fellow is too heavy. Every time I pull him, my arms go numb." Upon hearing this, the survivors clustered around Monlin erupted into laughter. Dear patrons, once we have gathered ourselves, we shall continue along the highway towards the provincial city. A former follower of Yuan Ruo spoke up. Master, taking the highway is a detour. We should travel by rail and see if there are any trains operational. I used to be a train driver. Very well, then we shall proceed along the railway. Time passed, and the day of departure arrived. Following the merger of survivors from two cities, their ranks swelled to over 9,000. They marched resolutely down the dust-laden streets towards the train station. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a vast square littered with various abandoned suitcases, instantly capturing their interest. They rushed towards the square, scavenging through the bags and uncovering treasures such as instant noodles and bottled water. These finds were a boon, and they settled upon the ground to savor their newfound provisions. Yet, fate had other plans. At that precise moment, a UFO, radiating a silvery glow, stealthily landed at the edge of the square. Swarms of monsters leapt forth, and the superhumans, sensing the extraterrestrial incursion, quickly positioned themselves in front of the crowd. While the survivors, organized by the martial monks, hastily retreated towards the waiting hall. Monlin, alongside the superhumans, bravely obstructed the alien beast's advance. He deftly dodged and countered, utilizing his fists against the assailants, holding them at bay. Among these creatures, the fiery Wolf King was the most formidable, but to Monlin, it was no cause for concern. After a considerable struggle, the throng of over 9,000 finally reached the waiting hall. The superhumans unleashed their fury, forcing the monsters back into the UFO. Strangely, the UFOs had yet to unleash their weapons against humanity, hinting at some hidden truth. Upon reaching the platform, they discovered a green train idling, seemingly unaffected by the invasion that had transpired just moments before. Fatigued from the earlier confrontation, Monlin leaned against his arm and succumbed to a brief slumber. Just as he began to drift off, a commotion erupted within the car. He blinked awake to behold several pterosaurs assaulting the train with their massive bodies. If he did not intervene, the train risked derailing. Thud, thud, thud. Without hesitation, Monlin activated his card, flung open the door, and ascended to the roof. The superhumans were already engaged in combat with the pterosaurs atop the train, while additional monsters continued to pour from the UFO above. Monlin swung his golden blade, generating a gust that severed several pterosaurs from the train. Seeing a challenger, the remaining pterosaurs dove towards him, but he adeptly evaded their aerial assault. The displaced pterosaurs swiftly regrouped above them, and soon dozens occupied the train's roof. Monlin felt a surge of dread. These flying beasts were challenging adversaries. He raised his blade to strike at the pterosaurs, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that forced them to veer away from the train. Yet, on the precarious train roof, he struggled to maintain his balance and could not unleash his full potential against the creatures. Just then, Bai Shui climbed onto the roof and unleashed a pale blue wave of energy towards the pterosaurs. Chapter 32. Zhao Family Village. The pterodactyl swiftly dodged to the side. And at that moment, Meng Luan seized the opportunity. With a swift motion, he slashed his blade, the force of the strike landing squarely on the pterodactyl's wings. causing it to tumble to the ground. In concert with Bai Shui, he swiftly dispatched several more pterodactyls. With their considerable armed strength, they managed to slay many of these creatures under the onslaught of numerous superhumans, thus ensuring the train's smooth passage. Suddenly, a pterodactyl king appeared. Its size 3 times that of a normal pterodactyl. It charged directly at Meng Luan, who was taken aback and quickly raised his long knife in defense. However, the force of the collision was astonishing, sending him flying. In that instant, Bai Shui caught one of his hands with her other hand gripping a recess on the train. As the high-speed train continued its journey, they resembled floating weeds, bobbing up and down. Just as they were about to succumb to exhaustion, Bai suddenly appeared, tossing a rope to Meng Luan. With renewed vigor, Meng Luan bent low once more, and at the opportune moment as the pterodactyl king sword passed, he thrust the tip of his knife into its abdomen, inflicting a wound from which a milky white blood oozed. The pterodactyl king, seemingly more cunning than its lesser counterparts, took flight immediately after being injured, while the remaining monsters were either annihilated or fled. Thus, Meng Luan once again successfully safeguarded the remaining survivors. Meng Luan, wake up. Just as he was lost in sweet dreams, Xia Jishuan called out to him. What is it? I was sleeping soundly. He grumbled, rubbing his eyes. We've arrived at the station. Have we reached the provincial capital so soon? This is Geo City. The master said to look for any survivors here. With that, Meng Luan rose and made his way toward Master Huiqing's compartment, where Car 13 had temporarily transformed into a conference hall. He found Baida, Wei Long, and others seated together, engaged in discussion. Goodness, son-in-law, you've finally arrived. Come, sit here. Meng Luan took a seat, a frown etched on his face, as it appeared to be the only available spot. Master Huiqing spoke. I wish to send someone into the city to search for any survivors. So our team will rest here at the train station. Master, I wish to visit my friends. They reside in a village within this city, and I'm concerned for their safety. By all means, Baida replied. Let us go together. Although Meng Luan was somewhat reluctant, he recalled how Baida had saved him on the train roof earlier and reluctantly nodded. Thus, he followed Baida toward the outskirts of the city, with Bai Shui and Bai Yin naturally accompanying them. As they journeyed, they fought off numerous small monsters, eventually arriving at Zhao family village. It was known that a superhuman faction within the village had close ties to Baida, and he was certain that boss Zhao would not have been taken by the monsters. After what felt like an eternity, they finally approached the village entrance. Just in time for an alien invasion, UFOs were truly omnipresent. From a distance, they observed a group of superhumans engaged in fierce combat with hyenas, the scene quite lively. A young man donned in an upscale casual suit stood nearby, flanked by 2 bodyguards. He exuded confidence, standing tall and proud, akin to a cocky rooster. At that moment, the group of superhumans seemed to falter against the hyenas, and the young man's expression soured. He bellowed, "A bunch of fools, it seems this young master must step in." With a swift movement, he dashed forward, his eyes turning blue, and with a powerful strike, he swiftly dispatched all the hyenas. Once he had settled, he dusted off his shoes and adjusted his hair, proudly declaring, "You all must work harder. Don't rely on this young master every time." At that moment, Baida and the others approached, and he jovially remarked, "Goodness, my dear nephew, your skills have improved remarkably. Truly, a hero emerges from youth. Ah, Uncle Bai, please, come join us," he replied, casting several glances at Bai Shui. Thus, they entered Zhao family village and arrived at the Zhao family estate. A large compound comprising over 30 rooms, divided into 2 courtyards and laid out in a shape, with the buildings being 2 stories high. As they crossed the stone lions at the entrance, an elderly man in his 50s emerged with a broad smile. "Welcome, welcome. I never expected to see you again. Goodness. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future." They entered the Zhao family's reception hall. Uncle Zhao spoke first. "What brings you to visit me? Did aliens invade your home?" "Not at all. I've come to take you to the provincial capital, where the government has established a safe zone. You need not live in fear any longer." "That sounds marvelous. I'll pack up and be ready to depart." At that moment, Zhao, Zhao's son, interjected. "Those monsters are too weak. If we don't leave, what can they do to us?" Uncle Zhao shot him a look. "Are you the one in charge? Or am I?" Zhao fell silent at those words. "Oh, and this is my son-in-law," Uncle Zhao said, gesturing toward Meng Luan. Hearing this, Zhao felt a twinge of discomfort, covertly sizing up Meng Luan, who wore a t-shirt that cost $20 and jeans worth $100. He appeared to be quite the loser. How could Shui possibly be interested in him? Jealousy surged within him. He then sarcastically remarked, I presume this brother possesses remarkable abilities? Huh? Me? I'm just an ordinary person, a mere mortal. Oh, then you must possess some extraordinary traits. Just average, really. At that moment, Uncle Zhao addressed by Da. Surely you have not forgotten that we were once betrothed in childhood? What of that engagement? Baidi appeared taken aback and then smacked his forehead. I completely forgot. That was in childhood. It doesn't count. Matters of the heart should be mutual. Chapter 33. The martial soul of Zhao Yun at this moment. Bai Shuwei cast a furtive glance at Meng Luan, only to find him remarkably composed and utterly unmoved. This incited a flicker of irritation within her, prompting her to give him a gentle kick. Meng Luan, taken aback, stared at her in astonishment, seemingly bewildered by the unfolding situation. In a fit of vexation, Bai Shuwei stormed out of the room, and out of concern, Meng Luan hastily followed her. Bai Shuwei, the pampered young lady accustomed to a life of luxury, had always had her desires fulfilled without question. Yet, fate had led her to Meng Luan, an endearingly oblivious lad. Time and again, she had attempted to flirt subtly, only to have her advances met with indifference. As she ran aimlessly, seething with frustration, the sun began its descent, casting a waning glow upon the horizon. Suddenly, she halted, realizing that apart from a few crooked saplings and waist-high weeds, she was surrounded by several solitary graves. Just then, an object resembling a silver disc descended from the heavens. Alarmed, she unsheathed her 7-foot-long sword, and the UFO halted nearby, radiating a brilliance that eclipsed the dying sunlight. Hearing a call, Bai Shuwei regained her composure and murmured to herself, "What just happened?" In that instant, monstrous creatures began to emerge from the UFO, some soaring through the air, while others charged from the ground. Meng Luan, refusing to hesitate, summoned his divine weapon. To his surprise, 2 weapons manifested, swirling gracefully before his eyes. His spirits lifted. Perhaps this dream was indeed somewhat reliable. With the dragoness lance in hand, he brandished it skillfully before declaring with fervor, "In 3 strikes, I shall claim your lives." Though this bold proclamation escaped him, he quickly grasped that this martial spirit was designed by a prehistoric artificial intelligence, aimed at enabling the wielder to swiftly master martial techniques. It was evident that the source of this interference lay within the dragoness lance. As the monsters approached, he wielded the lance with dexterity. With a swift thrust, he pierced the body of a flame wolf king, the force of his strike propelling through its form, impaling a second red-eyed wolf trailing behind. With a quick yank, he withdrew the lance, pointing its tip towards his abdomen before executing a backward thrust. Another wolf king fell lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, a red-eyed wolf king lunged at him from the left. He swiftly switched the lance to his left hand, wrapping his arm around Bai Shuwei's waist and spinning her around in a graceful 360-degree motion, positioning her safely to his left. With a powerful stab, the red-eyed wolf fell to the ground as well. 5 more red-eyed wolf kings then charged from various directions. Meng Luan bellowed, "You shall not act recklessly." With a flourish, he spun the lance like a helicopter rotor. The dragoness lance sliced effortlessly through the massive wolves, who collapsed one by one, motionless on the ground. Embracing Bai Shuwei, Meng Luan wielded the lance with finesse, fending off attacks from all sides until the battle reached its conclusion. At this moment, Bai Shuwei, leaning against him, gazed up with sparkling eyes, embodying the essence of yearning and affection. Her cheeks flushed as she thought of her longed-for companion. Yet, Meng Luan remained oblivious to her adoration. He sheathed his weapon and, with an air of nonchalance, said, "Let us depart, nightfall approaches." Upon their return, they encountered Zhao Yinghao, who was combating 3 red-eyed wolf kings with astonishing might, each punch resonating with formidable power. Upon noticing Bai Shuwei and Meng Luan, he invigorated his efforts, simultaneously battling the creatures while casting glances their way. After more than 30 minutes, he triumphed over the 3 wolf kings, dusting off his shoes and adjusting his hairstyle before proudly striding over to Bai Shuwei, giving her a thumbs up. "Of course, I am at the pinnacle of the 3rd level, nearly matching my father's prowess," he boasted. "Impressive, indeed. I am but a mere mortal, and I admire your strength." The following morning, Zhao Bo led over 2,000 villagers towards the train station. Along the way, they encountered several monsters, all of which Zhao Yinghao dispatched with zeal, eager to impress Bai Shuwei with his valiant efforts. Meanwhile, Meng Luan enjoyed a rare moment of leisure, sipping his drink and applauding Zhao Yinghao's feats, much to Bai Shuwei's amusement. Zhao Yinghao perceived her laughter as admiration and remarked to Bai Shuwei, "In matters of courtship, one must consider compatibility. After all, Some individuals might require your protection. He cast a glance at Meng Luan, prompting Bai Shui to walk away in silence. Thus, the group made their way into the city. Believing they were nearing the station, suddenly, a horde of flame wolf kings and various other creatures appeared, prompting Bai De and Zhao Bo to organize a defense. Zhao Yinghao, brimming with confidence, clenched his fists and leaped into the air, causing the concrete beneath him to crack as his azure eyes sparkled like sapphires. With a series of powerful punches, he distorted several nearby hyenas before charging toward a flame wolf king. With 3 forceful strikes, he landed blows upon the beast. Yet it merely staggered back a few steps. "Child, grab the spear," Zhao Bo shouted, tossing a red tassel spear from his pack. Zhao Yinghao caught the long weapon and, with a flourish, prepared for battle, the spear dancing in his hands like a silver serpent. Chapter 34. Where's the face? He first feigned an attack, then unexpectedly swept the crimson spear towards the front leg of the flame wolf king. With a swift roll, the cunning wolf king evaded the strike. Undeterred, Zhao Yinghao continued to thrust downward. Yet, the flame wolf king skillfully dodged each assault. Realizing this strategy was futile, he altered his approach. This time, the wolf king was caught off guard by a fierce gust, toppling to the ground, motionless. After triumphantly concluding the battle, he brushed off his shoes and tidied his hair, exuding an air of pride as he cast a disdainful glance at Meng Luan, much to the villagers' delight. At that moment, another 10 flame wolf kings approached seeking vengeance, surrounding him and commencing their assault. While he could manage one, facing so many left him overwhelmed. Before long, he found himself being kicked around like a ball, first to one side, then to another. Zhao Bo, with reddened eyes, attempted to rush in but was ensnared by another flame wolf king. In that critical moment, Bai Shui called out to Meng Luan, "Aren't you going to intervene?" This startled Meng Luan, who had been content to observe, as Zhao Yinghao had persistently belittled him, and he had been eager to let the young man learn a lesson. Now, with his hair disheveled and his shoes intact despite the sharp claws of the wolf kings, Zhao Yinghao sensed the moment was ripe. Channeling his psychic energy into the card, a golden light tore through space and entered Meng Luan's body, and at that instant, the long-end spear emerged from the ripples, landing before him. With a flourish, he grasped the gleaming long-end spear, shaking it slightly to steady it, the tip quivering in his hand like a silver dragon poised to ascend. The onlookers, numbering over 1,000, were awestruck, witnessing a spectacle reminiscent of Zhao Zilong's rebirth. Zhao Bo stared intently at the imposing young man, unable to hide his admiration. Bai De, filled with pride, exclaimed, "By my grandmother, look at my son-in-law. He always makes such a grand entrance." Bai Shui, hearing her father's words, felt a flush of embarrassment and joy. Then, Zhao Yinghao bellowed, with a long spear, "I shall quell the chaos of this world. With this spear in hand, I will secure the realm." With a powerful leap, he charged towards the 10 flame wolf kings, the ground beneath him shattering upon impact. Armed with the long-end spear, he first lunged at one of the flame wolf kings. With a swift thrust, he struck true, then withdrew the spear, raising it above his head before launching it into the body of another nearby wolf king. He dashed forward to reclaim his spear, performing a dazzling display that forced back another flame wolf king. With determination, he pressed on, targeting the remaining foes. From a distance of 3 meters, he unleashed a sweeping strike, sending a fierce wind towards the remaining flame wolf kings. Though agile, the beasts could not evade the barrage entirely, sustaining injuries from the relentless gusts. In the midst of their hesitation, Meng Luan fired 2 shots, toppling 2 more wolf kings. Witnessing their comrades fall, the remaining flame wolf kings began to retreat. Meanwhile, the Bai and Zhao families had nearly dealt with the lesser monsters. Thus, yet another victorious battle concluded. However, the once proud Zhao Yinghao now resembled a defeated rooster, listlessly trailing behind Zhao Bo, his hair in disarray and his shoes riddled with holes. Clearly, this encounter had dealt him a significant blow, a stark reminder of his earlier arrogance in underestimating the capabilities of an ordinary individual. After some pleasantries, Meng Luan inquired, "Master, why do you wear such a troubled expression?" The elder replied, "You may not be aware, but yesterday, the martial arts team went to search for survivors and discovered over 1,000 individuals trapped within a corporate building, saved by the company's CEO. However, upon communicating with them, it was revealed that this CEO has suffered a mental breakdown and refuses to evacuate. If this continues, those individuals may perish alongside him." Meng Luan pondered for a moment and declared, "Let me take a look. Perhaps I can devise a way to rescue them." "Very well, but proceed with caution," came the response, with Bai Shui adding, "I will accompany you. You two should wait until tomorrow." After all, you've had a long day, suggested Xiaobo enraged. Bai Shui chased after Meng Luan, delivering a playful slap to his head. What madness is this? She exclaimed before darting away. Frustrated, Bai Shui stomped her foot. But for the moment, she had no recourse. The onlookers from the Bai and Zhao families regarded this as a light-hearted quarrel, erupting into laughter. The next morning, under the guidance of Yuan Wu, the duo made their way to the corporate office area. After traversing a series of streets, they finally arrived at a building prominently labeled First One Group Limited. Chapter 35. Peril in the office building. It appeared that this building belonged entirely to the company in question. Just as they were about to approach the office edifice, a pack of hyenas suddenly burst into the lobby. After observing for a while and noting the stillness, Meng Luan and Bai Shui cautiously approached the entrance. As they neared the doorway, they discovered several hyenas lying motionless on the ground, seemingly singed. They stepped gingerly inside, but as soon as they entered the lobby, dozens of lasers erupted like molten lava, hurtling towards them. Having anticipated such an attack, they managed to evade the onslaught, although one beam grazed Bai Shui's thigh, revealing her fair skin. At that moment, an artificial intelligence system in the lobby suddenly broadcasted, "This is private property. Intruders, please vacate the premises immediately." The current state of human technological advancement in artificial intelligence paled in comparison to that of Shirtue Shan, remaining merely at the level of digital announcements. Having dodged the lasers, they made their way toward the elevator. The power system here was well protected, and upon entering the lift, they pressed the button for the 40th floor. The elevator ascended rapidly, and suddenly, a man appeared on the large screen within the cabin, his eyes wide and pointing at the camera as he repeatedly exclaimed, "You're finished. You're done for." His laughter echoed maniacally, startling Bai Shui, who instinctively drew closer to Meng Luan, feeling the warmth of his body. Just then, the elevator surged upward at an alarming speed, the gravitational force increasing severalfold, compressing their bodies. Upon reaching the top, the elevator plummeted suddenly, not merely descending, but rather free-falling. They felt weightless beneath their feet, their hearts racing as adrenaline surged through them. Their bodies floated momentarily in the rapidly descending elevator. As the cabin approached the ground, Meng Luan activated his card, summoning the dragon spear, which swiftly shot forth from his hands. With a resounding clash, he thrust it into the wall beside the elevator, the gleaming silver tip piercing the concrete. The gun barrel bent under immense impact, resembling a crescent moon. Yet it remained intact due to its construction from a unique prehistoric composite material. The elevator shuddered a few times before coming to a halt, its display frozen at the 10th floor. Relieved that the immediate danger had passed, Meng Luan opened an exit on the top of the elevator and assisted Bai Shui in climbing up. To their astonishment, they soon discovered that the elevator doors to the 11th floor were directly above them. With a powerful leap, Meng Luan punched the elevator door open. He swiftly lifted Bai Shui from behind and pushed her through, then leaped after her, gripping the doorframe to pull himself up. Once on the 11th floor, illuminated by the eerie green glow of the emergency lights, they observed 5 additional elevator doors lining the circular corridor, where offices were neatly arranged. At that moment, shadows emerged from the darkness, their eyes glowing red as they advanced rapidly from both ends of the hallway, accompanied by the sound of rolling tires. The robots in the front began firing laser guns, but their firepower was weak, far inferior to that near the entrance, indicating that the technology remained in its infancy. Meng Luan, unwilling to hesitate even for a moment, summoned the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, executing a sweeping strike. The blades of wind sliced through the air, and when they met the advancing figures, a cacophony of metallic tearing echoed. Following this, arcs of electricity crackled, and the front line of attackers collapsed en masse. Not pausing, Meng Luan continued to channel his enhanced energy, repeating the sweeping technique, which proved simple yet effective against these seemingly low-intelligence assailants. When the last figure fell, he approached to investigate, only to be taken aback by the sight of numerous robotic figures resembling the character Ding Dang Cat, each wielding various laser weaponry. "These are indeed artificial constructs," Bai Shui remarked, kicking one of the fallen robots. "It seems that Lunatic truly believes we are his enemies. Let us find the staircase and ascend." They navigated the oval-shaped corridor until they finally discovered a staircase door behind the elevator shaft. Ascending the steep stairs, a sudden pack of hyenas descended upon them from above. Meng Luan immediately swung his blade, and the massive creatures fell one after another, his movements akin to helicopter blades in action. With each sweep, hyenas tumbled to the ground until they reached the 40th floor. Upon exiting the escape staircase, they found themselves in a brightly lit corridor. Yet before they could proceed, a cage descended from above, trapping them. Just then, the deranged president approached, laughing maniacally. Haha. No matter how skilled you are, you cannot escape my final trap. Seeing no mercy from Meng Luan, he effortlessly wielded the azure dragon crescent blade, reducing the iron cage to ruins before leading Bai Shui out. Upon spotting the madman, Bai Shui's fury ignited, and with a swift strike of her sword, a pale blue gust of wind surged toward the deranged president. Upon witnessing this, the president cried out, "Help me!" Suddenly, a hyena leapt to shield him, and several of the creatures fell under the onslaught. Meng Luan and Bai Shui exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that this madman was an alien. They swiftly dispatched the extraterrestrial creatures and apprehended the deranged president. "Please, don't kill me. I promise to cooperate. Where are the others?" Meng Luan demanded, gripping his collar. "I will lead you to them." Thus, the two followed this lunatic into the most opulent office on the upper floor, where they discovered a woman in her 20s, clad in a white blazer and a form-fitting skirt. Her physique bore the hallmark of someone who frequented the gym, complemented by stylish black-rimmed glasses. She was bound to a luxurious sofa, her mouth gagged with cloth. Meng Luan rushed to her aid, eager to free her. Chapter 36, Artificial Being She. In a coarse voice, wept, "Catch that madman. What about the others?" Meng Luan inquired, gazing at the woman. "They're on the lower floor." With that, he immediately set off to descend. "Wait, there are monsters guarding downstairs. I need to modify their programming first." After saying this, he rushed to the computer at his desk, summoned a programming editor, and began typing furiously. In a short while, he declared, "All set, I will lead you." Thus, they left the deranged president behind and descended to the 39th floor. This time, they took the elevator directly downstairs. Upon exiting, they were greeted by a dozen hyenas pacing in the circular corridor. Surprisingly, these creatures were unusually obedient, standing neatly in the open space beside the office doors. Meng Luan even reached out to pat one on the head, and to his astonishment, it remained still. Bai Shui, however, playfully kicked one of the nearby hyenas. "How did you manage that?" "That's a long story. I'll tell you later." The trio entered one of the offices, discovering numerous survivors laying down makeshift beds. Upon seeing newcomers, they rushed over joyfully. "Help us. That president has gone mad." "That's splendid news." Meng Luan replied amiably, "We have subdued him. I am here to escort you to the provincial city." Everyone rejoiced at this announcement. They were employees who had taken refuge here after the sudden alien invasion, initially believing that the technology within could withstand such an attack. However, they had not anticipated that their president would lose his sanity and imprison them instead. "Wow. So you are the legendary academic prodigy. What an honor." Meng Luan could not resist extending his hand for a shake. Poirot readily accepted the handshake without a trace of annoyance, then adjusted her hair and continued, "The madman you subdued is named Tang Tian. We were college classmates. He was just a poor kid who studied diligently, enabling him to gain admission to this university. He possesses remarkable talent and unique insights in the field of artificial intelligence." She gestured, continuing, as the saying goes, "Love for the house extends to the crows." It was his brilliance that drew me to him, though my father intervened several times to no avail. Ultimately, we came together, and I invested in establishing First One. Our software excelled in artificial intelligence, leading to a rapid ascent in this industry, resulting in the office building you see now. Yet, fate dealt a cruel hand. An alien invasion obliterated our hard-won achievements. As she spoke, her brow furrowed, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Are you all right?" Bai Shui, noticing her discomfort, inquired. "I am fine." She wiped her tears and continued. "Wealth and success pale in comparison to health. I never imagined his heart would be so narrow, succumbing to madness over this matter and confining me in the office. Do you know how terrified I have been these past few days?" Turning to Meng Luan, she expressed, "I cannot thank you enough. You have saved me." Meng Luan contemplated her words for a long moment, realizing that one need not cling too tightly to gains and losses. As long as life remains, all is well arranged. "Are you relying on those clanking robots and feeble hyenas to defend this place?" he suddenly asked, perplexed. "No, we were fortunate enough to acquire a stronger monster." Meng Luan and Bai Shui gasped in astonishment as they beheld a fiery wolf king and, astonishingly, a blazing pterosaur they had never encountered before. "Did you capture these? The military? Were there military personnel here?" "Yes." "Then why didn't you escape with them?" He shook his head, disheartened. "That was impossible. The military was weak at that time and seemed to be in retreat. How did you manage to control these monsters?" He swallowed hard and continued, "Initially, We intercepted many hyenas with a laser at the entrance. Later, we discovered their blood was milky white, leading us to dissect them, only to find they were artificial beings. Artificial beings? What are they? A type of artificial intelligence carrier. You can think of them as robots. So you deciphered their programming? Yes, to be precise. My husband and I did, but he went mad afterward. She shook her head in despair, visibly pained. Meng-Luan regarded the two blood-red beasts before him, contemplating that these two could easily vanquish hundreds of the weak alien hyenas. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could you perhaps give them to me? The following morning, Meng-Luan set forth with over 1,000 people, embarking on a path to escape. They navigated the chaotic streets toward the train station, accompanied by more than 50 hyenas. Aside from those damaged by Meng-Luan the previous day, there were indeed many more. Among them, a fiery wolf king trailed behind, with the temporarily restrained Tang Tian seated atop it. Throughout their journey, they encountered many smaller monsters, all of which were dispatched by Yuan Wu, by Xue, and the others. Meng-Luan refrained from intervening to conserve energy, as his power had dwindled to a mere 30. He needed to preserve his strength for whatever terrifying events lay ahead. Chapter 37. The resurrected Yang foam under the starry night sky. The full moon hung high, casting a mysterious glow over the earth. The survivors aboard the train gazed out at the wilderness illuminated by the silvery light, enveloped in a sense of desolation and solitude. Suddenly, one of the survivors in the carriage exclaimed, "What are those figures before the moon? So densely packed." His words prompted many to peer out at the full moon, where shadows flickered ominously, seemingly growing larger by the moment. This startling sight ignited a stir among the passengers, a wave of panic swiftly spreading throughout the carriage. Just as Meng-Luan was about to indulge in a restful slumber after a meal, the anxious murmurs of the crowd piqued his curiosity, compelling him to rise. Excitedly, he nudged the shoulder of a fellow passenger to get a better view outside. To his astonishment, the shadows had drawn near. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were a flock of pterosaurs. Their massive wings flapped menacingly, sending chills down the spines of those who beheld them. In an instant, several pterosaurs began to collide with the carriage, the thunderous crashes sending waves of terror through the passengers. Meng-Luan hurried to the train door, gripping the handrail as he ascended to the roof, by Xue following closely behind. Armed with his dragon's lance, he seized the opportunity to fire at the approaching pterosaurs. With a decisive shot, he dispatched one of the creatures, causing the remaining pterosaurs to hesitate, redirecting their aggression towards the train itself. Seeing this, Meng-Luan grew anxious and summoned a fire-winged dragon from his spatial storage. It soared forth from the rippling portal, and he leapt onto its back, engaging the pterosaurs in fierce combat. At his behest, Huaro had modified the control program of the two alien beasts, ensuring they followed only Meng-Luan's commands. At this juncture, Zhao's family, the Bai family, and Wei Long arrived in the carriage, utilizing their martial prowess to strike at the airborne foes. Meng-Luan, riding the fire-winged dragon, exhibited remarkable speed, outmatching the pterosaurs and their red-eyed king in both velocity and strength. He swiftly eliminated several of them that were assaulting the carriage. Just as victory seemed assured, 5 fire-winged dragons suddenly appeared, one of which bore a mysterious rider whose features remained obscured. They pursued the train relentlessly. Meng-Luan brandished his shining silver lance, declaring, with unwavering courage, "I shall quell this chaos." He charged towards the 5 dragons, radiating the aura of youthful valor. Closing in on the dragons, he tucked the lance under his arm. Its tip aimed forward and thrust towards one of them. However, the pterosaur evaded the fatal strike, and his lance merely grazed its right foot, causing milky blood to drip. Realizing the need for a change in tactic, Meng-Luan employed a thrusting technique. With a flurry of thrusts, he unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the 5 fire-winged dragons. The gusts of wind generated by his strikes surged towards the creatures, forcing them to dodge hastily. One unfortunate dragon was hit and fell into a sprawling pine forest adjacent to the train. The rider on the dragon, incensed by the loss, urged his steed towards Meng-Luan. Their confrontation in the air mirrored the legendary clashes of ancient generals. As they closed the distance, Meng-Luan thrust his lance forward. The rider countered with the handle of his axe, creating a resounding clash that halted Meng-Luan's offensive. In this moment, the two adversaries found themselves side by side, the heads of their dragons facing opposite directions. Utilizing this position, the mysterious man swung his axe towards Meng-Luan's neck, aiming to sever his head. Calmly, Meng-Luan ducked just in time to evade the blow. At that moment, the other 3 fire-winged dragons closed in, encircling him. The mysterious rider, now grinning, joined the fray. As the train sped away, Its presence could only be gauged by its distant roars and faint lights. Raising his lance high, Meng Luan proclaimed, "In 3 strikes, I shall claim your lives." He began to spin his lance, forcing the fire-winged dragons back several meters. "A mere parlor trick," the mysterious man scoffed. Upon hearing this voice, Meng Luan was struck with astonishment. It was Yang Feng. Yang Feng swung his axe, clashing with Meng Luan's lance, abruptly halting its rotation. Isolated and vulnerable, Meng Luan had a sudden epiphany and directed his mount to ascend. Yang Feng, realizing his cunning, swung his axe again, sending a powerful gust towards Meng Luan. Meng Luan skillfully evaded the attack and soared towards the train. Just then, a swarm of pterosaurs emerged, blocking his path. And Yang Feng was in hot pursuit. Meng Luan skillfully wielded his lance, dispatching numerous pterosaurs that fell from the sky. However, the relentless fire-winged dragons proved formidable. One managed to tear through his white t-shirt, drawing blood and staining it anew. Amidst Yang Feng's relentless assault and the overwhelming horde of monsters, fatigue set in. His vision blurred as he instinctively defended against the pterosaurs and the sharp axe that threatened his life. Gradually, he began to descend from the sky, on the brink of demise. At that critical moment, several dark figures appeared from the direction of the train. Under the moonlight, they were discernibly humanoid, not beasts. The figures grew larger, rushing into Meng Luan's encirclement, each armed and radiating immense power. Within moments, they had slain several pterosaurs. Among them was a mysterious leader who charged directly at Yang Feng. This individual wielded a halberd with an impressive ferocity, rivaling the might of El Bu. In the darkness, his eyes glimmered with a golden hue, revealing him to be a superhuman of golden caliber. The origins of these formidable beings were unknown, but their arrival shifted the tide of battle, forcing Yang Feng and his allies to retreat. Yet, their escape was not without cost, as 2 fire-winged dragons were lost in the process. Exhausted and battered, Meng Luan ultimately collapsed to the ground. Chapter 38. The safe zone of the provincial city. When Meng Luan opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying in a brightly lit room, enveloped by a soft and comfortable sensation. The cacophony of voices from the bustling corridor outside filled his ears, and the unmistakable scent of disinfectant wafted through the air. A familiar aroma that signified he was resting on a hospital bed. Rubbing his heavy head, dulled by prolonged slumber, he sat up. Before him lay a rectangular space of approximately 40 square meters, furnished with 3 beds, each occupied by a patient. He was situated on the bed closest to the exit. Just then, a nurse clad in a white uniform entered and addressed Meng Luan, saying, "Bed 59 is discharging this afternoon. Please prepare accordingly." Oh, it was Luohe, who entered carrying a warm water bottle. "You must be a family member of the patient, correct? Please remember to complete the discharge procedures. The patient can leave this afternoon." "All right, thank you." Shortly thereafter, Xia Jishuan and Bai Shiwei appeared at the doorway. Upon seeing Meng Luan, Bai Shiwei joyfully exclaimed, "You're finally awake. Did you rest well?" Meng Luan descended from the bed, stretching his arms as he replied, "Look at my vigor. I'm perfectly fine." Xia Jishuan, filled with delight, said, "Then let us prepare for discharge. Come, I will help gather your belongings." Thus, the 4 of them, carrying Meng Luan's few articles of clothing, exited the hospital. However, a sharp, prolonged air raid siren suddenly blared, and in the eastern sky, several UFOs could be faintly seen hovering and approaching the city. "This is bad. Outsiders are invading again," shouted pedestrians as they rushed into the nearby underground shelter. The 4 of them followed suit into a structure resembling a subway station, typically constructed every 500 meters. As nearby civilians streamed in, the management swiftly secured the large door, which soon became crowded with a throng of people. "Everyone, please remain calm and proceed slowly," they announced. Following the crowd, they walked for nearly an hour before finally reaching an underground passage. Before them stretched a subway corridor, illuminated by orderly lights along the walls, revealing a row of iron tracks extending into the distance. This was a designated residence for refugees allocated by the Huaxia Nation, akin to a house they had previously inhabited, though with different room layouts. Meng Luan shared a room with Luohe, while Xia Jishuan and Hua Rou occupied another, and Bai Shiwei had a room to herself. It was noted that Hua Rou, upon her last visit to the provincial city, had placed her husband in a hospital and, being without support, had accompanied them to be assigned to the same dwelling. Upon entering their room, Luohe remarked without ceremony, "I'm going to study. I have an exam coming up." "Ah, you privileged ones enjoy ease. We must toil over our books," Xia Jishuan pouted before also diving into her studies. Meng Luan smiled and nodded. I've reconnected with an old university classmate who's at a military research institute. She has offered to introduce me for a position there, focusing on artificial intelligence and robotics, he shared. Congratulations, they chorused. What about you all? Are you planning to enlist directly, or will you take entrance exams? Bai Shui stated solemnly, I have no choice. I belong to a superpower family and must send one person for training. My brother has already enlisted, so I can only attend a military school. Isn't that the temporary university Huanghua mentioned? Meng Luan inquired curiously. Poirot smiled and replied, yes. Due to the current military capabilities to fend off alien invasions, but to truly defeat them, we need talent from various fields. Thus, each province has established new schools in accordance with strategic needs to nurture diverse talents. The primary focus is on military strength, followed by technology, with logistics and other areas also being crucial. Meng Luan nodded in understanding, reflecting, no wonder that Tong Hua sought to recruit me, yet upon arriving in the provincial city, I saw no sign of him. Meng Luan, you possess such strength. You could choose to enlist directly, and in the military, you would still be considered elite. I believe it would be unwise to waste time on academia. Me? No, I haven't graduated from university yet. It's better to pursue more education. How do I enroll? You can head to the school entrance. There's one not far from here, albeit it ranks lowest among the 3 similar institutions. The second one is the best, and this third one is the worst. In my opinion, you should aim for the second. Meng Luan contemplated and said, all right, I'll give it a try. I'll accompany you. Whichever school you enroll in, I will choose to attend as well. What? Choose? Don't you have to take an entrance exam? All family members are exempt from exams. Didn't I mention that earlier? Bai Shui looked at Meng Luan as if he were a country bumpkin. At that moment, Meng Luan felt somewhat speechless, thinking, could it be that someone as extraordinarily gifted as I still must participate in that dreadful exam? Thus, Meng Luan exited the community, with Bai Shui, a free spirit, following him closely. They inquired along the way and soon arrived at the Huaxian Nation's Yutian City Second Academy, which had been transformed from a previously renowned university. As they approached the entrance, they discovered a long queue of people. Meng Luan walked directly to the front and casually asked one of the young people in line, excuse me, is this where one registers for the entrance exam? Chapter 39. No eligibility to register indeed. They hurried to the back of the line. Thank you, they said, as they joined the queue. The crowd of ordinary individuals in the line was instantly captivated by the stunning Bai Shui, who, donned in a white-fitted outfit and fashionable denim shorts, accentuated her figure to perfection. A young man beside her whispered to the others, look at that beauty. If she gets into this second academy, she would undoubtedly be the campus belle. Another replied, then we must strive hard to gain admission to this second academy. However, upon witnessing such a beauty trailing behind a young man clad in a simple white t-shirt, they felt a sense of squandered potential and thought to themselves that it was indeed a case of a flower planted in dung. Jealousy quickly turned their admiration into disdain for Meng Luan. For those with extraordinary abilities, in addition to filling out forms, there was another requisite test, the ability assessment, designed to prevent individuals from wasting time by masquerading as capable candidates. Those who passed this test would be exempt from the written examination and proceed directly to the corresponding physical prowess evaluation. Soon, it was Meng Luan's turn. He swiftly completed the paperwork and prepared to test his abilities. Ahead of him, a fellow candidate stood beneath a doorway-like detector. As he clenched his fists, an unusual aura erupted from him. Past next, another man confidently entered, fists clenched, and similarly unleashed a peculiar energy. However, he was met with the announcement, ability not up to standard. Thank you for your cooperation. The man's demeanor deflated instantly, as it became clear that bioenergy had varying degrees. Much like DNA can determine a person's appearance and stature, it could also dictate the strength and quantity of one's bioenergy. Strength could be understood as the degree of damage inflicted on a target during an attack, while quantity resembled stamina. Some could run long distances quickly, while others faltered. The man shook his head as he exited the gates of the second academy, muttering, I suppose I'll have to try my luck at the third academy. A nearby young man voiced his concern, if you don't pass, does that mean you can only be an ordinary person? Another interjected, don't worry. As long as one possesses extraordinary abilities, even if they can't attend the academy, numerous alien resistance organizations in the community will take them in. Talent will not be wasted. At this point, it was Meng Luan's turn. Unbeknownst to him, he was ill-suited for this test. Standing before the detector, he felt somewhat embarrassed, as he did not appear to be an extraordinary individual. Nevertheless, he mimicked the others, clenched his fists, exerted force, and then heard the staff member beside him declare, "No energy fluctuations detected, disqualified." The other applicants immediately began to murmur. One remarked, "Another fraud in the mix," while another scoffed. How dare an ordinary person even attempt the test? Meng-Luan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unsure of how to respond. Just then, a staff member shouted, "Hurry out, don't occupy space without purpose." The sound pierced through Bai Shui's ears, prompting her to retort sharply, "Could you speak with more respect?" The staff member, about to respond with indignation, paused upon recognizing Bai Shui, his expression shifting as he exclaimed, "Ah, it's Shui. What brings you here? Is it you? How come you're here?" Bai Shui was surprised to see a man in the academy's uniform. "The grade director asked me to assist," he explained, then glanced at Meng-Luan with a haughty demeanor. "How do you know such a person? You mustn't speak of him that way," she replied, her irritation evident. "Of course. I must show respect for your friend, but he is merely an ordinary person. No matter what, I cannot pass him, even if he got through the subsequent evaluations," he said, his tone laced with flattery. The other applicants were taken aback to learn that these two were acquainted with the staff member. This young staff member, Bai Biao, belonged to a prominent branch of the Bai clan, a collective of multiple families bound not necessarily by blood, but by shared surnames. "Let us go, Meng-Luan," Bai Shui exclaimed as she took his hand. Bai Biao felt a pang of jealousy as he watched the pair depart, silently noting the young man in cheap clothing. "I say, can you not be so glum? If all else fails, you can always apply for a regular program." Her comforting words eased Meng-Luan's spirits somewhat. And as they traveled from Nalan Temple to the provincial city, he began to view this wealthy girl in a more favorable light. With a sigh, he remarked, "It's nothing. It's better to live than to die. Whatever I do, I can still earn a living." While they conversed, a temple suddenly appeared before them. Its sign boldly proclaiming Xian Temple. Bai Shui brightened instantly. "I remember the master telling me he was invited to become the abbot here." "Really? Then let us go see him." "All right." And so, they made their way toward the temple. As they traversed the familiar layout, they passed through the Methreya Hall and soon arrived at Master Hucking's quarters after some inquiries. "Welcome, esteemed guests." Master Hucking greeted them with a smile. "How have you been?" "Master?" Bai Shui inquired respectfully. "Quite well. What brings you here today? Did you not attend the elite examinations?" "How did you know?" She replied. "I accompanied him to register. But it turns out he isn't even eligible." "Oh, is that so?" He pondered for a moment and continued, "Do you remember Tong Hua? He was inquiring about Meng-Luan's contact information just a few days ago. Since you're here, if you encounter any difficulties with registration, you can seek him out." With that, he handed Meng-Luan a letter of introduction, advising him to visit Tong Hua at the Third Academy. Chapter 40. Successful registration. Meng-Luan, feeling somewhat idle, retrieved his card and accessed the app. The first thing that caught his attention was that the battery was at 30. He then opened the Warrior God Card Strategy application, where a new description appeared. Dragon's bold silver spear, indestructible and immensely powerful. It is the accompanying weapon of the martial soul Zhao Yun, and its use grants one the spear techniques and strength of the warrior god Zhao Yun. After reading this, he clicked on the map marking the charger's location and, upon comparison, discovered that this location was also a museum. He thought to himself, "Once I finish my exams, I must retrieve the charger. That way, I can use my phone without fear of running out of battery, haha." Next, he closed the application and opened the messaging software WeChat. The app immediately began loading data, and soon he received thousands of messages. He casually opened a group chat, where numerous short videos were shared. He began watching from the last video, which depicted a silver-gray UFO landing near the camera operator. To his astonishment, many dog-like creatures crawled out and immediately pounced on a few scattered pedestrians. Subsequently, he opened more videos, finding them filled with scenes of alien monsters attacking, and he chose not to watch further as such occurrences had become commonplace for him. Exiting WeChat, he opened a Tencent news article and clicked on the headline video. Instantly, a metallic disc-shaped craft appeared on the screen, landing in a city square, its surroundings seemingly transforming into doors from which hordes of hyena-like creatures emerged. The narrator summarized the current situation, stating, "Unidentified silver-white flying objects have landed in various cities around the world in vast numbers, each carrying an abundance of alien monsters. Almost all human cities have been overrun. Furthermore, it was baffling that these monsters, after attacking humans, did not immediately consume or tear them apart, but instead methodically dragged them into the UFOs. Soldiers everywhere continued to fight valiantly, Yet they were unable to resist the onslaught of the alien beasts. The United Nations had formed a coalition, urging the public to refrain from venturing outside and to await rescue from their governments. MANHUA, after viewing the video, noted its publication date, remarkably. It was released a month and a half after the UFO invasion, indicating that over a month had passed since the incident. He then examined the creature's innards, revealing through the camera that they were not what we recognize as internal organs, but rather composed of composite materials, each serving distinct functions. He dissected a bone, discovering it to be a silver-white metal, far more durable and perfect than any biological skeleton found on Earth. Finally, while examining its brain, he uncovered a glowing diamond-shaped object, no larger than a thumbnail. The video suggested that this might be the alien creature's brain, and astonishingly, within it were small light-sensitive machines connected by fine threads to other organs. Upon the video's conclusion, MANHUA, filled with questions, sought out Poirot. Although he could comprehend the alien-made skeletal structure, blood, and other organs, he could not fathom the significance of the shimmering diamond. This mystery ignited his curiosity. Entering Poirot's room, he found both women in pajamas, their loose clothing failing to conceal their exquisite figures. He promptly shared the video with Poirot, who, after watching, pondered aloud, "You're perplexed by the diamond, aren't you?" MANHUA nodded. He paused, then enthusiastically continued, "This is artificial intelligence, but regrettably, we cannot yet decipher this diamond chip. I believe we will eventually crack it." Intrigued, MANHUA inquired, "If it remains unsolved, how do you control the two mounts you gifted me?" She adjusted her glasses with her middle finger and replied, "We inadvertently discovered how this chip coordinates its functions with the body." "What is that?" MANHUA pressed eagerly. "It's quite simple. You should be able to guess," she responded. "Should I?" "Yet, I am unable to deduce it. It is merely a glowing diamond, lacking the ports of our computers. How can it coordinate?" Poirot gazed at him, her eyes reflecting admiration, not for his intellect, but for his courage and composure in the face of danger. "What else with that look? Do you think I'm foolish?" MANHUA remarked, scratching his head in a comically innocent manner. Poirot, regaining her composure, replied, "No, you're not a technician, so it's perfectly normal not to guess it." As she spoke, she picked up a nearby teacup and took a sip. Chapter 41. The Secrets of the Alien Creatures. Poirot took a sip of water and said, "In fact, its collaborative mechanism is quite simple. This diamond shape is akin to a brain. It must transmit signals to various parts of its body each time it intends to perform an action." Sensing that MANHUA's gaze was not quite right, she subtly adjusted her clothing and continued, "Here comes the crux. This signal is conveyed through the light it emits." Despite her explanation, MANHUA remained perplexed, his furrowed brow clearly expressing his bewilderment. Poirot smiled softly and elaborated, "You must understand that light encompasses the spectrum of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet, along with composite colors like orange-red. This signal relies on the distinct hues of light and its varying brightness to convey information. This should not be too difficult to comprehend, right? It's akin to the light emitted from a mobile phone screen, which can be dimmed or brightened, showcasing different colors." "I see," MANHUA replied. "So each color combined with a certain brightness represents a distinct signal. You managed to decipher such complexity?" As he spoke, he extended his thumb in admiration. "Indeed, it is quite challenging. For the creators of these creatures, it was simpler as they established the rules. However, for us, it required considerable conjecture and extensive testing to ultimately clarify the principles behind each signal." She continued, "Thus, we devised a device resembling this diamond, albeit significantly larger. Nevertheless, it has been compressed to fit within the cranial structure of these creatures. We utilized the most advanced quantum computing chips available, programming and transmitting data remotely via Wi-Fi." At this point, a question suddenly surfaced in MANHUA's mind. "How did the aliens achieve something similar to your Wi-Fi?" Poirot shook her head in response. "Currently, that remains a mystery. My new work is related to these matters, and I promise to inform you as soon as I uncover any insights." "Thank you," MANHUA exclaimed. Elated after learning the secrets of these alien creatures, he found himself restless throughout the night. The next day, he and Shui set off early for the Third Academy. Upon their arrival at the entrance, they discovered a crowd akin to that at the First Academy. "Look, isn't that the beautiful woman from in front of the Second Academy yesterday?" One of them pointed at Shui. The other onlookers followed his gaze, and another remarked, "I recall that this beauty is from the superhuman clan. Shouldn't she be attending the Second Academy? Why is she here at the less prestigious Third Academy?" "In my view, She is merely accompanying that guy next to her. Meng Luan paid no heed to their chatter and headed straight towards the registration desk. Hey, how can you cut in line? That's quite rude. A voice from the back echoed the sentiment as they noticed the queue being disrupted. Meng Luan ignored the accusation and handed his introduction letter to the staff member. Please proceed to the back of the line. I do not accept bribes. That's not the case. You've misunderstood. Professor Tong recommended me. Here is my introduction letter. The staff member was initially reluctant to accept it but changed his mind upon hearing Professor Tong's name. After examining the letter, his previously stern demeanor softened into a smile. You should head to the staff office in the school. Oh, and it's on the first floor. He returned the letter to Meng Luan. Thus, the two entered the academy. The crowd, now aware that he had not cut in line to register, fell silent, though they remembered the ordinary person whose energy was deemed insufficient. Following the signs around the campus, they eventually located the admissions office. Upon entering, they saw numerous teachers busily attending to various tasks. After inquiring, they found Professor Tong Hua in an inner office. I have come to participate in the examination. That's wonderful. Our third academy is the finest in the provincial capital. Your choice here is indeed astute, he said, seemingly touched by a sense of guilt as he rubbed his nose. May I proceed with the registration? In this manner, Meng Luan was unexpectedly admitted into the third academy, although Professor Tong was unaware that he was merely an ordinary individual. Bai Shui, overjoyed, exclaimed, Thank you so much. I shall also attend the third academy. Professor Tong had seen her at Nayland Temple and recognized her as a member of a prominent family. Her desire to join the third academy filled him with delight. He thought to himself, this transaction is worthwhile. For not only do I gain a candidate capable of challenging aliens, but I also welcome a clan member. Beaming with happiness, he quickly added, You both should come on the day of the exam. I am looking for student representatives. Meng Luan, you will serve as the male representative. And Shui can be the female representative. Just prepare a few notes to read out when the time comes. On their way home, Meng Luan, curious, asked Bai Shui, What does the martial arts examination entail? I haven't participated in one myself, but I have heard there are 3 parts: wind shot, weightlifting, and combat techniques. Wind shot? This is similar to archery, but instead of using a bow and arrow, one utilizes their internal bioenergy to form wind blades or punches to strike a target. Oh, I understand now. The weightlifting part is akin to the Olympics. The one lifting the heaviest weight wins. As for combat, it involves striking a wooden dummy with scores assigned by artificial intelligence based on the purity of technique. After hearing this, Meng Luan felt reassured. It is worth noting that all 3 academies in the provincial capital were newly established. However, according to the Education Bureau's plan, the second academy was to recruit first-tier talents, the first academy second-tier talents, and lastly, the third academy. In terms of faculty and teaching environment, the second academy was the top choice, and thus, all aspired to gain admission there. Time flew, and before long, the day of the inaugural entrance examination arrived. Setting aside the competitions at the first and second academies, the third academy was filled with exuberant voices and a jubilant atmosphere. To ensure the smooth conduct of the examination without interference from aliens, the provincial military had dispatched the strongest superhuman special forces to guard the perimeter, ensuring that any alien incursion would not disrupt the examination proceedings within. Chapter 42. The day of the entrance examination. Due to the necessity for Luo He and Xia Jishuan to participate in the written examination today, only Huarou, Bai Shui, and Meng Luan made their way to the examination site. The playground of the third academy of Yutian City was adorned with fluttering banners and resonated with the sound of drums, as 3 examination areas were set up within. From an aerial perspective, one could observe a section near the school gate, where 30 large steel discs, each over a person's height, stood tall. Adorned with concentric circles painted in varying sizes, this was the arena for the wind arrow test. Upon passing this area, the candidates arrived at the second examination site, which was equipped with over 30 weightlifting bars. The third examination area was situated at the far end of the playground, featuring 30 wooden dummies akin to those seen in the film Ip Man, accompanied by corresponding cameras, presumably linked to an artificial intelligence scoring system. As the clock struck 9, Ren Shui, the principal of the third academy, took to a makeshift podium in front of the teaching building and began to deliver the opening remarks for the examination. His voice was a melodic cadence, oscillating in pace, as he passionately discoursed on matters of the past and present, igniting the fervor of all the candidates present. Meng Luan and his companions sat behind the podium, while in front of them were various school grade directors and teachers. When it was Bai Shui's turn to speak, The male candidates, excluding the female students, gazed in astonishment. They had not anticipated that a scion of a prestigious clan would choose to attend a third-tier academy in the provincial capital, making them grateful for their own choice of institution. However, the female students were filled with envy and quietly criticized the school for its perceived unfairness. Yet, when Baishui introduced herself as a member of a prominent family, they understood, for even the least gifted among the hyper-intelligent clans could easily excel in a second-tier academy. When Meng Luan ascended the stage and introduced himself, the assembled candidates exchanged bewildered glances. After all, it was nearly inconceivable for an ordinary superhuman to be exempt from examination. Thus, how could this young man not only be exempt but also serve as a student representative? The candidates expressed their discontent, particularly those who had previously been rejected from the second academy. Recognizing Meng Luan, they became even more incensed, for he was clearly an ordinary individual. How could he possibly be the student representative? Some of the less refined candidates even began to jeer disrespectfully from the audience. Amidst the tumult, a bold voice rang out. "Hey, student on stage. You're just an ordinary person without any superpowers. Why do you get to be the student representative for the martial arts examination?" This outburst was met with a chorus of agreement from the audience, plunging the scene into chaos. At this moment, Tonghua seized the microphone and solemnly stated, "The school's arrangements are made for a reason. Should any student cause a disturbance during the examination, we will immediately revoke their eligibility." Upon hearing this, while the other candidates remained dissatisfied, they were left with no recourse. Meng Luan awkwardly descended from the podium. Thus, the examination commenced in an orderly fashion, with candidates proceeding according to their registration order. The first group approached the white line, 10 meters from the target. The rules dictated that they must deliver 30 punches within 10 minutes, with higher points awarded for strikes closer to the inner ring, a total of 10 rings. As the first group began their examination, they harnessed their bioenergy and struck towards the target. The sound of clanging echoed as a man finished his 30 punches first, jubilantly exiting the examination area, evidently pleased with his performance. Observing from the stage, Meng Luan recognized him as the individual who had previously been deemed unqualified at the second academy. It seemed he was poised to excel here, reinforcing the third academy's reputation as a fallback institution. After the first round concluded, the scoreboard displayed the results. The top score was 210, while the last was 90. Next came the weightlifting segment, where candidates participated one by one. Among them was a lean man who exhibited remarkable strength despite his slender appearance. As the examination proceeded in an organized manner, an unexpected event unfolded. Several UFOs descended from the sky, scattering around the vicinity of the third academy. One of them even landed directly on the playground, triggering panic among all present. The special superhuman forces swiftly responded, showcasing their formidable abilities to swiftly eliminate the newly emerged creatures. However, due to the sheer number of UFOs, the monsters on the playground initially faced no resistance. Teachers quickly intervened to confront the advancing flame wolf king and hyenas, resulting in a stalemate. Yet, this was merely the beginning, as several flying pterosaurs and 3 fire-winged dragons suddenly emerged from the UFOs, sending shockwaves of fear through both teachers and students alike. For the students, these fire-level creatures were overwhelmingly powerful compared to them. Meng Luan, having just exited the restroom feeling somewhat unwell, heard the commotion outside and rushed from the teaching building to witness the alien invasion. Without hesitation, he activated his card and brandished the dragon gallbladder silver gun, declaring, "You shall not act with impunity." The students, lacking real combat experience, fled into the underground safe haven of the school, thus missing Meng Luan's valiant stance. They could only hear the resounding voice that had previously filled them with awe. Meng Luan, undeterred and without summoning a mount, proclaimed, even without a steed, "I can penetrate and retreat 7 times. With that, he charged towards a group of hyenas. A nearby teacher attempted to intervene, concerned for the students' safety. But before they could utter a word, they witnessed a flurry of action. The dragon gallbladder silver gun moved with a ghostly grace, swiftly dispatching over 20 hyenas in a dazzling display. Following this, he lunged at the fire-winged dragons. Spotting one that was flying low, he leaped onto its back. The creature thrashed in an attempt to dislodge him, but Meng Luan clung tightly to one of its wings. With no other option, the fire-winged dragon ascended into the sky. However, due to its speed, Meng Luan found it impossible to use his long gun to attack the beast. As the fire-winged dragon soared high, it suddenly dove towards the ground in a vertical plunge. In a split second, Meng Luan released his grip and, seizing the gun by its tip, thrust it into the creature's massive body. With a sharp sound, the weapon penetrated its formidable form, and both Meng Luan and the beast plummeted earthward. Just as Meng Luan was about to activate his card to summon his mount, a figure ignited with flames and equipped with a rocket propulsion device flew towards him. Chapter 43. The Museum with a Grand Gesture. The superhuman special forces soldier clad in a rocket flight suit effortlessly caught Meng Luan and gently maneuvered the aircraft down to the ground. Meanwhile, the two fiery pterosaurs were swiftly eliminated by the incoming soldiers. At that moment, a young soldier in camouflage approached with a resonant voice, saluting Meng Luan. "Hello. I am Tsang Liang, the captain of the 1st Special Forces team. It is a pleasure to meet you." Meng Luan regarded the robust young soldier, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. After a brief hesitation, he politely replied, "Hello, thank you for saving me. It was nothing, merely a fortunate coincidence." "Fortunate? Do you know me?" "Yes. I was the one who rescued you on the railway last time." Upon hearing this, Meng Luan looked at him with immense gratitude, instantly elevating Tsang Liang's stature in his mind. "Indeed, that is quite a coincidence. I am truly grateful. I was unconscious at the time and woke up in the hospital, so I had no chance to express my thanks." "There's no need. Are you interested in joining the Special Forces? With your strength, you would undoubtedly become an exceptional soldier." "No, I prefer to study a bit more before making such decisions. I will consider it after graduation." "What a pity. The country is actively seeking talents now. If you're interested, feel free to find me at the military headquarters. Just mention my name." After rendering a military salute, he departed with his unit. At that moment, Bai Shui and other classmates emerged from the safety fortress, and she rushed over. Initially feisty, she then expressed concern. "Where have you been, you rascal? Are you all right?" Meng Luan replied with a tone of playful defiance. "What do you mean, young lady? Do you not know me? What could possibly happen to me?" Suddenly, he recalled a troubling thought. He had indulged himself quite a bit in recent days. Even more concerning, after battling the small monsters. The power here seemed to be at a mere 10. Reluctantly, he decided to stealthily head to the museum in Yutian City. In this era, museums had become places of free admission, yet amidst the backdrop of a new world being constructed, very few people shared Meng Luan's leisurely interest in visiting such establishments. He walked straight into the museum, where a dazzling array of artistic creations filled the transparent glass display cases. However, none of these captivated his attention, as he was not there to admire but to seek the charger for the War God card. He approached a locked cabinet, dust covering its surface, pondering. "Perhaps it is here. I have searched everywhere else. But how do I get inside? Who are you? What are you sneaking around for?" A staff member's voice suddenly boomed from behind him. "Hello, I am a student from the 3rd Academy, here for a visit." "A visit? What for?" "Leave that place immediately, or you will face the consequences." "Oh, is it dangerous here?" The staff member approached him, grabbing his arm and walking forward while whispering. "It is said to be haunted at night. You wouldn't believe it. Someone claimed to have seen a ghostly woman here." "Terrifying." Meng Luan listened with skepticism, maintaining his composure as he replied, "Actually, I am a ghost hunter. May I go in to take a look?" "Just you? Don't fool me. Aren't you a student of the 3rd Academy?" "My ancestors were ghost hunters. I dabble in it as a hobby. Get out of here." "Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Besides, I have no authority to let you in." With a pitiful expression, Meng Luan was shooed out to the ground floor. Glancing at the time, it was just past 4 in the afternoon. Thus, he stealthily hid in the restroom, planning to investigate the haunted house later when no one was around. After 5 o'clock that evening, as Meng Luan awaited in the restroom, he prepared to exit, only to find that the staff member had entered the restroom, checking each stall until he discovered Meng Luan sitting on the toilet lid. "You little thief. I knew you were up to no good. Come with me to the police station." As he lunged to grab him, Meng Luan, unable to explain himself, reluctantly activated his card, knocking the staff member unconscious. "Apologies, sir. I had no choice. I will come back to apologize when I have the chance." With that, he exited the restroom and hurried down to the basement. This time, he acted decisively. Using his enhanced strength, he broke the lock and stepped into the dark room. Upon entering, he found it was merely a storage area, and the talk of ghosts was surely mere rumor. Just then, a beam of golden light shot from his card, illuminating a specific area in the room, revealing a rectangular portal before him. "Indeed, it is here." A voice suddenly called out. "Is that you, Meng Luan? Hurry up." It was the voice of Shursui. Familiar with the path, he made his way to the source of the voice, taking the elevator to the top floor. As always, he settled into the temporary, comfortable light chair and before him appeared the stunning beauty. "I heard you've been sneaking around here? Those outside claim you're a ghostly woman." She laughed, covering her mouth. "Ha. I'm just bored and wanted to tease them." "Bored? So, is the charger ready?" "Of course." She walked over to a nearby cabinet, retrieving a rectangular object and handing it to Mengluan. Mengluan examined the object closely, noting its size resembled that of modern technology, with peculiar engravings of planets and telescope-like designs on the back. Open the back cover and place the card inside. Following her instructions, Mengluan opened the back cover and discovered a slot perfectly sized for his card, and wondrously, remarkable events began to unfold. Chapter 44. The elderly phone. This is surprisingly a mobile phone, which, aside from the card slot, bears an uncanny resemblance to modern devices, complete with a screen. Is this card merely a battery? You could interpret it that way. It represents a design that accommodates familiar operating habits. Initially, our mobile phones were akin to yours. But with the advancement of magnetic field technology, they evolved into cards. To cater to the elderly clientele, this design was conceived. Thus, it is indeed a device tailored for seniors. She remarked with a slight smirk. "Yes, it seems quite suitable for you. Is there a wireless charger available?" "None exists within this pillar." "I anticipated you would say that. How then shall I charge it?" "You can utilize your technology's wireless charger. It supports microwave charging and can be directly plugged into your 220-volt outlet." With that, Mengluan finally procured a charger and bid a reluctant farewell to Sure Tuition. The unfortunate Mengluan could hardly bear the scene. As two women in their pajamas tussled, their fervor escalated unexpectedly. In a moment of chaos, they inadvertently hurled the remote control, striking Mengluan squarely in the face, leaving him momentarily blinded and, upon rising, discovering a sizable bump adorning his forehead. "You two lunatics." "Ah, those two madwomen. How did your exam go?" "We must wait for 2 weeks to receive news, and it's uncertain which school I will attend. I aspire to join the second institution. Attending the third isn't so bad either. It offers a sense of security. Well, we shall see how the rankings unfold. Haha." After their conversation, he retrieved the wireless charger and placed his phone upon it. Suddenly, calamity struck again, aside from his charger emanating a faint glow. The entire provincial city was plunged into darkness. "Why has the power gone out?" The two girls in the living room, engrossed in a video, exclaimed in surprise. Luo He, deprived of the internet due to the outage, could no longer use her phone and eventually had to resign herself to an early slumber. After a long day, Mengluan lay in bed and soon drifted into sleep. The beleaguered electrician toiled for over 2 hours, only to conclude that a specific household in a certain district had exceeded their electricity consumption. The cause remains elusive, and all emergency electrical apparatus had inexplicably failed. Fortunately, the incident occurred at night. Otherwise, it would have disrupted the city's normal activities. The following morning, just as Mengluan awoke, he heard a knock at the door. "Hello? Is anyone there?" "I'm coming. Please hold on." He gently opened the door to find a worker from the electric utility, clad in deep blue attire. "Greetings. We discovered significant electrical hazards at your residence yesterday and have come to conduct an inspection." "Electrical hazards? Oh, please come in." The beleaguered electrician worked diligently for over an hour, but found nothing amiss. However, upon examining their electric meter readings, he was taken aback. "Goodness, you have consumed this much electricity?" "Huh? How much?" "Over 9,000 kilowatt hours. You must settle your bill promptly. Otherwise, we will have to disconnect your service." "All right. How much do I owe?" After calculating on his calculator, he replied, "Approximately 45,000. Upon hearing this figure, the 5 individuals in the room gasped in unison. 45,000. Ultimately, the utility worker had no choice but to leave in resignation. After a lengthy pause, he completed his studies and, passing by Huaro's room, noticed her silhouette bent over a desk, engrossed in her work. "Are you busy? May I ask you something?" Mengluan, what is it?" "Do you know of doors that can materialize out of thin air? Like a light that forms a luminous portal? Are you referring to something from a science fiction film? Perhaps a wormhole?" "Wormhole? It shouldn't be quite like that. The aliens currently invading us utilize wormhole technology to reach the solar system, but to my knowledge, they do not possess the technology you speak of. Otherwise, humanity would have perished long ago." "Oh, I understand." Mengluan thought to himself, "It seems the technology Sure Tuition employs is quite advanced. I must seize the opportunity to inquire further." He then bade farewell to Huaro and resumed his pursuit of the meditative teachings imparted by Master Huiqing. Time flew by, and before long, the day of enrollment arrived. Coincidentally, Luo He and Xia Jixuan both gained admission to the third institution. Although they were less than thrilled, Meng Luan was elated, as it meant his friends would be together, sharing in joyful companionship. Along the way, the girls engaged in spirited chatter, while the boys were relegated to merely carrying their belongings with all bags and bedding burdened upon them. They could only resign themselves to their fate, having chosen to reside with these two spirited girls. Upon arriving at the third institution, they each found their respective dormitory rooms. Fortunately, the accommodations were shared among 4 individuals, with desks below and beds above. Meng Luan placed his belongings on a bed near the door. At that moment, a youth dressed in a designer shirt and fashionable trousers, sporting a stylish haircut, called down from the upper bunk, "Aren't you the student representative?" Recalling the entrance examination, Meng Luan felt a flicker of annoyance and chose to ignore him while arranging his collection of white t-shirts. "Hey, don't disregard me. I'm not here to look down on you," Meng Luan replied. "Then what do you wish to do? From now on, we are dorm mates, and I refuse to believe that an ordinary person could gain admission without an examination. By my assessment, you must possess hidden depths." He emphasized the last 4 words with deliberate weight. Meng Luan glanced up at him but remained silent. Chapter 45. Enrollment. You see, the silence spoke volumes, signifying tacit approval. This individual, known as Lin Ho, is, in fact, a scion of wealth, yet he does not belong to any clan. His prowess is not a product of genetic inheritance, but rather a spontaneous mutation. His demeanor exudes an air of familiarity, allowing him to quickly forge a connection with Meng Luan after only a few exchanges. At this moment, another roommate exclaimed, "Isn't that the student representative? What a pleasure to meet you. We're in the same class." 2 classmates entered, presumably from the same dormitory. The conversation continued. "There are many rumors about you circulating outside. I find them hard to believe. It seems to me they're merely expressions of envy." Meng Luan was grateful for the understanding, thus seamlessly integrating into this new familial environment. It is worth noting that the Third Academy has admitted over 3,000 students this year, of which 1,000 are enrolled in martial arts programs, while the remaining 2,000 pursue liberal arts. The martial arts classes consist of 10 groups, each comprising approximately 100 students, with Meng Luan and Lin Ho assigned to Class 18. In the afternoon, under the guidance of their homeroom teacher, Zhang Liang, a class meeting was convened. "Hello everyone. From today onward, I shall be your homeroom teacher for Grade 1, Class 18. I hope to receive your cooperation in my endeavors. Pang Ping, please take attendance," he said, handing the roster to Pang Ping, who was notably proactive, frequently visiting the teacher's office to assist with class matters. "You all should take a page from his book," Zhang Liang added. Lin Ho, upon hearing this, wore a look of disdain and whispered to Meng Luan, "People like him only seek personal gain. He is just trying to show off to secure a good position upon graduation." Meng Luan remained silent. Zhang Liang proceeded to read through the names on the list. When he reached the last row, Meng Luan raised his hand, his demeanor strikingly modest, without uttering a sound. "Meng Luan, is this student absent?" A classmate interjected. "Just look up, and you'll see him," came the awkward reply. "Oh, right. Everyone, please remember to respond. Otherwise, it affects my efficiency in taking attendance." The implication was clear. Meng Luan had not cooperated adequately, leading to the teacher's insistence on maintaining order during roll call. Lin Ho remarked, "Surely he didn't mean to do that." Thus, Zhang Liang continued to call the names of all 100 students. At this juncture, Teacher Zhang interjected. "The student with the highest admission scores in our class is Pang Ping. His comprehensive indicators are remarkably high. I propose he take on the role of class monitor. What do you all think?" Only about 10 of Pang Ping's admirers voiced their approval, while the rest remained silent. Suddenly, Pang Ping spoke up. "Teacher Zhang, may I address the class?" "Go ahead." He stepped to the front of the podium, clenched his fists, and his eyes transformed into a striking azure hue, exuding a formidable aura of biological energy that enveloped the room, leaving all present in awe. The atmosphere erupted with excitement as students murmured, "Is this the legendary blue-eyed superhuman? Incredible!" Another added, "This rivals the capabilities of the clans, yet why is he here at our Third Academy? He could easily gain admission to the Second Academy." The text subtly indicated that he is the son of Teacher Pang Long from the Third Academy, which explains the preferential treatment he received. "Do you all think I am suitable for this role?" he asked, and the students of Class 18 erupted in enthusiasm, chanting, "Pang Ping, Pang Ping." Seeing his peers rally around him, he beamed with joy, secretly thinking, "It seems my father's strategy to establish himself as a leader is paying off." It lays a solid foundation for my future in the military. Very well, from today onward, Pang Ping shall be our class monitor. Meanwhile, Meng Luan had become the center of attention. Since the day of the entrance examination, he had drawn significant interest, with a plethora of rumors swirling about him, including whispers that he might be the illegitimate child of a certain superhuman clan, thus exempt from testing. Much of this information came from Lin Ho, who also mentioned that Bai Shui had been assigned to Class 1. And so, Meng Luan embarked on his academic journey. It is pertinent to note that for martial arts students, the curriculum is relatively concise, consisting of 6 primary subjects: Introduction to Combat Techniques, Basic Rational Utilization of Biological Energy, Enhancing Concentration, the Origins and Development of Superhumans, Combat Psychology, and Practical Training. In class, a robust instructor, Teacher Xiao Gong, declared, "Listen closely, everyone. Our ultimate goal in cultivation is to integrate theory with practice. Today, you will select your training partners. Pair up for practice." At this moment, Pang Ping interjected, "Meng Luan, let us pair up." Meng Luan pointed to Lin Ho and replied, "No thanks, I already have a partner." "Humph, coward," he scoffed, before selecting one of his followers as his practice partner. True to his reputation as a blue-eyed superhuman, Pang Ping demonstrated remarkable skill, and when he transformed, his azure eyes gleamed with intensity, engaging in a fierce sparring match that left other students in admiration. Meanwhile, Meng Luan and Lin Ho engaged in a more casual practice session. "You should all take a cue from Pang Ping," Teacher Xiao Gong advised. Additionally, a friendly competition hosted by the 3 academies is on the horizon. The school leadership places great importance on this event, so prepare diligently for the upcoming selection matches. This is your opportunity to make a name for yourselves. The significance of this competition cannot be overstated. It directly impacts the future enrollment of the academy. Naturally, the better the performance, the more likely it is that exceptional talent will choose this institution. Hence, the administration is keen on selecting the top 13 participants through a rigorous selection process. Upon hearing this, the students' excitement surged. The following day, they organized class-based selection matches, with class monitor Pang Ping devising the battle plan. Given that the class consisted of only 99 students, they arranged for 19 matches. Before each contest, the monitor would draw 2 names from a simple lottery device. As the first match commenced, Pang Ping reached into the bag and drew 2 slips of paper, only to find that one was his own, alongside another student ranked just below him. The other classmates expressed their dismay at this outcome, for regardless of who lost, Class 18 would be deprived of a formidable contender for the selection matches. Chapter 46, Class Selection Tournament. At that moment, Pang Ping clenched his fists, and in an instant, his eyes transformed into a brilliant blue, exuding an overwhelming aura. Another classmate, unwilling to be outdone, also underwent a transformation, revealing blue eyes as a superhuman. The other students present were astonished. 2 blue-eyed masters had emerged from the small Class 18, a hidden gem within their ranks. Pang Ping launched a powerful strike, a sky cannon, sending forth a gust of wind infused with immense biological energy. Bang! The other student remained composed, sidestepping to the left and evading the blow. Simultaneously, he retaliated with a hook punch. Bang! Pang Ping countered by pressing down with his left hand, neutralizing the attack, and then swiftly executed a right punch, turning it outward. Bang! Adopting a defensive stance to launch an offensive, his right fist crashed towards his opponent's head. The other student ducked just in time, then gracefully supported himself with both hands on the ground, extending his left leg while straightening his right leg to deliver a sweeping kick. Whoosh! Pang Ping remained unfazed, lowering his center of gravity and executing a spinning kick with his right leg. Whoosh! His inwardly sweeping right leg struck the ground just as the other student attempted to rise. A brilliant move that not only countered the sweeping kick, but also mounted an attack simultaneously. The unexpected maneuver sent the other student tumbling to the ground. And at that moment, the outcome was clear. The other classmates were left in awe by the spectacular duel, erupting into applause. It was subtly noted in the text that all participants had restrained their energy, cautious not to unleash too much force, lest they disrupt the proceedings, which would be quite costly. Pang Ping, with a proud expression, wiped his nose with his index finger and gazed arrogantly at his peers, though his gaze fixated on a particular direction. Not far away, on a row of chairs, lay Meng Luan and Lin Ho, prompting a surge of irritation within him. How could anyone sleep during such an exhilarating performance? Class monitor, quickly draw the next group of contestants. Lin Ho, however, was not to be underestimated. He clenched his fists, his eyes instantly turning blue, leaving all classmates astonished. What was happening in Class 18? 3 high-tier superhumans had emerged. His opponent, not to be outdone, transformed into a wide-eyed superhuman. Faced with such a disparity in power, there was little suspense, with just a few powerful gusts of energy. The opponent was unable to withstand the assault and fell. Thus, every student in attendance completed their matches. Yet it remained perplexing that Meng Luan had not been called to compete. Ultimately, Pang Ping had to announce his forfeit, granting him a direct advancement. Much to the disappointment of his classmates, who were eager to discover the true strength of this mysterious student, a secret they had anticipated. Indeed, I too was taken aback. This is a perfect opportunity to conserve energy. I am genuinely curious about your abilities, which is why I feel a bit let down today, Meng Luan remarked. Haha. You shall know in due time. The following morning was reserved for cultural studies, with a lesson titled The Origins and Development of Superhumans, filled with theoretical content. Meng Luan and his companion listened lethargically, when suddenly they overheard a few nearby girls whispering, pointing at Pang Ping and Lin Ho. Though their voices were soft, the words were clear. Look at those 2 blue-eyed superhumans in our class. They are so handsome. One exclaimed. Are you smitten with them? Another teased. I refuse to believe you're indifferent. Came a third voice. Lin Ho, upon hearing this, was elated, his spirits soaring. Meng Luan, observing this flamboyant character, felt a twinge of regret for associating with him, lamenting how it tarnished his own lofty image. After all, he had once eradicated the lecherous Lu Chang. Reflecting on this, he sighed at the trials of life, realizing how experience had gradually matured his temperament. Hey, look at that loser next to Lin Ho. I've heard he's just an ordinary person, likely here through some backdoor for a diploma. That's the gossip going around, someone remarked. I've also heard he's the illegitimate son of a prominent clan member who pulled strings to get him in, another added. Meng Luan nearly scoffed at this. But having weathered many storms, he had grown indifferent, thinking, let them continue their fabrication. In the afternoon, the competition for Class 18 resumed on an open area of the playground. The second round featured 20 participants, with similar rules. Pang Ping reached into the draw bag and pulled out 2 slips of paper, casting a disdainful glance at Meng Luan as he announced, Meng Luan versus Zhang Shi. A tall girl stepped forward into the arena, and after a moment's hesitation, Meng Luan reluctantly followed. Contemplating the irony of facing a female opponent in his first match, winning seemed complicated, and losing was equally undesirable. As the match commenced, Zhang Shi transformed into a superhuman, though her eyes remained unchanged, indicating she was a black-eyed superhuman. She leapt forward, charging towards him. Maintaining his composure, Meng Luan discreetly activated his card, an imposing aura emanating from him, causing the nearby spectators to shiver with anticipation. He is indeed a black-eyed. It seems the rumors hold true, one exclaimed. Exactly. This is what we call no smoke without fire, another chimed in. Amidst the spectators' gossip, Meng Luan felt a surge of frustration but pushed it aside, shouting, in 3 moves, I shall surely defeat you. At that moment, Zhang Shi closed the distance, launching a standard sky cannon. Whoosh. Perhaps due to Meng Luan's overwhelming strength, he perceived numerous flaws in her attack. It seemed his earlier declaration was not in vain, and given the nature of battling a woman, it was best to conclude swiftly. He pivoted to the right, taking a small step with his left leg, and executed a 360-degree side kick. Whoosh. Bang. His foot struck her arms, sending her hurtling backward with a scream, landing on the ground nearby. Her friend rushed to help her up. As she stood, she sweetly uttered, Meng Luan, I concede. Chapter 47. The turtle strategy among the students present. Apart from his 3 dormitory companions, no one voiced their approval. They merely murmured amongst themselves. One remarked, it seems the rumors are indeed true. Another commented, how can a dark-eyed superhuman have the confidence to be a student representative? Indeed, he must be a bastard child. Someone else scoffed. Well, he may not be an ordinary person, but his skills are certainly lacking. It appears that hybrid varieties are indeed inferior. Pang Ping, observing Meng Luan's expression, nearly succumbed to laughter, thinking to himself, with such abilities, I overestimated you, believing you to be modest and unassuming. Coupled with the disparaging remarks from others, his contempt for Meng Luan deepened. Subsequently, Lin Ho and Pang Ping faced relatively weak opponents, emerging victorious with ease. And by the end of the second round of selections, only 10 remained. Upon returning to their dormitory, Lin Ho, somewhat disheartened, inquired, Meng Luan, is this truly your level of ability? Please don't tell me this is your tacit admission. It seems I have misjudged you. After a long day, The four brothers began to idly pass the time, indulging in outdated games. Meanwhile, the nation was focused on combating extraterrestrial invasions and reconstruction, leaving little time for the entertainment industry to flourish. Meng Luan, however, remained dedicated to his studies. The following morning, as usual, he attended a cultural class, which today focused on how to enhance concentration. The lecture revolved around age-old clan practices, such as counting sheep, staring at grains of rice, or more advanced methods like meditation, all aimed at improving mental focus. Meng Luan found little appeal in these techniques, as the mantra imparted to him by Hui Qing was significantly more effective. He saw no need to resort to such seemingly juvenile practices. After class, he passed by the gymnasium and noticed a throng of students gathered outside. Out of curiosity, he approached and discovered that several newly established clubs were recruiting members. One particular club caught his attention, exploring the secrets of human longevity. Given the widespread interest in this topic, the booth was exceptionally popular, prompting Meng Luan to sign up. In the afternoon, the competition among the 10 commenced once more. Pang Ping and Lin Ho triumphed effortlessly, while Meng Luan encountered another dark-eyed superhuman and advanced smoothly. This left only 5 individuals from Class 18, with a single round of competition remaining to select 3 representatives. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the final round among the 5. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when one student fell ill and could not participate, leading to a semi-final between the remaining 4. The first match featured Pang Ping against Lin Ho, drawing significant attention from their classmates, as both were equally skilled competitors. On the arena, Pang Ping exuded a commanding presence, while Lin Ho stood handsome and resolute, equally formidable. Pang Ping initiated the bout with a flurry of 5 consecutive punches. The sound of impact echoed as the pale blue gust surged towards Lin Ho, who, undeterred, retaliated with his own 5 punches. Remarkably, he successfully blocked all 5 of Pang Ping's strikes. Pang Ping leaped forward, delivering a powerful blow aimed at Lin Ho, who crossed his arms to shield his head. Another clash ensued. The two fought fiercely, maintaining a stalemate that left Pang Ping exhausted, pondering, what is this guy's strategy? He's like a turtle hiding in its shell. Although Lin Ho's defensive tactics prevented defeat, it seemed he intended to wear down his opponent. Breathless and fatigued, Pang Ping finally suggested, how about we settle this with a single decisive move? Lin Ho, with a grin that belied his thick skin, replied, no way. This exchange elicited laughter from the onlookers, as the two had already battled for over an hour without a clear victor. As the struggle continued, the exertion diminished the biological energy of the superhumans, ultimately leading Lin Ho to exhaust his reserves and concede defeat. Though victorious, Pang Ping felt no sense of triumph, devoid of the thrill of competition. Next, Meng Luan, brimming with confidence, took to the arena. His opponent, equally unyielding, faced him. This time, the adversary was a wide-eyed superhuman. The wide-eyed competitor launched an aggressive assault, zipping towards Meng Luan. Just as the attack was about to land, Meng Luan swiftly countered with a powerful punch to the opponent's abdomen, causing the wide-eyed superhuman to collapse to the ground with a cry of despair. The spectators, initially anticipating Meng Luan's defeat, were astounded as the wide-eyed superhuman fell after just one strike, leaving them in shock. Pang Ping, taken aback, thought to himself, could this be the legendary colorless eye? This phenomenon was said to indicate an unchanging appearance but an unfathomable power, a rarity among DNA. Yet he quickly dismissed the idea, concluding it must be a fluke. According to the rules, both Meng Luan and Pang Ping had advanced. However, Pang Ping, ever the opportunist, was reluctant to let this student representative go unchallenged. Although both of us are through, shouldn't there be a ranking? He proposed, seeking to stir the crowd. The other students, having lost their chance at victory, were eager for more excitement and chimed in agreement. Meng Luan contemplated and replied, you've fought long enough. Perhaps it would be wise to rest a bit. If I were to win, it would hardly be fair. No need for that. I'll take the blame for the loss. If you're so fatigued, how about I allow you to use a weapon? All right, but remember, you suggested it. Thus, the two competitors approached the arena, with Pang Ping brandishing a long sword, its exquisite design indicating it was a prized possession. As he stepped into the arena, memories flooded back of countless hours spent practicing swordplay, instilled by his father, a master of martial arts. This was a skill honed through relentless training, and now, with the opportunity to face the school's focal point, he envisioned the stir his victory would create within the institution, potentially capturing the attention of its leadership. Chapter 48, The Psychology of Warfare. While he was lost in a dream, he suddenly noticed that Meng Luan had not taken anything with him. It was then that he regained his composure and inquired, "Where is your weapon? Don't rush. Come and see." Meng Luan infused his psychic energy into a card hidden in his trousers, and in an instant, a beam of golden light shot forth, summoning a gleaming silver dragon gallant gun from a nearby space, creating ripples around it. He seized the formidable weapon and proclaimed, "The dragon gallant gun is here. Are you wielding the azure rainbow sword?" Pang Ping, who had just been boasting, was now left speechless by the dramatic entrance and dialogue. Realizing Meng Luan was a powerful psychic, he quickly regained his confidence, wielding his longsword proudly as he retorted, "Don't try to show off. This is not the azure rainbow sword, but rather the great sword." The over 90 classmates present erupted into laughter, with some speculating. Could this student representative have acted before? Indeed. No wonder he was chosen as the student representative. But I have never heard of such an actor. Watch this, Pang Ping exclaimed, lunging forward with his sword. Meng Luan remained unperturbed. Just as the blade was about to make contact, he raised his gun, executing a flourish that, from a distance, resembled the legendary Sun Wukong. With a clang, he deflected the longsword away. With a swift motion, Meng Luan plunged the gun's tip into the ground, the barrel standing erect. And he spun upward like a pole dancer, landing atop the gun's handle. With a resounding clash, the longsword and the gust of wind struck the gun in succession. Pang Ping, seeing the impending blow, ducked instinctively, narrowly avoiding a kick that whizzed past his head, the rush of air swirling around him. Having missed his target, Meng Luan quickly landed and drew his weapon, thrusting it forward with vigor. Pang Ping, caught off guard by the rapid succession of attacks, rolled away to evade the incoming strike aimed at his chest, the weapon stabbing only air. Meng Luan continued his relentless assault, stabbing downward repeatedly. Pang Ping rolled on the ground like a tire, struggling to evade the onslaught. Suddenly, Meng Luan recalled his previous encounter with Lu Chang and, drawing from that experience, executed a downward strike that unleashed a powerful gust of yellow wind. The onlookers gasped, exclaiming, "That's the level of Goldeye's cultivation. But why is he classified as a black eye?" You may not know this, but among psychics, there exists a stronger breed whose eyes never change color. Yet their cultivation is unfathomable. Those with such genes are exceedingly rare, naturally endowed with extraordinary strength and stamina, and often possess unpredictable super abilities. Wow, that is impressive. No wonder he is the student representative. But why is he in the third academy? This question left the previously boisterous student momentarily speechless. The wind howled as Meng Luan advanced rapidly towards Pang Ping, who remained observant of the attacks. Noticing a change in strategy, he supported himself with his longsword and leapt up, attempting to regain his footing. However, Meng Luan's marksmanship was too swift. He swung the gun as if it were a staff, striking Pang Ping squarely on the right shoulder, sending him tumbling aside. The outcome became evident. The classroom erupted in cheers. Meng Luan, Meng Luan, Meng Luan. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. Indeed, he is the student representative. Truly impressive. He is quite the hidden talent. It seems the rumors about his parentage are true. On the ground, Pang Ping felt his mental defenses crumble. He buried his head in the earth, unable to lift it, with humiliating tears streaming down his face. His followers rushed over to assist him, but he choked out, "No need." He felt utterly disgraced, having dreamed of triumphing over Meng Luan, only to find himself utterly powerless. As the saying goes, 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of practice, and he felt as though those 10 years had been in vain. Seeing his opponent weeping on the ground, Meng Luan felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Perhaps influenced by his Zhaoyun warrior spirit, he blurted out, "Do you not realize, you are full of flaws?" This statement struck a chord, and Pang Ping could no longer contain himself, collapsing onto the ground in tears. The other students, witnessing their class leader's breakdown, gathered around Meng Luan and began to disperse. Only when he was alone did Pang Ping quietly rise from the ground, sending a text message to his homeroom teacher requesting a few days off. In this battle, Meng Luan had suddenly become the star pupil of the class, even drawing the attention of some of the girls who had previously gossiped about him. "Oh, it was merely a small skill," he modestly replied. "I predict that with your cultivation level, you will undoubtedly be invincible in our third academy." "Let us hope so," Meng Luan responded, changing out of his white t-shirt into a fresh one. The next morning, the theory class for Class 18 was the Psychology of Warfare. This course primarily focused on exploiting the psychological traits of opponents during combat, using verbal or physical stimuli to disrupt their mental state. Halfway through the lesson, someone whispered, "Wow. It seems that not only is Meng Luan skilled in martial arts, but his understanding of warfare psychology is also exceptional. How did you come to that conclusion? Did you see our formidable leader Pang today?" "Oh, now that you mention it, I didn't see him. Did you all see him? Lying on the ground, playing dirty. The classmates, overhearing this, stifled their laughter, unable to contain their amusement. Chapter 49. Work study. As the afternoon approached, it was time for Lin Ho's match, which held little suspense as his opponent, a disdainful superhuman, had opted to forfeit. Thus, the eagerly anticipated contest for third and fourth place concluded rather abruptly. Meanwhile, after a fierce competition, Bai Shui emerged victorious alongside two male counterparts, both of whom were vying fiercely for the affection of the enchanting maiden, resulting in quite a tumultuous rivalry. Before long, Friday arrived. Given the proximity of their residence to the school, Bai Shui and Xia Jishuan had returned home early, leaving him to traverse the safe streets alone. At that moment, 6 individuals clad in camouflage were seen pushing a cart covered with military green canvas, the contents of which remained a mystery. Meng Luan initially intended to pass by them, but he overheard one burly man exclaim in a gruff voice, "Today's fortune is quite favorable. These alien beasts alone will cover our expenses for 2 months." Intrigued by the mention of alien creatures linked to financial gain, Meng Luan contemplated his burdensome card charging fees. If he could find a part-time job during school, it would be a win-win situation. Thus, he quietly trailed behind them. Another bearded man chimed in, "Indeed, if only we could encounter such luck every day. Alas, these alien beasts are exceedingly cunning. Otherwise, they either travel in packs or are far too formidable when alone." He continued, "Once we earn enough, we should recruit more underlings and gradually engage in larger enterprises." Hearing this, Meng Luan's interest piqued. He thought to himself, "So, these alien beasts can be exchanged for money? I have no idea how many of these creatures I have defeated. If all could be converted into currency, it would be a windfall." He hastily approached the 6 men, saying, "Hello, brothers." A middle-aged man with a bushy beard regarded him and replied, "What can I do for you, young man? I just heard you mention that these alien beasts can be exchanged for money. Where does one do that? May I join you? My name is Meng Luan, a martial arts student from the 3rd Academy." "Ah, a gifted student. If you don't mind our rough demeanor, we would be glad to welcome you." The man laughed heartily. "That sounds splendid." Another man interjected, "Isn't the school supposed to provide generous subsidies? Why would you choose to work with us?" Meng Luan reflected briefly and responded, "Primarily, I seek to balance work and study, and further, to enhance my practical combat experience." The bearded man nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Welcome aboard. I am Xiahou Dong. Should anything arise, feel free to reach out to me, and I shall inform you of any tasks immediately." Just as he finished speaking, he was playfully knocked down, resembling a clumsy panda. Meng Luan shook his head in resignation and ventured towards his bedroom. Passing by Hua Rou's room, he caught a glimpse of her enchanting silhouette, thinking to himself, "Hua Rou is truly delightful." This instantly heightened his determination, resolving to embark on a significant endeavor with the older men the following day. The next day arrived, and he set out early, sending Xiahou Dong a message. To his surprise, Xiahou Dong did not respond, but sent him a map location instead. Without hesitation, Meng Luan followed the coordinates. Upon arrival, he found only 5 individuals, with no sign of Xiahou Dong. Curiously, he inquired about the missing man. "Ah, he's probably busy making breakfast for his wife and children," replied a younger member with a chuckle. Another added softly, "Don't be fooled by his imposing physique. He suffers from bronchitis." Meng Luan mused, despite being a rough character, Xiahou Dong possesses a softer side. After an indefinite wait, Xiahou Dong arrived in a flurry, apologizing profusely. "I'm terribly sorry for the delay. I was tied up with some matters. It won't happen again." "Not at all. We're accustomed to it. As long as your family is well fed, all is well," came the jovial response. Amidst laughter, the group of 7 pushed the rickety cart towards the outskirts of the city. As they ventured further away, the bustling crowds gradually thinned, replaced by desolation and barrenness. They soon arrived at a cordoned-off area encircled by steel cables, standing 3 to 4 meters high, enclosing Yutian City with 8 heavily guarded entrances. This enclosure was not designed to keep out aliens, but rather to isolate those who might wander too far and encounter danger. Upon reaching the entrance, they presented their passes to the guards. The soldier on duty, familiar with their frequent excursions, opened the gate, commenting, "I see you have a new member." Xiahou Dong replied with a smile, "Yes, he just joined us yesterday." With that, they pushed the cart through the gate. As Meng Luan gazed beyond the enclosure, he was surprised to find buildings rather than the wilderness he had envisioned. It appeared that the protected area merely occupied half of the original Yutian city. They cautiously navigated the abandoned streets. After what felt like an eternity, just as their spirits began to wane, they suddenly spotted 6 hyenas ahead. Xiahou Dong immediately became alert, whispering to Meng Luan, "Don't rush in just yet. Observe how we engage in battle first. It's quite perilous. Once you gain some experience, you may join the fray." With that, he signaled to the other 5, and the 6 superhumans charged forward, weapons in hand. Chapter 50. Striking it rich, the 6 individuals swiftly transformed into superhumans, wielding axes, long swords, and large knives, charging toward the 6 hyenas. Each of them engaged in combat with one beast, and within minutes, they effortlessly subdued the extraterrestrial monsters. As Xiahou Dong gazed at the corpses on the ground, a broad smile spread across his face, and the others shared in his elation, for it was well known that during unfortunate times, one could go an entire month without encountering a single monster. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, Meng Luan ran over from a distance, curiously inquiring, "How much can we sell one of these for?" 2,000 yuan. Those of a higher grade can fetch between 5,000 to 10,000 yuan. That's fantastic. So today we VE struck gold, exclaimed a young man. We VE hit the jackpot. Haha. Suddenly, one of the younger members exclaimed, "Boss, look over there. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry." With a commanding shout from the bearded Xiahou Dong, the 7-member team swiftly dashed forward. However, just as they were about to reach the extraterrestrial monsters, the beasts unexpectedly darted around the corner of a street, fleeing to another plaza in the shopping mall. The group quickly followed suit, but upon peeking around the corner, they were greeted by the sight of hundreds of monsters. Except for Meng Luan, the rest of the team was left dumbfounded, with several inexperienced members trembling in fear. Drawing on his extensive experience, Xiahou Dong shouted, "What are you waiting for? Run!" At that critical moment, a group of individuals appeared ahead. Upon seeing the surrounded team, they rushed over to offer assistance. Among them was a middle-aged man in his 30s. His eyes glinting with a yellow luminescence, accompanied by a cadre of young superhumans of varying levels. This middle-aged man, displaying incredible prowess, dispatched the hyenas with ease, akin to swatting flies, while a few of the younger members showcased impressive skills. With a series of thunderous impacts, the entire horde of hyenas, along with 5 giant wolves, was swiftly annihilated. The 30-something man approached and remarked, "How did you end up so far away?" "Luckily, we were nearby. Otherwise, these 7 would have met their doom." At this moment, Zhao Hao from their group noticed Meng Luan with surprise, aware of his true capabilities. Although they were rivals in love, having escaped together fostered a bond of camaraderie, so he chose to remain silent. Meng Luan, in turn, noticed Zhao Hao, usually quite ostentatious, and politely smiled in acknowledgement. A young man nearby, brimming with arrogance, declared, "You were fortunate today. Do you know who saved you? This is Niuze, the head of the First Academy. And I am Gong Shiwu, the top-ranked student there." Xiahou Dong felt a twinge of discomfort, but recognized their benefactor's kindness. Thus he clasped his hands in salute, exclaiming, "Ah, I have long admired you. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth." At that moment, Teacher Niuze suddenly coughed and said, "As I always advise, one must remain humble and refrain from boasting about their rank. You are still young." Xiahou Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead, still shaken, and remarked, "We truly have lucked out to encounter such elite students. Otherwise, we would have surely perished." Meng Luan, observing the multitude of extraterrestrial beast carcasses strewn about, suddenly exclaimed with joy, "What a turn of fortune today." Inspired, he activated a card, summoning an invisible portal beside him, instructing the others, "Quickly, lift them inside and toss them in." The other 6 stared in astonishment, questioning whether their new companion was a deity possessing magical powers. Xiahou Dong, with his mouth agape, exclaimed, "What kind of treasure is this?" "Oh, this? It is a storage space I inadvertently acquired from an alien." "No way, is that true? You've struck the jackpot. We venture outside the city every day and have never encountered such luck." Meng Luan recounted, "I discovered this while fleeing from Guchen City to the provincial capital. You mustn't tell anyone." "We won't. It will just be our secret." Without further ado, he began tallying the spoils, 100 hyenas and 5 giant wolves, calculating the total earnings at 220,500 yuan, with each member receiving 30,000 yuan, and the remaining 15,000 yuan bestowed upon Meng Luan for his significant contribution that day. The others readily agreed, recognizing their reliance on Meng Luan as a secret weapon, making this venture worthwhile. Meng Luan accepted the funds without hesitation, feeling justified, as he mused, "You know me, consider yourselves fortunate. Prosperity shall undoubtedly follow." Chapter 51. the business marriage proposal. Upon entering the living room, he discovered Xia Jixuan alone, engrossed in the most beautiful harmony, and was perplexed by the absence of Bai Shui. He curiously inquired, "Where is Bai Shui?" Following the location Bai Shui had previously sent him, he successfully arrived near her residence, situated in a villa district close to the isolation zone. Given the abundance of talent within these clans, they do not entirely rely on military protection. As he reached the entrance, two bodyguards recognized Meng Luan, for his white t-shirt and jeans were quite distinctive. Once invited inside, he not only saw Bai De and Bai Shui, but also Bai Biao in the living room. Bai Biao was animatedly speaking, "Uncle, you must know that our families have always maintained a close relationship. My family may not have much, but we certainly have a large number of people. So our expenses are naturally considerable. If we could strengthen our ties further, then our business would naturally serve our own kin." Good heavens. My dear nephew speaks rightly. Our Guyan family is still single, you know? I've heard your sister is as beautiful as a flower. Isn't she of an age to be courted? It would be delightful to have her visit, allowing us to grow closer. Seeing Bai De indulging Bai Biao, a look of displeasure crossed his face. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed Meng Lin entering and thus turned his words toward him with a hint of provocation. "Oh, I see why there's such resistance. It appears there's a pretty boy in the mix." Bai Shui, feeling anger rise within her, retorted, "Can you not speak properly? Were it not for my father's standing, I wouldn't bother with you at all." "Shui, I apologize, but look at his shabby appearance. He's lacking in both wealth and influence. How could I possibly be inferior to him?" Meng Luan, filled with indignation, longed to deliver a few punches but restrained himself, taking a seat on the sofa instead. Bai De, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, "Nephew, you're both my guests. Surely, you can afford to show me some courtesy?" "Uncle, I was rash just now. Please forgive me. However, the Liu family has been keeping a watchful eye on us. If our families do not strengthen our ties, who knows where the next contract might land? You are a reasonable man. I have matters to attend to and shall visit again." With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Meng Luan and exited the Bai family villa. "Goodness, this fellow is truly insufferable, using business matters to coerce me." Bai Shui frowned. Remaining silent, Bai De began conversing with Meng Luan, inevitably touching upon recent vexations. It turned out that since their arrival in Yutian City, Bai Biao had frequently made his way to their vicinity. As they belonged to the same clan, they had crossed paths at gatherings, during which Bai Biao had developed an interest in Bai Shui. Upon learning that the Bai family had moved to the provincial capital, he began visiting them often, subtly expressing his affections. Unfortunately, the headstrong young lady seemed unimpressed, which vexed him considerably. Moreover, the Bai family had initially thrived by operating chain supermarkets, with stores in this provincial capital and other cities. Yet, following the alien invasion, they now possessed only a few stores in Yutian City, which was not their primary market, resulting in poor business performance. The main clientele consisted of the second branch of the Bai family, Bai Biao's clan, which was labor-oriented, boasting a large population and consequently substantial expenses. Their labor output primarily relied on renting superpowered bodyguards for banks, factories, and farms to provide security against alien creature disturbances. Thus, Bai De found himself dependent on Bai Biao's family, causing him to tread carefully. Meng Luan, absorbed in thought, refrained from speaking. Bai De, ever forthright, declared, "Goodness, son-in-law, my determination will not waver. At worst, we will cease doing business with them. Heaven will not starve a blind sparrow." Upon hearing this, Meng Luan felt a warmth within him. After all, he was akin to an orphan, without support, and Bai De's paternal concern moved him deeply. "My father, I will find a way to resolve this matter. There is no need for you to fret. I believe that when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally find its way." In the blink of an eye, the school days returned. Reluctantly, Meng Luan rose and, along with 3 others, made his way to the province's 3rd prestigious academy. During class, he finally encountered the previously absent Pang Ping, who, like before, showed little change apart from being noticeably more low-key. One student remarked, "Our class leader Pang's combat skills are truly exceptional." Another chimed in, "I agree. But he's still a bit lacking compared to Meng Luan." The first speaker, pouting, shook his head at the latter. "Are you out of your mind? Speak plainly instead of shaking your head. This is not just a minor difference. It's a slight edge." "Wait a moment. Did you see the match? Meng Luan won." "I know that. Then how is it just a slight edge?" "Of course, he performed splendidly." "What? That's your idea of a slight edge?" Pang Ping, who had been attentively listening to the lecture, could no longer tolerate the banter behind him. He had been feeling pent-up frustration for days. So he disregarded the teacher at the podium and stood up, shouting toward the back, "If you have the guts, come and duel me. What kind of hero is it to gossip behind my back?" Chapter 52. The great deceiver Pang Ping realized he had acted impulsively and promptly exited the room. How amusing it was to see him scurry out of the classroom. Meng Luan gazed at the scene in astonishment, pondering, wasn't Pang Ping just promoted? Shouldn't he be elated? After class, as he left the teaching building, he unexpectedly received a WeChat message. He opened his old mobile phone and discovered it was about exploring the secrets of human longevity. Remembering that he had once left his WeChat ID out of curiosity, he decided to investigate further. Before he knew it, it was 1:40 p.m. After a brief afternoon nap, Meng Luan quickly got up, invigorated, and made his way to a classroom in the first teaching building. Upon entering, he chose a seat at the back. As the clock struck 2 p.m., the club meeting commenced punctually. The president approached the podium, clad in a pristine white outfit, exuding an air of sanctity. "Hello everyone, my name is Fu Feng, a student of Class 11. Welcome to the Longevity Society. I will not beat around the bush. I established this society not out of mere interest, but because I firmly believe that humanity can achieve true immortality in the future." Upon hearing the promise of eternal life, the students perked up with interest. Fu Feng scanned the audience, maintaining his composure, and continued, "Perhaps we cannot achieve this now, but in the not-so-distant future, you will witness this day. As long as you follow me, I will show you." Meng Luan found his words rather mystical and felt a reluctance to listen further. Sensing that this individual possessed a hint of charlatanism, the speaker went on, "You must understand that humanity has already established some theoretical foundations that can extend human lifespan, such as artificial organs, hibernation technology, and artificial intelligence. What do you believe is the ultimate technological direction for achieving immortality? I have my own answer, and I trust you have yours as well. But you must believe me. If you become a member of my society, I will ensure that we all achieve immortality together." At this point, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Although he may have been boasting, his commanding presence and eloquent speech stirred the atmosphere, leaving the newly enrolled students in a state of bewilderment. After his speech, he began to gather his network, discussing group leaders, members, and various club roles. Upon witnessing this, Meng Luan swiftly made his escape through the back door. He had no time to listen to this man's grandiose claims. There were far greater ventures involving monster sales awaiting him. With the school's selection competition still days away, Meng Luan felt quite bored. He found an empty classroom in the first teaching building and slipped inside, discovering only 30 or so students engaged in self-study. He randomly selected a chair and sat down. After a while, 2 female classmates entered the room. They approached Meng Luan and politely said, "Excuse me, this seat is taken." Feeling awkward, Meng Luan glanced at the girls, pondering their words. At that moment, one of the girls bent down and retrieved a book from beneath the desk, alongside a slip of paper boldly inscribed with the words "reserved." Meng Luan was momentarily taken aback and promptly stood up, moving to a seat at the back. In the now quiet classroom, their voices drew the attention of other students. As Meng Luan settled into his new seat, he noticed one of the girls producing a wet wipe to clean her area. This action caught his eye, yet he remained silent. After cleaning, the girl took out a dry tissue and wiped again. Meng Luan found this rather peculiar, as if her own pants were not clean enough. Once she finished, she leisurely took her seat. Suddenly, a sound emanated from beneath the girl's chair, echoing through the otherwise tranquil classroom. Many students turned their heads towards the source of the noise. A male student to their left leisurely quipped, "You truly are meticulous, young lady. Wiping twice isn't sufficient. You ought to blow it dry too." Unable to contain herself, one of the girls beside the speaker inadvertently sprayed half of her water bottle onto the girl who had wiped her chair twice. Laughter erupted among several students, while others, too embarrassed to laugh out loud, covered their mouths, faces flushed. Meng Luan was thoroughly amused. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside the first teaching building. While others may have struggled to identify the source, Meng Luan recognized it immediately as an alien invasion. He stood up, ready to rush outside, only to see the 2 girls darting ahead of him, racing out of the room, with Meng Luan hot on their heels. Outside, a silvery UFO hovered nearby, from which emerged over 30 hyenas. The 2 girls, who had earlier made the humorous remark, activated their bioenergy and charged forward. Initially, their eyes glimmered white, but as they encountered more monsters, they transformed to blue. In no time, with their combined efforts, they vanquished the horde of creatures. By the time the nearby military arrived, The battle was already concluded. Meng Luan watched in astonishment. Their prowess rivaled that of Bai Shui. No wonder they had such strength even while joking moments ago. After the skirmish, the two formidable girls approached Meng Luan and asked, "Are you all right, student representative? You know me?" He replied, bewildered. "Of course. Otherwise, why would we chase you off earlier? There were so many seats. Couldn't we have swapped? Did I offend you? No, you are our competition. And we are known to be ruthless towards our rivals." With that, they sauntered off toward the girls' dormitory. Meng Luan thought to himself, "I despise hitting women. But it seems I must make an exception in this selection competition." The following morning's class was Fundamentals of Bioenergy Utilization. As the teacher entered the classroom, roll call commenced. "Meng Luan, present," he replied. "Lin Ho." At this, Lin Ho pinched his nose and echoed, "Present." When the teacher called out the names of the other two students in their dormitory, Lin Ho repeated the ritual. Thus, the teacher closed the attendance book and began the lesson. Chapter 53, The Second Plan. Finding the theoretical classes unbearably tedious, Meng Luan resolved to seize the day and accompany his 6-member team in search of fortune. Just like before, they navigated through the isolation zone and ventured into the ruins of the city. The bearded Xiao Dong was once again scouring the area. However, the desolation meant that extraterrestrial creatures were scarce, as most alien assaults occurred within the city's confines, rendering his profession increasingly challenging. To address this, Xiao Dong had conducted thorough research and discovered that the aliens possessed remarkably advanced detection technology. Any human presence outside of a building was easily detected, prompting the aliens to dispatch reinforcements, possibly employing satellite-like technology, though this remained mere conjecture. Upon realizing the absence of monsters, they swiftly opted for the second plan. "Let us proceed with Plan B," Xiao Dong declared. "Plan B? What is that?" Meng Luan inquired, bewildered. "You'll find out shortly," came the reply. They soon arrived at a construction site featuring several unfinished buildings, likely abandoned after the alien invasion. At the entrance, they left a young man, providing him with a package. While Meng Luan and the remaining team members ascended to the highest floor of one of the neglected structures, which fortunately had a roof to obscure their presence. The young man donned the equipment within the package and stood at the entrance, waiting. After what felt like an eternity, a UFO descended from the sky, releasing over 20 hyenas and 8 colossal wolves, which immediately charged towards him. Realizing he was the target, the young man sprinted into the courtyard. As he dashed past 2 buildings, he leapt suddenly, prompting Meng Luan to ponder the peculiarity of the action. However, he quickly surmised that it was merely a result of his rapid pace, recognizing the young man's role as bait. The alien beasts followed closely, leaping in unison as they navigated between the structures, demonstrating an uncanny coordination. Are these creatures truly that astute? Meng Luan mused. The young man, sensing danger, veered towards the open space of the courtyard. Upon reaching a designated spot, he activated his rocket jetpack, propelling himself forward. Surprisingly, the alien creatures veered around the same point. Xiao Dong exclaimed in astonishment, "It seems we have underestimated them." The young man, startled, then dashed towards a nearby building adjacent to Meng Luan and the others' hiding place. He rapidly ascended the newly constructed staircase, utilizing his rocket booster to hasten his climb, with the extraterrestrial beasts hot on his trail. Upon reaching the rooftop terrace, he suddenly maneuvered his rocket-powered device towards the floor where Meng Luan and his team were concealed. By this time, the mechanical hounds had already reached the rooftop. Seeing the opportune moment, Xiao Dong shouted, "Activate it now." Boom. The adjacent unfinished building erupted in a violent explosion, the shockwave rendering the opposing team momentarily blinded. The towering structure collapsed, sending a swarm of alien creatures tumbling down, some landing on the ground, yet managing to regain their footing, while others were crushed beneath the debris. Success! The group cheered, but their jubilation proved premature as another UFO appeared, unleashing a horde of over 50 giant wolves onto their rooftop. Xiao Dong's expression turned grim, and he despondently lamented, "We're doomed." At that moment, the fallen creatures surged towards the building, the threat looming ever closer. With only a solitary rocket booster at their disposal, it appeared that only one among them could hope to survive. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Dong decisively proclaimed, "Meng Luan, Xiao Zhang, let the youngest among us live on. You must carry on our legacy." As he spoke, he urged Xiao Zhang to embrace Meng Luan and prepare for their descent. In a flash, the alien beasts closed in, deeply moved by the selflessness of his comrades. Meng Luan calmly asserted, "There is no need for that. With me here, none shall harm us." With that, he activated his elder machine, leaving the team perplexed. One teammate queried, Are you suggesting we enter the storage space? No, it's a vacuum. We cannot enter. Meng Luan responded, drawing forth his Qinglong Yanhua blade and launching an assault on the alien creatures before them. At that moment, Meng Luan's prowess rivaled that of a master at the GoldenEye level, rendering him more than capable of dispatching these colossal wolves with ease. Do not be arrogant. Behold my blade, he declared, swiftly eliminating the foes within moments. The six-member team stared in astonishment, wondering if he were the reincarnation of Guan Yu. Such flattery. Many experts in the city possess this strength, he modestly replied. However, your youth and attainment of such mastery is indeed rare. I commend you. After exchanging pleasantries, they began to drag the defeated creatures into the storage space. Suddenly, Meng Luan inquired, is this the B plan? Xiaodong, while collecting the spoils, elaborated on their tactical scheme. During Meng Luan's absence at school, they had devised this ingenious method, which, if successful, would yield ample resources without direct confrontation. They had discovered an abandoned building during their hunts, where they excavated a deep pit filled with spikes, covered it with plastic, and layered it with loose soil. The plan was for one individual to lure the monsters using a rocket booster to this location, thereby ensuring a bountiful harvest of alien carcasses. Additionally, they strung a thin metal wire between two buildings to trip the creatures, while suspending equipment overhead to drop upon them should they stumble. Finally, they planted explosives in the opposite building, leading to the scene they had just witnessed. Yet, the aliens proved to be cunning, effectively seeing through their ruse. Having grasped the intricacies of the plan, Meng Luan was struck by the aliens' shrewdness. After tidying up the area, they filled the pit, understanding that leaving it open could pose a risk to any potential survivors. This was not a fate they wished to see. Chapter 54. The perfect 10 time flowed like a gentle stream, quietly ushering in the day of the competition. The school administration placed considerable emphasis on this event. And prior to the start, Principal Renshui delivered an impassioned speech. He eloquently spoke of history and contemporary matters, concluding with an enticing promise. Each student selected for the school's exchange competition would receive a reward of 10,000 yuan. This declaration instantly ignited cheers among the students present. Among them, Meng Luan, initially indifferent to the contest, perked up at the mention of the monetary prize. With only 3 competitors per class and a total of 10 classes, 30 students were set to compete. The event commenced in the order of classes, beginning with the first class. Bai Shui confidently stepped onto the shooting range, where the targets were identical to those used in the entrance examination. The sole distinction being that they were 5 meters farther away, now situated at a distance of 10 meters. With her fists clenched, she took a deep breath. Her eyes transformed into a striking azure hue. The students from the first class erupted in joyous celebration, having witnessed her exceptional prowess over the past 2 weeks since enrollment. Indeed, this scion of a prestigious lineage was a testament to perfect genetic endowment. Mao Lang and Yuan Sheng, 2 sycophants who had also qualified, were animatedly cheering her on, exclaiming, Shui, you are the best. And Shui, you are truly powerful. Nearby, Meng Luan observed the scene, bemused by the fervent displays of adoration. Bai Shui took her stance, gathering her strength for the first punch. With a resounding thud, a wave of azure energy surged from her fist, striking the stainless steel target 10 meters away. The onlookers held their breath, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Ding! The impact resonated against the target, and the electronic scoreboard instantly displayed a score of 10. The crowd erupted into applause. She took a moment to steady herself before delivering her second punch. 10. Witnessing consecutive perfect scores, the students of the first class were moved to chant in unison, 10, 10, 10. Calm as still water, Bai Shui gestured for her classmates to quiet down, preparing for her third punch. Encouraged by their cheers, she astonishingly landed a total of 29 perfect shots, igniting a fervor among the students of the third academy, even leaving the teachers and principal in awe. 10, 10, 10. The resounding cheers grew louder, captivating even those passing by outside the school. Next up was Mao Lang, whose excessive eagerness to impress Bai Shui resulted in a lack of support from his classmates, who remained indifferent. Observing this, Meng Luan realized that a man's demeanor should indeed be more composed. As Mao Lang exerted himself, his eyes turned azure, prompting gasps from the audience. However, just as he prepared to unleash his first punch, Yuan Sheng mockingly called out, Shui, can you give me some water? Mao Lang, momentarily distracted, turned to see if Bai Shui would respond, causing his energy to veer off course and strike a nearby referee who was drinking water. The referee sputtered and dove to the ground to avoid the impact. The spectators erupted in laughter, and even the teachers shook their heads in disappointment. The scoreboard flashed a score of 0, leaving Mao Lang dumbfounded. He implored the referee, "Sir, someone disturbed me. That punch shouldn't count." "What? I didn't see anything." "Clearly, your skills are lacking. If you cannot maintain composure and inadvertently strike a referee, you risk disqualification." The voice of Yuan Sheng resonated, and Mao Lang could only seethe in frustration, directing an angry glare at Yuan Sheng before continuing with the competition. Determined to ignore any distractions, he soon found his focus shattered, resulting in 3 misses out of 29 attempts, ultimately scoring just 182 points, over 80 points lower than his entrance exam result. At this juncture, Yuan Sheng strutted onto the field, greeting the audience with a bow before positioning himself at the shooting line. Casting a glance at Bai Shui, he transformed into a superhuman, his azure eyes shimmering with brilliance. The students murmured softly, "Another blue-eyed superhuman." Chapter 55, 299 points. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly emerged from Class 1. "Shui, are you all right? Let me give you a hug." Yuan Sheng remained indifferent, silently contemplating. "This trick will not work on me. I've mastered these petty maneuvers." Consequently, he stepped forward with greater determination, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Just as his fist was about to be released, a sudden sharp pain shot through his foot, causing him to exclaim in surprise, and his punch veered off course, inadvertently heading towards the nearby judge, who was momentarily distracted. Bent down to pick up a fallen water bottle. As he looked up, he was startled to see the pale blue whirlwind approaching him, prompting him to swiftly duck to avoid the strike. Bang! The force collided with the adjacent wall, creating a resounding thud that reverberated in the judge's ears. Meanwhile, Yuan Sheng sat on the ground, extracting a slender needle with a base from his foot, and rushed to the judge, exclaiming vehemently, "Someone is maliciously sabotaging my competition. I suspect it was Mao Lang's doing." This time, the judge, having learned from past experiences, hastily moved outside the white line. It is worth noting that the target employs artificial intelligence for automatic score recognition, rendering the judge's role primarily as a monitor for rule violations and maintaining order during the competition. Yuan Sheng, motivated by this recent experience, propelled his second punch with determination, ultimately achieving a score of 179 points. It turned out that after Mao Lang finished his competition, he pretended to tie his shoelaces and place the long needle at a spot where the contestants were certain to step. Had Yuan Sheng not acted maliciously, it was likely that Mao Lang would have executed a similar plan. Bai Shui observed the two fools engaging in their antics with disdain, then turned her gaze toward Class 18. Upon witnessing the reaction of the class teacher, who covered his face in exasperation, she felt reassured by Bai Shui's performance. As the competition continued, scores from Class 2 flashed with vibrant green lights, consistently refreshing the rankings. Aside from Bai Shui, who led with a perfect score of 300, Xikong Yin and Wu Mei from Class 16 followed closely with scores of 290 and 285, respectively. It is said that the third academy comprises a total of 30 classes, with the martial arts classes numbered from 1 to 5 and 16 to 20. This peculiar arrangement is rumored to have stemmed from the absent-mindedness of the recruitment officer, Tonghua. By the time he sought to amend it, it was too late, as the students had already claimed their class numbers, leaving him with no choice but to accept the situation. Before long, it was Class 18's turn. The class teacher assessed the 3 candidates and ultimately called upon Pang Ping to take the stage. Bang! A gust of wind shot straight toward the target. Ding! A perfect 10. The students of Class 18 erupted in cheers, while the other spectators applauded in admiration. Witnessing this result, Pang Ping's self-satisfaction began to awaken, and he immediately launched his second punch, the azure whirlwind slicing through the air toward the target. Bang! Another direct hit. Ding! Another perfect 10. Once again, this previously beleaguered Pang Ping, through these 2 flawless strikes, instilled a sense of passion and pride in the students of Class 18, who jubilantly chanted, "Pang Ping! Pang Ping! Pang Ping!" The crowd outside the venue responded with enthusiastic applause, and Principal Rin, observing from the podium, nodded approvingly, while onlookers outside the school cheered through the iron railings. He continued to execute an astounding 27 punches, each achieving a perfect 10. The arena erupted in fervor. It seemed that yet another Bai Shui had emerged. Indeed, one should not judge a person by their appearance. 3 days hence, they would all be taken aback. However, I do hope that in his final punch, he lands a blow on the judge. At this moment, Pang Ping overheard 2 individuals speaking ill of him behind his back, but chose to disregard them. After all, he was on the cusp of newfound fame. And even if he couldn't surpass Meng Luan, claiming the title of second best would suffice. With that, he positioned himself, gathering strength for his final punch. And the entire venue fell silent, each person holding their breath. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, harnessed his biological energy, and unleashed a powerful punch toward the target. Crash! The force sped toward the target. Ding! A wave of cheers erupted for the young man, and the large screen displayed Pang Ping's score, 299 points. The crowd's exuberance suddenly waned. They felt the sting of near success. Just a fraction short. Yet that minuscule margin felt insurmountable. A hair's breadth off can lead to 1,000 miles of error. Indeed. At that moment, a student from Class 18 exclaimed, "Wow, that's amazing." 9 points. Pang Ping felt a twinge of embarrassment, but quickly reassured himself that the score was commendable, despite its slight shortfall. Nevertheless, the gathered students and spectators continued to applaud vigorously, and even the teachers on the podium joined in the enthusiastic clapping. Finally, it was Meng Luan's turn to take the stage. He approached the white line with a calm demeanor, prompting whispers among the observing students. Speculating about his status as the student representative, various derogatory remarks surfaced, but only the students of Class 18 remained hopeful, while others were skeptical of Meng Luan. Perceived as a product of favoritism, unfazed by the murmurs, Meng Luan, a seasoned individual accustomed to trials, tapped his old mobile phone in his pocket. A golden light enveloping him, filling him with strength. He clenched his fists, and as he did so, his eyes remained unchanged. This spectacle elicited laughter from the over 3,000 students and teachers present, including those on the podium who had never witnessed his prowess. While passers-by scoffed at him standing before the white line. Chapter 56. Piercing the target at this moment, murmurs arose from the crowd. Class 18 actually produced a dark-eyed candidate? This class is rather weak, isn't it? However, Meng Luan paid no heed to these remarks. He had exerted considerable effort during his migration, battling numerous small monsters along the way, which attested to his strength in this regard. He stepped forward with his left foot and thrust his fist ahead, unleashing a gust of yellow wind that howled as it erupted from his body. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Heavens! Am I seeing this correctly? Is that a golden eye level? But his eyes are black. Could it truly be the legendary colorless eye? This is astounding." The onlookers, the teachers on the podium, and the spectators beyond the iron railing were all wide-eyed and speechless, feeling the sting of embarrassment from their earlier disdain. The force of his wind was remarkable, stirring up clouds of dust on the playground, and the rapid flight produced a sizzling sound, as if it were tearing through the fabric of space and time. Bang! His fist struck the bullseye of the target, the sound resonating with double the intensity compared to Bai Shui and Pang Ping's attempts. A flock of birds, startled, took flight from the nearby ornamental trees. The electronic scoreboard prominently displayed Meng Luan's score, 10 rings. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, and the students of Class 18 cheered ecstatically. 10 rings. 10 rings. The teachers in the stands nodded in satisfaction, and the atmosphere among the spectators grew even more fervent, their applause intensifying. At that moment, a student near the target suddenly cried out, "My goodness! There's a handprint on the bullseye." The photographer on site quickly adjusted his camera, and the school's large screen clearly showed a fist imprint on the target. Another wave of astonished gasps rippled through the onlookers. The teachers on the podium visibly moved, and the excitement escalated with cheers from the crowd. Bai Shui, beaming with joy, shouted, "Go, Meng Luan." Meanwhile, Si Kong Yin and Wu Mei from Class 16 shook their heads in disappointment, seemingly feeling a tinge of inferiority. Mao Lang and Yuan Sheng from Class 1 glared at Meng Luan with envy as they observed Bai Shui's elation. As Meng Luan prepared for his second punch, he mimicked Bai Shui's gestures, prompting immediate silence in the arena. With a powerful thrust of his right fist, he propelled the second punch toward the target, the wind whooshing as it flew forth. Bang! The students of Class 18 were the first to shout, 10 rings. 10 rings. The nearby onlookers joined in the exclamations, including a few besotted girls, while the teachers on the podium clapped in approval, and the crowd outside erupted in enthusiastic applause. The fist imprint appeared even deeper, and it seemed as though these two punches had perfectly overlapped. The large screen displayed a clear comparison, revealing the greater depth of the imprints, now stacked upon one another. Remarkable! He was a sharpshooter. With that, Meng Luan landed a total of 27 punches, each one striking the bullseye. Finally, only one punch remained. The crowd was filled with anticipation, the moment thick with suspense. Would he soar like Bai Shui, or narrowly miss like Pang Ping? 10 rings. 10 rings. 10 rings. Meng Luan steadied himself, having assumed the horse stance, when suddenly Mao Lang and Yuan Sheng shamelessly approached, attempting to distract him. The referee, noticing their antics, sternly ordered, "Get out of here. If you disrupt the competitor, you will be disqualified." Meng Luan ignored them entirely, gesturing once more as silence fell over the arena. He unleashed his fist with determination, sending a fierce gust toward the bullseye. Bang! The principal and other teachers at the podium stood, hands firmly on the table, intently watching this final punch. With all his might, Meng Luan delivered a forceful blow. Bang! The sturdy stainless steel target was pierced by the powerful gust, striking the bullseye perfectly. The crowd erupted in cheers as the students of Class 18 rushed onto the field, lifting Meng Luan into the air, chanting, "Meng Luan! Meng Luan! Meng Luan!" The principal and the teachers applauded enthusiastically. The onlooking students shouted hoarsely, "Student representative! Student representative!" Spectators outside even climbed the iron railing to applaud and congratulate him. Xikong Yan and Wu Mei joined in the applause, seemingly becoming fans of Meng Luan. Bai Shui stood, clapping fervently alongside her classmates, while Mao Lang and Yuan Sheng glowered in displeasure. At that moment, the scoreboard displayed Meng Luan's score, 300 points, tying him for first with Bai Shui, while Pang Ping trailed closely with 299 points. Xikong Yan and Wu Mei held the third and fourth positions, respectively. After a brief surge of excitement, the arena gradually quieted as the next competitors continued their contests, culminating in Lin Ho securing fifth place. Thus, the second round of competition commenced, with a barbell set up beside the arena. This time, the contest involved weightlifting, with a straightforward rule: the heavier the lift, the higher the score. Bai Shui was once again the first to compete. In full view of all, she gracefully approached the barbell, while Mao Lang and Yuan Sheng rallied their classmates to cheer her on, chanting, "Bai Shui! Bai Shui!" In that moment, they were the epitome of cheerleaders. Bai Shui clenched her fists and, with a loud shout, transformed into her peak form. She bent down, grasping the barbell's handles, and effortlessly lifted it above her head. The referee promptly recorded the score in the system, and the scoreboard displayed an impressive 360 kilograms, equivalent to a world championess record. The spectators, teachers, and onlookers erupted into applause upon witnessing such a feat. Mao Lang and Yuan Sheng rallied their classmates, exclaiming, "Bai Shui, you're incredible! Bai Shui, you're amazing!" However, this was not the end. The weightlifting test allowed for 3 attempts, and since she had succeeded on her first try, Bai Shui confidently declared to the referee, "I request 450 kilograms." The referee, taken aback, quickly signaled the staff to increase the weight. Soon, everything was prepared. Bai Shui remained calm and, once again, effortlessly lifted the weight, ultimately achieving an outstanding 500-kilogram lift, setting a record for the Third Academy. Chapter 57, The Sales Promotion Next. It was Mao Lang's turn to take the stage. This time, the judges kept a close watch on the two competitors, wary of any antics. Consequently, both of them behaved more cautiously, yet they were determined to impress Bai Shui. Mao Lang clenched his fists and effortlessly hoisted a 300-pound barbell after transforming. Once he set it down, a sense of relief washed over him as he thought to himself, "Secure a steady score first, then I shall add more weight." The audience, however, seemed indifferent to this skewed competition, engaging in lively discussions about whether Bai Shui outshone or if Meng Luan had the upper hand. This only fueled Mao Lang's determination, prompting him to request an increase to 500 pounds. The judge signaled the staff, and once the weights were prepared, Mao Lang displayed an air of youthful heroism. Bending down, he grasped the middle of the barbell and suddenly lifted it, placing it beneath his neck. The onlookers almost believed he would succeed, yet he had only completed half the task, causing the spectators to hold their breath in suspense. After a brief pause, he exerted all his strength. Alas, to everyone's surprise, he accidentally stepped on the judge's foot. The judge regretted not having implemented better safety measures. But who could have predicted the barbell would roll so far? He shouted, "You lose your next opportunity to increase the weight." Then it was Yuan Sheng's turn. This time, the judge had wised up and positioned himself behind Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng first chose a 310-kilogram barbell, handling it with ease. However, unlike Mao Lang, Yuan Sheng decided to entertain Bai Shui rather than merely compete based on strength. He resolutely told the judge he needed only 100 kilograms, a rather trivial weight for someone with super abilities. With both hands clenched, the cat demon smoothly lifted the barbell, but due to the lightness of the weight, the audience remained unimpressed. Unexpectedly, he transitioned from lifting with both hands to lifting with one hand, alternating hands in a display that drew cheers from the crowd. He then began to spin the barbell as if it were a baton, akin to helicopter blades, much to the delight of the audience. Though the judges on the podium shook their heads disapprovingly, it is often during moments of self-satisfaction that misfortune strikes. After holding such a heavy object for an extended period and twirling the barbell, his grip suddenly faltered, causing him to lean backward. The judge, believing he was safely positioned behind, was taken aback as the barbell unexpectedly came crashing down. He leaped aside to evade the descending barbell, falling to the ground in a rather undignified manner. The judge was infuriated by the antics of these two competitors, exclaiming, "Disqualify you from increasing the weight." One after another, competitors took to the stage, each performance surpassing the last. Finally, it was Class 18's turn, where Peng Ping confidently led the way, with previous performances bolstering his confidence. He boldly attempted 360 kilograms, matching Bai Shui's weight. With clenched fists, he grasped the barbell and effortlessly lifted it overhead, prompting applause from the audience. For his second attempt, he prudently chose 430 kilograms, using all his strength to lift the barbell above his head once more, receiving another round of appreciative clapping. On his third try, he dared to push the limits, demonstrating his rationality as he opted for 510 pounds. With both hands gripping the bar, he transformed into a superhuman, bending slightly to grasp the barbell's handles, lifting it until it rested upon his neck. The arena fell silent, with everyone silently cheering him on. After enduring for 30 seconds, he finally set the barbell down, and the audience erupted into applause. Next came Meng Luan, whose impressive prior performance had left a lasting impression on the students of the Third Academy. However, he too felt uncertain, as he was unaware of the true strength imparted by the Divine Warrior card. Thus, he conservatively selected 450 kilograms, feigning a clenched fist before lifting the barbell overhead with surprising ease. Peng Ping's recently established confidence wavered once again. Subsequently, he requested an increase to 550 kilograms. Determined to push his limits, feeling an abundance of strength to handle even heavier weights. As the staff prepared the barbell, the handles visibly shrank in response to the added weights. Meng Luan approached the barbell once more. The arena enveloped in silence as all eyes were fixed on this legendary figure. Bending at the waist, he effortlessly lifted the barbell with his left hand, raising it above his head. The crowd remained speechless, stunned by this unexpected display of strength. After a moment, as Meng Luan set the barbell down, the onlookers erupted into thunderous applause. Ren Xueming stood up, clapping fervently while murmuring, "A prodigy, a once-in-a-lifetime talent." The audience beyond the walls seemed to glimpse a hope for the expulsion of extraterrestrial beasts. Students from Class 18 rose to their feet, chanting, "Meng Luan, Meng Luan, Meng Luan." Bai Shui's eyes shimmered with unspoken emotions, her curiosity about this man in a simple white t-shirt deepening, further enamoring her to this heroic youth. At that moment, sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Meng Luan unveiled a long-planned scheme. He dramatically pulled a neatly folded white cloth from his pocket and unfurled it before a nearby camera, revealing neatly inscribed words, "Bought a supermarket, affordable and high quality. The best choice for you and me. I bought it today, what about you?" The leaders on the podium were left speechless, their expressions darkened. What an audacious move. Participating in a competition while promoting products. Could it be that those with talent are indeed the most perplexing? Chapter 58. One-handed weightlifting after completing his initial attempts. Meng Luan requested the judges to increase the weight by an additional 50 kilograms, bringing the total to an astounding 600 kilograms. He further insisted on adding another identical barbell, leaving the judges perplexed. However, out of profound respect for the competitors, they acquiesced, and the staff brought forth 2 barbells. The spectators were equally bewildered. Some boldly speculated that he intended to lift them with one hand each, yet they scarcely dared to entertain such a notion, recognizing the improbability of it. Meng Luan instructed the staff to position the barbells parallel to each other, with a gap of about 1 meter in between. He approached the space between the barbells, bent down, and grasped each one firmly with either hand. The judge instinctively retreated over 20 meters, feeling a wave of relief as he distanced himself. Oh my. He truly intends to do this. This is utterly impossible, isn't it? Such a feat is far too perilous. Amidst the murmurs of disbelief, anticipation hung heavy in the air, and the arena fell silent. At that moment, Meng Luan exerted himself, lifting the combined weight of 1,200 kilograms with remarkable ease. To the astonishment of all, he hoisted both barbells above his head as if they were mere feathers. In that instant, he felt as though the weights were as light as air, driven to the limits of his biological energy. According to the principles of mechanics, such an action was inconceivable unless one possessed immense strength coupled with unparalleled skeletal and muscular fortitude. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Meng Luan indeed accomplished the unthinkable. The crowd erupted in astonishment, a thunderous applause cascading like a torrent. Principal Ren, standing at the podium, rose to warmly congratulate the student on his remarkable achievement, a testament to his own formidable prowess. For a youth in his 20s, such strength was indeed extraordinary. After placing the barbells down, Meng Luan unveiled a promotional banner. His exceptional performance had even garnered the attention of photographers, who enthusiastically directed their cameras towards the advertisement. Boda Supermarket, quality goods at affordable prices, your best choice. I shop today. How about you? Beside him, Yuan Sheng watched with a scowl, feeling overshadowed by Meng Luan's inventive display. Yet, Bai Shiwei was even more touched. Despite the modest audience of a few thousand, the advertising impact was negligible. Nevertheless, his effort was commendable. It was a rare sight to see a man willing to disregard his dignity for her sake, akin to a jester promoting goods. At this thought, a blissful smile escaped her lips. Meng Luan! Meng Luan! Meng Luan! The arena erupted in a crescendo of cheers, each wave more fervent than the last. Meng Luan was hoisted by his classmates, while only a few, like Pang Ping, observed with jealousy, their expressions devoid of emotion. Thus far, Meng Luan had amassed 600 points in this event. Although he lifted an astonishing 1,200 kilograms, the maximum score for this competition was capped at 600. Bai Shiwei followed with 500 points, while Pang Ping secured third place with 450, Lin Ho fourth with 400, Si Kong Yin fifth with 390, and Wu Mei sixth with 385. Time passed, and they soon arrived at the third event, which involved striking a wooden dummy, reminiscent of those seen in the films featuring IP Man. This wooden figure, equipped with artificial intelligence, analyzed the competitors' movements through cameras and compared them against a database of martial arts techniques to assign scores. Bai Shiwei was the first to compete, standing beside the wooden dummy and unleashing a flurry of punches that resonated sharply. This event prohibited the use of superpowers, with judges and machines monitoring for any fluctuations in biological energy. Any detection would result in immediate disqualification, ensuring fairness as it primarily tested the students' foundational martial arts skills. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Bai Shiwei completed her performance, earning a friendly score of 395 from the AI. Due to the absence of superpowers in this event, the audience responded with only polite applause, lacking the exuberance of earlier competitions. At that moment, Meng Luan, having been caught in a moment of urgency, rushed to the restroom. Upon his return, he was met with an astonishing sight as an ethereal figure appeared within the confines of the stall. What sorcery is this? Meng Luan exclaimed in shock. It's me, keep your voice down. The figure revealed herself to be Shi Chui Shan. He stammered, what are you doing here? This is the men's restroom. What is there to fear? You aren't in your trousers. Meng Luan, flustered, crossed his arms protectively. What do you intend to do? I merely wanted to see you. With the network restored, I can now roam freely in the world of the internet. I thought of you and decided to pay a visit. Well, once we exit, you mustn't emerge. That depends on my mood. Meanwhile, the competition proceeded smoothly outside. Si Kong Yin and Wu Mei from Class 16, along with Mao Lang and Yuan Xing from Class 1, all scored above 280 points. After Pang Ping finished with a score of 290, Meng Luan emerged from the restroom with an air of calm. He approached the wooden dummy, refraining from activating his device, and lightly tapped the dummy a few times before exiting the arena. It is crucial to note that although Meng Luan was an ordinary individual, his genetics met the criteria for utilizing the warrior card, granting him remarkable abilities. However, he remained fundamentally an average person and had not devoted himself to rigorous training, rendering this event a blind spot for him. Aware of this, he chose to forego serious attempts, opting instead for a mere casual tap before leaving the competition area. The spectators gaped in disbelief at this scene. Was the student representative truly so foolish? Had he decided to let others take the lead, completing the event with such nonchalance? Yet, in the next moment, their confusion deepened as the scoreboard displayed Meng Luan's score, an astonishing 300 points, a perfect score. Chapter 59. The super hacker. Even the judges were left in a state of disbelief. Could it be that his movements were so swift that they eluded the naked eye? Yet, that seemed implausible. Consequently, they summoned technical personnel to investigate whether there was a malfunction in the scoring system. Upon thorough examination, the logic and data were found to be intact, with no vulnerabilities present. The crowd of 1,000 spectators began to murmur, utterly baffled by the outcome. The principal and the teachers on the podium appeared equally perplexed. After intense deliberation, the judges declared Meng Luan's score to be valid. The audience, upon hearing this, could only speculate. Could it be that this student displayed such extraordinary speed that it was imperceptible even without activating his superpowers? Was he not even more formidable than Bruce Lee? Thus, the spectators erupted into enthusiastic applause. Hey, how about a little gratitude? Meng Luan heard the voice of Streisand and immediately scanned the area, finding no trace of her, which brought him some relief. I haven't emerged. I'm still within the card. You can blame your internet connection for my presence here. Kiki. Well, you won't be spying on me forever, will you? Of course not. I cannot remain confined within this tiny card indefinitely. I must take my leave now. If you need anything, just reach out to me via WeChat. I've added myself to your class roster. By the way, I was the one who altered your score. Remember, you owe me a favor. With that, the super hacker fell silent. A nearby classmate noticed Meng Luan talking to himself, but chose not to comment. Thus, the examination came to an end, with Lin Ho scoring over 270 points. In light of the previous 3 tests, Meng Luan achieved a remarkable total score of 1,200, securing first place in the first round of the competition. Bai Shuai followed in second place, while Pang Ping took third, and Lin Ho came fourth, with Xikong Yan and Wu Mei trailing behind. Following the conclusion of the event, business at the Baida supermarket near the Third Academy thrived, with profits surpassing all other Baida supermarkets in the provincial capital, much to Baida's delight. Upon learning that Meng Luan had shamelessly promoted the store, he could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Damn it, this son-in-law is worth every bit of recognition." The next day in theory class, Meng Luan overheard quiet discussions behind him, but this time they were not directed at Pang Ping nor about him. Instead, the students were speculating about a recent paranormal incident at the school, claiming that a group of girls had mysteriously vanished from their dormitory overnight. This matter had escalated significantly, with the school cooperating closely with police investigations. Curiosity piqued, Meng Luan ventured to the vicinity of the alleged incident. Everything appeared unchanged, although he noticed an increased presence of older students who resembled plainclothes officers, leading him to suspect that many police officers would be on watch that night. Shortly thereafter, the provincial power grid began to experience overload once again. However, due to the previous incident, emergency lines had been added, ensuring that ordinary citizens were not affected. The only noticeable change was that the electricity meter in their dormitory skyrocketed to over 9,800 units. Meng Luan, aware of the implications, discreetly paid 50,000 yuan in electricity fees to the dormitory management office. The staff member on duty gaped in astonishment, thinking, "Is this an absurd amount of electricity?" After some contemplation, Meng Luan realized that this money was depleting rapidly. If he were to recharge twice more, he would find himself utterly broke. He decided he needed to team up with Uncle Xiaoho and others to hunt a few more minor monsters. "Hey, Meng brother, are you skipping school today? I have some free time. Where have you all been hunting lately?" "We haven't been hunting recently. Haven't you heard? There have been mysterious disappearances in the city. We're currently investigating the matter. Aren't there police handling it?" "Oh, right, I forgot to mention. Besides hunting monsters ourselves, we also take on bounty and bodyguard tasks. There's a high bounty we can't accept, but we've taken on a bodyguard mission that pays quite well. Are you interested in joining us?" "Sure, where are you?" Seeing Meng Luan from a distance, Xiahou Dong waved. "Over here, Meng brother." Meng Luan quickened his pace and approached, smiling. "That's quite a distance. There's no way around it. Typically, villa areas are located on the outskirts of the city, making them less secure." Meng Luan found this reasoning sound and followed Xiahou Dong into the villa. Inside, he encountered 2 elderly individuals, a middle-aged couple, and a maid. After a brief introduction from Xiahou Dong, Meng Luan learned that this family was renowned for their wealth in the provincial capital. They had previously employed 2 maids, but both had mysteriously disappeared a few days prior. Despite police involvement, no answers had been uncovered, leading to speculation about an extraterrestrial invasion. With limited police resources, the family sought assistance from civilian groups. Thus, they reached out to the legitimate Extraterrestrial Resistance Alliance, which had issued the bodyguard task that Xiahou Dong's team had fortuitously accepted. This Extraterrestrial Resistance Alliance, colloquially known as the Outer League, is a global organization dedicated to uniting civilian forces to combat extraterrestrial threats and maintain societal harmony and stability. Additionally, there exists a coalition among nations, commonly referred to as the United Nations, aimed at uniting people worldwide to resist alien invasions during this critical juncture of unprecedented global unity. Chapter 60. The eerie invasion method. Upon his arrival, Meng Luan was assigned to a room designated for the bodyguards, as the estate was sufficiently spacious. The 7 of them would rotate shifts every 2 hours, with pairs assigned to maintain security within the villa. At this juncture, Xiahou Dong inquired with a smile, "Brother Meng, I have always harbored a question for you, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to ask." Meng Luan glanced at the boisterous, bearded man and replied, "Speak freely. I am not so petty. I find you rather enigmatic, despite your low profile. It is inconceivable for anyone to associate you with the likes of a GoldenEye level existence. I am curious about how you attain such a status. If it is not too much trouble, might you indulge my modest curiosity? If it is inconvenient, I completely understand." After a moment's thought, Meng Luan responded, "During my time in Guqin City, I encountered a renowned Zen monk at Nalan Temple. He imparted to me the methods of cultivation, which have significantly advanced my understanding." "Oh, what is this method of cultivation?" "It is a mantra, but I cannot disclose it. However, through continuous recitation, it serves to quiet the mind and enhances one's mental prowess." "How marvelous. I would truly like the opportunity to meet that esteemed master someday. I can introduce you if the chance arises." Just as they were engrossed in their pleasant conversation, a figure abruptly appeared in the living room. Xiahou Dong turned towards the silhouette and asked, "Who goes there?" It was Meng Luan's first encounter with Mengyu, and her presence in the dimly lit room evoked an unsettling sense of dread, awakening a heightened awareness in his mind. While Meng Luan was momentarily entranced, she dashed out of the villa. Xiahou Dong tugged at Meng Luan, and together they stealthily followed her. They exited the villa, descending a few steps, into their astonishment. The nanny exhibited no difference from her waking self. She swiftly descended the stairs and headed for the front gate. Meng Luan and Xiahou Dong trailed closely behind, until the nanny halted over 1,000 meters from the villa, where an unidentified flying object hovered in the distance. After a brief pause, she began to approach the UFO. "Stop her!" Xiahou Dong exclaimed to Meng Luan, who sprinted ahead, swiftly pinning the nanny to the ground. The UFO loomed silently above, seemingly observing the 3 insignificant beings below, as if they were unworthy of its intervention. Moments later, the UFO ascended vertically and vanished into the night sky at an imperceptible speed. The nanny suddenly regained consciousness, realizing she was sprawled on the street, and screamed before fainting. The following day, the owners were filled with trepidation upon hearing the news, yet they were relieved to have enlisted Xiahou Dong and his companions. As a token of gratitude, they decided to increase their remuneration. In the ensuing days, no further incidents occurred within the villa, though other residential areas in the provincial capital continued to experience such tragedies. To date, the national defense agencies of Huaxia had not devised a method to counteract this alien invasion, and researchers were diligently investigating the matter. How could this be? Did the students from Class 16, Xikong Yin and Wu Mei, approach you? Oh, those 2 raucous women? Haha, what a peculiar nickname you've given them. They came to form an alliance, and I have already facilitated that for you. Now, how shall you express your gratitude? An alliance? Surely that is unnecessary. You are mistaken. In the second round, without alliances, you will be overwhelmed, and it will be quite disastrous. Very well, let it be so. Are you not aware that our classmate, Peng Ping, has also betrayed us? He has colluded with Mao Lang and Yuan Xing from Class 1, and has even recruited 5 or 6 blue-eyed superhumans. Meng Luan took a sip from his teacup and remarked, "No matter how many there are, I shall face each one." Lin Ho, witnessing Meng Luan's confidence, smiled and said, "That is precisely the spirit we need." Having ample resources and time, Meng Luan decided to accompany Uncle Xiahou to purchase provisions at the supermarket. Unexpectedly, Bai Shuai had the same thought and was aware of Meng Luan's storage space for his large sword and exotic beasts. Thus, she sent him a message. "What are you up to?" "I am in bed." "What do you need?" "I know you possess a storage bag." "I have plenty of delicious food. Shall we share resources?" "All right, I will come find you shortly." Thus, Meng Luan made his way to the female dormitory to meet Bai Shuai, and the 2 walked side by side out of the school, attracting envious glances from many handsome boys along the way. Eventually, they filled a large cart with an array of delectable items at one of the Baidu supermarkets. This was particularly advantageous, as bringing personal items during the competition was prohibited, but with a four-dimensional spatial storage, they could discreetly carry an assortment of treats. Finally, on the day of the competition, the 30 students, accompanied by the judges, arrived at a desolate area beyond the quarantine zone. Each was provided with a compact distress signal device, which could be activated in case of danger, enabling rescuers to locate them through GPS. Chapter 61. The mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits Meng Luan. Bai Shui, Lin Ho, Si Kongyan, and Wu Mei formed a small group, swiftly entering the designated competition area. They traversed the abandoned streets, ultimately arriving at a modest apartment with several rooms available for rest. Upon entering, they found the place devoid of furnishings, as survivors had long since salvaged everything to the provincial city. They ascended the fire escape to the highest floor, where the view was expansive, allowing them to observe the surroundings and detect any unusual movements. To guard against potential ambushes from rival competitors, they took turns on watch. Meng Luan produced a set of camping gear, along with some tea leaves and bottled water, astonishing Lin Ho, Si Kongyan, and Wu Mei. He claimed to have found these items on the road from Guchin City, attributing them to extraterrestrial technology. Given the apocalyptic circumstances, the others readily accepted this explanation. Meng Luan distributed small stools and assembled a tea table, and they gathered around, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Si Kongyan, adjusting her hair, remarked, "Meng Luan, you are truly enigmatic. When I first met you, I thought you were just a poor loser." "I am indeed a poor loser," he replied. "But there is a term for it, loser-esque comeback." Wu Mei burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, well said." Bai Shui, however, was displeased by the derogatory term, feeling it was inappropriate to describe her beloved in such a manner. At that moment, as Meng Luan noticed the water boiling, he diligently washed the tea utensils before placing the leaves into the teapot. He discarded the first infusion, a customary practice in Kung Fu tea, and prepared a fresh brew. Soon, he poured each person a small bowl of tea. Bringing the cup to his lips, the refreshing bamboo aroma enveloped him, stimulating his senses and flooding his brain with comforting hormones. For the first time in this desolate world, he felt a flicker of solace. Si Kongyan posed a question. "Where do you think the other competitors might be hiding?" Bai Shui took a sip of her tea and replied, "It's hard to say. Perhaps they are nearby." Lin Ho interjected, "I suspect some have already been eliminated." Meanwhile, Peng Ping, Mao Lang, Yuan Xing, and others lay concealed in an abandoned restaurant. Having received word that 3 competitors were approaching, they resolved to ambush them as they drew near. The 6 of them waited silently as the other 3 advanced, when suddenly, Peng Ping unleashed his superpower and charged out, followed closely by the others. "Run! There are robbers!" one competitor shouted. Thus, a chase ensued among the 9 individuals. Traversing the limited competition area, which spanned merely 1,000 meters in diameter, ultimately leading them close to the apartment where Meng Luan's group resided. Lin Ho, on watch, exclaimed, "Look, there is some movement." The others hurriedly set down their teacups and rushed to the window, spotting 6 dark figures pursuing 3 others below. The chase continued until the competitors vanished into a nearby building. Peng Ping and his companions followed the 3 into a large supermarket, where they saw them sprinting up a long escalator to the 2nd floor. They pursued relentlessly, fearing their quarry would escape through another exit. However, they were caught off guard as they descended the escalator, tripping over a concealed rope and tumbling into a heap. Suddenly, 5 individuals appeared, unleashing their superpowers upon them, resulting in injuries for several, including Peng Ping. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, Peng Ping and his comrades fled outside, while the 5 adversaries maintained the upper hand. Thus, a fierce battle erupted in the plaza, with 2 among the 5 being nearly equal in skill to Peng Ping, leading to a stalemate that persisted for over an hour as both sides exhausted their strength. Meanwhile, Meng Luan and his companions watched the conflict from their vantage point, feeling fortunate to be safely ensconced above, like spectators of a grand spectacle. Sipping his tea, Meng Luan's eyes glimmered with insight as he remarked, "It is not yet time. We must wait and observe." At that moment, 3 newcomers approached, grinning. One tall young man, nicknamed Xiao Song, surveyed the exhausted combatants and taunted. "So, what is it going to be? Shall I take matters into my own hands, or will you surrender?" Seeing the 3 opportunists, Peng Ping seethed. "Are you attempting to take advantage of our misfortune? This is not in the spirit of fair competition. Even if you win, it would be a hollow victory." "Huh. And what about your earlier ambush? Is that considered fair play?" Xiao Song sneered. "You devious scoundrel, you've been watching us all along. All's fair in war," he retorted. Peng Ping then addressed the 6 competitors, Let us form a temporary alliance. Otherwise, we will all fall victim to these treacherous individuals. Reluctantly, the six agreed to the alliance. With that, they charged forward, despite their exhaustion, determined to confront the three who had sought to exploit their vulnerability. Chapter 62. The Insidious Villain Yet. In spite of their numerical disadvantage, the scene unfolded as Xiaosong transformed into a superhuman, delivering a powerful kick that sent one of the contestants sprawling, followed by a punch that knocked Maolang from his feet. Indeed, the 11 individuals had already exhausted their strength in the preceding battle and now found themselves at the mercy of the trio. Thus, the weary superhumans clashed with the three vigorous opponents, and for a moment, the outcome remained indecisive. Meng Luan observed the fray below, savoring his tea, his demeanor calm and collected as he silently reveled in the unfolding drama. After an intense struggle, the 11 were ultimately overpowered, collapsing one by one to the ground due to the depletion of their biological energy. "Is it truly you?" came the disdainful voice. "Humph, you treacherous scoundrel. I am but a messenger of justice." With that, Pang Ping pointed at the 5 opponents opposite him, declaring, "Those 5 are yours. Go claim them." The 5, taken aback by his claim, vehemently retorted, "We are not allied. You have no authority to make decisions for us." In an instant, the fragile camaraderie shattered, and both factions turned hostile. Xiaoli felt a surge of exhilaration upon hearing this. It was indeed his true intention. However, he recognized that directly negotiating with Xiaosong and his companions would forfeit any advantage. Thus, he maintained an air of composure, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. At that moment, Xiaoli coldly addressed Pang Ping. "I grant you 1 minute to reach a decision. Should you fail to provide an answer, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The 5 others readily agreed with his ultimatum. Xiaoli contemplated, should he engage in battle with the trio? They too would soon tire, potentially inviting a third party to benefit from their exhaustion. Hence, the wisest course of action would be to form an alliance. Yet he insisted on maintaining control over it. Simultaneously, Xiaosong pondered the situation, though he hesitated due to their relative weakness, making it difficult to assert dominance within such an alliance. Nevertheless, he decided to adopt a more cautious approach to preserve their strength while observing the unfolding events. "May I suggest, Lady Xiaoli, that you consider my earlier proposal?" Xiaosong ventured. Xiaoli, pouting and narrowing her eyes at him, stepped atop a fallen contestant, declaring, "An alliance could be feasible, but I shall be the leader, dictating the distribution of resources. We shall be 8, you 3. Xiaosong scoffed, "With all due respect, while we may be outnumbered, should a conflict arise, it is inevitable that both sides will suffer. I refuse to believe that within this 1,000-meter radius, our commotion would go unnoticed by the other contestants. This is precisely why I have refrained from escalating tensions, and I suspect you share the same reasoning." Hehehe. Xiaoli, realizing her intentions had been unveiled, retorted coldly. Then 7-4. "It cannot be less." With a sly grin, Xiaosong stealthily placed his hand within his attire, while Xiaoli, feeling secure in her control, allowed herself to relax her guard. This was precisely where Xiaosong had laid his trap, feigning helplessness. He hurled a dart towards her. Whoosh! Just as Xiaoli was basking in her triumph, a flash of yellow light caught her attention, and she instinctively dodged the incoming projectile. Yet, to her surprise, it was not 1 dart but 2, with the second narrowly grazing her shoulder. With a rip of fabric, a gasp escaped her lips as her fair skin was exposed, revealing a minor wound. "You wretched coward! How dare you ambush me? Eliminate them!" she commanded her remaining teammates. As the 3 surged forward, Xiaoli activated her superpower but immediately felt a wave of weakness wash over her. "You insidious villain, this dart is poisoned," she stammered. "Of course," he replied with a chuckle. "Why use brute force when a subtle breeze could suffice? Besides, consider yourself fortunate. You need not fear for your life, as the use of lethal toxins is prohibited in this competition, merely a mild sedative." Xiaoli attempted to hurl an insult, yet the effort drained her of even the strength to speak. Without her, her team was swiftly subdued by Xiaosong and his companions, who, despite their exertion, remained far from exhausted. Recognizing the cunning nature of the adversary, Xiaosong promptly led his teammates in pursuit, while Pang Ping and his 6 companions pressed onward without faltering. At that moment, 3 figures stealthily emerged from a nearby building, disregarding Xiaosong and Pang Ping, and made a beeline for the 9 fallen contestants. Xiaoli, noticing the rapid approach of the trio, grew anxious and exclaimed, "Who goes there?" Chapter 63. The third match upstairs. Meng Luan scrutinized the scene Was this not the distinguished gentleman who had been rejected by the second academy and subsequently admitted by the third? With a hearty laugh, he approached the trio and declared, "Hand it over. We currently hold the advantage." At that moment, a diminutive man scoffed. "Humph, do you think it's that easy to surrender?" With that, he turned and fled in the direction from whence he came, but the 5 pursuers were relentless in their chase. As the fleeing man sprinted, he called out to the approaching Xiao Song, "Let us form an alliance, or else we shall be at the mercy of the 5 behind us." Just then, Xiao Song had just vanquished Pang Ping and his group. Finding the plea quite reasonable, he turned to Dao Li and inquired, "What do you think?" "Agreed." The small man lamented, "Despicable scoundrels." No sooner had he spoken than the 8 assailants overwhelmed him, sending him crashing to the ground. Both teams were astute. Realizing that a trio alliance would yield a maximum of 6 members, they understood that Meng Luin was a being of golden eye caliber and with insufficient numbers. They could not withstand such formidable power. Only with a larger contingent could they hope to contend with the other 5, for all participants were already present. Meng Luin addressed the other 4. "It is time for us to make our entrance." He was the first to dash toward the staircase, followed closely by the others. Just as the 8 were reveling in their moment, Meng Luin appeared before them. Upon seeing him, Dali immediately became alert, and the 8 quickly formed a battle stance. Meng Luin activated his Elder Machine, and a gust of yellow energy surged toward the group assembled in the square, while Bai Shui, Lin Ho, and others activated their powers to charge forward. Thus, the 2 teams engaged in a fierce exchange. Just as Meng Luin was about to unleash his full strength, a silver UFO soared through the night sky, descending near the brawling students. Suddenly, apart from Meng Luin and his 5 companions, the remaining 25 students found themselves frozen, inexplicably drawn toward the UFO as if in a trance. Seizing the moment, Meng Luin dispatched the 25 with powerful strikes, awakening them from their stupor. Upon beholding the UFO, their faces turned pale with fear. Meanwhile, Xikong Yin and Wu Mei pressed the emergency button, and within 3 minutes, rescue teams from the military and faculty arrived. Thus, Meng Luin's team effortlessly secured victory in this round of the competition. However, the mass fainting incident drew the attention of the authorities. "Indeed, we have been working particularly long hours lately. Aren't you on a 9-to-5 schedule?" Meng Luin nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "I have encountered 2 such incidents recently. I noticed a common characteristic among the victims. They exhibited somnambulistic symptoms, unconsciously walking into the UFO while in a state of unconsciousness. Moreover, it was not the case for everyone within a certain vicinity. Only a portion had been subjected to such an attack. Thus, Meng Luin rested within the community. And the following day, he ventured to socialize with Xiao Dong. Time flew by, and soon the day of the final competition arrived. This event was primarily a tournament-style contest, with rules that were rather straightforward. Even if previous matches had been stellar, one could still overturn their fate in this round. The rules were akin to a martial arts challenge, with the champion earning 1,500 points, the runner-up 1,300, and the third-place contender receiving 1,100 points. It was worth noting that Meng Luin had only accumulated 1,800 points thus far, and as rankings descended, so too did the points awarded. Furthermore, a prize of 10,000 yuan awaited the victor, and any student who claimed the title of champion could easily reverse their fortunes. After the referee announced the rules, he took his position at the edge of the arena, awaiting the first contestant. As the saying goes, great rewards attract valiant souls. And the first to ascend the stage was none other than Pang Ping. His competitive spirit burned brightly, particularly after the previous ambush. He was eager to confront his opponents directly, believing he could fare better in a face-to-face duel. "Is there anyone willing to step up?" "Xikong Yin, Wu Mei. Do you dare accept my challenge?" Yet, upon his challenge, the 2 women ignored him, as their higher scores rendered it unnecessary to take such risks at this stage. Pang Ping had performed admirably in earlier rounds, but after facing setbacks in the second, he found himself in dire need of victory to secure points. There was also a rule stating that if no one ascended the stage within an hour, the current contender would automatically win that match, with additional points awarded based on the circumstances at the end of the competition. As the clock neared the hour mark, Xiao Song rushed onto the stage. "Heh. Your audacity is astounding. Do you truly believe you can be the first to step onto the stage with such a feeble stance?" "Humph, you shall soon find out." Chapter 64. 5 consecutive victories. The students gathered below the arena observed the match in hushed anticipation. To enhance the atmosphere of the competition, the school had opened its doors wide, allowing ordinary citizens to partake in this thrilling event. At that moment, Pang Ping transformed into a formidable contender, charging towards Xiaosong. After taking 2 swift steps forward, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! His fist, infused with a fierce gust of wind, surged towards his opponent. Xiaosong remained calm and collected, extending his arm to absorb the impact of the punch, withstanding the oncoming force. Bang! Noticing the exchange of blows, Pang Ping suggested, "Let us abandon these crude fists and clumsy legs. My skills are somewhat lacking. How about we employ weapons instead?" With a sly grin, he added, "I happen to have my weapon on me." With that, he flicked his wrist and hurled a throwing dart, notable for the faint blue wind swirling around it, which expanded its size nearly threefold as it hurtled towards Pang Ping. Despicable scoundrel! Pang Ping had no choice but to evade with his bare hands. Just then, one of his dormitory mates threw him a Chi-Hong sword. With a leap, he caught it effortlessly, finally able to wield his favorite weapon. The sword radiated an imposing aura, reminiscent of a silver dragon's tail, as it glimmered with cold light. Under the might of his unparalleled sword energy, he executed a downward slash. Swish! The blade aimed for Xiaosong. As the sword wind approached, Xiaosong deftly sidestepped to the right, narrowly evading the strike. He then launched 3 darts, the first aimed at Pang Ping's throat, the second at his heart, and the third at his abdomen. In a flash, the darts, enveloped in fierce wind, were upon him. Pang Ping summoned his biological energy, fortifying his body to withstand a portion of the assault. He extended his left hand downward. Bang! He managed to catch the dart aimed at his abdomen. Then, placing his right hand over his chest, he caught the dart aimed at his heart. At that moment, the thousands of spectators, including the teachers on the podium, fell silent, their breaths held in anticipation for Pang Ping. These darts were no trifling matter. A student lacking skill could easily meet their demise. Fortunately, the judges, possessing considerable martial arts expertise, would intervene at the last moment, if necessary. Unbeknownst to Pang Ping, the judges quietly moved closer, ready to act before any unforeseen incidents could occur. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Pang Ping demonstrated remarkable prowess, biting down on the final dart with his teeth. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, with some shouting, "This is the boy with the 299 rings." Who would have thought his shooting technique was exceptional, surpassing even his practical skills? The students from Class 18, witnessing their classmates' outstanding performance, joined in the cheers. Pang Ping, Pang Ping, Pang Ping. The teachers at the podium responded with thunderous applause. Having caught the 3 darts, Pang Ping immediately discarded them to the ground. He then stepped forward and executed a cross slash with his sword. Swish! The crosswind from his sword clashed with the blade as it surged towards Xiaosong. Unfazed, Xiaosong calmly produced 3 more darts, hurling one to deflect the sweeping wind. Clang! He then blocked the descending sword wind with his left hand. Clang! With his right hand, he launched a 3rd dart. Pang Ping's attack had failed to land, and he was taken aback by Xiaosong's exquisite dart technique, capable of both defense and offense. Thus, he was compelled to withdraw his sword and use it as a dart instead. Clang! The two retreated, standing 2 meters apart. Pang Ping growled, "You truly are a treacherous individual, resorting to such underhanded tactics with your darts. Haha, if it works, then it works." Thus, the two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. An hour had passed, and their stamina remained impressive, indicative of their status as exceptional students. However, a turning point emerged as the balance of power shifted. Pang Ping feinted with his sword before thrusting towards Xiaosong's chest. Thud! Xiaosong sidestepped to the left, evading the thrust. Without pausing, Pang Ping swept his sword to the side. Here comes a horizontal slash. He aimed to cleave Xiaosong with the sword's edge. In response, Xiaosong brandished his darts to block. Clang! Noticing Xiaosong's unwavering focus on defending against the sword, Pang Ping seized the opportunity to kick at his waist. Bang! Xiaosong was sent sprawling 3 meters away, tumbling off the 3-meter-high arena. Fortunately, safety measures were in place below, preventing serious injury. The audience erupted in applause, recognizing that while Pang Ping may not possess the finesse of Meng Luan, his performance was nonetheless commendable, ensuring that everyone remembered this boy with the 299 rings, whose mental fortitude had shone through. With a respectful bow towards Xiaosong, Pang Ping declared, "Thank you for the match. Who dares to challenge me next?" With that, he twirled his sword, and an aura of confidence enveloped him. "I shall fight you." A close friend of Xiaosong, witnessing his friend's plight, rushed up to the arena, brandishing a golden-ringed saber. After executing a series of intricate moves, he charged towards the sword-wielding Pang Ping. The two clashed fiercely. their weapons colliding in a dazzling display of skill and power, the air crackling with energy. After a grueling 30 minutes of combat, the Golden Ring Saber proved no match for the Qihong sword. Pang Ping, combining swordplay with brute force, delivered a decisive kick that sent the saber flying. Ultimately, he emerged victorious. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting, 3 consecutive victories. 3 consecutive victories. 3 consecutive victories. Relishing the adulation from the audience, Pang Ping felt a swell of pride, believing he was one step closer to becoming the second best in the world. He bowed once more, challenging, who else dares to fight? My next victory hinges on your support. In short, Pang Ping, wielding his Qihong sword, continued to triumph over 3 more contestants. The audience roared with excitement, their applause deafening, while the teachers at the podium sat up straight, clapping in approval. 6 consecutive victories. 6 consecutive victories. 6 consecutive victories. The energy in the crowd surged again, hoping for Pang Ping to achieve yet another triumph. However, it was noted that he had already expended over 80 of his biological energy, making another victory somewhat precarious. Nonetheless, spurred by the audience's fervor, he raised his hands once more, declaring, who dares to challenge me? The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. I shall fight you. A challenger leaped onto the stage. And upon recognizing this individual, Pang Ping's expression soured. Chapter 65, The Turtling Technique unveiled. It is none other than Lin Ho who steps into the arena. During the class selection match, they had faced each other. Although Pang Ping emerged victorious then, it was Lin Ho who ultimately succumbed to exhaustion after depleting his biological energy. Upon receiving a fierce punch, Lin Ho did not dare to be complacent and swiftly raised his hands to block. Bang! He successfully intercepted the blow. Immediately, Pang Ping launched a counterattack, wielding his sword against Lin Ho, who astonishingly produced a round shield. Earlier, upon entering the stage, Lin Ho noticed that all combatants were utilizing weapons, prompting him to bring forth this specially crafted shield. The audience, numbering in the thousands, erupted into laughter at the sight of a contestant with a shield. Clang! The sword struck the shield with a resounding noise, causing Pang Ping to leap back out of the circle, standing silently without attacking. Meanwhile, Lin Ho, embodying the essence of the turtling technique, cautiously held up his shield, waiting for his opponent's move. Thus, they remained locked in a stalemate for over 10 minutes, prompting the referee to urge them to expedite the match, lest they both be declared defeated. The spectators, clearly anxious, began to stir in their seats. It was evident that a defeat would be particularly detrimental to Lin Ho. While Pang Ping watched with a smirk, relishing Lin Ho's predicament. I remember I've won 5 consecutive matches. If you don't make a move soon, you'll lose, he taunted. Realizing the unfavorable position he was in, Lin Ho resorted to a taunting skill, thrusting his shield forward, which unleashed a gust of wind identical in size to the shield itself, roaring towards Pang Ping. Pang Ping, summoning his biological energy, attempted to evade. But Lin Ho unleashed the skill repeatedly, forcing him to dodge swiftly. Internally, Pang Ping mused, this fellow is quite formidable. I never anticipated that he possessed such an offensive skill in addition to his defense. Ultimately, sensing his energy waning, he leapt off the stage himself. The referee promptly declared Lin Ho the victor. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause at the sight of Pang Ping's self-elimination, finding the match rather entertaining. Lin Ho bowed graciously, saying, thank you for your consideration. Just then, another voice boomed from the crowd, let me challenge you. It was the burly Uncle Dali, who, after a courteous bow to Lin Ho, brandished a pair of spiked clubs and charged forward. Unfazed, Lin Ho fortified his defenses with the shield against the onslaught. Clang! Clang! Dali swung his clubs with ferocity, incessantly striking the shield. He yearned to circumvent the bothersome shield, but Lin Ho's adept application of the turtling technique thwarted him. As the clubs battered against his shield, Lin Ho reminisced about his timid childhood, bullied by ordinary folk despite possessing extraordinary abilities, and felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Hey, you cowardly turtle! If you have the guts, fight me head on. Come on, I dare you, Dali shouted, incensed. The turtling technique indeed demanded patience. In the blink of an eye, an hour and a half had passed, and Dali's stamina began to wane, his strikes slowing considerably. Relying on his shield, Lin Ho had conserved his energy, and seizing Dali's moment of weakness, he unleashed a gust of wind from his shield. Dali, fatigued and sluggish, was unexpectedly sent flying off the stage. The arena erupted in applause, though the display of tactics was rather unrefined, leading to only polite clapping from the audience. Who's next? As the students from Class 18 rallied, they chanted, 3 consecutive victories. 3 consecutive victories. 3 consecutive victories. Don't get too cocky. I'm here to challenge you. A tall young man leaped onto the stage, wielding a gleaming silver staff, instantly igniting a cheer from the crowd. Whispers spread through the audience. This lad looks impressive. That staff will surely break through the shield. The tall youth raised his staff high above his head and aimed it at Lin Ho. Calmly, Lin Ho raised his shield to meet the attack. Clang. After absorbing the strike, he unexpectedly pushed upward with his shield, deflecting the staff away, and swiftly kicked out from behind the shield. Bang! The tall youth, caught off guard by Lin Ho's sudden offensive maneuver, thought, why isn't he playing by the rules? But it was too late. He was sent reeling back 3 or 4 meters from the force of the kick. Lin Ho, refusing to grant him a moment to recover, dashed forward in quick succession, delivering another kick that sent the tall youth tumbling off the stage. He promptly bowed again, saying, "Thank you for your consideration." The audience responded with a wave of cheers. Thus, Lin Ho, alternating between defensive and sudden strikes, achieved an astonishing 7 consecutive victories, surpassing Peng Ping's highest record. Though his tactics lacked flair, the audience was undeniably thrilled by his winning streak. 8 consecutive victories. 8 consecutive victories. 8 consecutive victories. At that moment, Principal Ren, noticing the fervor among the spectators, took to the microphone and declared, to all participating students and supportive audience members, I hereby announce a temporary decision. If any contestant remains undefeated in this match and qualifies for the school team, the prize money will be increased to 50,000 yuan. With a hint of self-satisfaction, he spoke, fully aware that such a proclamation would heighten expectations among the audience and incite the contestants to exert themselves further. However, he was acutely aware that achieving a flawless victory was nearly impossible. Even the most skilled fighters would be exhausted under a barrage of attacks. As Principal Ren concluded his announcement, one individual could no longer contain himself, believing this was the perfect moment to make a move. He leaped onto the stage, revealing himself as Mao Lang. Known for his antics alongside Yuan Xing, no one could ever predict the absurdity of their next actions. This time, he brandished a grand bow. Among the crowd, whispers erupted. Didn't he know he was a long-range shooter? Upon seeing the weapon, the audience erupted into cheers, anticipating an exciting showdown. Chapter 66. Longbow against shield. Mao Lang bowed deeply, clasping his hands as he said, "Please impart your wisdom." With that, he drew his bow taut and unleashed a potent arrow, which appeared to be conjured not from physical matter, but rather from his own bioenergy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He swiftly loosed 3 arrows aimed at Lin Ho. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ho felt a twinge of insecurity. After the previous battle, he was utterly drained of stamina. Were it not for his concern for reputation, he would have conceded earlier. Now, faced with an opponent wielding a bow, he felt a sense of trepidation. Clang, clang, clang. He effortlessly deflected the 3 arrows. Mao Lang smiled slightly and released dozens more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Unfortunately, Lin Ho's shield was too small to completely shield him from the barrage of arrows, forcing him to hastily channel his bioenergy to intercept each one. Before long, he was panting heavily. "You should come down. There are many days ahead," urged Mingluan, who was anxious, knowing Lin Ho had reached his limit and that tomorrow's competition would continue. If he were to sustain injuries now, it would be detrimental to his performance the following day. It was more prudent to concede. Hearing his teammate's reminder, Lin Ho dashed toward the edge of the arena with his shield and leaped off the stage. At that moment, the sky darkened and the setting sun painted the clouds crimson. The referee glanced at his watch and declared, "Today's competition is hereby concluded. We shall resume tomorrow." Mao Lang's spirits soared at this announcement. He mused, "My plan has finally come to fruition, though I wonder if I can truly exploit this opportunity. Regardless, today has yielded a free victory, and I can recuperate for a more intense battle tomorrow." Holding Lin Ho's shield, he half-jokingly remarked, "Lin Ho, your shell is remarkably thick. It is indeed a fitting match for your name." Lin Ho blushed, replying, "I feel ashamed. It was my cowardice that led me to choose such a weapon. Now I regret that decision." The two shared light-hearted banter, enjoying a splendid evening. That night, Meng Luan dreamt of a towering figure wielding a magnificent longbow, shooting down 10 suns from the sky. The nightmare jolted him awake, drenched in cold sweat, yet he felt a flicker of joy, as it seemed to herald the activation of another martial spirit. The following morning, the playground of the Third Academy buzzed with excitement, colorful flags fluttering in the breeze, as thousands gathered beneath the arena, eager to witness the exhilarating duel. The 30 participants were poised, each equipped with their weapons, yet curiously, no one ascended the stage that morning. The referee checked the time, 10 minutes had passed since the match was supposed to begin. But the youth with the great bow from yesterday was nowhere to be seen. Where is the youth from yesterday? At that moment, Mao Lang, feigning ignorance in the resting area, heard the referee call for him. He hurried onto the stage, stating, "Referee, are we starting anew today? I won a match yesterday and did not lose." The referee, tempted to reprimand him, maintained his composure and patiently explained. If a contestant does not complete their match the previous day, they are required to continue the competition the next day. But the rules do not explicitly state this. Do they, referee? Mao Lang countered. The referee found himself momentarily at a loss for words and replied, "Typically, this is the case, so I ask for your understanding. I believe this ambiguous clause signifies an oversight on the organizer's part, and I should have the right to refuse to continue," Mao Lang asserted. At that moment, Principal Ren, observing the dispute on stage, sent a teacher to inquire about the situation. After consideration, he concluded, "The student makes a valid point. Let us grant him this concession." Thus, Mao Lang gained an advantageous position, dismissing this minor incident. The referee, left with no choice, called out again, "Which contestant is willing to defend the stage?" Seeing the opportunity ripe, Bai Shui stepped onto the platform and respectfully addressed the audience. "Who will challenge me?" Suddenly, a slightly plump woman leaped onto the stage. Since her enrollment, she had heard tales of Bai Shui's prowess and recognized her impressive performance in the first round. However, she believed that mere reputation held little weight. True skill could only be unveiled in battle. Thus, she was the first to confront Bai Shui. "Bai Shui, please enlighten me," she declared, wielding a broad-bladed knife and leaping forward to strike. Bai Shui, sensing the oncoming blade, swiftly raised her longsword to block. Clash! The sound of their weapons colliding echoed loudly, and the force unleashed a dazzling burst of light. Swoosh! The plump woman, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly dropped to the ground, rolling aside to evade Bai Shui's strikes. Seeing her on the ground, Bai Shui felt a surge of delight and relentlessly swung her sword towards the woman. In a desperate defensive role, the plump contender was ultimately forced off the stage by Bai Shui's relentless advance. Bai Shui bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you. Thank you." Thus, she effortlessly claimed victory in the first round. Due to her outstanding performance, the audience erupted in cheers, chanting, 10 consecutive victories. 10 consecutive victories. 10 consecutive victories." Fueled by the crowd's enthusiasm, Bai Shui continued to triumph, ultimately defeating 10 opponents, stirring profound admiration among the spectators, who applauded her remarkable display. Just as the crowd was in a frenzy, Bai Shui calmly retrieved a neatly folded white cloth from her pocket, unfurling it in a flourish before the camera. It read, "Buy to supermarket, quality goods at affordable prices, your best choice. I bought today. What about you?" Upon witnessing this spectacle, the audience recalled the audacious and formidable Meng Luan. Yet, in the face of their favored contestant, they hesitated to voice their complaints. Some curious onlookers speculated if the supermarket was a venture between Meng Luan and Bai Shui, and if so, they felt compelled to pay a visit and offer their enthusiastic support. Chapter 67. 5 against 25. Upon seeing that the advertisement had been successfully made, she called out to the resting area, "Is there anyone else?" The crowd of onlookers instantly echoed her call. 11 consecutive victories. 11 consecutive victories. 11 consecutive victories. In truth, by this time, Bai Shui was nearly exhausted, which was why she had opted to promote the advertisement. Inspired by Meng Luan's selfless actions for their family's sake, she, as the daughter, sought to contribute in her own way. Shaoli, poised with a long sword, was about to make her move when Bai Shui softly declared, "I concede." With that, she gracefully leaped down from the platform. Thus, Shaoli effortlessly secured a victory, and she went on to win 3 more matches. Just as she was reveling in her success, Yuan Sheng rushed onto the stage. He bowed deeply and announced, "Prepare yourself." Armed with a long hook, he charged toward his opponent. Shaoli, already outmatched by Yuan Sheng, succumbed to his relentless assault as his hook struck down upon her. Elated by his triumph, Yuan Sheng bowed to the audience and proclaimed, "Is there anyone else?" Meng Luan recognized that it was his turn to step in. Motivated not only by the promised sum of 50,000 from Principal Ren, but also by the prospect of charging his abilities, which currently required that very amount. With a mighty roar, he charged into the arena. Upon seeing the golden-eyed Meng Luan, Yuan Sheng felt a twinge of trepidation. Despite his exceptional skills with the hook, he doubted his ability to face a powerhouse of Meng Luan's caliber alone. Yet, in a bid to save face before his admired figure, he resolved to engage in battle. Transforming into his superpowered form, he lunged forward with his hook. However, Meng Luan was no easy adversary. He swiftly activated his card, unleashing a beam of golden light that surged into his body. Instantly, a portal appeared beside him, from which 3 divine weapons emerged. Overjoyed, Meng Luan seized a grand bow and declared, "The tide is about to turn." He conjured an arrow infused with enhanced biological energy, glowing with a radiant yellow light. Drawing the bowstring with his left hand and knocking the arrow with his right, he released it with a resounding twang. The arrow soared toward Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng despised arrows, having often been bested by Maolong's archery. Frantically, he attempted to block the incoming projectile with his long hook. Clang. However, as it was Meng Luan's first time wielding this bow, he became overly enthusiastic. Twang, 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 whoosh, 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 whoosh. A barrage of arrows rained down upon Yuan Sheng, forcing him inch by inch to the edge of the platform. Finally, he leaped down, exclaiming, "Good heavens! If I don't escape, I'll end up like a porcupine." The crowd erupted in laughter, having never witnessed such a spectacular match before. Principal Ren, astonished by the incredible scene, stood up and exclaimed, "What a prodigy! Truly a marvel of the world." The audience, captivated by the unfolding drama, began chanting, "Invincible Meng Luan! Invincible Meng Luan! Invincible Meng Luan!" The referee, exasperated, called out multiple times to the resting area, but no one dared to step forward to compete. Eventually, he approached the podium for assistance. Principal Ren, being well-versed in such matters, pondered briefly and stated, "Given the overwhelming strength of the student, this is something we had not anticipated. Henceforth, we must amend our rules. We now permit one against many, and any victory over this student will count as a win." Upon hearing this, Peng Ping, Maolang, and Yuan Sheng eagerly prepared to take action, as they all harbored disdain for this rival. They were the first to charge forward. Observing this, several astute students joined them on the stage, while others hesitated but ultimately followed suit, fearing they would lose their chance. Thus, 25 students surged onto the platform. Seeing the overwhelming numbers, Meng Luan felt a surge of anger. Noting the small size of the platform, he suggested, "This space is too confined. Shall we move to the playground?" Thus, the throng of 30 students migrated to the playground, where several cameras focused on them, broadcasting the event live to a large screen nearby. At this moment, Meng Luan's team of 5 and the 25 opponents stood at opposite ends of the playground. As the massive group took their positions, they eagerly charged forward. Meng Luan, sensing the impending attack, quickly organized a defense, instructing Lin Ho and the other 2 women to shield against the incoming arrows, flying knives, and fierce winds. Meanwhile, he readied his longbow to fire at the advancing crowd. With Bai Shui standing by to protect them, dozens of arrows flew forth, propelled by the winds of yellow energy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Peng Ping, Malang, and Yuan Sheng each utilized their weapons to deflect the incoming arrows. The scene was captivating, leaving the spectators mesmerized, yet cautious to advance a step closer for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Seeing that the arrows were being launched too slowly, Meng Luan decided to unleash 5 arrows at once. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hundreds of arrows shot forth. However, even with his efforts, he could not single-handedly eliminate the 25 adversaries. Soon, the main group closed in on the 5, and Si Kong Yin, Wu Mei, and Bai Shui quickly took up arms to defend. The advancing crowd, sensing victory, beamed with anticipation, realizing that he was at a disadvantage in close combat. Meng Luan drew the dragon gallbladder silver spear from his multidimensional storage. With a flourish, he spun the spear in his hands, resembling a silver serpent in motion, akin to the great dragon soaring through the skies. He swung the spear with great force, akin to Sun Wukong wielding his staff, knocking several weaker participants to the ground before executing a rapid series of thrusts. Puff, 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 puff. Silvery glints pierced through the crowd, striking several competitors in the thighs and other areas. Naturally, Meng Luan held back to avoid serious injury. Yet, some of the more formidable superpowered individuals pressed close, launching their attacks together. Despite Meng Luan's efforts to evade, he was soon knocked to the ground, and the participants showed no mercy, continuing their assault upon him. Chapter 68. He actually revived with a swift motion. He propped his gun against the ground and leapt upward, deftly evading the onslaught of attackers. In a graceful backflip, he landed behind 8 opponents, thrusting his spear toward one of their thighs. The man fell to the ground with a thud. Heh. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot surpass our 25. Xiaosong sneered from behind Meng Luan, throwing 3 throwing stars. Observing the imminent danger to Meng Luan, Lin Ho quickly raised his shield to deflect the attack. Thus, 5 individuals found themselves encircled. Sensing the overwhelming numbers against him, Meng Luan wielded his Qinglong Yanhua blade and executed a sweeping strike, sending a crescent-shaped gust of wind toward the encircling adversaries. They hastily raised their weapons to defend themselves. Clang, 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 clang. Meng Luan was accustomed to battling lesser creatures with relatively low intelligence, and now, facing a group of highly skilled fighters, he found himself momentarily overwhelmed. At that critical juncture, a vision of a cerulean sky appeared in his mind, gradually transforming from a dense mass of clouds to scattered white clouds, until only a sliver of blue remained. Suddenly, his gaze became as clear as water, imbued with a profound wisdom. Joy surged within him. He had finally broken through. Since the last encounter at Nalan Temple, he had been stuck at the 4th rank, but now he had ascended to the 5th rank. Congratulations, you have broken through. A notification chimed from his electronic card. With renewed vigor, Meng Luan brandished his Qinglong Yanhua blade once more. The 25-member team stared in astonishment as a blurred shadow appeared behind him, evoking the legendary figure of Guan Yu. Swish, swish. 2 powerful gusts surged forth from both Meng Luan's blade and the shadow's blade, launching massive crescent waves toward the opposing team. Clang, clang. They attempted to parry with their weapons, but the force was overwhelming, sending them flying, with some even spitting blood from the impact. The outcome of the match was now clear. The spectators erupted in cheers, having closely followed the young man and memorized his name, chanting in unison, Meng Luan, Meng Luan, Meng Luan. Principal Run, witnessing such a spectacular display, stood on the edge of the podium, clapping fervently and murmuring, "What a prodigy. We've struck gold this time." Yet the event was far from over. Despite his injuries, Meng Luan retrieved a neatly folded white cloth from his pocket and unfurled it before the camera. The cameraman promptly aimed at the cloth, which bore the inscription, "Buy to supermarket, quality products at great prices, your best choice. I bought today, how about you?" Thousands of onlookers, upon seeing the advertisement, resolved to purchase from this supermarket in the future, illustrating the allure of celebrity endorsements. Thus, students from classes 18, 1, and 16 rushed onto the playground, lifting Meng Luan by Shui, Lin Ho, and others high into the air. Just then, the air raid sirens blared throughout the city, signaling an unprecedented UFO invasion coinciding with the match. Dozens of UFOs scattered across the streets of Yutian City, prompting pedestrians to flee into nearby underground shelters. One UFO silently descended in a corner of the playground, releasing hundreds of monsters that flooded the area. As the last beast exited, the crowd beheld a figure atop it, a man wielding a Japanese katana, grinning maliciously as he emerged from the UFO. "Haha, Meng Luan, we meet again." Upon closer inspection, Meng Luan and Bai Shui recognized Lu Chang. They remained unperturbed, vividly recalling the previous encounter when Meng Luan, utilizing the sun's glare, had ambushed him, causing him to bleed a milky white fluid, suggesting he had mutated into something extraterrestrial. However, after Hua Rou's explanation, they learned that this milky fluid was synthetic, implying that the Lu Chang they faced at Nalan Temple was merely a machine. But was the true Lu Chang orchestrating events from behind the scenes? This question lingered in the minds of all present. Lu Chang, mounted on the Flame Wolf King, advanced toward the center of the playground, leaving the teachers who had remained behind in utter disbelief, exclaiming, "It's a flame-level beast. Quick, notify the military." Heh. Is that so? Then you shall see. With those words, he charged toward the 30 or so competitors in the arena. Meng Luan, witnessing this, took the lead, brandishing his Qinglong Yanhua blade and rushing towards Lu Chang. He lunged forward, aiming to strike Lu Chang, who was seated upon the Flame Wolf King. Swish. Lu Chang deftly parried with his katana. Clang. The strike was deflected effortlessly. Meng Luan quickly maneuvered behind Lu Chang and swung his blade with all his might. Swish. Lu Chang squeezed his mount's sides, prompting the Flame Wolf King to leap aside, narrowly avoiding the strike. Boom. The ground was cleaved, leaving a deep trench. Lu Chang, on the Flame Wolf King, galloped forward a few paces and executed a cross slash. Swish. Swish. Meng Luan arched backward, dropping to the ground to avoid the sweeping wind. Then thrust his blade upward. Clang. He successfully blocked the descending katana. Sensing his advantage, Lu Chang unleashed a flurry of strikes. Swish. 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 Meng Luan rolled to evade the onslaught. As Lu Chang relentlessly swung his blade, he cackled. Today, I shall cleanse the humiliation of Nalan Temple. Prepare to die, Meng Luan. Suddenly, Lu Chang shifted tactics, launching a cross slash. Swish. Swish. Meng Luan continued to roll away. However, he failed to evade the powerful gust, hastily raising his long knife to defend himself. Clang. Though he managed to block, he was still wounded. Lu Chang wasted no time, positioning his blade toward the ground before leaping, aiming to strike Meng Luan below. In this moment of peril, a powerful gust of wind surged toward the battleground where the two were locked in combat. Chapter 69. The Green-Eyed Evolver. It turns out that Principal Run, who was seated at the podium, had been observing the fierce battle between Meng Luan and his opponent. Upon witnessing the peril his exceptional student faced, he swiftly intervened to offer assistance. A deep green gust of wind surged forth, propelling him towards the two combatants. Whoosh. Clang. The clash of energies resonated with a tremendous roar, sending powerful shockwaves that enveloped the surrounding dust and debris. The 30-odd competitors present shielded their eyes with their hands. Bang. Seeing their leader flee, the other monsters immediately followed suit. Humph, cowardly traitor, you've escaped this time. Principal Ren exclaimed indignantly. He hurried to Meng Luan's side, helping him to his feet while expressing his concern. Are you all right, my student? I'm fine. Thank you for your timely rescue, teacher. At that moment, other UFOs in the provincial capital were systematically eradicated by military forces, thus quelling yet another collective alien invasion. Consequently, the closing ceremony of the Third Academy's competition was cancelled. The ceremony was rescheduled for the following morning, where students gathered in the classroom, eagerly watching the multimedia presentation on the podium. Principal Ren appeared on screen, addressing over 3,000 attendees to commence the closing ceremony. His speech conveyed that this was the inaugural event of its kind for the Third Academy, acknowledging the various shortcomings in organization, such as the competition venue, rules, and format, which would be improved in future selections. He further emphasized the ongoing challenges humanity faces and urged the diligent students to strive towards expelling the extraterrestrial invaders. Meanwhile, Meng Luan and Lin Ho were reclining on their dormitory beds, watching the live broadcast on a small television, sipping from a cup of bamboo leaf tea. Meng Luan lazily regarded the principal, pondering that green-eyed superhuman possesses immense strength. He dispatched Lu Chang with a single move, truly admirable. After the ceremony concluded, Principal Run made a special visit bearing fruits and daily necessities for Meng Luan. It is worth noting that these provisions were specifically purchased from Baida Supermarket. Upon seeing the principal's personal visit, Meng Luan quickly sat up, preparing to rise, but Principal Run gently restrained him, kindly saying, "Stay put. You need to rest. I'm merely here to check on you." "Thank you for your concern, Principal," Meng Luan replied. "You are quite impressive at such a young age. The burden of resisting alien invasion rests upon your generation." "Not at all, Principal. You are the one who is truly remarkable," Meng Luan responded. "Take care of your injuries. Our Third Academy needs passionate youths like you to thrive." With that, Principal Ren produced a sum of 50,000 yuan from his bag. Although the school was in dire need of funds, he felt compelled to uphold his promise. Moreover, he reasoned that supporting Meng Luan could yield long-term benefits, as a strong performance in this exchange competition might elevate the Third Academy's reputation, potentially allowing it to rise to prominence in the provincial capital. Meng Luan accepted the money without hesitation, recognizing it as his rightful earnings from the competition. "I shall take my leave now. I wouldn't want to hinder your recovery," Principal Ren said before departing the dormitory. Once the principal left, Meng Luan, beaming with excitement over the thick stack of cash, noted Lin Ho's discontent from across the room. "Sigh, it seems the principal's eyes now only see you, Meng Luan. Even I, the third-place contestant, was overlooked. I can only bitterly watch his retreating figure." "Shui," a familiar voice called out. Meng Luan and Lin Ho turned to find Bai Biao, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, holding a bouquet of roses as he emerged from a luxurious Tesla. It should be noted that due to the challenges in oil extraction, new energy vehicles have become quite popular in this post-apocalyptic era. Bai Biao approached Bai Shui with a smile, saying, "I have an extra seat available. I happened to pass by here. Knowing you recently finished a competition, I came to pick you up. I'm sorry, but I have no time. And I dislike riding in cars," Bai Shui replied. At her words, Bai Biao's frustration boiled over. It should be mentioned that the three major academies were simultaneously holding selection competitions, and since Bai Shui was at the Third Academy, he frequently inquired about the events there. Initially indifferent to Meng Luan and Bai Shui's collaboration to promote Baida Supermarket, he later discovered that sales had skyrocketed. thwarting his plan to win Bai Shui's affection through commercial means. Clad in his suit, holding flowers, he watched Meng Luan and Bai Shui walk away. His anger escalating as he thought, how can a mere nobody in a white t-shirt steal my beloved? I must eliminate him. On their way home, Meng Luan tentatively asked, a car like that, why wouldn't you take a ride? Pfft, what's so special about that clunky vehicle? I've had several Lamborghinis before. Meng Luan swallowed hard at this. Contemplating, have I unwittingly become a son-in-law? That cannot be. Although Bai Shui is quite charming, can she truly match my prowess as a martial deity? Upon returning home, they found Hua Rose sitting on the living room sofa, her expression troubled. Meng Luan immediately recognized that yet another mysterious alien invasion incident had cast her into this state of distress. Chapter 70. Ambushed outside the processing plant after taking a refreshing shower, Meng Luan sent a text message to Xiaoho Dong. Brother Xiaoho, do you need any assistance today? Yes. You are always welcome to come. Upon receiving the message, he immediately set off for the suburban villa. He boarded a bus heading toward the outskirts of the city, unwittingly traveling quite a distance while casually observing the street scenery around him. Suddenly, a gleaming UFO caught his eye, quietly landing in a nearby courtyard. Overwhelmed with curiosity, he pondered the prospect of catching a small creature to sell for some profit. He hurried to the front of the bus and said to the driver, could you please stop the bus? I have something urgent to attend to. The driver shot him a disdainful glance and replied, what were you doing just now? Regulations prohibit unscheduled stops. There's a station ahead. Just wait. Left with no choice, Meng Luan patiently waited. As soon as the bus arrived at the station, he activated his card and dashed toward the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, he was greeted by a sign that read Flying Food Processing Company, Limited. He effortlessly leaped over the adjacent wall and sprinted in the direction where the UFO had landed. Later, as he awaited the next bus, a group of individuals approached. Initially, Meng Luan assumed they were waiting for transport, but to his astonishment, one of them brandished a dagger and lunged at him. Who are you? He shouted. With a cold smirk, the stranger replied, apologies, brother, it's just business, taking money to handle problems. Without hesitation, Meng Luan activated his card, parrying the dagger with his hand, and swiftly kicked the assailant away. He then unleashed a powerful blow at another adversary. Bang! The man collapsed to the ground. Turning, he delivered a kick to another's abdomen. Thud. The third man fell as well. Next, he executed a sweeping kick, knocking down two more opponents in a single motion. In this manner, he effortlessly dispatched the assailants. He then seized one of them and coldly inquired, speak the truth, and I may spare you. Hero, please spare us. We are merely third parties. We don't know who sent us, the man pleaded. Who is your contact? Surely, they must know. That is not something I can disclose. Meng Luan summoned his enhanced energy and struck the man's abdomen with a fierce punch. The man yelped, I'll tell you. At that moment, another accomplice interjected, we can't say. If we do, we'll be dead regardless. If you cooperate, I can not only spare your lives but also provide protection. The group fell silent. Meng Luan thought to himself, these individuals seem utterly unafraid of their fate. If I were to kill them, the police would inevitably come after me. Thus, he released his captive and drew his Qi-Long Yinwei blade, raising it high above his head, preparing to strike one of them. Yet, surprisingly, this individual still refused to speak. After contemplating his options, Meng Luan decided to call the police. He dialed 110, and shortly thereafter, several police cars arrived on the scene. A young officer approached him and asked, did you report the incident? After more than 2 hours of recording statements, Meng Luan finally exited the police station. Reflecting, let the authorities handle this investigation. I shall return to my pursuit of wealth. He hailed a taxi and arrived at the villa's entrance. On that clear morning, the sky was devoid of clouds, and over 10 figures were neatly arranged on the playground, standing in a line. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man in his 40s. The trainer for the special training session, Lu Qing, the first-year head of the 3rd Academy. He was a figure of considerable authority, known for his strictness. Welcome to the special training, he began. As you all know, our school's athletic prowess is somewhat lacking. To avoid embarrassment in the first selection competition, we must exert ourselves more than our counterparts. This is the primary objective of this training, and I hope for your enthusiastic cooperation. Our first exercise today is the frog jump, which aims to enhance our explosive biological energy. Transformation is permitted, and our goal is 100 jumps. Hearing the daunting figure of 100 jumps, Meng Luan initially felt reluctant but suppressed his discomfort for the sake of his image. However, once he participated, he discovered that the task was rather effortless for him. He quickly completed the 100 jumps and then rested on a nearby bench. The others, however, struggled to continue their frog jumps on the playground. As they exerted their biological energy, their leaps became exceptionally high, prompting laughter from the students in the classroom who observed the spectacle. The non-selected participants appeared somewhat reassured by the sight. Indeed, Lu Qing was a formidable trainer. Earlier, when Mao Lang and Yuan Sheng tried to slack off, he added an additional 30 kilograms of weight to their load, resulting in their lamentations. Meng Luan pulled out his old phone to scroll through videos, where a headline read, "Mysterious disappearance of individuals linked to the case." Upon reading the news, he thought, finally, a lead. Otherwise, Poirot might be working overtime indefinitely. Chapter 71. Rigorous special training. The essence of the chapter revolved around a mysterious case of missing persons, which is revealed to be connected to the food we consume. Experts have determined that the issue is not related to water sources. Rather, it involves the discovery of nanobots within certain food products. Once these bots enter the human body, they emit a bioenergy wave that can induce a state of unconsciousness under specific conditions, allowing for control over the individual. One afternoon, under the scorching sun, Teacher Lu Feng whimsically addressed his students, reminiscing about his own military training during university years. He declared, "Today's splendid weather is perfect for military stance training, which greatly enhances both physical stamina and willpower. Let us commence a 3-hour session." Upon hearing this, Mao Lang and Yuan Sheng, even before the training started, fainted. "Once again, it's you two mischief makers," the teacher remarked. "You shall stand for an extra hour. The timer begins now." The two boys were filled with regret, lamenting their decision to heed their homeroom teacher's enticing words and participate in such a grueling special training. Even Meng Luan felt deceived, given his capabilities. He had no need to partake in this so-called special training. However, he resigned himself to the fact that he was still a student. Meanwhile, Mao Lang and Yuan Sheng stood sweating profusely in their military posture, too intimidated to utter a word for fear of incurring an additional penalty. Xiao Song suddenly inquired respectfully, "Teacher, how will you be traveling?" Lu Qing chuckled and replied, "I will, of course, be traveling by car, as I am responsible for escorting the culinary team and ensuring food supplies, unlike your leisurely endeavors. Enough chatter. I shall provide you with coordinates tomorrow, and you must form 2 teams to travel together to avoid any potential dangers." Instantly, Yuan Sheng and Mao Lang collapsed to the ground. Xiao Song then mischievously stated, "I shall report you to the instructor." Hearing this, the duo quickly softened, pleading, "Song Gu, please don't do that. It has been ages since I last enjoyed hot pot." "Is that all?" "No problem, we can go shortly." Reluctantly, the two were coerced into treating this cunning individual to a meal, all while stifling their frustration. Observing the antics of his peers, Meng Luan found the scene mundane and exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Shui, prompting them to leave the playground and head outside the school gate. The remaining students, baffled by their departure, heard Li sigh, "I truly envy the youth. Their stamina is remarkable." Lin Ho, chuckling, made his way toward the dormitory, saying, "Do not overthink. You will soon find out." As soon as Meng Luan entered the dormitory, Lin Ho hurried over to inquire, "What delightful surprises have you brought this time?" "Ah, you will know in due time. Rest assured, staying close to me will never leave you at a disadvantage." With that, Meng Luan stowed all his belongings into a spatial storage, leaving only a backpack. He then reluctantly performed an act he despised, placing his old phone onto a wireless charger, causing the electricity usage to spike rapidly as their dormitory's meter spun wildly. The following day, the 11 members of the training team stood in unison on the playground. Instructor Lu Cheng, with a serious expression, addressed them. "We are about to embark on our 3rd training session, a 60-kilometer endurance challenge. You may choose to run or walk, but you must arrive at the destination without hitching a ride. This is a test of endurance, and I hope you approach it with seriousness." With that, he created a temporary chat group using his phone's face-to-face feature, instructing each participant to activate location sharing. This tactic was quite shrewd, as any cheating would be immediately apparent. "I will periodically check this map feature. If anyone exceeds the normal speed limit, more arduous training will await them upon arrival at the training camp." Subsequently, Lu Qing boarded the bus heading to the training camp. Mao Lang, Yuan Xing, Xiao Song, Li, Pang Ping, and Xiaoli formed one team, setting off for their destination, while Meng Luan, Bai Shui, Lin Ho, Si Kong Yen, and Wu Mei formed another. Meng Luan, leading his team, strolled leisurely towards the outskirts of the city. Despite Bai Shui urging him several times to hasten, he casually replied. What's the rush? There's plenty of time. Frustrated, Bai Shui could only acquiesce. Along the way, they stopped at a beverage shop to enjoy some drinks. Seated at the innermost part, Meng Luan retrieved his old phone and sent a brief message to Shi Zuishan. Are you there? Beautiful, sure. Chapter 72. Journey to the training camp. He glanced over at Pang Ping and his group, who had already reached the isolation zone. With no other choice, he smiled cheerfully at everyone and said, It's about time. We should set off. The three girls eagerly applied sunscreen to their faces, fearful of being scorched by the sweltering heat. Although Lin Ho occasionally dressed up, he had no sunscreen. Seeing the intense heat, he borrowed a bottle from Wu Mei and generously squeezed some onto his face. The four onlookers erupted into laughter upon seeing him finish applying the sunscreen. He stared blankly at their mirth and asked, What's so funny? Have you never seen a man applying sunscreen? Bai Shui, still chuckling, replied, It's not that we haven't seen it. Just take a look in the mirror. Meng Luan thought to himself, Thank goodness I didn't go first, otherwise I would have been the clown. When Lin Ho checked his reflection using his phone's camera, he was taken aback by the sight. Unbeknownst to him, sunscreen doesn't apply as effortlessly as snow cream or essential oil. If not spread evenly, it leaves stark white patches. At that moment, his face resembled a ghostly apparition. Stark white and comical, yet he remained blissfully unaware, chatting with everyone as if nothing was amiss. Upon realizing the issue, he earnestly reapplied the sunscreen, even slathering it onto his neck. At that moment, Meng Luan cautiously took Bai Shui's sunscreen. Let me apply some of this first, he said. Bai Shui thoughtfully handed him a bottle of moisturizer. Meng Luan applied the moisturizer first, then began to apply the sunscreen, successfully avoiding Lin Ho's predicament with an even application. Suddenly, the old mobile phone emitted a notification sound. Meng Luan quickly opened it. Shi Zuishan, I'm here. What's up? Shi Zuishan, oh? I was just playing Dynasty Warriors and didn't check WeChat. What do you need? Meng Luan, well, you know the shared map, right? Could you help me modify some data? Shi Zuishan, what data needs changing? Meng Luan, it's the shared map. For instance, I'm currently using light speed, but the map still shows me moving slowly, preventing others from seeing my actual route. Shi Zuishan, is that all? It's already set. Meng Luan, puzzled, responded, already set? You didn't finish your sentence. Shi Zuishan, you've forgotten again. I am an artificial intelligence. At that moment, Lin Ho was drinking water when he suddenly spotted an alien creature, causing him to spit out the water and hurriedly remove his turtle shell from his back to shield himself. Xikong Yin and Wu Mei each grabbed their weapons, ready for battle, while only Bai Shui and Meng Luan remained unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Seeing his companions preparing to attack his mount, Meng Luan urgently exclaimed, Don't attack, that's my mount. Hearing this, Meng Luan smiled and nodded, granting his implicit approval, which spared him the trouble of concocting an excuse. The colossal flame-winged dragon was indeed impressive, and the five of them climbed aboard, settling in the middle. Meng Luan then produced snacks, playing cards, and various toys. The three girls chose to play cards while Meng Luan and Lin Ho scrolled through their phones. Surprisingly, the base station along the line was intact, and their phones maintained a signal, much to their delight. In a few minutes, they soared above Pang Ping and his group. The five of them excitedly leaned over to gaze down, spotting 6 small black figures trudging along, weary and slow. Lin Ho gleefully remarked, they look just like turtles. Wu Mei pointed at Lin Ho's round shield, saying, The turtle mocks the turtle. The four erupted into laughter, as Lin Ho's shield did indeed resemble a turtle shell, complete with vivid stripes. Meanwhile, the 6 below wiped the sweat from their brows and, upon spotting the flame-winged dragon above, were instantly filled with dread. They hastily brandished their weapons in preparation for battle, but after a while, when they saw it fly away, they finally relaxed. Pang Ping glanced at the colorful dots on the shared map and noticed that Meng Luan and his companions were still far behind. A peculiar smile spreading across his face. Indeed, the dragon flew with astonishing speed, swiftly passing by Lu Chung and the others' truck, heading straight towards the training base. Following the coordinates provided by the instructor, Meng Luan arrived at a harbor extending into the sea, resembling a grand ship's bow reaching toward the ocean, with a high central ridge and rolling mountains extending into the vast land. The mountains were lush with trees, and the waves relentlessly crashed against this great vessel, seemingly attempting to drag it into the depths of the sea. Meng Luan dismounted at a beach, laying out a picnic blanket and, together with his companions, they enjoyed the midday sea breeze as they clumsily prepared their lunch. Meanwhile, Pang Ping and his group sat beside a dusty road, gnawing on hard compressed food. Enduring their plight, they understood that covering the 60-kilometer distance on foot would ideally take at least 14 hours, and if they pressed on through the night, they might reach their destination within 20 hours. Thus, they had already mentally prepared for a night spent by the roadside. Chapter 73. Midnight training. After savoring a healthy and delicious lunch by the seaside, the 5 companions retreated into their tents, indulging in the picturesque ocean view as the sun gradually descended into the western waters. At that moment, Meng Luan discreetly messaged her Chui Shan. "Are you there? Beautiful?" With his old mobile phone hidden away, he typed, "Could you please pause for a moment and set the departure time for tomorrow morning at 7? Without further ado, he set the phone down and proceeded to move the cooking equipment to the front of the tent, pouring mineral water into the pot and casually grabbing a packet of hot pot ingredients. The others quickly joined in, and together they prepared a sumptuous dinner. As the 5 gathered around the hot pot, relishing the meal while gazing at the night sea, their senses were thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, in the seaside villa, Lu Cheng and the chef enjoyed a simple meal, contemplating the glowing points on the map, while Pang Ping and the others had already retreated to their sleeping bags after consuming hard biscuits. The following morning, the 5 languished in their sleeping bags, lulled by the gentle sea breeze, continuing their slumber. When Pang Ping and his team awoke around 8 o'clock, they noticed that Meng Luan and his group had surpassed them on the map. He thought to himself, "These cunning fellows managed to overtake us while we slept. It seems we cannot even win the race." Thus, he anxiously urged the other 5, "We must set off quickly. Look, their team has already passed us." Mao Lang, displeased, retorted, "What does it matter to us? Those fools woke up so early. We'll arrive today regardless. Why the rush?" The others, finding his reasoning quite sensible, nodded in agreement. Resigned, Pang Ping followed his team's leisurely pace, finally setting off after organizing their tents. As for Meng Luan and his companions, they awoke naturally, rising when the sun was high, unhurriedly sipping milk and eating bread while admiring the fluffy white clouds against the blue sky. Their spirits lifted. Then, they leisurely packed up their tents and camping gear. As the glowing points on their shared map approached their destination, they swiftly set off. The invigorated 5 finally arrived at a quaint villa nestled on the mountainside by the sea. They rang the doorbell, and shortly after, Lu Cheng emerged, welcoming them to the devil training base. The mention of devils sent shivers down their spines, yet they followed the instructor into the villa, where he instructed them to choose their rooms upstairs. Consequently, Meng Luan and Lin Ho shared one room, Si Kong Yin with Wu Mei, while Bai Shui had no choice but to share with Shaoli. It was not until 3 p.m. that the second team finally arrived at the training camp. The students were gathered together in the villa's courtyard, where teacher Lu Cheng announced, as the first team to arrive at the training camp, "You will be rewarded with exemption from cleaning duties, while the second team will continue with the next task, to clean the villa inside and out." Meng Luan and his group erupted in excited laughter, which seemed somewhat mischievous. In contrast, Pang Ping and his 6 companions appeared dispirited, like deflated balloons. Regretting not heeding Pang Ping's earlier advice, now burdened with the physical labor, due to a recent lapse in his training, Meng Luan decided to utilize this time for practice, taking out a string of prayer beads and reciting the mantra imparted by Master Hui Qing. As night fell, and the clock struck 3, the stillness of the night was suddenly pierced by an alarming bell. Lu Cheng's voice boomed from the living room, "Everyone, get up. We have a surprise night training." The 11, deep in slumber, grumbled in discontent, yet there was no choice but to comply with the demands of this wretched training camp. Hastily throwing on their clothes, "Gather in the courtyard within 2 minutes. The last one will face consequences," Lu Cheng continued. At the mention of the latter, the 11 sprang into action, dressing swiftly and rushing from their rooms to the courtyard. To their surprise, Meng Luan was the fastest, aided by his white t-shirt and loose jeans. Bai Shui followed closely, likely due to her prior experience in a temple. However, Lin Ho lagged behind, as his careful attire consumed precious time, yet he managed to arrive before Yuan Sheng. Lu Cheng surveyed the 11 students and remarked, "Look at how you're all dressed. If aliens were to invade now, could you expect to protect the populace?" He pointed at Mao Lang's shoes, exclaiming, "Did you realize you're wearing them the wrong way?" Laughter erupted among the other students. He then glanced at Lin Ho's pants, quipping, "Your leader is about to make a speech." Several female classmates blushed and giggled, while the male students doubled over in laughter. Next, he approached Xiao Song, teasing, "Did you not notice? You look no different from a superhero with your underwear inside out." Embarrassed, Xiao Song dashed into the bathroom to change. Lu Qing then announced, Xiaosong will be punished with dishwashing duty today, though he came out early. With an outfit like that, he might as well have been last. Once Xiaosong returned in proper attire, the instructor declared, now, we shall proceed to the second activity, a morning run along the seaside. Chapter 74. The intruders thus, 11 individuals, under the guidance of their instructor, dashed down the hillside and ultimately began to run along the shoreline. It is noteworthy that running on the sand is far more exhausting than on solid ground, as the soft surface makes it difficult to gain traction. Consequently, they found themselves panting heavily after only running a kilometer. Lu Cheng continued. Our special training has only just commenced. Next, we shall undertake a more grueling test of endurance, rock climbing. The trainees shivered at this announcement, particularly Mao Lang, who exclaimed in shock, what? Rock climbing? Before long, albeit with great reluctance, they arrived at the base of a steep cliff by the sea. Upon arrival, they discovered a long rope had been prepared. To ensure their safety, the instructor had provided 11 ropes, one for each student, to secure around their waists, thereby preventing any potential dangers due to exhaustion. Additional staff were present to assist in maintaining safety, ensuring a foolproof operation. Thus began the most arduous rock climbing exercise of the day. Under Lu Cheng's watchful eye, the 11 students ascended slowly. At this moment, Yuan Xin clung to the rope. Paralyzed by fear, he addressed the instructor, saying, Teacher, I have acrophobia. May I refrain from climbing? Lu Qing, visibly irritated, replied, You may choose not to climb, but you will be responsible for cleaning the entire training camp for the next month. Does anyone else wish to abstain? With no other option, Yuan Sheng reluctantly continued his ascent. As all 11 tapped into their biological energy, they climbed at a significantly accelerated pace. Meng Luan, possessing the abilities of a golden eye, outpaced the others considerably. In no time, they reached the summit of the cliff, over 100 meters high. At this point, Lu Qing shouted from below, You have 10 minutes to descend. Move immediately. Upon hearing this, the trainees, deflated like punctured balloons, begrudgingly took hold of the ropes to descend. Being trained warriors, they accomplished the descent in under 10 minutes. Now, we shall have a competition. I will start the timer. Thus, these beleaguered students climbed more than 30 times throughout the day, with Lu Cheng asserting that training would continue the next day. The students, upon hearing this, were brought to tears. Although Meng Luan had activated his card to enhance his physical abilities, he still felt the strain in his arms. Back in their quarters, Lin Ho grimaced and exclaimed to Meng Luan, Goodness, this is simply hellish training. I want to withdraw. Meng Luan, rubbing his sore arms, replied, It is indeed exhausting. But there is no turning back now. We must persevere. Overwhelmed by fatigue, they soon fell asleep. In the dead of night, several shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated the villa. They utilized a slender tube to disperse a substance into each room, causing the trainees to lose consciousness. Even Lu Cheng succumbed. When they reached Meng Luan's room, Shi Suishan suddenly appeared beside him, covering his mouth with a damp cloth. At that moment, the intruders thrust the tube through the gap beneath the door, releasing a cloud of white smoke. Upon inhaling the smoke, Lin Ho instantly collapsed. Thanks to Shi Suishan's protection, Meng Luan narrowly avoided disaster. After completing her task, she swiftly opened the window. Shortly thereafter, their door was violently kicked open, and several men clad in suits stormed in. Seeing the intruders, Meng Luan immediately activated his card and charged at them. The men in black suits were taken aback to find him unharmed, momentarily stunned, before they hastily retreated through the door, seemingly aware of his formidable presence. Meng Luan pursued them outside, only to discover that more than 10 individuals, all dressed in black suits, had gathered. They moved with agility and speed, indicating they were no ordinary individuals. He shouted, Where do you think you're going? How dare you conspire against us? After uttering these words, he returned to his slumber. As Meng Luan had remained unaffected the previous night, he woke up feeling quite alert, idly playing on his phone. At that moment, a text message from Shi Suishan appeared on his old mobile device. How should I be thanked? Meng Luan replied, What? Are you referring to altering the map data for me? Shi Suishan responded, No, guess again. Meng Luan queried, What else could it be? Shi Suishan teased, It seems you sleep like a log. Meng Luan exclaimed, Are you talking about last night? Wait, you were here last night? Of course. Did you not notice how soundly the others were sleeping? Meng Luan admitted, I am indeed a bit confused. I was awakened by the sound of them kicking the door. Shi Suishan explained, They blew a sedative through the door before entering. She added, No need for thanks. I have to go now. As he pondered the events of the previous night, Meng Luan recalled encountering a group of individuals outside a food factory. Could they all belong to the same organization? He suddenly regretted not using a small knife to pierce the skin of one of them to ascertain whether their blood was red or milky white. However, he then recalled that he had not seen a UFO the previous night. Could someone be plotting against him? At this moment, he sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Nevertheless, to avoid raising any alarms, he refrained from mentioning it to others and set off alone in the direction the mysterious group had fled. Following the footprints on the ground, he eventually reached the beach. But due to the high tide from the previous night, the footprints had vanished. Undeterred, he continued walking along the shoreline. Chapter 75. Wilderness Survival Training. It was unclear how long they had walked when, ahead, the sea revealed a plethora of floating duckweed, crafted from fragmented material, drifting upon the ocean's surface. This area resembled an artificial marine aquaculture site, though its current state of abandonment remained uncertain. At the shoreline, a dock held numerous fishing vessels of varying sizes, accompanied by several concrete buildings that bore witness to the former grandeur of this aquaculture establishment. Meng Luan quickened his pace and reached the entrance of the building. Peering inside, he discerned pools of water, presumably for cultivating marine products, though their specific contents remained a mystery. Just as he was about to greet anyone inside, a fishing boat approached the shore, and several fishermen clad in leather pants disembarked, along with a few individuals in casual attire. Meng Luan sensed a distinction among them, likely indicating the presence of a few superpowered individuals. One of the slender, older men inquired, "Young man, what brings you here?" He then added, bemused, "Are you alone? Aren't you afraid of danger? I'm a student from the villa over there. Our teacher is conducting training here. I came for a stroll today since we have a holiday. May I ask if you are the owners of this place?" "Oh, we operate the aquaculture here. We are the staff," he explained. With a glint of curiosity in his eye, Meng Luan asked, "May I take a look inside?" The older man hesitated briefly before responding, "Well, yes, you can. Inside are our dormitories and the aquaculture facilities. You may join us for a tour." As they led Meng Luan into the concrete water troughs, he observed an abundance of seaweed, conch, crabs, and various seafood. They then entered a lounge, where he was taken aback to see a familiar figure. "Wei Long, what brings you here?" He replied, "have been tasked with overseeing the security of this fishery since our arrival in the provincial capital. This area experiences frequent alien invasions, and its seafood is a vital supply source for the city. We are stationed here to collect our commission." Meng Luan nodded in understanding, remarking, "In this era, individuals like you are sorely needed. Without the protection of those with superpowers, the ordinary citizens of the provincial capital might very well face starvation." Thus, Meng Luan enjoyed a delightful meal with them. During the meal, he observed Wei Long's demeanor, which seemed quite unnatural, based on past experiences. He recalled that this individual was adept at using mind-altering substances to harm others. He remembered that during their migration, Wei Long had incapacitated him with such a substance and had subsequently used him to coerce Master Hui Qing for supplies. Could this incident also be the work of Wei Long? Chapter 76. The time vortex. Beneath an abandoned edifice, he activated the card and summoned the flame wyvern. Soaring into the cerulean sky, this flame wyvern, a marvel of extraterrestrial technology, exhibited exceptional performance and remarkable speed, swiftly covering half the distance in no time. At that moment, approximately 200 meters from Meng Luan, the air suddenly distorted, resembling the refraction seen in water. The scenery in that direction became increasingly blurred, rippling larger until it transformed into a vortex, voraciously consuming the surrounding fabric of space and time. Stunned by this spectacle, Meng Luan commanded the wyvern to circle the vortex, allowing him to discern this peculiar phenomenon. The center of the vortex was vast, measuring about 10 meters in diameter, providing a clear view of the scenes emerging from within. Beyond lay another sky, where flame wyverns similar to Meng Luan's soared, and to his astonishment, he saw himself seated upon one of these creatures, his mouth agape in disbelief. He quickly searched for answers in his mind. Was this an illusion? No, there were 5 individuals over there. What on earth is happening? As he pondered these thoughts, the vortex gradually diminished, fading into the clear sky. Blinking in disbelief, he rubbed his eyes, suspecting he had merely experienced a mirage. Could it be that my recent intense training has caused me to hallucinate? He murmured, scratching his head as he resumed directing the flame wyvern towards his destination. Before long, he arrived above the forest designated for wilderness survival training. He retrieved his phone, opened the app, confirmed the location of Bai Shui, and prepared to fly towards her. As he guided the wyvern towards a direction in the thicket, an unexpected event transpired. A colossal vortex appeared abruptly ahead. Caught off guard, he was unable to evade it, tumbling into the swirling maw. When he opened his eyes again, both he and the flame wyvern lay beneath a tree in the forest. Shaking off the haze in his mind, he stood unsteadily, relieved to find himself unscathed. However, upon checking his phone, he discovered he was out of service range. Where on earth am I? I remember this jungle having a base station. Why is there suddenly no signal? Pondering his predicament, he mounted the flame wyvern and ascended into the sky. From his aerial vantage, he beheld the distant coastline, the natural vessel extending into the sea, and even farther away, the orderly structures of aquaculture. Indeed, this is the place, he mused. Circling the forest, he was perplexed to find no sign of his fellow trainees. Driven by curiosity, he ultimately flew towards the training base's villa. As he passed the coastal cliffs, he spotted individuals practicing rock climbing, piquing his interest. However, fearing exposure of his flame wyvern, he opted to land on the ground and approach the cliff's edge on foot. This was the most plausible explanation Meng Luan could devise. Yet the subsequent events completely refuted his theory. Soon, 10 more team members scaled the cliff summit, and suddenly, a voice echoed from below. It was Lu Cheng's voice. You have 10 minutes to descend, move immediately. A revelation crystallized in Meng Luan's mind. I can't believe it. I've traveled through time. A staff member at the cliff's edge, hearing a noise from the bushes, turned to investigate the source of the voice. Meng Luan quickly dropped to the ground, and the staff member glanced around before rubbing his ears, suspecting he had misheard. Meanwhile, near the aquaculture facility by the sea, a pack of red-eyed wolf kings and giant wolves had gathered, poised to attack the facility's workers. Just then, a youth clad in a white t-shirt approached, bow and arrow in hand, aiming at the creature's rear ends. With a twang, arrows flew, piercing the backsides of several extraterrestrial beasts, spilling milky blood. Enraged, they charged toward Meng Luan, who nimbly dodged and weaved, soon finding himself pursued by 100 monsters. Ultimately, he led them towards the coastal climbing area. And just as he approached, he swiftly concealed himself. Observing the sudden influx of monsters, Teacher Lu Cheng shouted, "The training strategy has changed. The next phase is live combat. Prepare to repel the alien invasion." At his impassioned cry, the trainees scrambled down the cliff, rushing towards the relatively weaker extraterrestrial creatures. True to form, Meng Luan took the lead, activating his card to retrieve the long and bright silver spear from his multidimensional storage bag. Performing a flourish, he charged into the fray. And under the onslaught of these formidable trainees, the horde of lesser monsters fell like fragile prey, quickly overwhelmed. Chapter 77. The crossing. After the students had vanquished the monstrous foes, they were left utterly fatigued. Mr. Lu Cheng, witnessing the successful completion of a practical training session, nodded in satisfaction and decided to conclude the rock climbing special training early. Following a flurry of activity, he discreetly descended on his blazing wyvern near the villa. This villa was uniquely situated at the transitional zone between the ship's bow and the land, with the edge of the jungle approximately 300 meters inward. Having traversed through time, Meng Luan concealed himself at the jungle's periphery, casting his gaze toward the villa's rear windows. He could discern some special training students engaged in various activities within, and he faintly spotted 3 young ladies busily tending to some task. Relying on his recollections, he located his own room and was astounded to find that history had altered. The lights in both his and Lin Ho's rooms were aglow. Lin Ho appeared to be idly engrossed in his mobile device while Meng Luan sat in meditation, clutching his prayer beads. At that moment, he detected the faint sound of footsteps nearby and promptly concealed himself behind a tree. To his astonishment, a man clad in a black suit began to ascend a large tree in his vicinity. The man, oblivious to Meng Luan's presence, focused intently on retrieving a sniper rifle from his back. Meng Luan, aware that this assassin was undoubtedly targeting him, quietly drew his ancestral bow and aimed at the assailant perched above. The assassin, fixated on his scope, gently squeezed the trigger. In that critical instant, Meng Luan unleashed an arrow from his bow. Whoosh! It struck the assassin's hand, causing his shot to veer off course and impact the wall of the villa's first floor, sending a plume of dust into the air and leaving a deep bullet hole in the brick-red facade. Reeling from the impact of the biotic energy-infused arrow, the assassin nearly lost his grip on the rifle. Regaining his composure, he realized he was not alone and swiftly descended from the tree to make his escape. That night, he set up a concealed tent beneath the trees in the jungle and ignited a bonfire. As the hours passed into the deep of night, He anticipated an intrusion into the villa to disperse a hallucinogenic mist. Quietly, he approached the jungle's edge near the villa, and as expected, several shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated the premises. He remained motionless, fully aware of the outcome of this event, and deeming it unnecessary to recklessly reveal his identity. Sure enough, moments later, the sound of a door being kicked open resonated from within the villa, echoing through the jungle towards Mengluan. A minute later, a throng of figures dashed out of the villa, racing toward the slope beside it, and Mengluan followed closely behind. The following day, he stealthily trailed the figures to a seafood farming facility, where the conversation mirrored that of the previous encounter. Mengluan activated his card and hastily made his way into the farm, recalling that a sumptuous seafood feast awaited him there. Curious, he ventured into the kitchen. The chef, a portly man with small eyes, peered suspiciously through the doorway, ensuring no one was watching. He then produced a small vial from his pocket, intending to sprinkle poison into a bowl. Mengluan, hiding by the windows, observed the chef's nefarious method and realized how he had fallen victim to the drug during their previous meeting. It had indeed been smeared onto the utensils. Just as the chef was about to execute his sinister plan, Mengluan shattered a glass pane with a stone and swiftly leaped onto the roof of the single-story building. Startled by the noise, the chef trembled, his hand halting mid-action, instinctively calling out, "Who? Who is it?" He then resumed reaching for the bowl and utensils. Crash! Another pane of glass shattered, sending the chef into a panic. He abandoned his plot, muttering, "Oh, divine beings, spare me. I mean no harm." As he spoke, he hastily gathered the dishes, glancing nervously at the window. Noticing that the glass remained intact, he finally dared to exit with the food. The narrative subtly indicates that this rotund chef held a superstitious belief in deities. Otherwise, Mengluan would have had to devise an alternative plan. After a prolonged wait, he spotted a blazing wyvern soaring through the sky, recognizing it as his past self. A sudden thought struck him. If he were to appear now, how would his past self react upon encountering someone who mirrored him so precisely? What might transpire if they stood face to face? His mind swirled with these peculiar musings. Chapter 78. The Cycles of Time. When Mengluan awoke once more, he found himself lying beneath a tree in the depths of a jungle, alongside the fiery winged dragon. Shaking his heavy head, he stood unsteadily, relieved to discover that he was unharmed. However, upon checking his phone again, he found there was no signal. Cradling his head, he rubbed his hair in disarray and muttered to himself, "I have traversed time again." The staff glanced over at him. Suddenly, a thought struck Mengluan, the version of himself he had encountered during his first journey through time. If he surmised correctly, they had both flown into that temporal vortex together. Why, then, was he the only one who had crossed over? He furtively scanned his surroundings, confirming that there was indeed no other version of himself present. Thus, he once again collected a multitude of small monsters, for there was nothing more delightful than acquiring these creatures. Time slipped away as he repeated this cycle countless times. Eventually, he found himself in the evening once more, at the familiar edge of the jungle beside the villa, where his old acquaintance, the assassin, arrived as anticipated. As the assassin slowly ascended the treetop, a bold idea surfaced in Mengluan's mind. What if he refrained from stopping the assassin? If the assassin succeeded in eliminating his past self, what would ensue? Could he then assume that identity and continue to live in this time? This notion left him in a tumult of emotions, his brow drawn taut, palms slick with sweat, his mind in constant turmoil. He repeatedly urged himself, "Do not intervene. Do not intervene. Do not intervene." He sought to harden his resolve through this mental reinforcement, believing it would free him from the interminable cycle of time. Yet, at the last moment, he released the arrow from his bow. He could scarcely fathom the consequences of his past self meeting a dire fate. Would he still exist in the present? Even if he remained trapped in this time, as long as he retained consciousness, there remained hope. A classic saying echoed in his mind, "As long as a person stands, the tower stands." Resignedly, he continued to protect his past self in the shadows, once again witnessing the fiery winged dragon soar toward the vortex. As he observed the creature's massive form, he pondered, if he had not plunged into that vortex, would he still exist in this current manifestation? Was he merely a replica among countless Mengluans? Or was he the original? He dared not contemplate further, recognizing that he was no scientist capable of uncovering the ultimate truth. All he could do was marvel at the astonishing wonders of nature, which he, as a mere mortal, could not contend with. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he murmured, "Wait, a scientist? Don't I know one? Her name is Poirot. I remember her." He dashed back into the temporal vortex. Upon entering the room, He was taken aback to see Poirot emerging from the bathroom. Perhaps the sound of running water had drowned out his entrance, and since she appeared to be alone, she was rather bold. As she stepped out, Meng-Luan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He knocked apologetically and said, "I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were bathing. I took a leave for something, and I have a few queries I'd like to discuss with you." Poirot opened the door, now dressed neatly, her captivating eyes fixed on Meng-Luan as she invited, "Come in." What should one do if they encounter another version of themselves after time travel? She pondered. Well, it depends on whether the past version also experiences time travel. If he does not, then it becomes uncertain, for this is an uncharted territory. Meng-Luan, taking her words to heart, replied earnestly, "The past version must also traverse time. Then will this time traveler cease to exist?" He chuckled lightly as he playfully tapped Meng-Luan's forehead, declaring, "You're quite foolish." Do you know the answer?" he inquired. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Actually, I am uncertain, but I have heard of the grandfather paradox." The grandfather paradox? Indeed. It posits that if someone travels back in time to prevent their grandmother from giving birth to their grandfather, the future may be rewritten. Would the time traveler still exist? Is there a possibility of existence? She continued, straightening her clothes while smiling. Your assumption does not fall within that paradoxical framework. So I conclude that this individual will continue to exist in this time. Hearing this, Meng-Luan felt the tension in his body ease. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Thank you. I understand now. Good night." Good night, she replied, as Meng-Luan stood to leave. Poirot opened her mouth as if to speak, but she hesitated, finally uttering a simple good night before closing the door. Chapter 79. Deception in Warfare. When the swirling vortex finally vanished, Meng-Luan's form began to blur, allowing a clear view of the verdant trees behind him. Ultimately, he transcended, disappearing entirely from this space-time continuum, his consciousness fading alongside his corporeal presence. The myriad memories of recent days seemed to coalesce into the vanishing recollections of Meng-Luan. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself lying beneath a tree, rising to his feet and surveying his surroundings. He realized he was at the very spot where the vortex had dissolved. Confused, he retrieved his phone, and when the screen illuminated, he was astounded to discover that several days had elapsed. Without hesitation, Meng-Luan mounted his fiery dragon and hastened toward the terminus of the wilderness survival training. Before long, the sprawling woods began to rise sharply with the elevation, and he reached the summit of a towering mountain. Atop the peak lay a platform spanning over 10 kilometers. Continuing along the platform, he finally arrived at his destination just as dusk descended. Peering down from the heights, he was taken aback. In a compound adorned with a dozen flat-roofed houses, 10 elite trainees were embroiled in combat with dozens of extraterrestrial beasts, channeling their biological energy to its utmost limits as they valiantly battled the fiery monsters. Yet, they remained encircled by the horde. Among the creatures, a fiery dragon sword, with a figure seated upon it, Yang Feng, the very individual who had pursued Meng-Luan. He cried out, "Shui, you know my sincerity, surrender here, and you shall find more comfort than being the young lady of the Bai family." "Bah, treacherous dog, how naive," she retorted, raising her long sword to strike at several nearby beasts. The monsters fell, but Yang Feng, witnessing her tenacity, commanded the dragon to dive, colliding with Bai Shui and sending her crashing to the ground. Seeing his companions in peril, Meng-Luan swiftly charged into the fray on his fiery dragon. He summoned the dragon's lance and surged towards the beasts, dispatching dozens in mere minutes. He then directed his charge toward Yang Feng, and the two engaged in fierce combat. Meng-Luan struck first, exclaiming, with unwavering courage, "I shall restore peace to this chaotic world and wield my lance to secure the realm." He thrust his radiant spear toward Yang Feng. With a calm demeanor, Yang Feng blocked the lethal thrust with his axe, deflecting the lance just above his head. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed a fierce blow at Meng-Luan's head. Reacting swiftly, Meng-Luan pressed the rear of his lance downward, raising it just in time to intercept the descending axe. The two weapons clashed with a resounding clang, metal grating against metal, as they struggled for dominance, neither yielding an inch. Suddenly, Yang Feng exerted force downward, causing Meng-Luan, overwhelmed by his own strength, to nearly tumble from his fiery dragon. The axe, however, missed its mark as the two dragons momentarily shifted their positions. After their initial clash, they separated, only to charge again. This time, Yang Feng initiated the attack, swinging his axe horizontally towards Meng-Luan. He bent low, narrowly evading the strike, then countered with a thrust of his lance. The impact left Meng-Luan dazed, prompting him to flee atop his fiery dragon. The onlookers were astonished. This was not the Meng-Luan they knew. How could he falter and retreat? In that moment, confusion enveloped them all. Even Yang Feng, perched on his dragon, regarded this seemingly cowardly figure with bewilderment, for he had always perceived Meng Luan as a fiery youth. Not a timid turtle. Coward, do you think you can escape? Yang Feng shouted, giving chase. As fate would have it, just as Yang Feng was about to catch up, Meng Luan drew the Hoi bow, stealthily aiming at his pursuer. Yang Feng, in his excitement at the prospect of victory, raised his axe, momentarily blinded by triumph, and laughed. Ha! Prepare to die. Yet, before his laughter could fade, an arrow pierced his chest. With a gasp, he swayed and fell from his dragon. Seizing the moment, Meng Luan switched to the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade and surged after the falling Yang Feng. The dragon, too, swooped down, catching its master just as Meng Luan was about to reach him, then retreated hastily. Witnessing their leader's flight, the remaining extraterrestrial beasts scattered in disarray. Understanding the art of deception and warfare, Meng Luan refrained from pursuing, instead landing before the 10 trainees. Upon seeing him, Bai Shui's face lit up with joy as she fought through her pain, exclaiming, "Where have you been? We've been worried sick for days." Chapter 80. A fond farewell to intensive training. Meng Luan helplessly remarked, "I apologize for my late arrival. The circumstances are rather lengthy to explain." Upon hearing this, Bai Shui immediately inquired with concern, "What has happened?" "It's difficult to articulate at the moment. I will share the details with you when time permits." Thus, they settled into the final destination of their wilderness survival training, each selecting their own room. Meng Luan retrieved some provisions from his dimensional storage space and instructed Si Kong Yin and Wu Mei to distribute the food among the substitute team members, while he reserved some exquisite delicacies for Bai Shui, Lin Ho, Si Kong Yin, and Wu Mei. As the other 6 recuperated, the 5 of them enjoyed a leisurely tea time in Meng Luan's room, during which he casually recounted his experiences. Lin Ho expressed his astonishment. "Is it truly possible for such events to occur? To be honest, I find it hard to fathom that something like this exists in our world." Meng Luan sipped his tea, contemplatively stating, "Before that experience, I shared your disbelief. However, after undergoing it myself, my worldview was utterly transformed. I have no idea how long I spent in that realm or how many cycles I endured. Additionally, the passage of time there is vastly different from our own. It moves at a much quicker pace." Bai Shui interjected, "There have been instances in the past of individuals disappearing only to re-emerge after over 30 years, appearing remarkably youthful. Much like your situation, though I cannot be certain." Meng Luan chuckled, "It seems I have stumbled upon a stroke of luck." The group erupted into laughter. As for the subsequent training, it remained largely unchanged, consisting of the usual early morning beach runs, swimming in the ocean, and frog jumps, through which the trainees gradually developed their physical endurance. Aside from Meng Luan's cohort, the others voiced their grievances. Yuan Shang and Mao Lang, representing the training team, declared, "Instructor, you just stated that we performed exceptionally. Therefore, we believe we ought to be rewarded with transportation, and we strongly protest." Lu Qing swiftly approached, delivering a light tap to each of their heads, and sternly stated, "Protests are futile. Compliance with organizational arrangements is mandatory. However, I may make an exception. You may seek a ride if you can manage to find one." The group exchanged glances of exasperation, pondering where they might procure a ride in such a remote location. When the 11 of them saw the vehicles emerging from the garage, the realization dawned that there were only 2 cars, leaving no additional space for all 11 trainees. Xiao Song, watching the departing vehicles with a forlorn expression, lamented, "This school is so impoverished. This is indeed the root cause of our trekking." The others nodded in agreement. Yet, the next scene was even more disheartening. Meng Luan comfortably summoned his flame wyvern, and the 5 main team members swiftly climbed onto the creature's back. Seeing this, Xiao Song jested, "Brother Meng, it appears your steed could accommodate another rider, might I?" Before he could finish, Bai Shui beckoned to Xiao Li, who quickly ascended. Xiao Song then regretted not having befriended them earlier. Meng Luan, riding the flame wyvern, offered a look of apology as he addressed Xiao Song. "I'm afraid we are at full capacity. We shall meet in the provincial city." With that, they soared into the sky atop the flame wyvern. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the inter-university exchange competition. For the recently revitalized Huaxian nation, these superpowered students were seen as the hope against extraterrestrial threats. Consequently, not only the presidents of the 3 universities but also the military took a keen interest, dispatching observers in hopes of recruiting more exceptional students to bolster their active forces. The competition was divided into 2 main components, a written examination and a martial arts assessment. The written examination was based on the 5 primary subjects currently taught at their school, extracting knowledge points from the curriculum to create a challenging test. The subjects included an introduction to combat techniques, basic utilization of biological energy, enhancing concentration, the origins and development of superhumans, and combat psychology. This prompted him to devise ways to earn some extra income, and the competition presented a direct opportunity. However, he pondered how to approach the written exam. After a moment of contemplation, he took out his phone, opened Suicidal's account, and sent a message. "Beautiful Shi, are you there? Resigned." He made his way to the teaching building, selecting a classroom and occupying a seat at the back row. Just as he was about to pick up his book, he noticed Lin Ho entering the study room with a beautiful girl. Upon seeing Meng Luan, Lin Ho greeted him with a nod and, with an air of pride, took a seat closer to the front with his girlfriend. Meng Luan thought, when did this guy find a girlfriend? This is utterly unexpected. After the initial surprise, he quietly opened his book. At that moment, Lin Ho approached with a cup of milk tea, placing it on Meng Luan's desk, and cheerfully stating, "Meng Luan, my girlfriend suddenly fell ill. This is still fresh, so I'll let you have it." Receiving the warm milk tea, Meng Luan smiled and replied, "Thank you." Chapter 81. The examination so effortless. Meng Luan sat in the study room, drowsily flipping through his books. Although he had previously excelled academically, the recent upheavals in the world had transformed him from a scholar into a martial artist, rendering him unable to concentrate on his studies. Ding ding. At that moment, Shi Chuishan sent a sudden message. "Is there something you need? Could you refrain from sending so many irrelevant messages in the future? Well, go ahead. I have a written exam in a few days. Is there any way for me to achieve a higher score?" After a considerable pause, Shi Chuishan replied, "As long as you can bring the martial god card in, anything is possible." Meng Luan pondered for a moment and replied, "That should be manageable." Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the examination. To ensure the smooth conduct of the written test, even police were summoned, reflecting a level of seriousness that rivaled that of the National College entrance examination of previous years. To maintain a tranquil environment, vehicles were prohibited from the roads surrounding the examination venue. This examination was arranged in the classrooms of the foremost academy, with the number of participants from each school increasing from 5 to 11, resulting in a total of 33 competitors in the same examination hall. As Meng Luan and Bai Shui walked side by side into the premier academy, following the signs to locate their examination room, a stylishly dressed student rushed over, exuberantly calling out, "Shui, long time no see. How have you been lately?" Upon recognizing him, they realized it was Zhao Hao, accompanied by another individual whom Meng Luan had seen before but could not immediately recall. Zhao Hao, adjusting his hair, remarked, "I study here at the foremost academy. I figured you were here for the exam. Come along with me. I'm very familiar with this place." Just as he was about to lead Bai Shui to the examination room, he suddenly remembered the young man in martial attire beside him and said, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce. This is my classmate, Gong Shiwu, the strongest student at our school. Even I have to bow to him." Upon hearing this introduction, Gong Shiwu arrogantly lifted his chin, extending his hand in a haughty manner. Meng Luan, observing this, shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself, as the saying goes, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. These two seem to be cut from the same cloth. They are utterly insufferable. Bai Shui, being the daughter of a prominent family, though spoiled at home, always maintained a demeanor of politeness in public, having spent considerable time in a monastery. She gracefully shook his hand, saying, "Nice to meet you." At that moment, Zhao Hao added, "Meng Luan, actually we met that day in the outskirts when Gong Shiwu was also there. You two have at least met once." Reminded of that day when he followed Xia Hodong to battle minor monsters and was saved by students from the foremost academy, Meng Luan recalled the somewhat arrogant Gong Shiwu. He thought of Zhao Hao from that day, who had ultimately been humbled. It seemed he had become much more modest now. Clearly, he had to play the role of an underdog once again. The group proceeded toward the examination room together. At the entrance stood Bai Da and Bai Feng, accompanied by their 9 followers, idling outside. Upon spotting Bai Shui, he rushed over like a lapdog, casting a disdainful glance at Meng Luan. "Shui, I've been waiting for you for a long time. How have you been?" He sneered. "You actually chose to associate with a poor loser. Someday, you will regret this." At that moment, a female teacher approached from the opposite end of the corridor, allowing the students at the entrance to finally enter the examination hall. As the clock struck 9, the supervising teacher at the podium suddenly declared, "Attention, students. The examination time is about to commence. Please Please place your mobile phones at the front of the classroom and turn them off. The students, with no alternative, complied. Meng Luan also submitted his phone, used for browsing news and watching videos, while secretly concealing a sleek black card in his pocket. Everyone was reminded to write their names inside the binding line and ensure their student numbers were correct. Papers could only be submitted 30 minutes after the examination commenced, with any violations resulting in disqualification. Finally, the examination bell rang, and the students focused intently on their papers. Meng Luan, however, lowered his gaze at a virtual screen emanating from his martial god card, placing it atop his exam paper as soon as it was distributed, sending the questions to Shi Chuishan. What astonished Meng Luan was that the card appeared so flat, without any visible camera. After a while, Shi Chuishan sent back the answers, and he swiftly copied from the multiple-choice questions to the essay questions, completing the task in merely 20 minutes. He then began practicing his pen-spinning skills, gleefully observing the struggles of his fellow examinees. He mused, had I possessed this martial god card sooner, I could have easily been admitted to the prestigious National University of the capital. The time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 minutes had elapsed. Not wishing to waste any more time in the examination room, Meng Luan opted to submit his paper directly. The supervising teacher scrutinized him closely and, upon noticing his inexpensive t-shirt, finally understood. In the teacher's eyes, such a loser must have deemed the questions too difficult and chosen to forfeit. Bai Biao, witnessing this, secretly reveled, thinking, with such challenging questions, there's no way he could finish in 30 minutes. It seems this guy is not only incompetent in martial studies but also in academics. Meng Luan submitted his paper and nonchalantly exited the examination hall, seeking a quiet spot in the school square to browse his phone. Thus, after 2 days of examinations, they completed all 5 subjects. Chapter 82. Perfect scores. After the examination concluded, 33 students had to wait a full 3 days to learn the results. On the day the results were announced, a multitude of citizens congregated on the playgrounds of various academies or outside their gates, hoping to catch sight of the rankings on the large screens. Prior to this, the results had been kept under strict confidentiality, leading many concerned individuals to arrive early in anticipation. Finally, at precisely 9 o'clock, the electronic screens on the playgrounds of the 3 academies displayed the list of scores from the written examination in an orderly manner. Among the crowd was Meng Luan, the student representative of the 3rd Academy, who was filled with curiosity about the reliability of the answers provided by Shi Chuishan and wondered about their accuracy. Thus, he arrived early at the large screen announcing the results. The screen revealed the scores for the first subject, Introduction to Combat Techniques, showcasing Meng Luan with a perfect score of 100, followed closely by Bai Shuai with 99, Bai Biao with 95, and Gong Shiwu also with 95. It was no wonder that someone had previously remarked that Meng Luan had lived up to expectations. As the spectators at the 3rd Academy's playground discussed the results, exclamations of astonishment filled the air. Wow, I knew it. It really is him. Indeed, he has not disappointed us. This score is astounding. So impressive. Excelling in both academics and martial arts. Meanwhile, at the 2nd Academy, Gong Shiwu was visibly disgruntled upon seeing the results. He scoffed, just a bunch of bookworms. The top 3 are probably just those who memorized everything. When it comes to actual martial arts experience and skills, I will surely surpass them. After hearing Gong Shiwu's words, Zhao Yinghao recalled Meng Luan's performance during their journey. He considered saying something to Gong Shiwu but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, at the 1st Academy, Bai Biao gazed at the screen with mixed emotions. He was taken aback to discover that the impoverished individual he had looked down upon, Meng Luan, had such a high theoretical level, tying for first place with Bai Shuai. He thought to himself, it must be because Shuai often studies with him. This is intolerable. I will eliminate you sooner or later. However, he quickly reassured himself, one subject does not define everything. A top score in just one subject is of no real consequence. Before long, the scores for the 2nd subject, basic utilization of biological energy, were revealed. Once again, Meng Luan achieved a score of 100, with Bai Shuai and Gong Shiwu each scoring 96, followed by Zhao Yinghao with 95, and Bai Biao with 90. At the 3rd Academy's playground, Meng Luan beamed with joy upon seeing yet another perfect score, thinking to himself, indeed, Shi Chuishan is a truly remarkable artificial intelligence. It seems I am one step closer to that reward of 100,000. The spectators erupted into cheers upon witnessing yet another score of 100, with some leading the crowd in chants, Meng Luan, Meng Luan, Meng Luan. Bai Biao and Gong Shiwu were both astonished by the results of the second subject, as the questions had been particularly challenging for students of their caliber. Achieving above 90 was no small feat, making Meng Luan's perfect score incomprehensible, as the results for the third subject were about to be revealed. Supporters of Meng Luan at the Third Academy chanted in unison, "Perfect score! Perfect score! Perfect score!" Amidst the fervent chants, all 5 subjects were eventually displayed, with Meng Luan securing first place with perfect scores, Bai Shui in second with 480 points, Bai Biao in third, and Gong Shiwu in fourth. Just as the audience reached a peak of enthusiasm, a line of text suddenly appeared on the Third Academy's big screen. "By the supermarket, affordable and high quality. Is your best choice. I bought from it today. How about you?" Despite secretly cursing Meng Luan for being money-oriented, the supporters accepted this with good grace, determined to purchase more goods from Bai the supermarket in the future. A few days prior, Meng Luan had approached the principal, Ren Shui, claiming that if he could assist with a certain matter, he would wholeheartedly commit to the upcoming exchange competition. As a person who valued talent, the principal eventually acquiesced to this modest request to placate the students. Under the electronic screen of the First Academy, Gong Shiwu, upon seeing the results, erupted in fury, shouting, "Cheating! This must be cheating! I will report this to the Education Bureau." Meanwhile, at the Second Academy, Bai Biao angrily threw his phone to the ground and declared, "Humph! Exploiting shortcuts and winning through cheating is no skill at all. I will definitely report you." Near the big screen at the Third Academy, a young man dressed in a white suit was smiling broadly as he introduced his newly founded club to the nearby students, attracting considerable interest. Upon witnessing this scene, Meng Luan instinctively took out his phone. When he saw the number of members in the club's WeChat group, he was astounded. This club, which had once had fewer than 100 members, had rapidly surged to over 1,000 in just 1 month. It seemed this big talker had quite the skill. At that moment, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Could it be the flying saucer cult? No, that was impossible. I had already defeated Yuan Rua on that day. It seems I must investigate further, for the technology of extraterrestrial beings is far too advanced to discern whether they are human or machine with the naked eye. To his surprise, Meng Luan spotted Uncle Xiahou Dong. Recently, due to breakthroughs in missing persons cases, it had been confirmed that the incidents were related to food, prompting the entire Huaxian nation to enhance food safety inspections. Consequently, Uncle Xiahou Dong and others had ceased their work in the suburban villa area. "I just got home. Is there something you need?" Uncle Xiahou inquired. "I am transferring the salary from my last job to you via WeChat." After saying this, he transferred 30,000 yuan to Meng Luan without hesitation. Meng Luan promptly accepted it and checked his balance, which had now increased to 110,000. "Of course," he replied. After a brief pause, he sent another message. "Actually, I recently received internal news that after the food invasion incident, extraterrestrials have adopted even more mysterious methods of invasion. Several cases have already been reported, but the officials are currently keeping the information under wraps. Perhaps it will be released soon, and we shall have work to do again. All right, contact me when it happens." Chapter 83. The climbing competition. One evening, Meng Luan was idly watching videos when he heard a knock on his door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Hua Ro, dressed in her pajamas. Curiously, he inquired, "Is there something you need?" With a gentle smile, she replied, "Could you lend me the Flame Pterosaur and Flame Wolf King for a few days?" "Of course, but may I ask what you intend to use them for?" he asked, intrigued. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. The organization knows I am an expert in this area, which is why they requested me to borrow them. They have treated me well, so I felt it would be impolite to refuse." "That's perfectly fine. Besides, those 2 machines were originally a gift from you." The following afternoon, 2 large trucks arrived near their residential community. Meng Luan placed the flame beasts, which he had previously summoned, into the vehicles. The 2 watched the trucks depart, puzzled about their leader's intentions for borrowing these creatures. A week later, the interscholastic exchange competition finally commenced. Organized by the Second Academy, the event took place on its grounds. Tai Gang, representing the Second Academy, delivered an opening speech that sent many students into a stupor, as his words were filled with cliches. However, when the student representative spoke, the audience suddenly became lively. To everyone's surprise, it was Bai Biao who took the stage. He had excelled during the selection rounds of the Second Academy, earning recognition from both the students and nearby residents for his exceptional skills. His passionate speech resonated with the audience, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from the onlookers. The first event, titled Climbing High, was far more complex than its name suggested. 33 students were tasked with ascending a 100-story building, during which they could engage in fierce wind battles to disrupt their competitors. As if that were not enough, the school had invested heavily in the event, even borrowing modified alien beasts from the provincial research department to interfere with the climbers. These creatures, being non-lethal, were off-limits for the participants to attack. Since the towering structure was situated beyond a secure zone, the school arranged transportation for the 33 students to the competition site. Upon arrival, Meng Luan observed a multitude of spectators clad in camouflage, evidently military personnel, whom he surmised were there to ensure the students' safety. Additionally, various civilians and students arrived via different means, creating a vibrant atmosphere filled with excitement. Numerous photographers captured the event from all angles, as millions in the provincial capital prepared to witness the thrilling competition. Following the judges, they approached the base of the building, gazing up at the imposing structure that soared into the clouds, dwarfing the crowd below like ants. 33 sturdy ropes dangled from the rooftop, each competitor securing one around their waist, gripping it tightly with both hands. Shortly, all participants were ready, and a whistle signaled the start as they swiftly began their ascent along the ropes. The students from the Third Academy had trained extensively in climbing techniques, allowing them to excel and quickly surpass their counterparts from the other academies. Bai Biao, observing the Third Academy's climbers, was alarmed by their speed, akin to monkeys, and urgently shouted to his teammates, "Bring those guys down." At his command, 11 students began launching gusts of wind upward, disrupting Meng Luan, Xiao Song, and Xiao Li, forcing them to halt. Seeing this, Mao Lang shouted, "Don't shoot me. Let me go first." Bai Biao chuckled, "Huh? Smart move. As long as you stay behind us, I won't target you." The other students laughed, mocking the timid individual. However, the Third Academy's members were not easily intimidated, retaliating with gusts of wind that left several competitors from the Second Academy swaying precariously. Meanwhile, Bai Biao nimbly continued his ascent. As the competition between the Third and Second Academies intensified, the First Academy, led by Gong Shi Wu and Zhao Hao, seized the opportunity to climb swiftly, gaining the upper hand. Bai Shuai, already formidable in her own right and unimpeded by Bai Biao's affections, surged ahead, with Gong Shi Wu and others closely following. Meng Luan, having been targeted by the gusts, struggled to keep pace, realizing that Bai Biao had orchestrated a plan to humiliate him in front of Bai Shuai. The crowd below, fervently supporting him, shouted encouragements. If the competition were to continue in this manner, victory seemed assured for the Third Academy. However, at that moment, a swarm of modified alien beasts suddenly descended from the rooftop. The participants recognized these as the engineered creatures and continued their ascent undeterred. Yet, the beast attacks remained potent, forcing competitors to dodge their advances, which slowed the leading group considerably. As those who had attacked Meng Luan also faced the onslaught of the pterosaurs, they were momentarily distracted, providing a rare opportunity for the underdog to catch up. Although the flying beasts did target Meng Luan as well, it was far more manageable than facing the combined efforts of 10 opponents. Bai Biao and Gong Shi Wu, witnessing the pterosaurs approach, did not hesitate to defend against the creatures while continuing their climb. This scenario was, in fact, a test devised by the school to assess the students' ability to swiftly and accurately identify opponents' weaknesses amidst combat. The remaining 30 competitors, observing the pterosaurs circling near Bai Shuai, were left bewildered, even as she ascended with remarkable speed. Chapter 84. The Great Reversal. As Bai Biao evaded the attacks of the pterosaurs, he meticulously observed Bai Shuai, ultimately discerning the secret to her technique. Imitating her, he tapped the approaching pterosaur with his hand, and to his astonishment, it flew away. Thus, most of the participants grasped this maneuver and continued their rapid ascent. Consequently, aside from the pterosaurs harassing Meng Luan, those targeting him would knock him down whenever he drew near, leaving him languishing in the last position. With the other competitors having ascended to 3/4 of the height, a colossal flame pterosaur suddenly descended from the peak. Its massive form and fiery hue startled the participants. However, none anticipated that this flame pterosaur would charge toward Meng Luan. Upon witnessing this, Bai Biao erupted in laughter, clutching his belly with one hand while wiping away tears of mirth, thinking to himself, "Serves him right, that unfortunate fellow." The others joined in the laughter, except for the students from the Third Academy, whose expressions turned grave. They were momentarily confused, unable to discern whether the flame pterosaur belonged to Meng Luan or the institution. It was only when they observed the creature extending its claws toward Meng Luan that they realized its intent to disrupt him, prompting reflections on how the most formidable student representative of the Third Academy seemed destined for failure. Meanwhile, The heads of various schools and their teachers watched intently as the competitors displayed their skills on the big screen. When Renxue noticed Meng Luan at the bottom of the rankings, he felt a pang of anxiety. However, he still believed he would catch up. Yet, when the flame pterosaur appeared, a chill swept through him. Nonetheless, seeing Bai Xue's brilliant performance brought him some comfort. As the competition raged on, Bai Xue, Bai Biao, Gong Shiwu, and others rapidly ascended, drawing ever closer to the rooftop, while Meng Luan struggled against several flame pterosaurs. Finally, in a moment of desperation, he lost his grip and fell. A few judges riding pterosaurs rushed to rescue him, but just then, the flame pterosaur that had attacked him soared upward. The audience, numbering in the tens of thousands, gasped in astonishment, while Meng Luan's supporters stared blankly, their banners bearing his name dropping to the ground. In their hearts, they could only conclude that this last-place contestant had been eliminated. However, in the next instant, an unexpected twist occurred. The flame pterosaur had lifted Meng Luan onto its back. The teachers and spectators were flabbergasted, questioning whether this was a mistake. At that moment, Bai Xue and her companions were merely 10 meters from the finish line, executing their final sprint. To their shock, the flame pterosaur charged towards them, causing widespread panic. Yet, as they saw the enormous creature alight on the rooftop, their fears subsided. However, the excitement below erupted into nearly frenzied cheers. Bai Biao and Gong Shiwu, mistakenly believing the crowd was celebrating their ascent, turned to wave at the nearby camera. The spectators below found the duo's obliviousness both amusing and exasperating. Gong Shiwu expressed his support for Bai Biao's proposal. Yet, faced with this outcome, even the judges could not contest it. If an extraterrestrial creature had indeed caused a blunder, it could be deemed a rare stroke of luck, akin to someone winning 5 million. Thus, Meng Luan's performance was ruled valid. The heads of the first and second academies regarded Renxue with bemusement, as if to say, "Is it true that foolish people have good fortune? How did you stumble upon such a stroke of luck?" The third academy, which had languished at the bottom, unexpectedly claimed the top 2 positions in this initial round. Just then, another source of embarrassment for the heads of the other 2 schools emerged. The student who had won due to the flame pterosaur's error held up a white cloth towards the camera. The screen displayed the neatly inscribed words, "Buy to supermarket, quality goods at great prices, your best choice. I bought today. What about you?" Renxue, upon witnessing this, covered his face in disbelief. He never anticipated that one of his students would advertise within his own school, let alone at an exchange competition. How could this not be a disgrace? The head of the first academy, Tai Gang, remarked flatly, "Indeed, Ren students are well-rounded, excelling not only in climbing skills, but also in literary prowess." Blushing, Renxue humbly replied, "Brother Tai, you jest." Amidst the crowd's skepticism, the first competition concluded rather hastily. Although Meng Luan's victory was contentious, the judges' authority remained unassailable. Upon returning to their dormitory, Lin Ho quietly approached Meng Luan and whispered, "You really had a stroke of luck today. That flame pterosaur couldn't possibly be yours, could it?" "It should be," Meng Luan replied. "I must confide in you. Please keep this secret. Recently, someone borrowed my flame pterosaur, and to my surprise, it was taken by the school. Wow, you really are fortunate. Without it, you would have undoubtedly finished last. Those students from the second academy clearly targeted you. You must be cautious in the upcoming competitions." Understood. 2 days later, the second competition commenced, designed to test the students' agility and running speed. They would race along a 1,000-meter track, with the shortest time securing victory. Naturally, the course would be fraught with various monsters, such as hunting dogs, wolf kings, and red-eyed wolf kings, to create distractions. As a result, the participants would need to defend themselves with weapons while racing towards the finish line, inherently increasing the difficulty. This time, the competition was set in a desolate street outside the isolation zone, filled with myriad monsters. The students needed to traverse this area to earn points. Failing to reach the finish line would result in a score of 0. Chapter 85. The 5-centimeter defense weapon. The venue of the competition was still abuzz with excitement, as many spectators arrived via various modes of transport, eager to witness the event. Among them were numerous students from the 3 prestigious academies, each brandishing banners emblazoned with the names of their favorite competitors, cheering fervently from the sidelines. A white line marked the starting point, while a white cloth designated the finish line, with referees stationed at both ends. The referees held red flags, and as soon as the starting flag was lowered, the timer at the finish line would commence, accurately recording the competitors' times. The order of the competitors was determined by drawing lots. and the referee randomly selected a paper from a glass jar, revealing the name Zhao. Unfazed by the prospect of being the first to compete, Zhao bent down to polish his shoes and adjust his hairstyle before stepping forward to the white line. The referee held a starting pistol in one hand and a red triangular flag in the other. Upon pulling the trigger, the flag was lowered, signaling the commencement of the race. Zhao dashed toward the finish line with his red tassel spear. The initial 30 meters were clear of extraterrestrial obstacles, allowing for a smooth run. However, upon reaching the 40-meter mark, a pack of red-eyed wolf kings suddenly emerged, obstructing his path. He skillfully used his spear to parry their claws and pressed onward, taking over 10 minutes to cover the subsequent 10 meters. Nevertheless, due to his remarkable martial prowess, he managed to push through. Upon reaching the 100-meter mark, he confronted both a blazing wolf king and over 30 red-eyed wolf kings blocking his way. This time, the challenge was significantly greater, as the blazing wolf king's speed was daunting. Although Zhao was capable of defeating the creature in a one-on-one confrontation, he refrained from harming the extraterrestrial beasts. Thus, he focused solely on defense and advancing forward, becoming ensnared at this distance for a grueling 3 minutes before finally breaking through. The exertion from the first 100 meters left him fatigued, causing him to slow considerably over the remaining 900 meters. Ultimately, he crossed the finish line after 10 minutes, unscathed, prompting applause from the audience. The referee then drew another paper from the plastic bottle, revealing the name Xiao Song. Xiao Song, sensing the urgency, hurried to the starting line. Bang! The starting pistol's sound reverberated throughout the venue, and Xiao Song sprinted toward the finish line. When he encountered the red-eyed wolf kings, his instinct prompted him to wield 2 small star-shaped darts. Typically an aggressive defender, he found himself ill-prepared for this situation, as harming the extraterrestrial beast was not permitted, making his attempts to block with the darts awkward and ineffective. The audience erupted in laughter at the sight of someone brandishing 5-centimeter-long darts as weapons. "Is he here to entertain us?" they chuckled. Overwhelmed by the laughter and chatter, Xiao Song pressed on despite sustaining numerous scratches. Though the creatures appeared to have shown him some mercy, inflicting only superficial wounds, he ultimately crossed the finish line in 20 minutes, placing him at the bottom of the rankings. Next up was Bai Shui, who approached the starting line with calm confidence. Upon hearing the starting gun, she swiftly dashed toward the finish. When she encountered the red-eyed wolf kings, she deftly used her long sword to deflect their claws. Her movements were graceful and agile, allowing her to navigate past 2 obstacles with ease, ultimately reaching the finish line in just 5 minutes. The audience erupted in applause, recognizing her as the second-place finisher from the previous competition, now achieving an impressive result again. In the midst of the cheers, Bai Shui unexpectedly produced a white cloth from her pocket. The principal of Ren Academy, witnessing this, sensed impending trouble and discreetly departed the podium, seeking refuge in the restroom to avoid the gazes of the other 2 principals. Bai Shui directed the cloth toward the camera, revealing a catchy advertisement. "Buy the supermarket. Affordable and high quality, your best choice. I shop today, how about you?" The onlookers, charmed by the combination of skill and beauty, resolved to visit the supermarket after the competition. The principals of the first and second academies exchanged displeased glances toward Ren Academy's position, only to find that the old principal had vanished, leaving them shaking their heads in resignation. Next was Lin Ho's turn. As he stepped up to the white line, he captured the audience's attention, brandishing a shield, an unconventional weapon for the competition. Unbeknownst to them, this was his standard armament. The competition rules did not stipulate the necessity of using familiar weapons, a fact that other competitors seemed to have overlooked, especially Xiao Song, who had struggled with his dagger. As other contestants attempted to emulate Lin Ho's cleverness, it was too late to acquire shields. His defensive style proved advantageous, as he effortlessly absorbed the attacks from the creatures. When confronted by the blazing wolf king, he defended himself with ease. He quickly approached the finish line, completing the course in 7 minutes, just behind Bai Shui, which elicited thunderous applause from the crowd. Lin Ho smiled and said, "Of course, take it and use it, for we are brothers." Chapter 86. Earning extra money at the competition at this moment. Lin Ho's thoughts revolved around the fact that Meng Luan had borrowed the shield for his own competition use. To his surprise, the next moment, Meng Luan stood before the participants, proclaiming, "As you can see, this shield helped Lin achieve remarkable results. Now, you can rent it for just 5,000 yuan." Lin Ho nearly fell off his seat upon hearing this, secretly admiring Meng Luan's audacity, which was comparable to his own name. At that moment, The referee drew the name of Mao Lang, a cunning individual who immediately placed an order with Meng Luan for the shield, knowing that his family was relatively well off and he could afford it with his allowance. When the starting gun fired again, he dashed onto the track. The shield indeed proved effective, effortlessly deflecting the attacks of the monsters, and he completed the race in 9 minutes, a result he found quite satisfactory. Upon witnessing Meng Luan's unscrupulous behavior, Bai Biao approached the referee to voice his complaint, stating, "Teacher, how can participants profit during the competition?" Meng Luan retorted, "Why not? There is no rule prohibiting selling merchandise during the event." The referee, taken aback, pondered the validity of Meng Luan's argument. Next up was Gong Shiwu, who declined to rent the shield from Meng Luan, asserting that it would diminish his status. Confident in his abilities, he wielded a trident and commenced his competition, finishing in 6 minutes and 30 seconds to the applause of the crowd. Following him was Bai Biao, whose prowess surpassed that of Gong Shiwu, completing the race in 6 minutes. Finally, the referee produced a note bearing Meng Luan's name. Grasping his lance, Meng Luan stepped forward, contemplating that his skills rendered the use of a defensive strategy unnecessary. As the starting gun fired, he sprinted towards the finish line, only to be met by the Flame Wolf King charging from a distance of 100 meters. Bai Biao was thrilled, as others typically encountered the Flame Wolf King at that distance, presenting a significant challenge for Meng Luan, who could scarcely believe such fortune could strike twice. Gong Shiwu laughed heartily, disliking those who resorted to opportunism. Even Meng Luan's supporters felt anxious, with Principal Ren rising from his seat. However, unexpectedly, the monster lowered its front hooves to the ground, seemingly inviting Meng Luan to mount. Without hesitation, Meng Luan climbed onto the Flame Wolf King, racing towards the finish line. The other alien monsters, intimidated by the Flame Wolf King, parted to create a pathway. Ultimately, Meng Luan completed the race in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. The spectators outside the arena were left in awe, mouths agape, bewildered by the unfolding events. Unsure whether to applaud the victor, they ultimately clapped out of courtesy. "I protest. This must be cheating. I will report him to the educational authorities." Bai Biao shouted in anger, with supporters from the Second Academy echoing his sentiments. Faced with the uproar, the referees convened to discuss the matter, ultimately ruling that Meng Luan's time would stand temporarily while an investigation occurred post-competition. If cheating was indeed discovered, his qualification and results would be annulled. Otherwise, the original judgment would remain intact. Amidst cheers and controversy, the event concluded. A few days prior, I learned they invited me to modify the program within. "Oh, you made changes to the program, did you?" They still heed my words. "Of course. In the system I configured, you will always possess the highest authority. These core codes were pinned by me, rendering them impenetrable to anyone." Hearing this, Meng Luan was left in awe, yet confused. Do they know it was I who lent it out? Not at all. Borrowing monsters of this caliber is strictly confidential. They are unaware it was through me. No worries, no one can crack it, let alone cheat. Bai Shui, overhearing the intimate conversation, appeared displeased, tossing her backpack aside and slamming her door shut. Poirot and Meng Luan exchanged glances but remained silent. After the second match, the referees conducted a thorough examination of the monsters, finding no evidence of cheating. Consequently, they categorized the incident as a probabilistic programming error. Thus, Meng Luan effortlessly secured victory in the second match. After a day of rest, the 3 academies soon held the third event, designed primarily to test the students' defensive skills and adaptability. During the competition, participants would select monsters of varying levels for sparring, but could only defend without attacking. The final scores would be determined based on the level chosen and the number of defensive maneuvers executed. Chapter 87. The failed imitation. This competition was held on the campus of the Second Academy. As the participants from the other 2 academies arrived at the playground of the Third Academy, they were greeted by the sight of 5 massive cages, each containing a different type of beast: a hyena, a giant wolf, a crimson-eyed wolf king, a flame wolf king, and a flame wyvern. A square area measuring 60 meters on each side was enclosed with fencing, indicating that this was indeed the venue for the current round of the competition. The judges stood nearby, while thousands of spectators crowded the playground of the Second Academy. The competition continued with the method of drawing lots. The judge withdrew a slip of paper from a glass jar, glanced at it, and called out, "Pang ping." To everyone's surprise, he was the first to be chosen. With his head held high, he strode into the enclosed area. Over the past few days, he had felt quite vexed, as all the attention had been diverted to others, leaving him feeling invisible. This emotional disparity was difficult for him to bear, So upon being selected, he resolved to perform admirably. The judge then announced, "Please choose your opponent." Pang Ping gazed at the 5 ferocious beasts in their cages, hesitating. In terms of strength, he believed he could withstand a flame wolf king, albeit with considerable effort. However, the competition rules forbade any form of attack, which posed a dilemma for him. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose the Crimson-Eyed Wolf King. The judges then opened the cage containing the Crimson-Eyed Wolf King and led it into the arena. At the judge's signal, the competition commenced. And the Crimson-Eyed Wolf King immediately raised its sharp claws and charged at the vulnerable human before it. Seeing the Wolf King advance, Pang Ping quickly grasped his great sword. Engaging in a desperate contest with the beast, he dodged left and right, sometimes using his sword to parry the incoming claws, other times rolling on the ground. Before long, he was panting heavily, his clothing torn in multiple places. Eventually, he was overwhelmed and knocked to the ground by the Crimson-Eyed Wolf King. The judge promptly declared, "The match is over." Moments later, the electronic display screen revealed his score, successfully dodging 53 attacks. The spectators erupted into enthusiastic applause. The next contestant was Gong Shiwu, who strode confidently into the arena, unhesitatingly selecting the Flame Wolf King. This choice instantly captured the attention of all present, as it was a decision fraught with significant risk under the constraints of defensive play. However, as he engaged the Flame Wolf King, the crowd erupted into applause. His agile movements and deft use of a large fork allowed him to successfully block the Wolf King's various attacks. The audience, witnessing his performance on the big screen, responded with thunderous applause. In no time, he completed the match, his white competition attire bearing several tears, stained with blood in several areas. Yet he remained proud and dignified, exuding an air of superiority. The scoreboard soon displayed his score, an impressive 56 successful dodges, catapulting him ahead of Pang Ping in the rankings. Although the number of defensive maneuvers was similar, the level of competition was undeniably elevated. Next to compete was Bai Shui, who once again exceeded expectations by evading 70 attacks from the Flame Wolf King, temporarily securing first place on the leaderboard. Just then, Meng Luan stepped forward among the other contestants, calling out, "Does anyone wish to rent a shield today?" Upon hearing the judge's words, he appeared puzzled and incredulous, asking, "Judge, wasn't it possible to rent shields last time?" He was informed that new directives had been issued prohibiting anyone from renting out their weapons or selling products at the competition site, with violators deemed to have forfeited the match. When it was Mao Lang's turn, he calmly approached the center of the arena and boldly chose the Flame Wolf King. The audience responded with encouraging applause for his choice. However, in an unexpected turn of events, as the Flame Wolf King launched its attack, he dove beneath its belly and surprisingly embraced the beast. The Wolf King, enraged by this unexpected maneuver, leaped and thrashed, yet was unable to dislodge him, even as it clawed at its own belly in frustration. As the match time concluded, Mao Lang emerged victorious with a remarkable score of 79, captivating the audience, who erupted in cheers and thunderous applause. Principal Ren from the judges' table nodded approvingly, while the other 2 principals dismissed it as a mere trick. After several more rounds, when it was Yuan Sheng's turn to compete, he too chose the Flame Wolf King. The audience applauded once more, though he secretly envied Mao Lang's tactic and intended to emulate it. When the Flame Wolf King entered the arena, he adopted the same strategy, diving underneath and firmly grasping its belly. However, the Flame Wolf King, enraged by the repetition, leaped high into the air and plummeted down, causing Yuan Sheng's hands to go numb as he fell off the beast. He thought to himself, "This is not how I envisioned it. How did Mao Lang manage that?" The furious Flame Wolf King then swiped at Yuan Sheng with its massive claws. Witnessing the danger to the student, a nearby judge rushed in to intervene and prevent the attack. Wiping the dirt from his face, Yuan Sheng exclaimed, "Thank goodness I'm lucky. This Flame Wolf King certainly plays by its own rules." He could only suppress his frustration. Before long, it was Meng Luan's turn to enter the arena. Dressed in a white t-shirt, he walked into the competition area at a leisurely pace, contemplating the 5 large cages. Ultimately, he addressed the judge at the sidelines, asking, "May I choose 2 beasts at once?" Chapter 88. One claps, then the other. Upon hearing this request, the judges huddled together for a few minutes of deliberation. One of the main referees finally inquired loudly, "Are you certain you wish to have both beasts compete simultaneously?" Meng Luan nodded resolutely and replied, "I am certain. Please assist me in bringing forth the Flame-Winged Dragon and the Flame Wolf King." The judges were taken aback. While they were aware that this competitor had previously gained advantages from these 2 ferocious beasts, they regarded those instances as mere accidents. However, The decision to select both beasts for the competition at this moment carried considerable risk, necessitating another confirmation. Are you certain about your choice? I must remind you that the danger level is quite high. I will grant you a few minutes to reconsider. Respected judges, I need no further deliberation. I choose them. Meng Luan asserted firmly. After a few seconds of silent contemplation, the judges responded, "We respect your decision." With that, they and their assistants guided the two beasts into the arena. Meng Luan stood ready, gripping his dragon's spear, awaiting the commencement of the match. As the beasts entered the enclosure, the referee announced the start of the competition, eliciting a wave of anxious murmurs from the spectators. Principal Ren, seated at the judges' table, rose, his hands resting anxiously on the table as he observed the unfolding events, while the other two principals remained composed, leisurely sipping tea. Suddenly, the audience erupted in excitement. Pointing and exclaiming in disbelief, "Look!" They charged forward. As their whispers reached a crescendo, the two beasts let out fearsome roars, charging toward the fragile human before them. Yet, upon reaching him, the Flame Wolf King transformed into the form of a small dog, lifting its front paws and sitting down. Meanwhile, the flame-winged dragon morphed into a pet bird, standing before him on its legs. Witnessing the obedient antics of the two creatures, Meng Luan commenced his performance. Unbeknownst to others, he subtly commanded them. First, the Flame Wolf King extended its paw and lazily swiped at his weapon, which Meng Luan skillfully met with a clash. Following suit, the flame-winged dragon mimicked the action, colliding with Meng Luan's spear. Thus, they engaged in a playful game of clapping hands, reminiscent of children at play. A referee, sipping water, suddenly sprayed it in surprise at the bizarre scene, as the audience stood in stunned silence, unable to reconcile this unexpected turn of events. Principal Ren, feeling the tension mount, swiftly sank into his chair, hiding his face with his hand. The other two principals, unable to contain themselves, erupted in laughter, spitting out their tea. However, this did not deter Meng Luan's performance. He continued counting while maintaining his defense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 207. The competing students watched in astonishment. Bai Biao suddenly shouted, "This is cheating. Such a performance should warrant a score of 0. His outburst jolted the referees, who glanced at the clock and declared, "Time is up. Please exit the arena." The judges quickly convened to discuss the situation. Bai Biao and Gong Shiwu paced anxiously in the waiting area, seemingly more agitated than Meng Luan himself, exemplifying the saying that the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuchs. The audience buzzed with conversation while awaiting the results. Knowing they were witnessing an unprecedented event, they could not muster enthusiastic applause but instead exchanged amused remarks about the absurd spectacle they had just witnessed. "Did you see that? Those two beasts acted like pets. Indeed, it seems the extraterrestrial creatures have become so docile in our presence. In my view, our skills are so formidable that we transformed them into pets." Another individual, resembling an engineer, remarked, "So many errors. It appears the path to understanding alien technology is fraught with challenges." Setting aside their gossip, the referees reached a final decision. Due to the irregularities in the previous match, they determined Meng Luan would compete again. If the results mirrored the previous performance, they would be deemed valid. Reluctantly, Meng Luan took to the arena once more. This time even bolder, opting to use only his hands, clapping and chanting, "You clap, I clap." Everyone was bewildered, grappling to comprehend the unfolding events, ultimately concluding that Meng Luan's score was valid. The electronic scoreboard displayed his astonishing achievement of 301 evasions, and the audience offered a lackluster applause in acknowledgement. Bai Biao seethed, shouting, "Cheater! Damn it! He is just a cheater." Gong Shiwu, ever disdainful, joined in, "Cheater! I refuse to accept this. I protest." Even the principals seated at the judges' table began to voice their discontent, yet the referees, being from the Educational Bureau, remained unyielding. Despite their fervent protests, the referees paid them no heed. "Next up, Bai Biao, please prepare for your turn." As they continued their passionate outcry, the referees called forth the next contestant. Bai Biao, with no choice but to comply, stepped into the waiting area. Upon entering the enclosure, a referee inquired, "What type of beast do you choose?" He pondered deeply. Choosing the Flame Wolf King would be a safe bet, but that would hardly set him apart from the other competitors. Could it be that Meng Luan was truly a cheater? Honestly, he found it hard to believe. Perhaps there was indeed a glitch in the system. If he emulated Meng Luan, he too could attain high scores, benefiting his subsequent matches. Resolutely, he addressed the referee, "Respected judge, I choose 2 flame-type beasts. I am certain of my decision." The referee said nothing further and led the 2 flame-type beasts into the arena. The onlookers widened their eyes, holding their breath in anticipation, fearful of missing a moment of what might unfold, perhaps a fierce battle, or perhaps another farce. In an instant, the two ferocious beasts charged into the arena, their malice palpable, heading straight for the vulnerable human. Biao, brandishing his mighty spear, stood tall in the center, unflinching as he awaited the impending clash. Chapter 89. The Mysterious Disappearance Case. It is said that after careful analysis, Biao deduced that the two fiery beasts were the source of the trouble, inadvertently providing Meng Luan with an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Thus, he resolutely chose the two ferocious creatures. As soon as the two fiery beasts entered the competition area, they charged at Biao with bared fangs and claws, one from the skies and the other from the ground, hurtling towards him at great speed. The audience, having witnessed the same aggressive approach towards Meng Luan moments before, assumed that this encounter would unfold similarly. However, all present were gravely mistaken. These extraterrestrial monsters were far more ferocious than the endearing demeanor Meng Luan had displayed during his bout. The Flame Wolf King unleashed a gust of claws from the ground, while the Flame Pterosaur dove towards him, aiming to seize his head with its talons. Upon witnessing this scene, Biao was seized by terror. It appeared that he had miscalculated this time. He had no choice but to wield his halberd to fend off the onslaught. He sidestepped the claw attack and raised his weapon to block the strike aimed at his head. Clang! He inadvertently placed the blame for his predicament on Meng Luan. At that moment, his score appeared on the large screen. Despite dodging 10 attacks from the two fiery beasts, an arduous feat, he found himself in second place on the leaderboard. Although his performance was commendable, he had narrowly escaped death. Thus, the third round concluded amidst the spectators' discussions, and the term cheating rapidly gained traction on the internet. Years later, whenever people recounted tales of that boy who had seemingly cheated, they did so with great enthusiasm. With the 3 preliminary rounds complete, it was noted that according to the competition rules of the 3 prestigious academies, after these contests, although Meng Luan and Bai Shui had secured the first and second positions, the other competitors languished beyond the top 10. This imbalance ultimately left the third academy at the bottom of the overall standings. With little else to occupy his thoughts, he recalled Uncle Xiaodong and promptly sent him a message. "What have you been busy with lately?" "Oh, I took a short 3-day holiday and can lend a hand," came the reply. "All right, come find me." Following this, he sent Meng Luan a location, which turned out to be a hotel in the city center. He quickly packed his belongings and took a taxi there. Upon arrival at the competition venue, he discovered that Xiaodong and his companions had been residing there for over 10 days. They settled into the room assigned to them at the hotel. And after taking a seat, Meng Luan inquired, "Is this task solely for security?" "Not entirely. We also need to investigate. This hotel is quite peculiar. Several individuals have vanished here, reportedly taken by a ghost, prompting the owner to issue a bounty for its capture." "A ghost? That seems implausible. It sounds far-fetched," Meng Luan replied. "I initially doubted it as well, but it is indeed quite strange. I do not believe in ghosts either, but do you remember what I mentioned previously?" Xiaodong sighed. "About what?" Meng Luan asked. "I previously mentioned that after the food invasion was exposed, aliens adopted a new, mysterious method of invasion. The authorities have kept this information under wraps, so many remain unaware." "Are you suggesting this is related to the alien invasion?" Xiaodong nodded emphatically. Intrigued, Meng Luan felt himself unwittingly shouldering the responsibility of repelling extraterrestrial threats. "Could you elaborate on the situation here? How can you be certain she never left her room?" "I spent 3 days meticulously reviewing all the surveillance footage, and there is no record of her exiting the room," Xiaodong explained. Meng Luan rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. Could it be through the window? How could that be possible? "This is the 10th floor. She truly vanished into thin air," Xiaodong responded. Lost in thought, Meng Luan began to ponder deeply. He had an inkling of an answer, one that would have eluded him before his experience with the time vortex. Now, he firmly believed that this mysterious disappearance was perhaps linked to time travel, though he hesitated to draw conclusions. He had not witnessed any extraterrestrials during his own abduction, leaving the matter open to interpretation. Maybe this is a rare natural phenomenon, though it is perplexing why it has recently occurred with such frequency on Earth. "What are you contemplating?" Xiaodong suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "All right, what should I do next?" Meng Luan asked. "For now, accompany me on patrol. With such bizarre occurrences, we have no leads. We can only wait and observe." Thus, he began patrolling the hotel, both inside and out. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, As he stood watch at the entrance, a businessman clad in designer trousers and a white shirt strode in. He hurriedly registered at the front desk before proceeding to his assigned room. Meng Luan glanced at him but did not dwell on it. After all, the hotel welcomed many guests daily, and he could not monitor each one. However, when the guest stay expired 2 days later and the front desk called his room, there was no response. The staff, attempting to clean, noted the Do Not Disturb sign hanging from his door. Chapter 90. The final showdown in a moment of urgency. The hotel staff resorted to using a spare key to unlock the door, and, as fate would have it, the very incident they wished to avoid transpired once more. The hotel personnel, hesitant to disturb the scene, promptly summoned Xiahou Dong. Upon entering the room, they were met with the sight of water still running in the bathroom, suggesting that the occupant had vanished mid-bath. Other belongings, including clothing, a suitcase, and a laptop, remained untouched in their original places, indicating that the perpetrator was not motivated by greed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiahou Dong refrained from divulging his experiences to anyone. After surveying the area, he reluctantly dialed the police station. When he encountered inquiries, he promptly replied, "Oh, the hotel called us. We are responsible for security here." The man in sunglasses scrutinized Meng Luan for a moment longer before deciding against further questioning. Additionally, within a 10-kilometer radius, numerous modified extraterrestrial beasts had been deployed to enhance the authenticity of the competition. At the referee's command, the contest commenced, with the participants swiftly scattering in various directions, straining their ears to catch any cries for help from survivors. Only Meng Luan remained unperturbed, walking steadily in one direction while occasionally glancing at his phone. After learning the rules of the competition, he had sought the assistance of the super hacker Shitruan, hoping she could provide him with the coordinates of the dummies before the event. True to her reputation, Shitruan quietly infiltrated the aerospace agency of Huaxia, capturing satellite images and comparing photographs of the competition venue before and after the placement of the dummies. Through her analysis, she identified 200 concealed locations. She thoughtfully crafted a map and sent it to Meng Luan, who could then use his phone's navigation to locate each dummy. The audience watched in excitement as Meng Luan appeared on their screens. Those aware of his capabilities deemed it only natural for him to be the first to locate a dummy, while others marveled at his extraordinary luck, having triumphed in the previous rounds through the mistakes of the beasts, and now, in the finals, his fortune seemed almost otherworldly. However, the 10-kilometer trek proved exhausting. Just as he rubbed his legs in dismay, a flame-winged dragon soared overhead. Despite a few unforeseen events, the referees ultimately decided to allow this beast to participate, unaware that it was Meng Luan's mount. Without hesitation, he commanded the flame-winged dragon to descend, leaping onto its back. The cameraman, witnessing this spectacle, had no choice but to direct the camera towards the distant figure in the sky. Viewers at home widened their eyes in disbelief, speculating whether this contestant was a beast tamer. It was no wonder he had repeatedly exploited the beasts to his advantage. And now, riding an extraterrestrial creature into the heavens was nothing short of astonishing. Meanwhile, on the ground, Bai Biao, witnessing the ascent of the flame-winged dragon, shouted in fury, "Cheater! That's the one who's hacking." He accused Meng Luan of having no skill beyond his use of the beasts, prompting indignant reactions from other contestants. Ultimately, the organizers had no choice but to compromise, equipping the remaining participants with state-of-the-art rocket boosters, while the cameraman donned sound-controlled rocket gear to continue filming.